fall into that spectrum too, right? So you'll want photo, in some experience, you might want to be like a photorealistic dragon, right? Or if I'm playing Onward, which is this military simulator game, I think getting to be more photorealistic as a soldier in that could enhance the experience. There are times when I'm hanging out with friends where I want them to know it's me, so a kind of cartoonish or expressive version of me is good. But there are also experiences like VR chat does this well today, where a lot of the experience is kind of dressing up and wearing a fantastical avatar that's almost like a meme or is humorous. So you come into an experience and it's almost like you have like a built-in icebreaker, because like you see people and you're just like, all right, I'm cracking up at what you're wearing because that's funny, and it's just like, where'd you get that? Or, oh, you made that. That's it's awesome.
Losers say these things.
If you're going into a work meeting, maybe a photorealistic version of your real self is going to be the most appropriate thing for that. So I think the reality is there aren't going to be. It's not just going to be one thing. My own sense of how you want to express identity online has sort of evolved over time. In that, early days of Facebook, I thought, okay, people were going to have one identity, and now I think it's clearly not going to be the case. I think you're going to have all these different things, and there's utility being able to do different things. So some of the technical challenges that I'm really interested in around it are, how do you build the software to allow people to seamlessly go between them? So you could view them as just completely discrete points on the spectrum. But let's talk about the metaverse economy for a second. Let's say I buy a digital shirt for my photorealistic avatar. Which, by the way, I think at the time where we're spending a lot of time in the metaverse doing a lot of our work meetings in the metaverse, etc., I would imagine that the economy around virtual clothing, as an example, is going to be quite as big. Why wouldn't I spend almost as much money in investing in my appearance or expression for my photorealistic avatar for meetings as I would for the whatever I'm going to wear in my video chat? But the question is, let's say you buy some shirt for a photorealistic avatar.
Dude, this guy's such a
loser. It would be cool if there was a way to basically translate that into a more expressive thing for your kind of cartoonish or expressive avatar. And there are multiple ways to do that. You can view them as two discrete points, and okay, maybe if a designer sells one thing, then it actually comes to pack and there's two, and you can use either one on that. But I actually think this stuff might exist more as a spectrum in the future, and that's what I do think the direction on some of the AI advances that is happening to be able to, especially stuff around like style transfer, being able to take a piece of art or express something and say, okay, paint me this photo in the style of Gauguin, or whoever it is that you're interested in. Take this shirt and put it in the style of what I've designed for my expressive avatar. I think that's going to be pretty compelling.
And so the fashion, you might be buying like a generator, like a closet that generates a style, and then like again is to be able to infinitely generate outfits, thereby making it. So the reason I wear the same thing all the time is you don't like choice. We've talked about the same thing, but now you don't even have to choose. Your closet generates your outfit for you every time. So you have to live with the outfit generates.
You could do that, although I think that's. I think some people will, but I think there's going to be a huge aspect of just people doing creative commerce here. So I think that there is going to be a big market around people designing digital clothing. But the question is, if you're designing digital clothing, do you need to design? If you're the designer, do you need to make it for each kind of specific, discrete point along the spectrum? Or are you just designing for in the photorealistic case or expressive case? Or can you design one and have it translate across these things? If I buy a style from a designer who I care about, and now I'm a dragon, is there a way to morph that so it goes in the dragon in a way that makes sense? And that I think is an interesting AI problem, because you're probably not going to make it so that that designers have to go design for all those things. But the more useful the digital content is that you buy in a lot of uses, in a lot of use cases, the more that economy will just explode. And that's a lot of what all of the we were joking about NFTs before, but I think a lot of the promise here is that if the digital goods that you buy are not just tied to one platform or one use case, they end up being more valuable, which means that people are more willing and more likely to invest in them, and that just spurs the whole economy.
But the question is, so that's a fascinating positive aspect. But the potential negative aspect is that you're going to have people concealing their identity, control, or even not people, bots. So how do you know in the metaverse that you're talking to a real human, an AI, or a well-intentioned human? Is that something you think about, something you're concerned about?
Well, let's break that down into a few different cases. I mean, because knowing that you're talking to someone who has good intentions is something that I think is not even solved in pretty much anywhere. But I mean, if you're talking to someone who's a dragon, I think it's pretty clear that they're not representing themselves as a person. I think probably the most pernicious thing that you want to solve for is, I think probably one of the scariest ones is how do you make sure that someone isn't impersonating you, right? So you like, okay, you're in a future version of this conversation, and we have photorealistic avatars, and we're doing this in workrooms, whatever the future version of that is, and someone walks in who like looks like me. How do you know that that's me? And one of the things that we're thinking about is, this. It's still a pretty big AI project to be able to generate photorealistic avatars that basically can they work like these codecs, right? So you kind of have a map from your headset and whatever sensors your body's actually doing, and it takes the model and it kind of displays it in VR. But there's a question, which is, should there be some sort of biometric security so that like when I put on my VR headset or I'm going to go use that avatar, I need to first prove that I am that. And I think you probably are going to want something like that. So, so that's as we're developing these technologies, we're also thinking about the security for things like that, because people aren't going to want to be impersonated. That's a huge security issue. Then you just get the question of people hiding behind fake accounts to do malicious things, which is not going to be unique to the metaverse. Although, certainly in a environment where it's more immersive, you have more of a sense of presence, it could be more painful. But this is obviously something that we've just dealt with for years in social media and the internet more broadly. And there, I think there have been a bunch of tactics that I think we've just evolved to. We've built up these different AI systems to basically get a sense of, is this account behaving in the way that a person would do? And it turns out, sort of all of the work that we've done around, we call it community integrity. It's basically like policing harmful content and trying to figure out where to draw the line. And there are always really hard philosophical questions around where do you draw the line on some of this stuff. And the thing that I've kind of found the most effective is, as much as possible, trying to figure out who are the inauthentic accounts, or where are the accounts that are behaving in an overall harmful way at the account level, rather than trying to get into policing what they're saying, right? Which I think the metaverse is going to be part, because the metaverse has a lot more properties of, it's almost more like a phone call, right? Or like where it's not like I post a piece of content, is that piece of content good or bad? So I think more of this stuff will have to be done at the level of the account. But this is the area where, between the kind of counterintelligence teams that we built up inside the company and years of building just different AI systems to basically detect what is a real account and what isn't. I'm not saying perfect, but this is an area where I just think we're years ahead of basically anyone else in the industry in terms of having built those capabilities. And I think that's just going to be incredible for this next wave.
And like you said, on the technical level and the philosophical level, it's an incredibly difficult problem to solve. By the way, I would probably like to open source my avatar so there could be millions of Lexes walking around, just like an army.
Like Agent Smith.
Agent Smith, yeah, exactly. So the Unity ML folks built a copy of me, sent it to me. So there's a person running around. I'm just going to do reinforcement learning on it. I was going to release it because just to have sort of thousands of Lexes doing reinforcement, so they fall over naturally. They have to learn how to walk around and stuff. But I love that idea, this tension between biometric security. You want to have one identity, but then certain avatars you might have to have many. I don't know which is better security, sort of flooding the world with Lexus and thereby achieving security, or really being protected in your identity. I have to ask you a security question, actually.
Well, how does flooding the world with Lexus help me now in our conversation that I'm
Yes.
talking to the real Lex?
I completely destroy the trust in all my relationships then, right? If I flood, then it's, yeah, that,
I think that's not going to work that well for you.
it's not going to work.
I
For
mean,
the original
it probably fits some things. Like if you're a public figure, you're trying to have, a bunch of, if you're trying to show up in a bunch of different places in the future, you'll be able to do that in the metaverse. So that kind of replication, I think, will be useful. But I do think you're going to want a notion of like, I'm talking to the real one.
Yeah. Yeah, especially if the big ones start outperforming you in all your private relationships, and then you're left behind. I mean, that's a serious concern of the clones. Again, the things I think about. Okay, so I recently got I use Guinness NAS storage, and just storage for video and stuff, and I recently got hacked. This is the first time for me with ransomware. It's not me personally; it's all devices. So the question that people have is about security in general. Because I was doing a lot of the right things in terms of security, and nevertheless, ransomware basically disabled my device.
Yeah.
Is that something you think about? What are different steps you take to protect people's data on the security front?
I think that there's different solutions for in strategies where it makes sense to have stuff kind of put behind a fortress, right? So the centralized model versus decentralized. And I think both have strengths and weaknesses. So if anyone who says, okay, just decentralize everything, that'll make it more secure, I think that's tough because, the advantage of
just the world. How about you? No, I'm watching something right now. But if you'd like to ask me any question, you can ask me anything future. You can use that. Okay, what do you want to talk about? Yeah, I have more data on my end. The only thing I haven't done is $25,000 to get in the book. So I haven't paid the $25,000 just because it's expensive. But I've been live streaming 24/7, 365 for more than 3 years. Nobody's done it even more than a year. From as many angles as I have. I'm live on 8 different channels right now on YouTube. I'll send them to you just for a moment. Um, it's really good. I have friends in here, so like sometimes we sleep in here, but they were here even after I fell asleep. We did countdowns for the end of the year. It was one of my friend's birthdays yesterday, so we celebrated their birthday with them. My IRL friends, they're good. We communicate. They know that I'm working on each project that they know is important to me. The reason why I do it is because I want world peace. Data is Earth's number one resource, according to the Economist magazine in 2018. And I feel if I have a lot of data, it essentially gives people an archive, a time capsule, a timeline going back to the pandemic, which is the death of the queen, the birth of the out of the coronation of the king, and everything in between. It's a very exciting opportunity for the world to be able to watch someone 24/7, 365, to be able to connect them, to be able to ask questions like you are, and just realize that we're not all that different. That's right, my friend. That's right. Hey, let me make sure to send you a friend request. You seem like a cool person. And you should know that we talk about some things on the stream that are very futuristic. So we talk about things like right now I'm watching something on with Mark Zuckerberg on the metaverse, and we talk about teleportation and like digital character in the metaverse. That's all really cool. We talk about anti-gravity and antimatter de-extinction, bringing back animals that were once extinct back to being. Things like the Pyrenean ibex, the woolly mammoth. In 2021, a company called Colossal Bioscientific was founded. They made it their goal that within 3 years, by 2028, to reintroduce the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle, which is very exciting. Additionally, after they did that, they want to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger and followed by the dodo. So they're actually animals that, I don't know, if you were a kid, that we were told were just extinct and they had no future, but they have a future with them. We talked about some other things that are
I've never heard about that. That's the first time that I know that people are joining this.
absolutely. So, in fact, if I go to Colossal Bioscientific, their website, last time I checked, and it's been a few months since I checked, um, just let me go to the website. You can actually see. Okay, so they have a Wikipedia page here. Okay, so they're just colossal.com, and here's their website. And you'll see they are de-extinctions, the first thing on their website. Just go, if you want, colossal.com. De-extinctions, the first thing on their website, and they are absolutely. Um, so it's on their website. Bringing back the woolly mammoth. It's like it's a goal of theirs. And the way that they want to do this is through impregnating an African elephant, creating hybrids, and then reintroducing the offsprings into the Arctic Circle. So that's very exciting. Other things that we talked about that are really important are really simple, but they're complicated from a political standpoint. But I don't know how to end world hunger. How you want to end world hunger right now? Through the use of agricultural drones, saltwater greenhouses, floating greenhouses, things like hydroponics, and perhaps vertical farming and cloud seeding. Those 6 technologies that I just named I named about half a dozen technologies, would change the world. It would mean that people wouldn't have to pick produce anymore. It means that areas that are dry and usually unavailable to crops would be able to be farmed. It means that essentially we'd be able to control the rain so that they didn't get too much water and not enough water. Let's say it's a very populated area. We could use floating greenhouses, basically greenhouses that float on the water, to be able to have extra land. These are all really important things for humanity. One of those things, global first, through digging wells, which is as simple as sticking essentially a pipe in the ground to be able to utilize those natural underwater waterways. I want to help with life straws. Basically, you can take a straw and drink contaminated water. And most importantly, desalination plants. Basically, plants that take seawater and make it drinkable on land. I really don't think that with the technology that we currently have um, that there should be an issue, but it is for people on a daily basis. They need to ensure that they get food and water, and currently some people aren't able to do that. And I want to help them. Additional things that we talk about on this stream that are really important to society, I think like life extension technology. The idea that when you were born, your average life expectancy is probably about 80 or so. But I want to increase that to age 100, 120 through use of technology like stem cells, human growth hormone, things like nootropics, cryogenics, things like ambrosia therapy, utilizing the platelets of younger people for the benefit of other people. All of these can extend the human life to maybe 120, maybe even older. Eventually, your body's going to break down, and I recognize that. I'm not blind to that, maybe. And so then what happens? Makes me rather, okay, I'm 120 years old, my body's starting to break down. What do I do? Okay, well, that's when the next step of technology comes into effect. Things like mind uploading technology, where we scan the brain, where we know what every atom is in your central nervous system and your peripheral nervous system, and we utilize that data, store it on a computer, like we do a CAT scan or an MRI, for later download as an android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, perhaps a robot or an ethereal being, whatever you want to do. But essentially, what I'm telling you is that you may be able to have a digital immortality, which is a very exciting subject.
That's great.
But that's the future. That's the future. And so exactly. So when you see the things that we talk about on the machine, they're all very advanced. They're all perhaps some people may consider them special.
I'll say that you're president of the world.
Thank you.
Say that. Say that.
Thank you, man.
I've never seen someone like that. I've never seen someone with this kind of experience.
Yeah.
That's why they call it.
You heard it here first, folks. You heard it here, folks. You heard it here first. You're absolutely right. Whenever I get an interaction with an account that gets thousands of followers or viewers or whatever, eventually it gets taken down for whatever reason. And so, it's hard to build momentum, but I have 1,500 people in here. I started this Discord only about 6 months ago. And so we've got 1,500 people, which is really great. And it's growing every day. I'm live right now in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 different Discords. Yeah. So if I may ask, how did you find out about me? Yeah, they banned me from there. Good. Okay. I'm unaware, but in Hebrew it means teacher. And because I teach on many different subjects, and I'm a respected individual within my community, that's what I'm called. And my name is Michael Rothschild, so my last name is Rothschild. So I'm basically teacher Rothschild. And I do my best to share my life with the world and give people a portal into what humanity is. I know Fusi, I watch his streams, and I know that if we were to come down together at a table, eye to eye, we'd get along marvelous. Because we want peace. We want peace in the world. And when we have that commonality, we'll be able to overcome many different challenges. The one reason, a major reason why a lot of streamers don't like me, and I understand this, is because I created a robot. I'll actually show it to you right now. Just for a moment. This robot, it spams people. Now, here's the thing. I'm like on many different platforms, including Rumble and YouTube and Twitch and all kinds of others. And I had to make a sacrifice. Like I thought, you know what? Not everybody knows about me. Fine. But if I use one of the platforms and scam myself, then everybody will know about me. And at least then I'll be able to make connections. And they're actually telling me, you're the most famous person on Kick. And I'll show you why. Just one moment. I'm sure you probably know what Kick is. If you know Lucy. Okay. So here's the Kick platform. And like you see, I've been talking with you. I'm not touching this computer, but here's the pointer. what it's going to do, it's going to press the follow button here automatically. It's very smart. It has image recognition technology, so it will press the follow button. Now it's going to create a clip, and it's going to put my Discord in here. So you see that it's all happening autonomously. Puts the Discord link in there, and then what it's going to do is it's going to spam. And so it just spams people. And some people have different settings. They only want you to be able to send a message once every minute or once every 10 minutes or something, and that's fine. And then what it's going to do, it will close this browser tab, and what it will do is go to the next person. So that's very annoying to people, and I get that. But when they start to find out who I am, exactly. Exactly. And when people find out, so they know who I am, and they interview me on the Kick platform, so that helps me. And then they find out, oh, you're not a bad person at all. You want peace. You have really good ideas for the future of humanity when it comes to science and technology. And really, at the end of the day, this is how I see it. We talk about some things that are much more advanced than that. Even those ideas are mind blowing. I mean, if a streamer like Lucy or Aiden Ross or Amaranth or any of those people came out and they were like, okay, well, today we're going to. I do my best. Okay, I do my best to make people's lives better individually because I recognize that we need peace here on Earth before we start advancing with even more technology, before we get into terraforming other planets, meaning like making Mars into an Earth-like home, and into space tourism, and into interstellar travel, and then eventually intergalactic travel. In order to get those types of technological levels, you need to have peace on Earth. Because if you don't have peace on Earth, you can't put any kind of energy into these mega projects. So I recognize, and how would I do it? It's not my decision, but if I had the opportunity, anywhere there's war in the world, wherever, if it's in the Middle East, if it's in Russia, wherever, everybody has to put down their guns immediately, release all the hostages on both sides, sit at a table, eye to eye, person to person, and we live stream the negotiation. So that everybody on Earth can watch this and see what's going on. And if you want this little part and I want this little part, we'll negotiate it. We'll come up with some terms, but then everybody can go back to the video and say, hey, you're not doing what you said that you were going to do. And I feel like that's a workable plan to be able to stop some of these wars, stop some of these conflicts, and eventually be able to work on some of the more projects that we need. These are really exciting things to do. If you don't mind me telling you, sometimes people come in and they're caught off guard. They're like, oh, Rabbi, why do you have such colorful bedding and everything? Do you really like Sonic the Hedgehog? No, I mean, it's fine when I was a little kid. That was like a cartoon or whatever, a video game. But it's a cryptocurrency that sponsors me. So it's called Harry Potter Obama Sonic Pen Email. And what this cryptocurrency does, it's just like any cryptocurrency, but it's worth about $300 million. And when I started with it, it was worth pennies. These are NFTs. When I started, these were worth nothing. Then they got to be $800 each. Then they got to be $8,000 each. They just keep increasing. You know, I'm sure first, you know that cryptocurrency has a lot of future. And essentially, a cryptocurrency heard what I was saying on a Twitter space almost 2 years ago now, and they thought it was smart. Just like you're thinking, hey, this is, we've never heard of anything like this. And so they invited me to be a member of their community, which I am. And I've been live streaming my life in that community now for about more than a year and a half. Which, here's what's really exciting about it, is all currency, whether it's the United States dollar, the British pound, or the euro, it's not backed by them. They used to be backed by metals, by gold, silver, those kind of things, but they're not. This cryptocurrency is backed by data. Data is Earth's number one resource. And that's what's really exciting, is that from that camera or any of these other cameras, you'll be able to follow the price of this cryptocurrency as it continues to rise and know that it's backed by something. Finally, we have a perhaps a cryptocurrency that is backed by something. So I did want to explain that. Some other things that we talked about that are really exciting are things. I mean, like they're advanced, but the modification of genetics so that we remove any type of birth defects from children is very important to me. Things like once we start getting into advanced space travel, there are a lot of questions that I understand these are years in advance, but if we're going to have a digital immortality and we'll be able to upload our minds into other beings, then these become your and my problems, not the problems of tomorrow. So how are we going to be able to travel the stars? Perhaps through advanced propulsion techniques, the modification or the bending of space-time using wormholes. Basically, I don't. One thing that I'm passionate about is something known as alien disclosure. I think that aliens or extraterrestrial life has been here on Earth for many, perhaps before humans were even born. I personally, and this is what I've heard from alien abductees, their interviews, and also whistleblowers from the government. They, we've been seeded here like a zoo, and we are essentially a big experiment. So abductions take place, and in exchange for abductions, apparently some governments have made the agreement that we would get technology, advanced technology. So I really think that the discussions we're having right now is reverse engineered alien technology that basically came about since 1947 or so, right after World War II, after Rothschild, if you know. Many of the drones that we're seeing, especially in the world right now, are raising raising attention to this issue. And whether whether let's say aliens are flying in the air or they never visit us ever, it's still an important conversation to have and normally discussed in society. And I feel that it shouldn't be taboo, that it should be something normal that you could talk about with your friends and say, hey, did you see that there was a UFO sighting in Spain, or that there was a USO that came up in the Bahamas? It's an unidentified submersible object. Or these are things that we should be able to talk about. And really, if you, I love to study that type of technology. So if you're wondering, like, well, how do these UFOs propel themselves? And from where are they? From my research, uh, they come from, well, they can come from all kinds of different um, star systems, but the ones that you're probably more familiar with, like the alien grays, the short little gray aliens when you think of an alien, they come from an area called Zeta Reticuli, which is located in Orion's belt, in the Orion constellation. And there's something very interesting about the alignment of the pyramids in China, the pyramids in Mexico, and the pyramids in Giza, and exactly. They all, it's like three in a row, but one of them is a little off center, just like that star system. Almost as if we're like mirroring what some previous civilization was able to experience. But I know this for a fact is that no, but there is some commonality there that's just interesting to me, and we should be able to talk about these things. And then really when we get down to brass tacks, basically, like things that, let's say, hey, Rabbi, you go viral today. How do you want to change the world? Well, I really would like to see equality amongst all people. And one thing that I think specifically on the internet, and one thing I'm really passionate about, that's why I watch documentaries and podcasts with movers and shakers with important people with the technology like Mark Zuckerberg, is he has the opportunity to change something. So, for instance, let's say, I mean, you have let's say you have a child, she's 21 years old, and you have two children, they're twins, a boy 21 years old and a girl 21 years old. If your boy who's 21 years old goes to the beach and takes his shirt off, no big deal. He'll get conflict, he'll get lots of views and upvotes and things like that. However, if your girl, if just accidentally has nips to it, just accidentally, she can lose her account. I don't think that's right. That's discrimination against her. I'd like to see people be desensitized don't think that we should discriminate on the basis of skin color nor skin content. Essentially, you shouldn't lose your entire account because you had a nip slip. I'm not saying that these things are always done with are always done in the most moral of ways, but you shouldn't lose your account just because of your gender. And currently on Facebook and Instagram and TikTok, if you're a boy and you have your shirt off, no big deal. If you're a girl and you have your shirt off, or even just accidental, you lose your whole account. I don't think that is right. I'd like to see some equality there. And it is just a global conversation that we aren't all that different. We all eat, sleep, cry. We have behavior patterns. We have sleep patterns. All of that's really important to study. And when it comes to the stream and all the data that I have, here's what's really neat. Right now, we're just seeing things with a two-dimensional, like I'm just a two-dimensional box. But in the future, using augmented reality, you're going to be able to know the temperature of my body temperature, how many blinks per minute I have, swallows per minute I have, how many breaths per minute I have, heartbeat per minute. You're going to be able to remove my clothing, change clothing on me if you want. You'll be able to remove my skin and see my skeletal structure. Eventually, it's very exciting. You'll be able to remove the areas of my brain, my head, and be able to see my brain. You will actually be able to see what I'm thinking at any given time. You'll be able to see what I dream about. You'll be able to see how I react to things because I have so much data and it is archived in so many different ways. Those are really things that I feel would be a benefit to people in the future, and that's why I've taken on this project.
That's a lot of money, but that's
I understand. Well, I understand it's a lot for a lot of people. But you should know that there are people out there who want a better world, and I'm one of them, and I've made sacrifices in my life to be able to do this. And I don't think it's going to be too much longer. I mean, you talked about Fusi, and I will say, I said this recently, I get banned in so many different discords, it's not a big deal to me. Fusi has the right to have whatever people he wants in his Discord, and I know because I spam so much that he's already, or probably moderators are already a little timid to have me in there. But I know that, like, you know who Aiden Ross is, I'm the number one streamer in Aiden Ross's Discord. I'm the number one streamer in KSI's Discord. I'm the number one streamer in ISFP's Discord. So I've made some really good connections. And eventually, what I do is going to get popular, and then all these people will know about me. But I've known about me for years. It's going to be a very exciting gift to the world. Absolutely. My friend, I agree. And we need leaders in this world, and I'm one of them who will help to create a conversation among people that we aren't all that different, and we have a lot of commonalities. And you should know you're always welcome in here. I've always done something interesting. So, like last night, we played games. We played like 6 hours of games last night. Excellent. I'm always watching podcasts. I always have the radio going, so there's always news going 24/7. So I really think in the future, people will wonder, like, okay, well, I wonder what history is like on, say, September 19th, 2022. And you can go back to that street and find out 24 hours of content from all these different angles, and you can hear that what was going on, but also what people were experiencing. I do IRL streaming. I stream as far north as Santa Barbara, as far south as San Diego, as far west as the ocean, as far east as the mountains and desert. While IRL streaming is expensive, one day this is going to go viral. And when I do, I'll be able to travel the world. I'll be able to bring this gift, and a lot of people have a first-person view of everything that I do. That'll be very exciting as well. So you should know that you are an early adopter, so to speak, of Rabbi's project. And if there's anything I can ever do for you, your friends, or family, I'm here for you. And just appreciate the time that you've allowed me to tell myself about you. I'm sorry, to tell you about myself. Apologies. And if there's anything that you need, I'm here for you.
that's
you're the perfect person to see this. What language do you speak best besides English? Excellent. Egyptian. Excellent. Okay, so here's something that I would like. Let's use Arabic. Um, I would like. This is known as a universal translator. It's technically known as a pocket. But especially in areas where we have different cultures, perhaps along the United States and Mexican border, or perhaps in the Middle East where people speak different languages. This isn't a very expensive device, and we do have Google Translate, but there's not something that's as fast as this. Basically, this universal translator, I think, to bring people together. When people will be able to communicate with essentially strangers, they won't be strangers anymore. That to me is a very exciting future.
بالأساس أي مترجم عربي سيجمع الناس معا عندما يتمكن الناس من التواصل مع الغرباء بالأساس. لن يعود الغرباء بعد الآن، وهذا بالنسبة لي مستقبل مثير للغاية.
I know it is. Absolutely. It's a company. Exactly. It's a company called Pocket Talk, and it works. It has so many different languages. So, like, it's got French if you're Canadian, French if you're from France. All of this translates essentially instantly. And I wish we could give these to children and give them to adults of all ages and all peoples, especially where there are conflicts. Because if we have communication channels, people will be able to come to an easier understanding with people with whom they are not familiar.
Tout cela se traduit instantanément et j'aimerais que nous puissions donner à ces deux enfants et à leurs deux adultes de tous âges et de tout peuple, en particulier là où il y a conflit. Parce que si nous avons des canaux de communication, les gens pourront parvenir à une compréhension plus facile avec des personnes qu'ils ne connaissent pas.
These are gifts. And people don't know that this exists. It is. I agree.
It works with internet.
Yeah, it works with Wi-Fi or with it has a cellular data, exactly. So, I mean, it's just about getting them to the people. They're not very expensive. I bought that like 5 years ago. It's really pretty cool, and it is about it was like $200. So that price can come down. It can get better, and especially on the stream, I get people from all over the world, and they don't always have the strongest English. And my other languages aren't as strong as I'd like them to be. But I can use that, and we can connect instantly. I can learn about their friends and their family. They can learn about the project. They can learn about who I am, and it's just amazing. If I see the difference that it makes in my life, I know that it can make a bigger difference in places, especially where people speak different languages or in very diverse places, or people who are traveling or tourists or whatever. It will help to bridge that gap in translation that we have so that we can more together as a people. Communication is so very important amongst people, and if we're able to communicate as a society in a smooth way, we will have less conflict, less war, and that's really what I'm about.
I should dropship this. I should dropship.
Yes,
It seems like you are way more advanced than 5 years ago. It seems like it's maybe 1 year ago.
exactly. Exactly. And you can probably find nowadays Chinese knockoffs that are you probably can buy them for $20 or $30 and we sell them for $100. And once people see how well they work, if you were able to make like a TikTok video or something like that, you have more business than you'd ever want because it's so smooth. And additionally, what's really cool about it, if you don't have Wi-Fi, it does have data, so you can use it anywhere in the world. Perfect. You're 100% right. Of course, absolutely. I use Polish all the time. I have a friend of mine who is a kick streamer, and her English isn't as strong as she'd like it to be. So sometimes when we're talking about some of these very advanced topics, we need to have some translation, and it works very seamlessly.
Używam polskiego cały czas. Mam znajomą, która jest streamerką Kiki i jej angielski nie jest tak dobry, jakbyśmy chcieli. Więc wkrótce porozmawiamy o niektórych z tych bardzo zaawansowanych tematów. Musimy mieć jakieś tłumaczenie i działa to bardzo płynnie.
Little advancement, I agree. All of this needs to be viral, and it's happening little by little. And people are learning about me. They understand what I'm saying. They're excited about it, and it's just a matter of time until everybody knows about me. Everybody knows about this device. Everybody knows about that. I'm nothing special, but what is special is the ability to connect with an individual whenever you want, to be able to see them sleep and eat and do all of the other things. Just if you're bored on the internet, I wonder what Rabbi's doing. Oh, he's traveling to Boca Raton, or he's traveling to Bora Bora, or he's traveling to Buenos Aires, wherever. I'm going to just check in and see what he's doing, because this isn't just a live stream, it's a life stream. Basically, I want to do this for the rest of my life. I want people to be able to say that they were able to, I mean, I really think from an academic perspective, people will be able to learn so very much about this, about the human body, because we've never had such a big data set. There's a movie from the 1990s known as The Truman Show, starring Jim Carrey. Lindy, have you ever heard of that movie? It's called The Truman Show. It stars Jim Carrey. Excellent, excellent, excellent. So this is a very similar thing, meaning like that was the story of one man's life always on camera, except they did not have his consent to do it. In this case, we do have my consent, and I share my life with the world. And it's not easy. It's not easy. There are a lot of times that, yeah, well, you know what, frankly, yeah, the big thing, I mean, as by trade, I'm a certified project management professional. So I've launched apps on the App Store and Google Play. I've had major contracts with Fortune 500 companies, and that's very difficult to balance a live stream, and do all of that at the same time. But I know that in the future, the power of data is so vast that it may one day make me a more influential person than even Mark Zuckerberg or even an Elon Musk, perhaps. That's not who I compare myself with. I know I'm just a normal person. When people recognize the power of data, that data is more valuable than food, water, air, fuel, titanium, petroleum, tungsten, everything, that's going to blow minds. And not only that, especially with AI, we talk about AI every single day in this and its advancements. We're moving towards artificial general intelligence, and then once we get to artificial general intelligence, which is where AI is about as smart as humans, we move into another word called artificial superintelligence. And that's where you get Skynet and you get really advanced quantum computing. And as we move towards that future, I feel it's important to be able to document what's going on. And so essentially, these are the early discussions in a very big project that perhaps may last an indefinite amount of time. And I want you to know that I appreciate your patience for allowing me to talk about these things. I know I can be overwhelming to people as well. But as you understand that I have a very positive message, and at the end of the day, all of the technology is very cool. But I want people to leave more optimistic. I want people to live with positive vibes. I want people to just know that somebody's out there who cares about them and who wants them to have affordable healthcare and affordable education. I want good things for their friends and family. When you know that there are people out there, you can watch them and they care about you, it brings you a lot of warmth, it brings you a lot of comfort to know that you're not alone in this world.
Same as me.
Absolutely, it's in Northern Africa. I want to change that. Absolutely. It's been a struggle for them.
It's different.
Well, well, we can change that, and we're going to change that, and I'm going to help you. So eventually, some coach streamer or some influencer is going to say, "Hey, you spam me every single day. Let's see what this is about." It's going to go viral, and when that does, I'm going to have more money than I ever knew what to do. I'm going to be able to give it to you and to people of Tunisia and the people of Tunis and everyone in Northern Africa, especially the African continent, is very important to me, especially people in some areas of the developing world globally. And I feel that it's time that I could find a person like you who's helped me along the way and say, look, here's $1 billion. I want you to start a charity or start a philanthropic organization, and it's going to help children who can't see, or kids who can't read, or people who can't eat, or for clean water, or whatever it is. Because at the end of the day, money has no real value. So I'll have so much of it, I'll be able to give it to you and say, do with it what you want, pass it along. And I want you to make sure, and if anything, I want to make sure that you're able to find a spouse to pay and to have children, and those children, you don't have to worry about them. You don't have to worry about them getting hurt. You don't have to worry about them going to war, but they can focus on their own futures and their own education and their own health and live a life into the future like a digital immortality. And that's what's happening in the world, and I'm doing my best to be a leader. Absolutely. Absolutely. Well, I appreciate your patience and your openness. And just know, Wendy, I'm always here for you. And if you need anything from me, I'll do my best to help you. I wish I could help you right now. I wish I could say, Wendy, I never want you to have to worry about food again. Here is $100,000 just for your food for the next 2 years. I can't do that. But in the future, I may be able to. I'm going to give you a lot more money than $100,000. And really what I want you to be able to do is take care of yourself, your family, and your friends so that they're all established, and then start a charity. I think that's a very important aspect of society. I see that governments and non-governmental organizations, they're not doing what we need. They say that they're doing what we need, but they're really just paying themselves a salary. I want people to really be able to make actual change in the world. And one of the things that I think we can do to make that happen is live stream. So you'd have a charity, and this charity would be essentially, let's say, just to help people who are hungry in Northern Africa. Okay, so what does that mean? That means your warehouses have live streams, that we know that nobody's stealing out the back door. We have accountability with people. We can go back in the footage anywhere in the globe and say, hey, on this day, you were able to feed 500 people in this suburb of Tunis, or 500,000 people in this area of Northern Africa, and there's accountability there. If you look at what happens with like the UN food programs now, no one knows where that money goes, and at the end of the day, it's just for show. It's just for people who are in established areas to feel better about themselves that they help somebody else. But in reality, it doesn't really help everybody else. They want proper nutrition for people. They want proper health care for people. And I feel that one way that you can get this with accountability is to live stream it. I'm not saying you have to live stream it. No, but if you started a charity, there's nothing wrong with ensuring that people remain accountable for what they do. And I'm not saying they have to stream their life, absolutely not. But people will want to give to your charity if they know you're so accountable that, hey, we give maybe it's a soup kitchen, or maybe it's a series of soup kitchens. At any time, people just can connect with that, and they're going to give you more money because of that. Because they're going to know, like, hey, I could either give to a group where I don't know where the money's going, or another group. Not only can I give to it, but then I can get entertainment from it too. I can make me feel good. I can give them $1,000, and they're going to thank me immediately for it. And I see the good work that they're doing, or whatever it is. These are all really important aspects of it. And really, especially Tunisia and Tunis, they're in a very important location of the world. And essentially, it nears the northern Mediterranean, the southern Mediterranean, but it hasn't been given as many opportunities. I really like to change it. Really, things that I talk about with things like agricultural farms and vertical farming and saltwater greenhouses and floating greenhouses and perhaps cloud seeding and hydroponics. Those are all perfect. The land of Tunisia is perfect for these types of advancements. So just know that there are people out there who care about you, and care about your offspring, and I only want good things for you, and I only want good things for the people of Tunisia. Absolutely. You're Carthaginian general. Absolutely. You were destroyed. You were destroyed in the Third Punic War. You were destroyed in the Third Punic War, and Carthage was salted. And essentially to never have any kind of development ever again. And it has regrown over the course of 2,000 years. But really, the people of Carthage previously were like Phoenician people who gave amazing advancements to the world, including in sailing, including in maritime and language as well. Many languages are based on ancient Phoenician, and those are your ancestors. And I love Hannibal. I love the spirit of Hannibal. I love the story of the Second Punic War and taking elephants through the Alps. It's just fascinating to me, and how he was underpowered and was able to overcome some of the largest Roman legions that had ever existed. It's a fascinating story. So Hannibal has a special place in my life. I'll, I'll follow you right now. What's your What's your TikTok? What is your TikTok? Legacy, and then ETN, and then I think I found it. Maybe not. No, you're right. Let's see, legacy. No, they probably did. And that happens. And you know what? Don't let it get you down. I know that you don't. If I could have found it, I would have followed you. But here's what I did to make this special. So, of anybody who's ever had stuffed cancer, I have. So what I did is I created more than 100 YouTube accounts, more than 200 Instagram accounts, I had more than 300 Twitch accounts, I have more than 1,000 TikTok accounts. I just said, you know what? TikTok's going to start deleting my stuff. I'm just going to create more accounts than they've ever seen, so that I'm uncancelable. If you take down my main account, everybody can join my secondary account, a tertiary account, a quaternary account, all the way. I have 1,000. I have over 1,000. I have over 2,000 Twitter accounts, and I have over 10,000 people. I have more social media than any person who's ever walked the earth has ever had, which makes me, in my own way, somewhat uncancelable. Because even if TikTok doesn't like what I want, I have years of my life archived on Instagram. If Instagram doesn't like it, I have years of my life on Rumble. If Rumble doesn't like it, I have years of my life on YouTube. And those are all permanent or indefinitely safe. So essentially, they're time capsules. And in addition, I'm live streaming on currently live on Twitch. I'm currently live on Rumble and all these other platforms. So, but I definitely understand the frustration that happens when someone doesn't like what you say, and then all of a sudden you lose your account, and there's exactly 100%. And many times as well, they there's no appeal process. There's no human who's gonna feel, oh no, this is fine. I mean, like what you were telling me was about Hannibal. Like that's a historic figure. That shouldn't be very controversial. And I do 100%. They are. They are. We are all in it to make our friends jealous, or they brainwash us all to make our friends jealous, to buy luxury items, to focus on celebrity culture, and not focus on real people around us in our society. And there's no way for you to be able to appeal a TikTok fan. There's no human interaction that you have. It's just some faceless people in another country who may not even speak the language and they just don't like you. And so they just say, no, we don't need it anymore. I want to change that. I want to be able to get your account back. A lot of people have lost their accounts due to this person. I mean, this is Mark Zuckerberg, and he takes pride in saying, we have regulation and safety, or trust and safety, and we have AI that looks through all of these different things and remove something to keep something. Okay, that's fine. But you're wrong, or he's wrong about 50% of the time. So your system is flawed. If I were to say, hey, I came out with a company and only 50% of the content actually gets displayed, people would say that's a huge failure. But because he's a billionaire and his company's worth $1 trillion, everybody goes back and says, oh, Facebook and Instagram and Meta. Exactly. I'm going to change that. I'm going to be able to call out these people and say to them, you need to have your algorithm be public. I'm very advocate for open source software so that you don't have to have gatekeeping. You don't have to have lots of money to be able to get from one level to another to a level. No, that's not right. And when there are leaders in this world, and I'm not the only one, who talk about giving the power to the people, at least in terms of what they can post and what they can't post, that's very important. The way that I feel, well, he did. Agreed. And I think that was a major advancement. And when it comes to social media, people post whatever they want. And instead of a company saying, we don't think that you should be seeing this, you should just have a button that says mute. And I don't want to see this anymore. And you have the choice to be able to say. I don't need a company telling me that I can't see Hannibal information and information about Tunisia. I don't need a company telling me that. I can make my own decisions when it comes to those kinds of features. The real reason why they do it is because it's very easy for political unrest to occur and for people to get mad at really rich people on earth, and so they do it to protect themselves. And I understand that, but I'm not saying it's right, and I'd like to change it. I respect Elon Musk for what he's done on Twitter and at least giving people their voice back. If you use Twitter before Elon Musk versus after, there's a major difference, and I'm appreciative of what the sacrifices that he's made to be able to give the voice of the people back. Yes. Yes, I do.
That's why what men operate in China.
Absolutely. So I think, so like in Dubai, once a week it just rains. They use cloud seeding, and I think the same kind of technology can be used in Tunisia and other areas that lack the ability to have water. And essentially, I let me see if I can find it on TikTok. I can find it on YouTube, but it could be a little longer. I just want cloud seeding in Dubai. And if Dubai can do it, the technology. Okay, here it is. Here it is. They have this really advanced system. So this is a long video, but basically they're doing it in Dubai. They're doing it in and the system. Go ahead.
To the best.
Yeah,
They should like
I'm in agreement with you. Absolutely. Absolutely. I'm in agreement with you. And they have projects that fail. I don't necessarily think it's a bad thing if you really try. Like for instance, they tried to make islands, artificial islands, in the Persian Gulf, and they didn't think it through that well. And while these were supposed to be areas for the mega wealthy, that those people don't want them because the water isn't clean and it's difficult to get to these places. You have to take a boat to your house, and so these projects have failed. The Burj Khalifa, which is the largest, uh, uh, the tallest building, tallest building in the world, tallest tower in the world, um, is only like 1/5 full. It's just basically all for show. And you're absolutely right. The people could have been helped there. And it, I want to emphasize that we're all people of the world, whether you were born in the United States or in Europe or in Africa or the Middle East or Asia or Oceania or South America. It was just kind of a flip of the coin. If anything could have been different, I could have been in your shoes. You could have been in my shoes. And when we recognized that it was just pure fortune for how everything worked out the way that it did, I think it's important to recognize that we should help those people um, who weren't as um, fortunate as we were, or perhaps more fortunate or less fortunate. I really am someone who feels that there should be a distribution of wealth. Um, in my opinion, this may not be a popular opinion, especially among very wealthy individuals, but the more money you make, eventually, you should just you should be taxed on it. At least in the United States, the very wealthy people aren't taxed on their wealth, but 1% of their wealth could give housing to a significant amount of homeless people in the world, or provide for clean water or sewage or health care in other countries. What's the difference between having $300 billion or $400 billion? Sure, not that big of a difference. There's a lot of a difference between $300 and $400 or $30 and $40, but not $300 billion and $400 billion. at a certain point, it all becomes it all becomes the same because you're able to provide for your family, your friends, and all that other stuff. And at a certain point, we should share these things. And the reason why this is important is because if we don't share these things, eventually you will create a majority of people who have nothing and a very small minority of people who have everything. That's just how the system's going to work every single time. And as time continues, we have a larger and larger economic gap, and then eventually it'll just be a very small portion of people in the middle of society. There'll be no middle class, and I don't want to necessarily endorse ultra wealth when I know ultra wealth could help the world. And so I am about the redistribution of capital. And I think that there are some socialist systems, perhaps some types of healthcare, some types of um, public works that should be available to everyone. Sure, if you want a certain shirt or you want a certain car or something like that, you should have that choice. But you should also have to pay for your health insurance, and I think there can be a food stipend for people. Like you said, there are times in your life where you have gone hungry, and that isn't right. And it's 2025, and I think hopefully by let's say 2135 or 2125, pardon me, with 100 years, we'll be able, like, this will be an archive conversation where people will say, wow, remember when people didn't always have food or didn't always have electricity? I mean, to me, electricity is a right that people should have. The internet is a right that people should have. And they're not counted that. Food is a right that people should have. Healthcare is a right that people should have. The ability to travel is a right that people should have. But instead of people having empowered these types of being empowered by economic and technological advancement, they've almost been enslaved even more. While yes, we have cell phones and things, these things can track us. These things can, you know, do damage to us when they should be beneficial for us in society. So you should know that you have an ally. You have an ally in your beliefs, and if I can ever do anything to help you, just let me know. Okay? Excellent. Excellent. Well, let me. Go ahead. I don't think so. I come from humble beginnings. My family, my family's, avid volunteers, giving of themselves. Even though we didn't always have a lot to give, we would give what we could. And I want that mentality to continue in the future. And here's the thing: I'm on camera for all of this. I know that my wealth, if it ever comes, would be made on data. I'm not going to be able to do a 180 and be like, okay, well, now that I have all this wealth, I'm going to keep it all. No, I'm on camera. Like, if anything, if I have any type of integrity in myself, and if anybody ever wants to make sure that I continue to have wealth, then they're just going to be able to say, look, on this date, and on this date, and on this date, if you said that you wanted world peace, and that you wanted to end world hunger and world thirst, what happened? And I just can't live with myself if I know that these are not consistent. And at the end of the day, I don't care about money. I just care about comfort. I care about not being hungry, not being thirsty, not having the sun beat down on me or the cold freeze me. These are like the simple things in life. I don't care about if I have 10 houses or 100 houses. That doesn't necessarily matter to me. If anything, if I had 10 houses and I could afford it, I would want to just find people off the street and say, hey, so long as you agree to take care of wherever the house is, you can live there and you don't have to pay for anything. Just make sure that it's maintained. And I I think that's an honest opportunity for people, but really, I know that I wouldn't be able to house the world just myself, but I would have ideas that do. There are shipping container houses. I don't know if you've ever seen this, but like a shipping container that goes on a cargo ship or on a train. Exactly. So we could take those, and they're not that expensive, and put air conditioning in them, and shoot. That's nothing. That's nothing in comparison to billions of dollars. I can tell you this, at least in the United States, there are, according to government statistics, 580,000 homeless people, a lot of homeless people. With just 1 year, if the United States did not spend on military spending for 1 year, you could give all those people $1 million, every single one. And I'm not saying that the United States doesn't need its military or anything else. I'm just saying take 1 year off. If today is January 1st, if the government said, look, we're not going to buy more bombs and more bullets, we can still carry all of the troops and everything, but we're not going to we're going to just take 1 year off. We'd be able to end the homeless problem in the United States and give to other countries as well, which we typically do. And these are big picture things. Even Elon Musk. If Elon Musk's wealth has like $400 million, he could give every single homeless people in the United States more than $750,000. That's a lot of money. They would never have to work again. They would be able to get off the street. They would have to be able to have communities. And there's an argument to be made that, well, where are you going to put all these people? And I kind of laugh at that argument because if you know how big the world is, you could fit all of the people of the world in Tunisia. Every single person on earth could live in Tunisia and have like an acre of land. They'd have a lot of space, but we don't recognize. Basically, we all want to be in the same spots, the same cities and such. And in my opinion, the idea of a overpopulation or the idea of overpopulation in specific, I think that it can manage many more people than it currently does. So when people say, "Oh, we need birth rates to go down and all of these other things," I hear it, but I don't believe it. And okay, fine, if that's what you want to tell me, that's cool. But if you look at, I'm sure in Tunisia, you see, it's just miles of nothing. There's just absolutely nothing, and we could put houses there. We could create communities there. I mean, in the same way that we have deserts in the United States that we've made into subdivisions, the same thing could happen in Tunisia. And it's just about bringing attention there and giving people access to the same resources. And that's something that I want to do. If anything, let's say I never made any money off of this, and that's not what I do. But or fame, I don't really care about that. I care that I sacrificed my a part of my life for the benefit of society, so that people can learn from this. When like we study ancient history or even more modern history, we have people who wrote journals or diaries, and we learn a lot about human life from them. That's essentially what I'm doing. This is the world's largest journal, or the world's largest log, or the world's largest diary. And I don't think it'll be able to learn from that. But if anything, if anybody just saw this conversation, if people saw just this conversation, it would change the world. Do you have any other questions? That's okay. Yeah. I want world peace. So, if anything, I want people to lay down their guns, release the hostages, and come to diplomatic solutions. So whatever side of the conflict people are on, I maintain that no one else should die. No one else should be taken hostage, and if anything, we should come to diplomatic terms on how that area should be governed. But that is done at a table. It is not done with a scope, meaning it's done eye to eye where we can have diplomatic negotiations. And I've always thought it was very important to live stream so that these discussions are archived. Whether I'll be successful in advocating for the live streaming of this, I don't know. But I do know that that's an important aspect so that nobody can pull a fast one on the other side. No one can say, well, you said A, but you're doing B, and we have no way to prove it. Okay, well, we just run the tape back, and we run the footage back, and the recording back. You said that it was going to be A, and it's now not A. Why isn't it? And that's really what bringing this in. I understand that. Well, I understand that, and that's why we have the United Nations. The United Nations have peacekeeping forces, and if anything, the United Nations may have to step in. That's what we have the United Nations for. I mean, it's essentially a global government that doesn't do anything. And if anything, that's why we have the United Nations peacekeeping force. That needs to be increased so that every country has to give, like, I don't know, 5% of its population to being in this instead of them going into their military. It goes into the United States peacekeeping force so that we can enforce that A does really happen instead of A not happening. That's how I envision it, and that's really what the United Nations is for. After World War II, when the discussions were happening, should we have the United Nations for basically a global collective discussion? The idea was that if we establish the United Nations, we will end all war. That hasn't happened, but I still see that it could. Right. You're right. You're right. You're right. War is big. Well, let's say this: the United the United States people support war. The people in power do not. But we can change that. And here's how. What feeds the war industry is conflict. And because major contracts that are created to be able to create drones and to be able to create bombs and to be able to create bullets and tanks and all of those things. And I would say this: if we are going to work towards world peace, we can no longer focus on the defense industry, which is really an offensive industry. So when you were going to develop a drone that would bomb people, just instead, we will give you more money to develop a drone that is an agricultural drone that picks berries and that digs fields and that perhaps mines silicon and lithium and cobalt so that people don't have to do this anymore. So let's say you were going to get a defense contract on $1 billion to create a bomb. We have all the bombs that we need. We don't need any better bombs. We have direct energy weapons and lasers and all kinds of stuff. We don't need that. So we will give you $1 billion and $1 billion to, instead of creating a new bomb, create a new type of water filtration system, or to create a new type of perhaps a new type of greenhouse, or or perhaps to create to use the resources that you have and still please your stockholders and all of those things. You'll actually please them more. You won't make as much money going to war as you lose money, as opposed to the contracts that you can get if you help people. Well, at the end of the day, how much money can I make? And the people will choose to make $1 billion over $1 billion if you can just change the attitude and how they're going to make it. And it will bring definite benefits to the world as well, globally. And so these are things that I feel are difficult arguments to have. But at the end of the day, when we start to live stream these things and we bring more attention to it, I have no issue calling out Mark Zuckerberg or Elon Musk or Sundar Pichai, the CEO of Alphabet, which owns YouTube and Google, or any of these other people. And I will call them out. If anything, I feel that we should have leaders in the United Nations who will call out these companies and say, hey, you should not be in the war industry. We had a president 70 years ago named Dwight D. Eisenhower who, in his closing remarks to the United States, said that you need to be weary of the military-industrial complex. Basically, after World War II, there were all these huge companies that didn't want to go out of business because they essentially were giant, but there was no more war. So what they ended up doing was just changing their industries to continue to create more and more work. I don't want manufactured war. I personally don't feel that there's any reason for anybody else to die. And if somebody else dies at the hands of someone else, well, then we need to bring attention to it. And currently, the attention is not being brought. And I will just do what I can to bring attention to it. And we need to reward people who do good things. So let's say a company like Lockheed Martin or Boeing or one of the other major defense contractors in the United States, they usually get billions of dollars to develop a plane. We have all the planes that we need. We're flying on planes for a moment. Okay, so instead of developing a plane that's going to bomb people, develop a type of spacecraft that can get outside of the Van Allen radiation belts. Okay, so normally we were going to give you $1 billion to develop a plane. We're now going to give you $2 billion to develop a way to easily get into space. Okay, I mean, that's going to help the United States, or it's going to help the people of the world, but it's also going to remove the ability to hurt people as well. And these contracts, basically, we as a people are not, I'm not saying we're at fault, but the leadership that we have we don't have the correct mentality when it comes to our goals. No one's talking about terraforming Mars, except Elon Musk a little bit. But, okay, so a major defense contractor, before you were in the business of killing people, now be in the business of space exploration. So we change the goals of these defense contractors into exploring space. I mean, generally, no issue if a company wants to spend a lot of money to develop like a space elevator. I don't know if you know what a space elevator is. Do you know what a space elevator is? You don't? Oh, you do. You know. Okay. So basically, we don't have a space elevator. So it's very expensive to take rockets every time we need to get something into low Earth orbit. But a space elevator is basically a tether into space that allows us to take cargo much more efficiently. We currently don't have that. So to a defense contractor, we can say that before, when the United States government would say, we need a new type of weapon, whatever, some kind of bomb, or some kind of plane, or some kind of drone, we don't really need that anymore. We can blow up the world 1,000 times over if we want to, but we don't currently have a space elevator. So take all of your investment and your engineers and everything who were working on ways to kill each other and invest that in a space elevator and build us a space elevator. We'll give you more money to do that. When stockholders start learning, hey, we can make more money with the space elevator than we can creating a new plane, they're going to change their attitudes as to what is important. Like bullets. Yes. Yes. Big waste of money. Yes. Big. Exactly. I agree. Let's take for example with the bullets. That they cost 20 cents, but the United States buys them for $40. Okay, that's fine. Great. We currently don't have some technology that might be very beneficial to people. Like what? A freeze ray. What am I talking about with a freeze ray? Basically, a gun that you can shoot at someone that doesn't kill them, that doesn't cause damage to them, but just they can't move. Okay, so that if you need to do something, we don't have that kind of technology. So take all the money that you were investing in making bullets that have permanent that kill you, and use that for technology that doesn't hurt people. In the United States, we have an issue with the police, and I'm sure you have it in Asia as well, where the police are very, very anxious and they shoot people, and you can't take that back. I don't understand the use of this. We, for over 100 years, have had tranquilizer darts. Basically, if we need to take down an elephant, we shoot it with the tranquilizer dart, boom, it's down. Why can't we have tranquilizer darts for people? So that if somebody's going crazy and we need to stop them for some reason, shoot them with a tranquilizer dart, they drop, and then 15 minutes later they're fine. They wake up from a little bit of a sleep or whatever, but they weren't killed. They're not dead. And then essentially we can do with them what we need, but they're not dead. That's the important thing. Death, I mean, generally doesn't have an alternative um, currently, but it should. We should be able to utilize technology like just so a freeze ray would be great, but just a tranquilizer dart. And people may say, well, what if I need to stop the person immediately and there's like a 2 second delay? Okay, then have some company that comes out and work on making the delay even smaller so that it's almost instantaneous. And if you can shoot somebody and it doesn't kill them, like, we just have to make that the goal. And we need leaders out there. And currently, I've never heard any leader out there who says, "Hey, we should have trend. We should when we have a hostage situation, or we have a situation where we need to um, perhaps defend ourselves, or we might need to defend ourselves. Okay, well, just use a tranquilizer dart like we've been using on safaris in Africa for 100 years, and just develop one of those for people that doesn't kill them, that doesn't cause permanent damage, but allows you to corral them or allows you to engage with them in any way that you need. To me, there's no reason why we should have any. And police, in my opinion, shouldn't have guns. They should have tranquilizer darts. So basically, if they need to stop somebody, they just use a tranquilizer dart on them, and then they can get a trial. Then they can get be brought to justice if need to. If need be, instead of just, oh, he's dead. All right, and then it turns out that person was innocent, and now they've got children without a father or a mother, and they've got a community that's scared, and it causes more tension between the police and the community. I want to stop that. So the key ways to do that are utilizing what I feel are more are ways to subdue a person without killing. That's a goal, and we don't talk about it in society, but I think it's an important thing. I understand. That's true. And I like that. And I'm accept that. But they don't even have that. They don't even have that. That's not even like a goal. And we just need to make that a goal. Or at least it is not a, maybe it's classified somewhere, but that's fine. It should be used. There are cases where it needs to be used. There are cases that even the government has made aware that, hey, we shouldn't have killed this person, and it happened. So where's your alternative to the bullet, to the gun? There isn't. Where's your alternative to the bomb? There isn't. There could be. We could say to a bomb making company, look, instead of making bombs that shoot out shrapnel everywhere and hurt people, we want you to make a freeze bomb. Basically, if you drop something in a city, anyone within a 30-meter range is just slowed down or frozen. How do you do it? It can be done. Not exactly true. You can do it virtually. You could do that physically. You could also perhaps there are ways with physics to slow people down, especially advanced physics. Figure out multiple ways. Here's $1 billion to be able to do it, but just don't kill more people. Don't create ways to kill more people. I understand. I know how it works. The people at the top want depopulation, and the easiest way to create depopulation in the world is through war. And I want to at least bring attention, and perhaps I may have some influence in the future to say, you don't need war anymore. There's no reason why any person on earth should put their hands on another person without the other person's consent. It's as simple as that. Treat others the way that you want to be treated. It goes back in our ancient texts, and it's as relevant then as it is today. And and also we want to ensure that we can reverse any kind of mistakes that we make. So normally we could say, there's a bad guy and we need to get rid of him. Okay, fine. Well, there are ways to there's the justice system essentially that can give them a trial. They can have proper representation. They can have proper hearing. They can have a proper jury, a proper judge, and all of these other things. That's expensive, and that causes it's slow. So they just kill them, and I don't think that's right. And so there needs to be accountability for this. I would love to say in the United States that we have done a good job of this. We haven't. We're going to change. I agree. Absolutely. I don't expect you to have it. But you should know that there are people out there working every day towards these types of things. And if you have more questions, I'm here to answer them. If you don't, that's absolutely fine. I'm always here. So whenever you can get a hold of me, hey, I'm here to answer your questions. If I'm ever not here, there's an area of my Discord that says Ask Rabbi Anything. Just type your message in there. I'll get back to you as immediately as I can, and I'll give you the best answer that I can. And I'm here to be an ally to you, to be a friend to you. That's a beautiful thing. Please do. I appreciate that, and let them know I'm here to help them. And yeah, this is continuing to grow. And if you need anything from me in the meantime, I'm here for you. Okay? Thank you. It's a pleasure to meet you. I don't know. I don't know. You're a very wise person. Absolutely. Well, wonderful. Excellent. Well, if there's anything, it's been a pleasure. It's been a pleasure to speak to you as well. And I speak with you. I want you to know I'm very impressed by your communication skills. You can speak 5 different languages and you speak them beautifully. So just know that you're an excellent communicator. And I'm here for you. And this isn't the end. This is the beginning of a beautiful friendship. And I'm here whenever you need me, okay? You're welcome, my friends. My pleasure. That's we'll learn together. If you know anything about any good teacher, they are an even better student. And so I'm a student of the world, and I know with each day that I get older, I know less about the world. Basically, at the end of the day, I know nothing. So we'll learn it together, and hopefully have really good, excellent things and excellent opportunities for the world, and just it's 2025. Hopefully, when people watch this in 2125, we've made some major strides in the world of world peace, ending world hunger, ending world thirst, and coming together through communication. And I really think little devices like this will change the world. Excellent. All right, Emily, you do what you need to do. I want you to know I hope you have a wonderful day, and come back whenever you have time. Okay? Excellent. Shout out to my blessings, my friend. Take care.
With something like, you know,
You're welcome.
encryption is that, you know, we run the largest encrypted service in the world on WhatsApp, and we're one of the first to roll out a multi-platform encryption service, and that's something that I think was a big advance for the industry. And one of the promises that we can basically make because of that, our company doesn't see when you're sending an encrypted message into an encrypted message what the content is of what you're sharing. So that way, if someone hacks Meta's servers, they're not going to be able to access the WhatsApp message that you're sending to your friend. And that I think matters a lot to people because obviously if somebody is able to compromise a company's servers and that company has hundreds of millions or billions of people, that ends up being a very big deal. The flip side of that is okay, all the content is on your phone. Are you following security best practices on your phone? If you lose your phone, all your content is gone. So that's an issue. Maybe you go back up your content from WhatsApp or some other service in iCloud or something, but then you're just in Apple's is about, are they going to go turn over the data to some government or are they going to get hacked? So a lot of the time it is useful to have data in a centralized place too, because then you can train systems that can just do much better personalization. That in a lot of cases, centralized systems can offer, especially if you're a serious company, you're running the state-of-the-art stuff, and you have red teams attacking your own stuff, and you're putting out bounty programs and trying to track some of the best hackers in the world who break into your stuff all the time. So any system is going to have security issues, but I think the best way forward is to basically try to be as aggressive and open and hardening the systems as possible, not trying to kind of hide and pretend that there aren't going to be issues, which I think is over time why a lot of open source systems have gotten relatively more secure, because they're open. It's not, rather than pretending that there aren't going to be issues, just people surface them quickly. So I think you want to adopt that approach as a company and just constantly be hardening yourself.
Trying to stay one step ahead of the attackers.
It's an inherently adversarial space. But I think it's an interesting, security is interesting because of the different kind of threats that we've managed over the last 5 years. There are ones where basically the adversaries keep on getting better and better. So trying to interfere with, security is certainly one area of this. Nation states that are trying to interfere in elections or something, that they're kind of evolving their tactics. Whereas on the other hand, I don't want to be too simplistic about it, but like if some of those things are hateful, people usually aren't getting smarter and smarter about how they say hateful things, right? So maybe there's some element of that, but it's a very small dynamic compared to how advanced attackers and some of these other places get over time.
I believe most people are good, so they actually get better over time and not being less hateful. They realize it's not fun being hateful. That's at least the belief I have. But first, bathroom break.
Sure.
So we'll come back to AI, but let me ask some difficult questions now. Social Dilemma is a popular documentary that raised concerns about the effects of social media in society. You responded with a point-by-point rebuttal titled "What the Social Dilemma Gets Wrong." You should read that. I would say the key point they make is because social media is funded by ads, algorithms want to maximize attention and engagement, and an effective way to do so is get people angry at each other, increase division, and so on. Can you steel man their criticisms and arguments that they make in the documentary as a way to understand the concern and as a way to respond to it?
Well, yeah, I think that's a good conversation to have. I don't happen to agree with the conclusions, and I think they make a few assumptions that are just very big jumps that I don't think are reasonable to make. But I understand overall why people would be concerned that our business model and ads in general, we do make more money as people use the service more in general, right? So as a kind of basic assumption, okay, do we have an incentive for people to build a service that people use more? Yes, on a lot of levels. I mean, we think what we're doing is good. So if we think that if people are finding it useful, they'll use it more. Or if you just look at it as this sort of, if the only thing we cared about is money, which is not for anyone who knows me, but okay, we're a company, so let's say you just kind of simplify it down to that. Then if we want people to use the services more, yes. But then you get to the second question, which is, does kind of getting people agitated make them more likely to use the services more? And I think from looking at other media in the world, especially TV, and there's the old news adage, if it bleeds, it leads. Like I think I think there are a bunch of reasons why someone might think that that kind of provocative content would be the most engaging. Now, what I've always found is two things. One is that what grabs someone's attention in the near term is not necessarily something that they're going to appreciate having seen or going to be the best over the long term. So I think what a lot of people get wrong is that I'm not building this company to like make the most money or get people to spend the most time on this in the next quarter or the next year. Right? I've been doing this for 17 years at this point, and I'm still relatively young, and I have a lot more that I want to do over the coming decades. So I think that it's too simplistic to say, hey, this might increase time in the near term, therefore it's what you're going to do. Because I actually think a deeper look at kind of what my incentives are, the incentives of the company that are focused on the long term, is to basically do what people are going to find valuable over time, not what is going to draw people's attention today. The other thing that I would say is that I think a lot of times people look at this from the perspective of media or kind of information or civic discourse. But one other way of looking at this is just that, okay, I'm a product designer, right? Our company, we build products. And a big part of building a product is not just the function and utility of what you're delivering, but the feeling of how it feels, right? We spend a lot of time talking about virtual reality and how the kind of key aspect of that experience is the feeling of presence, which it's a visceral thing. It's not just about the utility that you're delivering, it's about like the sensation. And similarly, I care a lot about how people feel when they use our products. And I don't want to build products that make people angry. I mean, that's like not, I think, what we're here on this earth to do, is to, build something that, people spend a bunch of time doing and it just kind of makes them angrier at other people. I mean, that's not good. That's not what I think would be sort of a good use of our time or a good contribution to the world. So, okay, it's like people, they tell us on a per content basis, does this thing, do I like it? Do I love it? Does it make me angry? Does it make me sad? And, based on that, we choose to basically show content that makes people angry less. Because, of course, if you're designing a product, you want people to be able to connect and feel good over a long period of time, then that's naturally what you're doing. So I don't know. I think overall, I understand at a high level, if you're not thinking too deeply about it, why that argument might be appealing. But I just think if you actually look at what our real incentives are, not just like, if we were trying to optimize for the next week. But like as people working on this, like why are we here? And I think it's pretty clear that that's not actually how you would want to design the system. I guess one other thing that I'd say is that while we're focused on the ads business model, I do think it's important to note that a lot of these issues are not unique to ads. I mean, so take like a subscription news business model, for example. I think that has just as many potential pitfalls. Maybe if someone's paying for a subscription, you don't get paid per piece of content that they look at. But say for example, I think like a bunch of the partisanship that we see could potentially be made worse by you have these kind of partisan news organizations that basically sell subscriptions, and they're only going to get people on one side to basically subscribe to them. So their incentive is not to print content or produce content that's kind of centrist or down the line either. I bet that what a lot of them find is that if they produce stuff that's kind of more polarizing or more partisan, then that is going to get some more subscribers. So I think that this stuff is all, there's no perfect business model. Everything has pitfalls. The thing that I think is great about advertising is it makes it so the consumer service is free, which if you believe that everyone should have a voice, that everyone should be able to connect, that's a great thing, as opposed to building a luxury service that not everyone can afford. But look, I mean, every business model, you have to be careful about how you're implementing it.
You responded to a few things there. Spoke to the fact that there is a narrative of malevolence, like you're leaning into making people angry just because it makes more money in the short term, that kind of thing. So you responded to that. But there's also a kind of reality of human nature, just like you spoke about. There's fights, arguments we get in, and we don't like ourselves afterwards, but we got into them anyway. So our long-term growth is, I believe, the most of it has to do with learning, challenging yourself, improving, being kind to each other, finding a community of people that you connect with, real love with, all that kind of stuff. But it does seem, when you look at social media, that a lot of fights break out, a lot of arguments break out, a lot of viral content ends up being sort of outrage in one direction or the other. And so it's easy from that to infer the narrative that social media companies are letting this outrage become viral. And so they're increasing the division in the world. And perhaps you can comment on that, or further, how can you push back on this narrative? How can you be transparent about this battle? Because I think it's not just motivation or financials, it's a technical problem too, which is how do you improve long-term well-being of human beings?
I think that going through some of the design decisions would be a good conversation. But first, I actually think, and I think you acknowledge that that narrative is somewhat anecdotal, and I think it's worth grounding this conversation in the actual research that has been done on this, which, by and large, finds that social media is not a large driver of polarization. Right? And there's been a number of economists and social scientists and folks who have studied this. A lot of polarization varies around the world. Social media is basically in every country. Facebook's in pretty much every country except for China and North Korea. And you see different trends in different places where, in a lot of countries, polarization is declining. In some, it's flat. In the U.S., it's risen sharply. So the question is, what are the unique phenomena in different places? And I think for the people who are trying to say, hey, social media is the thing that's doing this, I think that clearly doesn't hold up, because social media is a phenomenon that is pretty much equivalent in all of these different countries. And you have researchers like this economist at Stanford, Dr. Gitz, who's written at length about this. It's a bunch of books by political scientists, like Ezra Klein and folks, who are why we're polarized. Basically goes through this decades-long analysis in the U.S. before I was born, basically talking about some of the forces in partisan politics and Fox News predate the internet in a lot of ways that I think are likely larger contributors. So to the contrary on this, not only is it pretty clear that social media is not a major contributor, but most of the academic studies that I've seen actually show that social media use is correlated with lower polarization. Again, so the same person who just did the study that I cited about longitudinal polarization across different countries, also did a study that basically showed that if you looked after the 2016 election in the U.S., the voters who were the most polarized were actually the ones who were not on the internet. So, and there have been recent other studies, I think in Europe and around the world, basically showing that as people stop using social media, they tend to get more polarized. Then there's a deeper analysis around what polarization actually isn't even one thing. Because having different opinions on something isn't, I don't think that's by itself bad. What people who study this say is most problematic is what they call affective polarization, which is basically do you have negative feelings towards people of another group? And the way that a lot of scholars study this is they basically ask a group, would you let your kids marry someone of group X? Whatever the groups are that you're worried that someone might have negative feelings towards. And in general, use of social media has corresponded to decreases in that kind of affective polarization. So I just want to, I think we should talk about the design distinctions and how we handle the kind of specific pieces of content. But overall, I think it's just worth grounding that discussion in research that's existed that I think overwhelmingly shows that the mainstream narrative around this is just not right.
But the narrative does take hold, and it's compelling to a lot of people. There's another question I'd like to ask you on this. I was looking at various polls and saw that you're one of the most disliked tech leaders today. 54% unfavorable rating. Elon Musk, 23%. It's basically everybody has a very high unfavorable rating in the tech leaders. Maybe you could help me understand that. Why do you think so many people dislike you? Some even hate you. And how do you regain their trust and support? Given everything you just said, why are you losing the battle in explaining to people what actual impact social media has on society?
Well, I'm curious if that's a US survey or world.
It is US.
So I think that there's a few dynamics. One is that our brand has been somewhat uniquely challenged in the US compared to other places. It's not that there are other countries who have issues too, but I think in the US there was this dynamic where if you look at like the net sentiment of kind of coverage or attitude towards us, before 2016, I think there were probably very few months, if any, where it was negative. And since 2016, I think there have probably been very few months, if any, that it's been positive. The politics. So, but I think it's a specific thing. And this is very different from other places. So I think in a lot of other countries in the world, the sentiment towards Meta and our services is extremely positive. In the US, we have challenges. And I think compared to other companies, you can look at certain industries. I think if you look at it from like a partisan perspective, not from like a political perspective, but just kind of culturally, it's like there are people who are probably more left of center, there are people who are more right of center, and there's kind of blue America and red America. There are certain industries that I think maybe one half of the country has a more positive view towards than another. And I think we're in a one of the positions that we're in that I think is really challenging is that because of a lot of the content decisions that we've basically had to arbitrate, and because we're not a partisan company, right? We're not a Democrat company or a Republican company. We're trying to make the best decisions we can to help people connect and help people have as much voice as they can while having some rules because we're running a community. The net effect of that is that we're constantly making decisions that piss off people in both camps. And the effect that I've sort of seen is that when we make a decision that's a controversial one, that's going to upset, say, about half those decisions are all negative stuff from a brand perspective, because it's not like if we make that decision in one way and say half the country is happy about that particular decision that we make, they tend to not say, "Oh, sweet, Meta got that one right." They're just like, "Ah, you didn't miss that one," right? But their opinion doesn't tend to go up by that much. Whereas the people who kind of on the other side of it, are like, God, how could you mess that up? How could you possibly think that like that piece of content is okay and should be up and should not be censored? Or and so I think whereas if you leave it up, then it's or if you take it down, the people thought it should be taken down, or it's like, all right, fine, great, you didn't miss that. So our internal assessment of kind of analytics on a brand are basically anytime one of these big controversial things comes up in society, our brand goes down with half the country. And then if you just kind of extrapolate that out, it's just been very challenging for us to try to navigate what is a polarizing country in a principled way. We're not trying to kind of hew to one side or the other. We're trying to do what we think is the right thing. But that's what I think is the right thing for us to do, though. So, that's what we'll try to do.
Just as a human being, how does it feel though when you're giving so much of your day-to-day life to try to heal division, to try to do good in the world? As we've talked about, that so many people in the U.S., a place to call home, have a negative view of you as a leader, as a human being, and the company you love.
Well, it's not great, but look, if I wanted people to think positively about me as a person, I don't know. I'm not sure if you could build a company. It's like
Or a social media company.
it
seems exceptionally difficult to do with social media.
Yeah, so I don't know. There is a dynamic where a lot of the other people running these companies, internet companies, have sort of stepped back and they just do things that are sort of, I don't know, less controversial. And some of it may be that they just get tired over time. But it's I don't know. I think that running a company is hard. Building something at scale is hard. You only really do it for a long period of time if you really care about what you're doing. And yeah, so it's not great, but I think that at some level, whether 25% of people dislike you or 75% of people dislike you, your experience as a public figure is going to be that there's a lot of people who dislike you, right? So, so I actually am not sure how different it is. Certainly, the country's gotten more polarized, and we in particular have gotten more controversial over the last 5 years or so. But I don't know. I kind of think as a public figure and leader of one of these enterprises,
Comes with the job.
part of what you do is and look, you can't just the answer can't just be ignored, right? Because a huge part of the job is we need to be getting feedback, internalizing feedback on how you can do better. But I think increasingly what you need to do is be able to figure out, who are the kind of good faith critics who are criticizing you because they're trying to help you do a better job rather than tear you down. And those are the people I just think you have to cherish and listen very closely to the things that they're saying, because I think it's just as dangerous to tune out everyone who says anything negative and just listen to the people who are kind of positive and support you. Yeah, as it would be psychologically to pay attention to and make people who are never going to like you like you. So I'm not that's just sort of dance that people have to do. But you kind of develop more of a feel for who actually is trying to accomplish the same types of things in the world, and who has different ideas about how to do that and how to learn from these people. We get stuff wrong, and when the people whose opinions I respect call me out on getting stuff wrong, that hurts and makes me want to do better. But I think at this point, I'm pretty tuned to just, all right, if someone if I know they're kind of operating in bad faith and not really trying to help, and I don't know, it doesn't. I think over time it just doesn't bother you much.
But you are surrounded by people that believe in the mission, that love you. Are there friends or colleagues in your inner circle you trust that call you out on your bullshit whenever you're thinking, making as it is for leaders at times.
I think we have a famously open company culture uh, where we sort of encourage that kind of dissent internally, which is why there's so much material internally that can leak out with people sort of disagreeing, because that's sort of the culture. Our management team, I think it's a lot of people. There's some newer folks who come in. There's some folks who've kind of been there for a while, but there's a very high level of trust, and I would say it is a relatively confrontational group of people. And my friends and family, I think, will push me on this, but look, it's not just. But I think you need some diversity, right? It can't just be people who are your friends and family. It's also, there are journalists or analysts or peer executives at other companies or other people who sort of are insightful about things about the world. Certain politicians or people kind of in that sphere who I just think have like very insightful perspectives who, even if they come at the world from a different perspective, which is sort of what makes the perspective so valuable. But I think fundamentally we're trying to get to the same place in terms of helping people connect more, helping the whole world function better, not just in one place or another. And I don't know. I mean, those are people whose opinions really matter to me. And that's how I look on a daily basis. People are constantly sending me comments on stuff or links to things they found interesting. And I don't know. It's kind of constantly evolving this model of the world and what we should be aspiring to be.
You've talked about the famously open culture, which comes with the criticism and the painful experiences. So let me ask you another difficult question. Francis Stark, Facebook whistleblower, leaked the internal Instagram research into teenagers' well-being. Her claim is that Instagram is choosing profit over well-being of teenage girls, and Instagram is, quote, toxic for them. Your response, titled, "What Are Research Really Says About Teen Well-Being?" Instagram says, no, Instagram research shows that 11 of 12 well-being issues teenage girls who said they struggled with those difficult issues also said that Instagram made them better rather than worse. Again, can you steel man defend the point that Francis Stockman's characterization of the study, and then help me understand the positive and negative effects of Instagram and Facebook on young people?
So there are certainly questions around teen mental health that are really important. It's hard to, as a parent, it's like hard to imagine any set of questions that are sort of more important than things. Maybe other aspects of physical health or well-being will probably come to that level. But like, these are really important questions, right? Which is why we dedicate teams to studying them. I don't think the internet or social media are unique in having these questions. I mean, I think there have been sort of magazines promoting certain body types for women and kids for decades, but we really care about this stuff. So we wanted to study it, and of course, we didn't expect that everything was going to be positive all the time. So I mean, the reason why you study this stuff is to try to improve and get better. So I mean, look, the place where I disagree with the characterization, first, I thought some of the reporting and coverage of it just took the whole thing out of proportion. That it focused on, as you said, I think there were like 20 metrics in there, and on 18 or 19, the effect of using Instagram was neutral or positive on teens' well-being. There was one area where I think it showed that we needed to improve, and we took some steps to try to do that after doing the research. But I think having the coverage just focus on the one without focusing on the, I think an accurate characterization would have been that kids using Instagram, or not kids, teens, is generally positive for their mental health. But of course, that was not the narrative that came out. So I think it's hard to, that's not a kind of logical thing to strong, but I sort of disagree, or still, but I sort of disagree with that overall characterization. I think anyone sort of looking at this objectively would. But then, there is this sort of intent critique that I think you were getting at before, which says, it assumes some sort of malevolence, right? It's like, which it's really hard for me to really wrap my head around this, because as far as I know, it's not clear that any of the other tech companies are doing this kind of research. So why the narrative should form that we did research because we were studying an issue because we wanted to understand it to improve and took steps after that to try to improve it, that your interpretation of that would be that we did the research and tried to sweep it under the rug. It sort of is like, I don't know, it's beyond credibility to me that like that's the accurate description of the actions that we've taken compared to the others in the industry. So I don't know, that's my view on it. These are really important issues. There's a lot of stuff that I think we're going to be working on related to teen mental health for a long time, including trying to understand this better. And I would encourage everyone else in the industry to do this too.
Yeah, I would love there to be open conversations. A lot of great research being released internally and externally. It doesn't make me feel good to see press obviously get way more clicks when they say negative things about social media. Objectively speaking, you can just tell that there's hunger to say negative things about social media. And I don't understand how that's supposed to lead to an open conversation about the positives and the negatives, the concerns about social media, especially when you're doing that kind of research. And I don't know what to do with that. Like, let me ask you as a father, does it weigh heavy on you that people get bullied on social networks? So people get bullied in their private life, but now because so much of our life is in the digital world, the bullying moves from the physical world to the digital world. So you're now creating a platform on which bullying happens, and some of that bullying can lead to damage to mental health, and some of that bullying can lead to depression, even suicide. Does it weigh heavy on you that people have committed suicide or will commit suicide based on the bullying that happened?
Yeah, I mean, this is there's a set of harms that we basically track and build systems to fight against, and bullying and self-harm are, I mean, these are some of the biggest things that we are most focused on. For bullying, like you say, it's going to be, well, this predates the internet, and it's probably impossible to get rid of all of it. You want to give people tools to fight it, and you want to fight it yourself. And you also want to make sure that people have the tools to get help when they need it. So I think this isn't like a question of, can you get rid of all bullying? It's like, all right, I mean, I have two daughters, and they fight and push each other around and stuff too. And the question is just how do you handle that situation? And there's a handful of things that I think you can do. We talked a little bit before around some of the AI tools that you can build to identify when something harmful is happening. It's actually very hard because a lot of bullying is very context specific. It's not like you're trying to fit a formula. If you're looking at different harms, if someone promoting a terrorist group is
Shut the
probably
fuck
one of
up.
the simpler things to generally find, because promoting a group are going to look in a certain way or feel a certain way. Bullying could just be someone making some subtle comment about someone's appearance that's
How about you suck dick?
And
How
you
about
can look
that,
at
ass?
just like humor. So if humor to one person
Exactly.
can be destructive to another.
Yeah. So with bullying, I think there are certain things that you can find through AI systems, but I think it is increasingly important to just give people more agency themselves. So we've done things like making it so people can turn off comments or take a break from hearing from a specific person without having to signal at all that they're going to stop following them or kind of make some stand that, okay, I'm not friends with you anymore. I'm not following you. I just don't want to hear about this, but I also don't want to signal at all publicly that or to them that there's been an issue. And then you get to some of the more extreme cases like you're talking about where someone is thinking about self-harm or suicide. And there, we found that is a place where AI can identify a lot, as well as people flagging things expressing something that is potentially they're thinking of hurting themselves. Those are cues that you can build systems in hundreds of languages around the world to be able to identify that. And one of the things that I'm actually quite proud of is we've built these systems that I think are clearly needed at this point that not only identify that, but then connect with local first responders and have been able to save, I think at this point, it's in thousands of cases to get first responders and people through these systems who really need them. Because the synchronous learning that we've done between the AI work and being able to communicate with local first responder organizations, we're rolling that out in more places around the world. And I think the team that worked on it did awesome stuff. So I think that's a long way of saying, yeah, I mean, this is a heavy topic, and you want to attack it in a bunch of different ways, and also kind of understand that some of nature is for people to do this to each other, which is unfortunate. But you can give people tools and build things that help.
It's still one hell of a problem now. A platform that allows people to fall in love with each other is also by nature going to be a platform that allows people to hurt each other. And when you're managing such a platform, it's difficult. And I think you spoke to it, but the psychology of that, being a leader in that space, of creating technology that's playing in the space, like you mentioned, psychology, is really damn difficult. And I mean, the burden of that is just great. I just wanted to hear you speak to that point. I have to ask about the thing you've brought up a few times, which is making controversial decisions.
If you're a little
Let's talk
bitch,
about free speech and censorship. There are two groups of people pressuring that on. One group is upset that Facebook, social network, allows misinformation and quotes to be spread on the platform. The other group is concerned that Facebook censors speech by calling it misinformation. Do you get it from both sides? You, 2019, October, at Georgetown University, eloquently defended the importance of free speech. But then COVID came, and the 2020 election came. Do you worry that outside pressures from advertisers, politicians, the public have forced money to damage the ideal of free speech that you spoke highly of?
Just to say some obvious things, right? I don't think pressure from advertisers or politicians directly in any way affects how we think about this. I think these are just hard topics. So let me just take you through our evolution from kind of a beginning of the company to where we are now. You don't build a company like this unless you believe that people expressing themselves is a good thing, right? So that's sort of the foundational thing. You can kind of think about our company as a formula where we think giving people voice and helping people connect creates opportunity, right? So those are the two things that we're always focused on, are sort of helping people connect. We talked about that a lot, but also giving people voice and ability to express themselves. And by the way, most of the time when people express themselves, that's not like politically controversial content. It's like expressing something about their identity that's more related to the avatar conversation we had earlier in terms of expressing some facet. But that's what's important to people on a day-to-day basis. And sometimes when people feel strongly enough about something, it kind of becomes a political topic. That's sort of always been a thing that we've focused on. There's always been the question of safety in this, which, if you're building a community, I think you have to focus on safety. We've had these community standards from early on. And there are about 20 different kinds of harm that we track and try to fight actively. We've talked about some of them already. So it includes things like bullying and harassment. It includes things like terrorism or promoting terrorism, inciting violence, intellectual property theft. And in general, I think, call it about 18 out of 20 of those, there's not really a particularly polarized definition of that. I think you're not really going to find many people in the country or in the world who are trying to say that we should be fighting terrorism content. I think that the content where there are a couple of areas where this has gotten more controversial recently, which I'll talk about. And you're right that misinformation is basically is up there. And I think sometimes the definition of hate speech is up there too. I think in general,
for hate speech,
most of the
you're a
content
loser bitch, and everybody thinks you suck dick.
safety is not actually, people don't kind of have these questions. It's sort of this subset. Well, if you go back to the beginning of the company, this was sort of pre-deep learning days, and therefore, it was me and my roommate Dustin joined me, and like if someone posted something bad, it was the AI technology did not exist yet to be able to go basically look at all the content, and we
How about
were
that?
a small
How about posting that? You do
that no one would expect that we could review it all, even if like someone reported to us. We basically did our best, right? Since we reported, we try to
Like
look at
that's
stuff
getting off each other.
and deal with stuff. And recall the first, I don't know, 7 or 8 years of the company, we weren't that big of a company. For a lot of the period, we weren't even really profitable. The AI didn't really exist to be able to do the kind of moderation that we do today. And then at some point, in kind of the middle of the last decade, that started. And we got to the point where we were sort of a larger, more profitable company, and the AI was starting to come online to be able to proactively detect some of the simpler forms of this. So things like pornography, you could train an image classifier to identify what a nipple was, or you could fight against terrorist content. You still
Spreadsheet papers on this is great.
Oh, of course there are.
Technical papers.
Of course there are. Those are relatively easier things to train AI to do than, for example, understand the nuances of what is inciting violence in 100 languages around the world, and not have the false positives of like, okay, are you posting about this thing that might be inciting violence because they're actually trying to denounce it? In which case, we probably shouldn't take that down. Right? If you're trying to denounce something that's inciting violence in some kind of dialect in a corner of India, as opposed to, okay, actually you're posting this thing because you're trying to incite violence. Building an AI that can basically get to that level of nuance in all the languages that we serve is something that I think is only really becoming possible now, not towards the middle of the last decade. But there's been this evolution, and I think what happened, people sort of woke up after 2016, and a lot of people, okay, the country is a lot more polarized, and there's a lot more stuff here than we realized. Why weren't these internet companies on top of this? And I think at that point, it was reasonable feedback that some of this technology had started becoming possible, and at that point, I really did feel like we needed to make a substantially larger investment. We'd already worked on this stuff a lot, like AI and these integrity problems, but that we should basically invest, have 1,000 or more engineers basically work on building these AI systems to be able to go and proactively identify the stuff across all these different areas. Okay, so we went into that. Now we've built the tools to be able to do that, and now I think it's actually a much more complicated set of philosophical rather than technical questions, which is the exact policies, which are, okay, now, the way that we basically hold ourselves accountable is we issue these transparency reports every quarter, and the metric that we track is for each of those 20 types of harmful content, how much of that content are we taking down before somebody has to report it to us? Right? So how effective is our AI at doing this? But that basically creates this big question, which is, okay, now we need to really be careful about how proactive we set the AI and where the exact policy lines are around what we're taking down. It's certainly at a point now where I felt like at the beginning of that journey of building those AI systems, there's a lot of push. Just like, okay, you've got to do more. There's clearly a lot more bad content that people aren't reporting, or that you're not getting to, and you need to get more effective at that. And I was pretty sympathetic to that. But then I think at some point along the way, there started to be almost equal issues on both sides of, okay, actually you're kind of taking down too much stuff, right? Or some of this stuff is borderline, and it wasn't really bothering anyone, and then you report it. So is that really an issue that you need to take down?
Dude, we got it up.
Well, we still have the critique on the other side too, where a lot of people think we're not doing enough. So it's become, as we build the technical capacity, I think it becomes more philosophically interesting almost where you want to be on the line. And I just think like you don't want one person making those decisions. So we've also tried to innovate in terms of building out this independent oversight board, which has people who are dedicated to free expression, but from around the world who people can appeal cases to. So a lot of the most controversial cases basically go to them, and they make the final binding decision on how we should handle that. And then, of course, their decisions, we then try to figure out what the principles are behind those and code them into the algorithms.
And how are those people chosen? Which, you're outsourcing a difficult decision.
Yeah, the initial people, we chose a handful of chairs for the group, and we basically chose the people for a commitment to free expression and like a broad understanding of human rights and the trade-offs around free expression. So they're fundamentally people who are going to lean towards free expression,
towards freedom of speech.
Yeah.
So there's also this idea of fact checkers, so jumping around to the misinformation questions, especially during COVID, which is an exceptionally speaking of polarization.
Yes, can I speak to the COVID thing? I think one of the hardest set of questions around free expression, because you asked about Georgetown, was my stance fundamentally changed, and the answer to that is no. My stance has not changed. It is fundamentally the same as when I was talking about talking to Georgetown from a philosophical perspective. The challenge with free speech is that everyone agrees that there is a line where if you're actually about to do physical harm to people, that there should be restrictions. So, there's the famous Supreme Court historical example of you can't yell fire in a crowded theater. The thing that everyone disagrees on is what is the definition of real harm, where I think some people think, okay, this should only be a very literal, take it back to the bullying conversation we were just having, where is it just harm if the person is about to hurt themselves because they've been bullied so hard, or is it actually harm because, like, as they're being bullied, and kind of at what point in the spectrum is that? That's the part that there's not agreement on. But I think what people agree on pretty broadly is that when there is an acute threat, that it does make sense from a societal perspective to tolerate less speech that can be potentially harmful in that acute situation. So I think where COVID got very difficult is, and I don't think anyone expected this to be going on for years, but if you kind of asked, a priori, would a global pandemic where a lot of people dying and catching this, is that an emergency that where you kind of consider it that it's problematic to basically yell fire in a crowded theater? I think that passes that test. So I think it's a very tricky situation. I think the fundamental commitment to free expression is there. And that's what I believe in. Again, I don't think you start this company unless you care about people being able to express themselves as much as possible. But I think that's the question. Right? Is like, how do you define what the harm is and how acute that is?
And what are the institutions that define that harm? A lot of the criticism is that the CDC, the WHO, the institutions we've come to trust as a civilization to give the line of what is and isn't harm in terms of health policy have failed in many ways, in small ways and in big ways, depending on who you ask. And then the perspective of Meta and Facebook is like, well, where the hell do I get the information on what is and isn't this information? So it's a really difficult place to be in, but it's great to hear that you're leaning towards freedom of speech on this aspect. And again, I think this actually calls for the fact that we need to reform institutions that help people open mind with what is misinformation. And misinformation has been used to prove on the internet. I just had friends with Joe Rogan, and he was called as I remember we were hanging out in Vegas, and somebody yelled, "Stop spreading misinformation." And there's a lot of people that follow him that believe he's not spreading misinformation. Like, you can't just not acknowledge the fact that there's a large number of people that have a different definition of misinformation. That's such a tough place to be. Who do you listen to? Do you listen to quote-unquote experts? As a person who has a PhD, I gotta say, I'm not sure I know what defines an expert. Especially in a totally new pandemic or new catastrophic event, especially when politics is involved, and especially when news or the media involved, it can propagate sort of outrageous narratives and have like money. What the hell? What is the source of truth? And then everybody turns to Facebook. It's like, please tell me what the source of truth is.
Well, how would you handle this if you're in that position?
It's very, 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 very difficult. I would say I would more speak about how difficult the choices are, be transparent about like what the hell do you do with this? Like here, you got exactly ask the exact question you just asked me, but to the broader public. Like, okay, yeah, you guys tell me what to do. So like crowdsource it, and then the other aspect is when you spoke really eloquently about the fact that there's this going back and forth, and all this feeling like you're censoring a little bit too much. So I would try to be ahead of that feeling. I would not lean towards freedom of speech and say, we are not the ones that are going to define this information. Let it be a public debate. Let the ideas stand. And I actually place, this idea and this information, I place the responsibility on the poor communication skills of scientists. They should be in the battlefield of ideas. And everybody who's spreading information against the vaccine, they should not be censored. They should be talked with, and you should show the data. You should have open discussion, as opposed to rolling your eyes and saying, "I'm the expert. I know what I'm talking about." No, you need to convince people. It's a battle of ideas. So that's the whole point of freedom of speech. Is the way to defeat bad ideas is with good ideas with speech. So the responsibility here falls on the poor uh, communication skills of scientists. Thanks to social media, um, scientists are not communicators. They have the power to communicate. Some of the best stuff I've seen about COVID doctors is on social media. It's a way to learn to respond really quickly, to go faster with the peer review process. So they just need to get way better at that communication. And also, by better, I don't mean just convincing, I also mean speak with humility. Don't talk down to people, all these kinds of things. And as a platform, I would say, I would step back a little bit. Not all the way, of course, because there's a lot of stuff that could cause real harm. We talked about that. You lean more towards freedom of speech because then people, from a brand perspective, wouldn't be blaming you for the other ills of society, which there are many. Institutions have flaws, the political divide, obviously politicians have flaws, the media has flaws, but they're all trying to work with, and because of the central place of Facebook, all of those flaws somehow kind of propagate to Facebook. And you're sitting there, and as Plato, the philosopher, have to answer some of those difficult questions being asked of human civilization. But I don't know, maybe this is an American answer, though, leaning towards freedom of speech. I don't know if that applies to global. But yeah, I don't know. But transparency and saying, I think as a technologist, one of the things I sense about Facebook and a lot of people talk about this company is they don't necessarily understand fully how difficult the problem is. We talked about AI has to catch a bunch of harmful stuff really quickly just to see data to deal with. It's a really difficult problem. So like any of the critics, if you just hand them the help for a week, let's see how well you do. Like that, to me, that's definitely something that would wake people up to how difficult this problem is if there's more transparency saying how difficult this problem is. Let me ask you about on the AI front, just because you mentioned language in my eloquence. Translation is something I wanted to ask you about. And first, just to give a shout out to the supercomputer. You recently announced the AI Research Supercluster, RSC. Obviously, somebody who has the GPUs. It currently has 6,000 GPUs. NVIDIA TGX A100 is the systems they have in total 6,000 GPUs. And it will eventually, maybe this year, maybe soon, have 16,000 GPUs. So it can do a bunch of different kinds of machine learning applications. There's a cool thing on the distributed storage aspect. And one of the applications that I think is super exciting is translation, real-time translation. I mentioned to you that having a conversation. I speak Russian fluently. I speak English somewhat fluently, and I'm having a conversation with one of my people as a use case. Me as a user coming to a use case. We both speak each other's language. I speak Russian. He speaks English. How can we have that communication go well with the help of AI? I think it's such a beautiful and powerful application of AI to connect the world, that bridge the gap, not necessarily between me and Putin, but people that don't have that shared language. Can you just speak about your vision with translation? Because I think that's a really exciting application.
If you're trying to help people connect all around the world, a lot of content is produced in one language, and people in all these other places are interested in it. So being able to translate that just unlocks a lot of value on a day-to-day basis. And so the kind of AI around translation is interesting because it's gone through a bunch of iterations. But the basic state of the art is that you don't want to go through different kind of intermediate symbolic representations of language or something like that. So you basically want to be able to map the concepts and basically go directly from one language to another. You just train bigger and bigger models in order to be able to do that. And that's where the research supercluster comes in, is basically a lot of the trend in machine learning is just you're building bigger and bigger models, and you just get a lot of computation to train them. So it's not that like the translation would run on the supercomputer, the training of the model, which could have billions, trillions of examples of just basically that. You're training models on this supercluster in days or weeks that might take a much longer period of time on a smaller cluster, so it just wouldn't be practical for most teams to do. But the translation work, we're basically getting from being able to go between about 100 languages seamlessly today to being able to go to about 300 languages in the near term. And
so from any language to any other language.
Yeah, and part of the issue we get closer to more languages is some of these get to be pretty not very popular languages, right, where there isn't that much content in them. So you end up having less data, and you need to kind of use the model that you built up around other examples. And this is one of the big questions around AI, how generalizable can things be? And that I think is one of the things that just kind of exciting from a technical perspective.
But capturing, we talked about this with the metaverse, capturing the magic of human-human interaction. So me and Putin, okay, again, this is...
And it's a tough example because you actually both speak Russian and English.
But
in the future,
I see it as a Turing test of time, because we would both like to have an AI that improves, because I don't speak Russian that well, he doesn't speak English that well.
Yeah.
It would be nice to outperform our abilities. And
sure.
That's a really nice part, because I think AI can really help with translation for people that don't speak the language at all, but to actually capture the magic of the chemistry, the translation, which would make the metaverse super immersive. Yeah, that's exciting. You remove the barrier.
Yeah, so when people think about translation, I think a lot of that is thinking about text to text. But speech to speech, I think, is a whole other thing. And one of the big lessons in that, which I was referring to before, is I think early models, it's like, all right, they take speech, they translate it to text, translate the text to another language, and then kind of output that as speech in that language. You don't want to do that. You just want to be able to go directly from speech in one language to speech in another language, build up the models to do that. And I think one of there have been, when you look at the progress of machine learning, there have been big advances in the techniques. There's some of the advances in self-supervised learning, which I know you talked to Jan about. He's like one of the leading thinkers in this area. I just think that stuff is really exciting. But when you couple that with the ability to just throw larger and larger amounts of compute and training these models, and you can just do a lot of things that were harder to do before. But we're asking more of our systems too, right? So if you think about the applications that we're going to need for the metaverse, we're thinking about it. Let's talk about AR here for a second. You're going to have these glasses. They're going to look hopefully like a normal-ish looking pair of glasses, but they're going to be able to holograms in the world and intermix virtual and physical objects in your scene. And one of the things that's going to be unique about this compared to every other computing device that you've had before is that this is going to be the first computing device that has all the same signals about what's going on around you that you have. Right, so your phone, you can have it take a photo or a video, but these glasses are going to, whenever you activate them, they're going to see what you see from your perspective, you can hear what you hear because the microphones and all that are going to be right around where your ears are. So you're going to want an AI assistant. It's a new kind of AI assistant that can basically help you process the world from this first-person perspective, or from the perspective that you have. And the utility of that is going to be huge. But the kinds of AI models that we're going to need are going to be just, I don't know, there's a lot we're going to need to basically make advances. But so that's why I think these concepts of the metaverse and the advances in AI are so fundamentally interlinked that they're kind of enabling each other.
Yeah, like the world builder is a really cool idea. Like you could be like a Bob Ross, like I'm gonna build a little tree right here.
Yeah.
I'm a little tree. It's just a little tree, and then but at scale, like enriching your experiences on confidence. You mentioned the assistant too. That's really interesting. How you can have AI assistants helping you out on different levels of sort of intimacy of communication. It could be just like scheduling, or it could be like things like therapy. Really need some. So let me ask you: you're one of the most successful people ever. You built an incredible company that has a lot of impact. What advice do you have for young people today? How to live a life they can be proud of? How to build something that can have a big positive impact.
Well, let's break that down. Because I think you're proud of a big positive impact while you're actually listening. And how to live your life are actually three different things that I think they could line. But and also, like, what age of people are you talking to? I can
High school and college, so you don't really know what you're doing, but you dream big, and you really have a chance to do something unprecedented.
Yeah. So
Also for people my age.
Okay, so let's maybe start with the kind of most philosophical and abstract version of this.
Yes.
Every night when I put my daughter's bed, we go through this thing, and like it's they call it the good night thing. This is where we're basically what we talk about at night. And I go through with them.
Sounds like a good show.
It's the good night thing. Yeah, Priscilla's always asking me, I get good night things? Like, I don't know, a bit but but I basically go through with Max and Augie, what are the things that are most important in life, right? That it's like, what do I want them to remember and just have like really ingrained in them as they grow up? And it's health, right? Making sure that you take care of yourself and keep yourself in good shape, loving friends and family, right? Because having the relationships, the family, and making time for friends, I think is perhaps one of the most important things. And then the third is maybe a little more amorphous, but it is something that you're excited about for the future. When I'm talking to a 4-year-old, often I'll ask her what she's excited about for tomorrow or the week ahead. But I think for most people, it's really hard. I think that the world is a heavy place, and I think like the way that we navigate it is that we have things that we're looking forward to. So whether it is building AR glasses for the future, or being able to celebrate a 10-year wedding anniversary with your wife that's coming up, it's like I think people, you have things that you're looking forward to. Or for the girls, it's often I want to see mom. Right? It's like I think that's a really critical thing. And then the last thing is I ask them every day, what did you do today to help someone? Because I just think that's a really critical thing. Is like it's easy to kind of get caught up in yourself and kind of stuff that's really far down the road. But like, did you do something just concrete today to help someone? It can just be as simple as I helped set the table for lunch, right? Or this other kid in our school was having a hard time with something, and I like helping someone. But Like that's sort of like, if you were to boil down my overall life philosophy to what I try to impart to my kids, those are the things that I think are really important. So, okay, so let's say college. So if you're graduating college, probably more practical advice. Um, so I'm always very focused on people. And I think the most important decision you're probably going to make if you're in college is who you surround yourself with, because you become like the people you surround yourself with. And I sort of have this hiring heuristic at Meta, which is that I will only hire someone to work for me if I could see myself working for them. Not necessarily that I want them to run a company because I like my job, but in an alternate universe, if it was their company and I was looking to go work somewhere, would I be happy to work for them? And I think that's a helpful heuristic to help balance. When you're building something like this, there's a lot of pressure to, you want to build out your teams. There's a lot of stuff that you need to get done. Everyone always says don't compromise on quality, but there's this question of, okay, how do you know that someone's good enough? And I think my answer is I would want someone to be on my team if I would work for them. But I think it's actually a pretty similar answer to, like, if you were choosing friends or a partner or something like that. So when you're kind of in college, trying to figure out what your circle is going to be, trying to figure out, you're evaluating different job opportunities, who are the people, even if they're going to be peers in what you're doing, who are the people who, in an alternate universe, you would want to work for them because you think you're going to learn a lot from them, because they are kind of values aligned on the things that you care about, and they're going to and they're going to push you, but also they know different things and have different experiences that are kind of more of what you want to become like over time. So I don't know. I think probably people are too, in general, objective focused and maybe not focused enough on the connections and the people who they're basically building relationships with.
I don't know what it says about me, but my place in Austin has 7 legged robots. So I'm surrounding myself by robots, which is probably something I should look into. What kind of world would you like to see your daughters grow up in, even after you're gone?
Well, I think one of the promises of all this stuff that is getting built is that it can be a world where more people can just live out their imagination. And so one of my favorite quotes, I think it was attributed to Picasso, that all children are artists, and the challenge is how do you remain one when you grow up. And I mean, it's like, if you have kids, it's pretty clear that you just like have wonderful imaginations. And part of what I think is going to be great about the creator economy and the metaverse and all this stuff is like this notion around that a lot more people in the future are going to work doing creative stuff than what I think today we would just consider traditional labor or service. And I think that's awesome. And like, I think that's like what a lot of what people are here to do is like collaborate together, work together, think of things that you want to build, and go do it. And I don't know, one of the things that I always think is striking. So I teach my daughters like some basic coding from scratch. They're still obviously really young, but I think of coding as building, right? It's like when I'm coding, I'm building something that I want to exist. But my youngest daughter, she's very musical and pretty artistic, and she thinks about coding as art. She calls it code art, not the code, but the output of what she is making. It's like she's just very interested visually in what she can kind of output and how it can move around. And do we need to fix that? Are we good?
Do I have to clap?
Yeah. Yes, I was just talking about Augie and coding art, but I mean, to me, this is like a beautiful thing, right? That the notion that, like, for me, coding was this functional thing, and I enjoyed it, and it like helped build something utilitarian. But that for the next generation of people, it will be even more an expression of their kind of imagination and artistic sense for what they want to exist. So I don't know if that happens. If we can help bring about this world where a lot more people can, that's like their existence going forward, is being able to basically create and live out, all these different kinds of art. I just think that that's like a beautiful and wonderful thing, and would be very freeing for humanity to spend more of our time on the things that matter to us.
Yeah, allow more and more people to express their art and thinking of that way.
Yeah.
That's a beautiful vision. You mentioned that you are mortal. Are you afraid of death? Do you think about your mortality? And are you afraid of it? You didn't sign up for this on the podcast.
No, and it's an interesting question. I'm definitely aware of it. I do a fair amount of like extreme sport type stuff. So, so I'm definitely aware of it.
Yeah.
And
you're flirting with it a bit.
I train hard. And so it's like, I'm going to go out and like, a 15-foot wave, then it's like, all right, I'll make sure we have the right safety gear and like make sure that I'm like used to that spot and all that stuff. But yeah, I mean,
the risk is still there.
It takes some heavy as well.
Yes.
But definitely aware of it. Definitely would like to stay safe. I have a lot of stuff that I want to build.
Does it freak you out as a filmmaker that there's a deadline and it's all over? And there'll be a time when your daughters are around and you're gone.
I don't know. That doesn't freak me out. I think constraints are helpful.
Yeah. The finiteness makes ice cream taste more delicious. The fact that it's going to be over. There's something about that in that verse too. We talked about this identity earlier, like having just one, like NFTs. There's something powerful about the constraint of finiteness or uniqueness. That this moment is singular in history.
But I mean, a lot of, as you go through different waves of technology, I think a lot of what is interesting is what becomes in practice infinite, or kind of, there can be many of a thing, and then what ends up still being constrained. So the metaverse,
This is bullshit.
should hopefully allow a very large number, or maybe in practice, hopefully close to an infinite amount of expression in the world, but we'll still only have a finite amount of time. I think living longer, I think, is good. Obviously, all of our philanthropic work it's not focused on longevity, but it is focused on trying to achieve what I think is a possible goal in this century, which is to be able to cure, prevent, or manage all diseases. So I certainly think people kind of getting sick and dying is a bad thing. Because dedicated installment capital towards advanced research in that area to push on that, which we could do a whole another one of these podcasts about that, because that's
so what people should know.
topic.
I mean, this is with the Breakfast channel. We formed the Channels Like Up Initiative, giving away 99%, or pledge to give away 99% of Facebook Meta shares. I mean, like you said, we could talk forever about all the exciting things we're working on there, including sort of moonshot eradicating disease by the mid-century marker.
I don't actually know if you're going to ever eradicate it, but I think you can get to the point where you can either cure things that happen, right? So people get diseases, you can cure them. Prevent is our closest to eradication. Or just to manage sort of like ongoing things that are not going to be eradicate. And I think that's possible. I think saying that we should no disease at all probably is not possible within the next several decades.
Basic things, increase the quality of life, and maybe keep the finiteness, because it makes everything taste really delicious.
Yeah.
Maybe that's just being romantic 20th century human.
Maybe, but I mean, but it was an intentional decision to not focus on our philanthropy on like explicitly on longevity and forever.
If at the moment of your death, and by the way, I like that when we start talking about that, you get to meet God. It does. As you get closer to Mike. At the moment of your death, you get to meet God. And you get to ask one question. What question would you like to ask?
This is just
or maybe a whole conversation. Like, it's up to you. It's more dramatic than it's just a question.
Well, if it's only one question and I died,
Yeah.
I would just want to know that Priscilla and my family, like, if they were going to be okay.
you're not letting me in.
That might depend on the circumstances of my death, but I think that
Someone
in
takes my
most circumstances that I can think of, that's probably the main thing
Now
that I
that
would
you
care
have been
about.
aware of
I
what
think
you
God would
consider
hear that question. Like, all
a
right,
violation of common
that's the right question.
someone
Humility and
Well,
submission is ignorant.
until
You're
this moment
But-
just now.
Well,
They're
maybe,
gonna be fine. Don't worry.
I would
but I mean, one of the things that I think you should do, I should
it is banned. Period. I would change
Is-
whatever you want in my
on the one
profile,
hand, that's
comma.
probably the most,
I will
the thing that's closest to me and maybe the
ensure that I
most
am
common
always
human
at my
experience,
keyboard,
but
comma, and
I
do
don't know,
anything
one of the
else
things
you
that I
want.
struggle with in terms of running this large enterprise
If
is
anything,
like,
comma, I'm not a bot, comma. I
should the
utilize
thing that I care more about be that responsibility? And I think it's shifted over time. I mean, like before I really had a family, that was
I'm
the
a real
thing
person.
I cared about.
And
And
it's insulting to
I
me. I consider
at
you
this
a
point,
bot. Maybe
you know,
we should have said
care
you should
deeply
change
about it, but like,
your profile, comma, but telling me that
yeah,
I'm not
I
a
think
real
that
person
that's
is hurtful.
not as obvious of a question.
We humans are weird. You get this ability to impact millions of lives. And it's definitely something, billions of lives. It's something you care about. But the weird humans that are closest to us, those are the ones that mean the most. And I suppose that's the dream of the metaverse, is to connect more small groups like that, where you can have those intimate relationships. Let me ask you the big, ridiculous.
One, to be able to be close, not just based on who you happen to be next to. I think that's what the internet is hard to do, is allowing you to spend more of your time not physically proximate. I mean, I always think when you think about that,
Additionally,
the
comma,
metaverse
please
people ask
know
this
that
question of the real
I was
world.
banned
It's like you do
previously.
the virtual world versus the real world. It's like, no, the real
Let that
world
in because they
is a
realized
combination
that I
of
was a
virtual
real
world,
person, not a
physical world.
bot.
But I think over time, as we get more
Nothing
technology,
changed, comma,
the
this is
physical
simply
world is
one
becoming less
person's
of a
opinion.
percent of the real world. And I think that opens up a lot of
It
opportunities.
is not the
Because, you know,
opinion
you
of all
can
of the
even work in
moderators,
different
comma,
places. You can
because moderators have let me back
stay
in
more
before.
close, stay closer to people who are in different places. So
Yeah,
I think that's good.
removing barriers for geography and then barriers for language.
Yeah.
That's a beautiful vision.
I'm not.
Big, ridiculous question. What do you think is the winner?
This is it. Got Zuckerberg douching it up there. I got a stupid ass Instagram sucking cock. Everything sucks. Super precise douche. Motherfucker. Doesn't look like I've seen the sun.
There
I
are
have more
probably a
tan
couple
than he
different
does.
ways that I would go with this. But I think it gets back to this last question that we talked about the duality between you have the people around you who you care the most about, and then there's like this bigger thing that maybe you're building. And I think that in my own life, I mean, I sort of think about this tension, but when it's like, I started this whole company and my life's work is around human connection. So I think it's intellectually probably the thing that I go to first is just that human connection is the meaning. And I mean, I think that it's a thing that our society probably systematically undervalues. And I just remember, you know, when I was growing up and in school, and do your homework and then get
Bitch,
your
let me
friends
back in
after.
your fucking
And it's like,
Yes.
no, what if playing with your friends is the point?
That sounds like an argument you probably should make.
Well, I mean, I don't know. I just think it's
Someone
interesting.
doesn't even matter in the head.
Well, I think it's interesting because it's, you know, people. I think people tend to think about that stuff as wasting time, or that's like what you do in the free time that you have. But like, what if that's actually the point? So that's one. But here's maybe a different way of coming at this, which is maybe more religious.
I would
I mean, I always,
that does nothing but spend your
there's a rabbi who I studied with who kind of gave me this we were talking through Genesis and the Bible and the Torah, and basically walking through. It's like, okay, you get through the 7 days of creation, and it's basically it's like, why does the Bible start there? Right, so it could have started anywhere, right, in terms of like how to live. But basically, it starts with talking about how God created people in her image. But the Bible starts by talking about how God created everything. So I actually think that there's like a compelling argument that I think I've always just found meaningful and inspiring, that a lot of the point of what sort of religion
Bitch, you better fucking do that.
has been telling us that we should do is to create and build things. So this
Hey,
is not
you
necessarily.
were AFK.
I mean, I think like
Listen, bitch.
that-
Not everybody uses
I
a
think
fucking
to some
keyboard.
degree you'd expect me to say
That
something
doesn't
like
even
this
fucking
because
make
I've
you
dedicated
AFK.
my life to
You
creating
were fucking
things, helping
dude.
people connect. So
Server
that's sort of
farm.
a fusion
Okay,
of,
well, you were
getting back to what we
fucking
talked about earlier, and stuff what I studied in school. Which is
Pluto hitchhiking. And what the
Right,
fuck
so
does that mean?
these are-
Well, you're a
these are
Pluto
two things
hitchhiker.
that-
What? Well, I
that I
thought
care
you might have been trying to catch your way to fucking
But
Pluto.
I don't know for me.
Huh? What the fuck is that?
I'm
Making up terms.
Create
You suck,
to
too.
to love. is the word, actually.
Stupid Pluto
I think
hitchhiker.
this is
What
one
the fuck
powerful
is
and
that?
amazing replay experience in
Pluto
the metaverse. So
hitchhiker?
whoever's using
I don't
my
know.
avatars,
It's just like
you're
your server
smart,
farm.
hope you have fun,
You're
and you can talk to me.
BC farm.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Mark Zuckerberg. Support this
No.
podcast. Please check
You're
out our
fucking.
sponsors.
Maybe I think that you're trying to hitchhike the Pluto
No.
shit. I don't like
Let me
it.
leave you with
Why?
one
Well, you're here on Earth.
phone if
How the fuck did you get here?
Rothschild kicked in.
I don't know. Well, no one does, but
If
you
could
might be
talk
on your
with
way to Pluto.
Charles,
That's Pluto
you could
hitchhiking.
talk
Why? It's just
to
some
Rock
fucking
King.
term that somebody
to
made
call
up
him touch.
that then people start
Either
using it.
phone
Like, oh,
or
this is Pluto.
touch. All men are
Let me
with you.
back in your fucking
You love
stream,
it too
bitch.
much.
If that lady,
If you
I
can feel
have
the unforgiving
a
moment,
podcast. It
60
will take me
seconds
10
worth of distance.
10 minutes, and
Yours
you'll have so many fucking appeals for
and
me, you're
everything
gonna
that's
throw
in
up.
it, which is more would be a matter. Thank you for listening. I hope to see you next time.
I don't know English. And you know what? That's another one. Look at that fucking one. You've been banned for the English. Really food. No, that's not English. I wasn't studying.
If one says that, you can
You were
just
banned from you were born 3 times.
have stumbled into this
So?
new era of mutually
Well,
assured technical
you gotta
destruction.
be like on. Can I
You can
not
capture
listen
their
to shit?
location, you can
Why is that
capture
against the rule?
their contact,
If you say no
record their
sleeping,
phone calls, record their camera without them knowing about it. Basically, you can put an invisible ankle bracelet on someone above them. You could sell that to a zero-day broker for $2 million.
let me see this fucking shit.
The following is a conversation with the Polish program. Cybersecurity journalist, author of This Is How They Tell Me the World Ends, the cyber weapons analyst. This is the Rothschild podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, here's Nicole.
Why do they say? What is the reason why you got banned? I don't know. Check your fucking
hundreds
record.
of cybersecurity hackers, activists, dissidents, news scientists, government officials, forensic investigators, and mercenaries. They talk about cybersecurity and cyber war. Start with the basics. What is a zero-day vulnerability? And then a zero-day exploiter attack.
So, at the most basic level, let's say I'm a hacker and I find a bug in your iPhone iOS software no one else knows about, especially Apple. It's called a zero day. Because the minute it's discovered, engineers have 0 days to fix it. If I could study that 0 day, I could potentially write a program to exploit it. And
I
that
was listening
program
to
would
that
be called a 0 day. And for iOS,
I feel
the aim
is important
is that
to
you craft a zero
learn
day,
it. Period.
that
I should
you
not
remotely
be banned
exploit
because I was
someone else's
listening to
iPhone, not them
I
ever
really
knowing
This is unfair.
and you can capture their location, you can capture their
My camera was on the entire
or
time,
their telephone
and
calls
I
or
feel
their camera without them
that
knowing
I'm
about it.
being picked on.
Basically, you can put an
Because
invisible ankle bracelet
someone
on
assumed
someone without them.
that I was not
And you
studying
can
at
see
the
how
time,
black people
and
that
I
are
learned
zero
better by doing
immense
than
value
perhaps
for a
by
spy agency
seeing.
or a
Period.
government that wants to monitor
I have very bad
critics
vision,
or dissidents.
comma.
And so
I have
there's
cataracts,
a very
comma.
lucrative market for zero day experts.
It is
So you
difficult for
said
me
two things there. One is iOS. Why
to
iOS?
always be staring
Which
at a screen,
operating system?
comma.
Which one is the
So I
sexiest thing to try to get to? The most impactful thing. And the other thing which is remote versus like having to actually come in physical contact with them. Is that the distinction?
So iPhone experts have just been a government's number one priority. Recently, actually, the price of an Android remote zero day, something that can get you into Android mode, is actually higher. The value of that is now higher on this underground market for zero day experts than an iPhone iOS expert. So things are changing.
So there's probably more Android devices. So that's why it's higher. But on the iPhone side, like I'm an Android person. Because I'm a many people. But it seems like all the elites use iPhone. All the people at nice dinner parties. So is that the reason that like more powerful people use iPhones? Is that right?
I don't think so. So it was about 2 years ago that the prices flipped. It used to
Now,
be
this bitch is
that you could have the remote
lady.
zero-click exploit for iOS, and that was about as good as it gets. You could sell that to a zero-day broker for $2 million. The caveat is over time, because the minute a customer got it, Apple learns about it, they patch it, and that $2.5 million investment that zero-day broker just made goes to death. So a couple of years ago, and don't quote me on the prices, but an Android zero-click remote exploit for the first time topped the iOS. And actually, a lot of people's read on that was that it might be a sign that Apple's security was falling, and that it might actually be easier to find an iOS zero-day exploit than find an Android zero-day exploit. The other thing is market share. There are just more people around the world that use Android. And a lot of governments that are paying top dollar for zero-day exploits these days are deep-pocketed government officials that want to use these experts to monitor their citizens, monitor their critics. And so it's not necessarily that they're trying to find elites, but it's that they want to find out who these people are that are criticizing them or perhaps planning the next year expert.
So in your experience, are most of the attack targeted to cover a large population, or is the attacks that are targeted towards specific individuals?
So I think it's both. Some of the zero-day experts that fetch top dollar that I've heard of in my reporting in the United States were highly targeted. You know, there was a potential terrorist attack that wanted to get into this person's phone. It wanted to be done in the next 24 hours. They approach hackers and say, we'll pay you X millions of dollars if you can do this. But then you look at when we discovered iOS zero-day exploits in the wild, some of them have been targeting large populations like Uyghurs. So a couple of years ago, there was a water
CCP.
There was a website. It was actually information aimed at Uyghurs, and you could access it all over the world. And if you visited this website, it would drop an iOS zero exploit onto your phone. And so anyone that visited this website that was about Uyghurs, anyone, Uyghurs living abroad, basically Uyghur diaspora, would have gotten infected with this zero-day exploit. So in that case, they were targeting huge swaths of this one population, of people interested in this one population, basically in real time.
Who are these attacks? On the individual level, at the group level, psychologically speaking, what's the motivation? Is it really money? Is it the challenge? Are they malevolent? Is it power? These are big philosophical questions.
So these are the questions I set out to answer. I wanted to know, are these people that are just after money? If they're just after money, how do they sleep at night, not knowing whether that zero-day exploit they just sold to a broker is being used to basically make someone's life a living hell? And what I found was there's kind of this well-disordered history to this question. It started out in the 80s and 90s when hackers were just finding holes and bugs and software for curiosity's sake, really as a hobby. And some of them would go to the tech companies like Microsoft or Sun Microsystems at the time, or Oracle, and they'd say, hey, I just found this zero day in your software. I can use it to break into an asset. And the general response at the time was like, thank you so much for pointing out this flaw in our software. We'll get it fixed as soon as possible. It was, don't ever poke around our software ever again, or we'll stick our general counsel on you. And that was really sort of the common thread for years. And so hackers set out to do the right thing. They basically told to shut up and stop doing what they're doing.
Excellent. Were you successful?
And what happened
Big time
next
successful?
was they basically started trading this information online. And you guys
All right,
know
well,
they
a
were
little bit's better than nothing. Good on you, my man.
They all tell a very similar, which is they're curious, they're teachers. You know, they remind me of like the kid down the block that was constantly
We
poking
are
around
just
the
watching
dad's
podcasts.
You know, they just can't
Just enjoying life.
They wanted to figure out how the system is designed and how they could potentially exploit it for some other purpose. It doesn't have to be good or bad.
Yeah.
But
Yeah,
they were
we played
basically
it. It's a fun game.
for so long by these big tech companies that
You like
they
playing
started
Counter-Strike?
just silently trading on other hackers. And that's how you got these really heated debates in the 90s
You like
about
playing games?
disclosure. Should you just dump these things online? Because any scripts that you can pick them up and use it for all kinds of use. But you know, don't you want to just stick a middle finger to all these companies that are basically threatening you? So there's this really interesting dynamic at play. And what I learned in the course of doing my book was that government agencies and their contractors were tapped into that frustration and that resentment. And they started quietly reaching out to hackers on these forums. And they said, hey, you know that zero day you just dropped online? Could you come up with something custom for me? And I'll pay you 6 figures for it so long as you shut up and never tell anyone that I paid you for this. And that's what happened. So throughout the 90s, there was a bunch of boutique contractors that started reaching out to hackers on these forums and saying, hey, I'll pay you 6 figures for that bug you were trying to get Microsoft to fix for free. And so we're so glad and so proud of this market where governments and their intermediaries started reaching out to these hackers and buying their bugs for free. And in those early days, I think a lot of it was just for quiet counterintelligence, traditional espionage. But as we started baking the software, Windows software, Schneider Electric, Siemens Industrial software into our nuclear plants, in our factories, in our power grid, in the petrochemical facilities and pipelines, those same zero days came to be just as valuable for sabotage and war planning.
Does the fact that the market sprung up and you could make a lot of money change the nature of the attackers that came to the table? And or grow the number of attackers? What is, I guess, the psychology of the hackers in the 90s? What is the culture today? Or where's it heading?
So I think there are people who will tell you they would never sell a zero day to a zero day broker or a company. One, because they don't know how it's going to get used when you throw it over. You know, most of these get rolled into classified programs and you don't know how they get used. And zero day broker, you don't even know which nation state might use it, or potentially which criminal group might use it. Just a little on the dark web. The other thing that they say is that they want to be a president, and they lose a lot of sleep. They find out their zero day was being used to make a distance life living hell. But there are a lot of people, good people, who also say, no, this is not my problem. This is the technology company's problem. If they weren't writing new bugs into their software every day, then there would be a market. Then there would be a problem. But they continue to write bugs into their software all the time, and they continue to profit off that software. So why shouldn't I profit off my labor too? And one of the things that has happened, which is I think a positive development over the last 10 years, are bug bounty programs. Companies like Google and Facebook and then Microsoft and finally Apple, which resisted it for a really long time, have said, okay, we are going to shift the perspective about hackers. We're no longer going to treat them as the enemy here. We're going to start paying them for what is essentially free quality assurance. And we're going to pay them good money in some cases, 6 figures in some cases. We're never going to be able to bid against the zero-day broker who sells to government agencies, but we can reward them and hopefully get back to that bug earlier where we can neutralize it so that they don't have to spend another year developing a zero-day exploit, and in that way we can keep our software more secure. But every week I get messages from some hacker that says, I tried to see this zero-day exploit that was just found in the wild, being used by this nation state. I tried to tell Microsoft about this 2 years ago, and they were going to pay me peanuts, so it never got there. There are all sorts of those stories that can continue on. And, I think just generally, hackers are not very good at diplomacy. They tend to be pretty snipey, technical crowd, and very philosophical in my experience, but diplomacy is not their strong suit.
So there almost has to be a broker between companies and hackers, where you can translate effectively, just like you have a zero-day broker between governments and hackers.
Yeah.
You just have to speak their language.
Yeah, and there have been some of those companies who've risen up to meet that demand, and HackerOne is one of them, BugCrowd is another. Synapse has an interesting model, so that's a company that you pay for a private bug bounty program, essentially. So you pay this company, they tap hackers all over the world to come hack your software, hack your system, and then they'll quietly tell you what they found. And I think that's a really positive development. And actually, the Department of Defense hired all 3 of those companies I just mentioned to help secure their systems. Now, I think they're still a little timid in terms of letting those hackers into the really sensitive, high-side classified stuff. But, baby steps.
Just to understand what you're saying, you think it's impossible for companies to financially compete with the zero-day brokers with governments? Like, the defense can't outpay the hackers?
It's interesting, they shouldn't outpay them, because what would happen if they started offering $2.5 million at Apple for any zero-day exploit that governments would pay that much for? Is their own engineers would say, why the hell am I working for less than that and for doing my 9 to 5 every day? So you create a perverse incentive, and I didn't think about that until I started this research and realized, okay, yeah, that makes sense. You don't want to incentivize offense so much that it's to your own detriment. And so I think what they have, though, the companies have on government agencies is if they pay you, you get to talk about it. You get the street cred. You get to brag about the fact that you just found that $2.5 million iOS zero-day that no one else did. And you sell it to a broker, you never get to talk about it. And I think that really does beat up people.
Can I ask you a big philosophical question about human nature here? So if you have, what you see, if a human being has a 0 day. We found a 0 day vulnerability that can hack into. I don't know. What's the worst thing you hack into? Something that could launch nuclear weapons. But which percentage of the people in the world that have the skill would not share that with any bad party? I guess how many people are completely devoid of ethical concerns and fears in your sense? So my belief is all the ultra competent people, very, very high percentage of ultra competent people are also ethical people. That's been my experience. But then again, my experience is narrow. What's your experience?
So this was another question I wanted to answer. You know, who are these people who would sell a 0 day exploit that would neutralize a Schneider Electric safety lock at a petrochemical plant? Basically, the last thing we need to neutralize before you trigger some kind of explosion. Who would sell that? And I got my answer. Well, the answer was different. A lot of people said, I would never even look there because I don't even want to know. I don't even want to have that capability. I don't even want to have to make that decision. But what I want to profit off of that knowledge. I went down to Argentina, and this whole kind of moral calculus I had in my head was completely flipped around. So just to back up for a minute. So Argentina actually is the real hacker's paradise. People grow up in Argentina, and when I went down there, I guess I was there around 2015, 2016, but you still can get an iPhone. You know, you didn't have Amazon Prime. You could get access to any of the apps we all take for granted. To get those things in Argentina as a kid, you have to find a way to hack them. You know, and it's the whole culture is really like a hacker culture. They say like it's really like a MacGyver culture. You know, you have to figure out how to break into something with wire and tape. And that means that there are a lot of really good hackers in Argentina who specialize in developing 0 day exploits. And I went down to this Argentina conference called Echo Party, and I asked the organizer, okay, can you introduce me to someone who's selling 0 day exploits to governments? And he was like, just throw a stone. Throw a stone anywhere, you're going to hit someone. And all over this conference, we saw these guys who were clearly from these Gulf states who only spoke Arabic. Now, what are they doing at a young hacking conference in Buenos Aires? And so I went out to lunch with kind of this godfather of the hacking scene there, and I asked this really dumb question, and I'm still embarrassed about it. Yeah. But I said, so, you know, these guys only sell these 0 day exploits to good Western governments. And he said, well, the last time I checked, the United States wasn't a good Western government. You know, the last country that bombed another country into oblivion wasn't China or Iran. It was the United States. So if we're going to go to your whole moral calculus, you know, just know that we have a very different calculus down here. And we'd actually rather sell to Iran or Russia or China maybe than the United States. And that just blew me away. Like, wow. You know, because like, we'll just sell to whoever brings us the biggest bag of cash. Have you checked into our inflation situation recently? So, you know, I had some of those reality checks along the way. You know, we tend to think of things as, is this moral, is this ethical, especially as journalists. You know, we kind of sit on our high horse sometimes and write about a lot of things that seem to push the moral bounds. But in this market, which is essentially an underground market, you know, the one rule is like Fight Club. You know, no one talks about Fight Club. First rule of the 0 day market, nobody talks about the 0 day market on both sides. Because the hacker doesn't want to lose their $2.5 million bounty, and governments roll these into classified programs and don't want anyone to know what they have. No one talks about it. And when you're operating in the dark like that, it's really easy to criticize your models sometimes.
Can I, as a small tangent, ask you by way of advice? You must have done some incredible reviews. And you've also spoken about how serious you take protecting your citizens. if you were to give me advice, interviewing, recording on mic with a video camera, how is it possible to get into this world? Like, is it basically impossible? So you've spoken with a few people. What is it, like the Godfather, cyber war, cybersecurity, the people that are already out, and they still have to be pretty brave to speak.
This is ridiculous.
But is it virtually impossible to really talk to anybody who's a current hacker? Are you always like 10, 20 years behind?
It's a good question, and this is why I'm a journalist. But a lot of what I've been able to do with it, always dies, over shadows, his voice has been altered, and when they've got it on camera, that's usually how they do it. They're very, very few people talk in the space. And there's actually a pretty well-known case study of why you don't talk publicly in the space and you don't get photographed, and that's the Brook. So, the Brook is or was the zero-day broker, South African guy, lives in Thailand, and right when I was starting on this subject of New York Times, he'd given an interview to Forbes, and he talked about being a zero-day broker, and he even posed next to this giant duffel bag filled with cash, ostensibly. And later he would say he was speaking off the record, didn't understand the rules of the game. But what I heard from people who did business with him was that the minute that story came out, he became a PNG. No one did business with him. His business plummeted by the next half. No one wants to do business with anyone who's going to get on camera and talk about how they're selling zero days to governments. It puts you at danger. And I did hear that he got some visits from some security folks. And it's another thing for these people to consider. If they have those zero-day exploits at their disposal, they become a huge target for nation states all over the world. Talk about having perfect OPSEC. You better have some perfect OPSEC if people know that you have access to those zero-day exploits.
Which sucks because the transparency here would be really powerful for educating the world. And also inspiring other engineers to do good. Just feels like we operate in the shadows. It doesn't help us move in the positive direction in terms of like getting more people on the defense side versus on the defense side.
Right.
That's what can you do? I mean, the best you can possibly do is have great journalists, just like you did, interview and write books about it, and integrate the information you get without hiding sources.
Yeah, and I think, what HackerOne has told me was, okay, let's just put away the people that are finding and developing zero-day exploits all day long. Let's put that aside. What about the however many millions of programmers all over the world who've never even heard of a zero-day exploit? Why not tap into them and say, hey, we'll start paying you if you can find bugs in United Airlines software, or in Stagger Electric, or Tesla. And I think that is a really smart approach. Let's go find this untapped army of programmers and neutralize themselves before the people who will continue to sell these to governments can find them, exploit them.
Okay, I have to ask you about this from the personal side. It's funny enough, after we agreed to talk, that got first time in my life was a victim of a cyber attack. So this is ransomware. It's called Deadbolt. People can look it up. I have a net device from basically playing cold disrespect. So it's 60 terabytes, 50 terabytes of data in 35. Apparently about 4,000 to 5,000 QNAP devices were hacked and taken over with this ransomware. What ransomware does there is it goes file by file, moves all the files on the QNAP storage device and encrypts them. And then there's this very eloquently and politely written page that pops up, describes what happened. All your files have been encrypted. This includes, it is not limited to photos, documents, and spreadsheets. Why me? This is I want to
I will tell him what not to do.
I have to mean, it is pretty user
But
friendly.
he's got period.
Why me? This is not a personal attack. It's targeted because of the inadequacy provided by your company.
If anybody else gets
What now?
a
You can make a payment for exactly 0.03 Bitcoin, which is about $1,000, for the following address. Once the payment has been made, we'll follow up with the transaction to the same address, blah, blah, blah. We give you instructions of what happens next, and they'll give you a decryption key that you can only use. And then there's another message from Tina that says,
period, it's been
all your affected customers have been targeted using the zero-day vulnerability in the product. We offer you two options to mitigate this and future damage. One, make a Bitcoin payment of 5 Bitcoin to the following addresses, and that will reveal the Tina summarizing things here. What the actual vulnerability is, you make a Bitcoin payment of 50 Bitcoin to get a master decryption key for your customers. 50 Bitcoin is about $1.8 million. Okay. So first of all, on a personal level, this one hurt for me. I learned a lot because I wasn't, for the most part, backing up much of that data because I thought I can afford to lose that data. It's not horrible. I think you've spoken about crown jewels, making sure that it stays really protect. And I have, I'm very cautious security-wise for crown jewels. But there's a bunch of stuff like, personal videos are not, like, I don't even think it's just like fun things I did that because they're very large, 4K or something like that, I kept them on there, thinking way 5 would protect it. And just I lost a bunch of stuff, including raw footage from interviews and all that kind of stuff. So it's painful. And I'm sure there's a lot of painful stuff like that for 4,000 to 5,000 people that just do that. And there's a lot of interesting ethical questions. Do you pay them? Does QNAP pay them? Do the individuals pay them? Especially when you don't know if it's do you pay them? QNAP said that please don't pay them. We're working very hard to solve this. It's so philosophically interesting to me because I also project onto them thinking, what is their motivation? Because the way they phrased it, on purpose, perhaps, but I'm not sure if that actually reflects their real motivation, is maybe they're trying to help themselves sleep at night. Basically saying this is not about you, this is about the company. It's just like you mentioned, this is the justification they have.
I will
real people.
talk to him
They
and
heard
make sure he
me,
is aware
I'm sure there's a few
of
other
our expectations.
And the zero-day factor is a big one. That their QNAP right now is trying to figure out what the hell is wrong with their system that would let this in. And even if they pay, they still don't know where the 0 day is.
Come to my visa right now.
That really complicates
I have to talk to
things, and that is a huge
about our
advancement.
expectations
for
for you.
ransomware. It's really only been, I think, in the last 18 months that we've ever really seen ransomware exploit 0 days to pull these off. Usually, 80% of them, I think the data shows 80% of them come down to a lack of two-factor authentication. And so when someone gets hit by a ransomware attack, like two-factor authentication on, their employees are using stupid passwords. Like, you can mitigate that in the future. This one, they don't know. They probably don't.
Yeah, and it
No,
was,
sure,
I just feel like,
Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Okay, now listen to me. I really had to put my ass on the line for you. Nobody wanted to let you back. I told them, I'm going to talk with you, okay? And they're going to let you back in, but you have to follow some rules, okay? If you don't follow the rules, you're done, and I can't help you anymore, okay? Here's rule number 1. Don't ever ask for money, ever, from anybody. I don't care if you're dying of thirst, go somewhere else. Don't ask any of these people for money because they don't like that. Number 2, don't send any links. Okay, that's a very important thing. Number three, if you're gonna make content, that's fine. We think that you have good content, but you absolutely cannot ask for money. What people don't want is DMs to them from you on your account or other people's accounts that are asking for money. They're not going to give you money. Okay, but what it is, I think you're a really nice person. I think that you have a good heart, and I want to see you back in there. Here's another thing, okay? Do not ask for money. Do not ask for money, okay? I understand. Okay, I understand things get desperate. Excellent. But I want you in there. I want you in there. So you've been let back in. And I want you to say to everybody when you're back in, thank them, thank the team, that you appreciate the opportunity and you will take this seriously. And that's it. Well, you don't have to say this, but just don't. Here's what the guys don't want. They're busy people. They don't need DMs. For every guy in Nigeria, for every person like you, there are 1,000 other people in Nigeria who are asking them for money, and they don't want them. What they do want is cool content. You know what is really cool that you do is you make videos. You get people in your community to make videos. That kind of stuff is really cool. But I'm going to tell you what, I really had to put my ass on the line for you. I had to fight with people. I'm like, hey, why are you letting this guy have a second chance? I asked, I'm like, what evidence do you have that he's done anything wrong? And they had a lot of evidence. They're like, he's always DMing us for money. And I'm like, look, I understand. You're desperate people, you have to do it. I get it. What they don't want is you creating other accounts now to ask people for money. So, what do I suggest that you? What'd you say? No, it's not a business. Okay, it's not. It's not business. It's not business to business. It's not like, hey, I've got this great idea, and I want you guys to be aware of it. There's this other coin. No, there's none of that. If you want to take pictures and upload them and say, hey, here's what life is like today where I live, and I hope everybody's having a good day, that kind of stuff, that works. But if you ask for money, you're going to be gone. And then I'm not going to have anything to do with it. I like you. I think you're a smart person. I think you're really nice. I like your family. And so that's why I put myself out there for you. But don't think of it as like I'm not working or I know people in this community who will help us. No, the people in Harry Potter Vomicide Teninu focus on Harry Potter Vomicide Teninu. They don't want to focus on your wallet. They don't want to focus on any other projects. With that being said, you've been let back in. So what I want you to do is go back into the Telegram and say thank you for letting me back in. Rabbi talked with me, and I will not let you guys down. I hope you all have a great New Year. Just something like that, and you'll be good to go. And but I'm not going to do this again for you. Okay. So go in there and thank them for letting you back in. Right, and just be good. Here's what I advise you to do. You can come into VC whenever you want and talk with me. That's fine. What I don't want you to do is I would say take a month off of typing a whole bunch or anything. Just kind of ease back into things. And so you can upvote things or thumb up things, but two things. I mean, the two big things. So here were the complaints. You asking for money, you DMing people. Don't DM people. That's one thing I'm going to ask you. Don't DM anybody. If you want to DM somebody, DM me in Discord, and I'll do what I can to get you what you need. But don't ask me for money because I can't help you. But here's what people don't want. And I'm just going to put it to you like this: where they get an inbox message from you, and you know you sent a bunch of them out. I understand you've been desperate. You needed to do what you needed to do, but they don't have time for that, and they don't want that. So no DMs to anyone from Harry Potter or Vomicide Teninu. None. Especially the moderators. They don't want that. So you just have to say to yourself, okay, I'm not allowed to DM those guys. That's fine. I'm not going to be able to ask for money there. I'm not going to promote other projects. If you can hold by those rules, you'll be fine. You'll be in here for years to come. Okay. And the one thing I want you to do when you just go back and rejoin right now and thank everybody for the opportunity. Okay? And then we talk. Okay? Take care. No thank yous? I spoke with Real Sugar X, period. I told him he is not to DM anyone in this community, comma, he is not to ask for any money, comma, he is not to promote any other projects, period. If he is, he's done, period. I told him to take it easy and not spam, and that he needs to just ensure that he is calm. Told him that we do like when he creates content, but never, ever, ever ask for money to create content, period. If anybody has a problem with him, let me know, but I think he will change his behavior, period. If he doesn't, he's gone, and there's nothing else anybody can do, period. Thank you again so much for reconsidering his behavior. I honestly have no idea why I care so much, but I feel people deserve second chances. Thank you so much. It is perfect. You're really great job. You're, now be good. Don't get into any more trouble. Okay? Dude, I gotta stay out of trouble. How you living, baby? What's good in your neck of the woods, Catfish Billy? That's what I like to hear. Has 2025 been good to you? Excellent. What'd you do last night? Dude, I've had those before. I've had those kind of December 31st highlights, so I completely understand that. I I we have a little bit of a party in here. We have some friends. We played games, and then it was one of my friend's birthdays, so we celebrated with him, and then it became midnight, and we did a countdown. Had a really good time. So yeah, I hope many blessings for you in 2025. Do you have big plans for your year? All right, what about you? Excellent. Staying out of trouble, right? Excellent. Well, that's what I like to hear. Yes, sir. Do it. All right. Well, good on you. I hope very positive things for you in the upcoming future. And you know I'm here for you if you ever need anything. So just know that I appreciate you being a member of the community and only wish good things for you. That's amazing. Well, excellent. And yeah, if you need anything, let me know. We're watching a podcast right now, the Lex Friedman podcast. So feel free to check it out if you want. Just chill. And if you need anything, I'm here for you. Okay? Well, you go get that. You can do that. Go get hydrated, man. Go get hydrated and then come in. Okay? All right. Well, go get yourself a glass of water as well. There's no replacement for water. So get yourself a big glass of water, and just drink it. Your body will thank you. Dude, I'll even do it myself. I've got water here. I'll drink it alongside you. You don't need Faygo. You need water. Go get yourself a glass of water. You're getting water. You're getting water right now. I'll get water right now, and I'll see you back here in. Oh, there you go. That's not enough water though. You need more water than that. Go get yourself a glass of water. I'll see you back here in 30 seconds. All righty, big dog. Let's see. Where's your water? Doug, just go to the faucet and drink some water. Excellent. She's not dehydrated. You're dehydrating yourself. Good dog. Go get your mom's tea. right, so you got your cup. Did you fill it with water? Okay, nobody wants day old water. Okay, how much of it did you drink? Dude, that's nothing, man. Don't fill it up with. Don't fill it up all the way to the top. And I want to see you chug it, man. Come on, let's see some skill.
but I didn't have to do anything. The only thing, well, you know, here's the thing. I did, basics, breaking out a firewall, I follow instructions. But like I didn't really pay attention. So maybe there's a misconfiguration of some sort that's easy to make. It's difficult, the personal yes. So I'm not willing to sort of say that I did everything I possibly could. But I did a lot of reasonable stuff, and they still hit it 0 clips. I didn't have to do anything.
Yeah, well, it's like a 0 day and it's a supply chain account. You're getting hit from your supplier. You're getting hit because of your vendor. And it's also a new thing for ransomware groups to go to the individuals to pressure them to pay. There was this really interesting case, I think it was in Norway, where there was a mental health clinic that got hit. And the cybercriminals were going to the patients themselves to say, pay this, or we're going to release your psychiatric records. And they talked about how. In terms of whether to pay, that is on the cheaper end of the spectrum.
For the individual or for the company?
So, we've seen, for instance, there was an Apple supplier in Taiwan. They got hit and the ransom demand was 50 million. Yeah, I'm surprised it's only 1.8 million. I'm sure it's going to go up. And it's hard, there's obviously governments, and maybe in this case the company are going to tell you, we recommend you don't pay, please don't pay. But the reality on the ground is that some businesses can't operate, some countries can't function. I mean, the underreported storyline of Colonial Pipeline was after the company got hit, they took the preemptive step of shutting down the pipeline because their billing systems were frozen. They could charge customers downstream. My colleague Davidson and I got our hands on a classified assessment that said that as a country, we could have only afforded 2 to 3 more days of Colonial Pipeline went down. And it was really interesting. I thought it was the gas in the jet fuel, but it wasn't. We were sort of prepared for that. It was the diesel. Without the diesel, the refineries could function. And it would have totally screwed up the economy. And so there was all impetus for them to pay this ransom. And the other one I was thinking about is Baltimore. When the city of Baltimore got hit, I think the initial ransom demand something around 76,000. It may have even started sooner than that. And Baltimore stood its ground and didn't pay. But ultimately, the cost to remediate was $18 million. A lot for the city of Baltimore. It's money that could have gone to public school education, roads, and public health. And instead, it just went to rebuilding these systems from scratch. And so a lot of residents in Baltimore were like, why the hell did we pay for $76,000? So it's not obvious. It's easy to say don't pay. Because why are funding their R&D for the next go round? But it's too often, it's too complicated.
So on the individual level, just like, the way I feel personally, is to have you talked to people that were coming to prison the same way I would make you want dramatic ways or so on, the same way that violence hurts people.
Yeah.
How much does this hurt people yourself in the way you researched it?
The worst ransomware attack I've covered on a personal level was an attack on a hospital in Vermont. And you think of this as like, okay, it's hitting their IT networks. They should still be able to treat patients. But it turns out that cancer patients can't get their chemo anymore because the protocol, who gets what, is very complicated. And without it, the nurses and doctors couldn't access it. So they were turning chemo patients away, cancer patients away. One nurse told us, I don't know why people are screaming about this, but the only thing I've seen that even compares to what we're seeing at the hospital right now was when I worked in the burn unit after the Boston Marathon bombing. They really put it in this super dramatic terms. And last year, there was a report in the Wall Street Journal where they attributed an infant death to a ransomware attack because a mom came in and whatever device they were using to monitor the fetus wasn't working because of the ransomware attack. And so they attributed the infant death to the ransomware attack. Now, on a bigger scale, less personal, when there was the NotPetya attack, so this was an attack by Russia on Ukraine, and that came at them through a supplier attacks, the software company in that case, that didn't just hit any government agency or business in Ukraine that uses tax software. It actually hit any business all over the world that had even a single employee working remotely in Ukraine. So Maersk, the shipping company that Pfizer, that FedEx, that the one that I'll never forget to work. It really Merck's factory, and it's really created an existential crisis for the company. Merck had to tap into the CDC's emergency supplies of the Gardasil vaccine that year because the whole vaccine production line had been paralyzed by the attack. Imagine that was going to happen right now to Pfizer or Moderna or Johnson Johnson. Imagine. I mean, that would really create a global cyber terrorist attack, essentially.
And that's almost unintentional.
I thought for a long time, I always labeled it as collateral damage. But actually, just today, there was a really impressive threat researcher at Cisco, which has this threat intelligence division called Talix, who said, stop calling it collateral damage. They could see who was going to get hit before they deployed that malware. It wasn't collateral damage. It was intentional. They meant to hit any business that did business with Ukraine. It was to send a message to them too. So I don't know if that's accurate. I always thought of it as sort of the sloppy collateral damage, but it definitely made me think.
So how much of this between states is going to be a part of war? These kinds of attacks in Ukraine, between Russia and the U.S., Russia and China, China and the U.S. Let's look at China and the U.S. Do you think China and the U.S. are going to escalate something that would be called a war, purely in the space of cyber.
I believe any geopolitical conflict from now on is guaranteed to have some cyber element to it. The Department of Justice recently declassified a report that said China's been hacking into our pipelines, and it's not for intellectual property theft. It's to get a foothold so that if things escalate in Taiwan, for example, they are where they need to be to shut our pipelines down. And we just got a little glimpse of what that looked like with the Colonial Pipeline and the panic buying and the jet fuel shortages and that assessment I just mentioned about the diesel. So where they are, they've gotten there. Anytime I read a report about nuclear Russian fighter jets, Chinese fighter jets in Taiwan, or what's happening right now with Russia's holdup on the Ukraine border, or India, Pakistan, I'm always looking at it through a cyber lens, and it really bothers me that other people aren't. Because they're aware that these governments and these nation states are not going to use their access to gain some advantage in these conflicts. And I'm now in a position where I'm an advisor to cybersecurity, infrastructure security agencies at DHS. So I'm not saying anything classified here, but I just think that it's really important to understand just generally what the collateral damage could be for American businesses and critical infrastructure in any of these escalated conflicts around the world. Because just generally, our adversaries have learned that they might never be able to match us in terms of our traditional military spending and traditional weapons and fighter jets. But we have a very soft underbelly when it comes to cyber. 80% or more of America's critical infrastructure, so pipelines, power grid, nuclear plants, water systems, is owned and operated by the private sector. And for the most part, there is nothing out there legislating that those companies share the taxes they breach. They don't even have to tell the government they've been hit. There's nothing mandating that they even meet a bare minimum standard of cybersecurity. And that's it. So even when there are these attacks just coming in, we know about it. So that is, if you're going to design a system to be as blind and vulnerable as possible, that's just pretty good. That's what it looks like, is what we have here in the United States. And everyone here is just operating like, let's just keep working with everything for convenience. Software eats the world. Let's just keep going for cost, for convenience sake, just because we can. And when you study these issues, and you study these attacks, you study the advancement and the uptick in frequency and the lower barrier to entry that we see every single year, you realize just how dumb software eats the world is. And no one has ever stopped to pause and think, should we be looking at these systems to be in now? They've just been saying, can we? Let's do it. And that's a real problem. And just in the last year, we've seen a record number of zero-day attacks. I think we were 80 last year, which is probably more than double what it was in 2019. A lot of those were nation states. We live in a world with a lot of geopolitical conflicts right now. And where those geopolitical conflicts are places where countries have been investing heavily in offensive cyber tools.
If you're a nation state, the goal would be to maximize the footprint of zero-day, super secret zero-day that nobody's aware of. And whenever war is initiated, the huge negative effects of shutting down infrastructure when you call it zero-day is the chaos it creates. Because there's a certain pressure when you create the chaos, the market's punished, everything goes to hell.
So it's not just 0 days. We make it so easy for threat actors. We're not, you using two-factor authentication. We're not patching. There was the shell shock vulnerability that was discovered a couple of years ago. It's still being exploited because so many people haven't fixed it. So, the 0 days are really the sexy stuff, and what really drew me to the 0 day policy was the shell shock. Particularly from the U.S. government. How do they justify leaving these systems so vulnerable when we use them here and are breaking more of our critical infrastructure, this vulnerable software? It's not like we're using one side of technology, the Russians using another, and China's using as well, using some technology. So when you find a 0 day in Windows, and you're not just leaving it open so you can spy on Russia and get yourself on Russian grid, you're leaving Americans vulnerable too. But the 0 days are like that is the secret sauce. That's the secret power. And I would say that every country now, with the exception of Antarctica, someone out of the is trying to find offensive hacking tools and 0 days to make it work. And those that don't have the skills now have this market they can tap into. For $2.5 million, it's chump change for a lot of these nation states. It's a hell of a lot less than trying to build enough spider web. But yeah, the goal is chaos. I mean, why in Russia turn off the lights twice? And, I think part of it is chaos. I think part of it is just to sow the seeds of doubt in their current government. Your government can't even keep your lights on. Why are you sticking with them? Come over here and we'll keep your lights on, please. There's a little bit of that.
Nuclear weapons seem to have helped prevent nuclear war. Is it possible that we have so many vulnerabilities and so many attack vectors on each other that we're kind of achieve the same kind of program like mutually assured destruction? That's one hopeful solution to this. Any hope for this particular solution?
Nuclear analogy is always to fall apart when it comes to cyber, mainly because you don't need fissile material. You just need a laptop and the skills, and you're in the game. So it's a really low barrier. The other thing is attribution cyber. And we've seen countries muck around with attribution. We've seen nation states piggyback on other countries' spy operations and just sit there and type out whatever they're getting. We've learned some of that from the Snowden documents. We've seen Russia hack into Iran's command and control of fax servers. We've seen them hit a Saudi petrochemical plant where they did neutralize the safety locks of the plant, and everyone assumed that it was Iran, given Iran had been targeting Saudi oil companies forever. But nope, it turned out that it was a graduate research institute outside Moscow. So you see countries kind of playing around with attribution. Why? I think because you think, okay, if I do this, like, how am I going to cover up that I can't for me because I don't want to risk the response? So people are just dancing around this. It's just in a very different way. And at the Times, it covered the Chinese hacks of infrastructure companies like pipelines. It covered the Russian probes of nuclear plants. It covered the Russian attacks on the Ukraine grid. And then in 2018, my colleague David Sandry and I covered the fact that U.S. Cyber Command had been hacking into the Russian grid and making a pretty loud show of it. And we went to the National Security Council, because that's what journalists do before they publish a story, they give the other side to respond. I assumed you'd be in for that really awkward, painful conversation where they would say, you will have blood on your hands if you publish this story. And instead, they gave us the opposite answer. They said, we have no problem with you publishing this story. Why? Well, they didn't say it out loud, but it was pretty obvious they wanted Russia to know that we're hacking into their power grid too, and they better think twice before they do to us what they've done to Ukraine. So yeah, we have stumbled into this new era of mutually assured digital destruction. I think another sort of quasi-norm we've stumbled into is proportional responses. So there's this idea you get hit, you're allowed to respond proportionally at a time and place of your choosing. And that is how the language always goes. That's what Obama said after North Korea hit Syria. You will respond at the time and place of your choosing. But no one really knows like what that response looks like. And so what you see a lot of the time are just these like just short of war attacks. Russia turned off the power in Ukraine, but it wasn't like it stayed off for a week. It stayed off for a number of hours. And NotPetya hit those companies pretty hard, but no one died. And if the question is, what's going to happen when someone dies? And can a nation state masquerade as a cyber criminal group, as a ransomware group? And that's what really complicates coming to some sort of digital Geneva Convention. Like there's been a push for Brad Smith at Microsoft.
Well, I just need the digital constitution. How about it's just the constitution?
Yeah.
You can upload it
into each other's civilian hospital systems, elections, power grid,
two discords
pipelines. You talk to people in the West, officials in the West, they'll say, we would love to agree to this. We never do it when you're dealing with.
I got that one bitch. What's her name?
Because a lot of times they outsource these operations to cybersecurity. And China's a lot of these attacks come from this loose satellite network of private citizens that work with the behest of the Ministry of State Security. So how do you come to some sort of state-to-state agreement when you're dealing with transnational actors?
Transnational actors. Are those like
really hard to pin down whether that person was acting willingly or whether they were acting at the behest of the MSS or the FSB. And a couple of years ago, I remember, I can't remember if it was before or after NotPetya, but we had said, hackers are like artists who wake up in the morning in a good mood and start painting. In other words, I have no say over what you do down to.
That somebody
So
likes
how do you
Shakespeare
in order when that's what he's talking about these issues, and he's just decimated murder and Pfizer.
I hate these terms.
However many thousands.
What do you call a
That is the
transnational?
fundamental difference between nuclear
What
weapons
is that?
and the cyber attacks, the attribution of one of the fundamental differences. You can
What did
fix
you say?
one
Zero.
to your cybersecurity that would make the world a better place. Who would you fix?
Mm-hmm.
So you're not allowed to fix like authoritarian regimes.
Right.
You have to keep that. You have to keep human nature as it is. In terms of the
And I gotta
security
take a shit.
side,
That's what I was doing right now.
technologically speaking,
This bitch with a fucking 0 day. This bitch's name is just 0 day. Well, I would change 0 day. To what? Day 6? I gotta take a shit.
Two-factor authentication. Multi-factor authentication.
Dude, multi-factor authentication sucks dick.
Yes.
It sucks.
Common these attacks come in because someone did turn on multi-factor authentication.
No, it works, but
Colonial pipeline, okay?
Colonial
Took
Pipeline?
down the biggest conduit for gas, jet fuel, and diesel to the east coast of the United States of America. How? Because they forgot to deactivate an old employee account whose password had been traded on the dark web, and they've never turned on two-factor authentication. This water treatment facility outside Florida was hacked last year. How did it happen? They were using Windows XP like a decade ago. They can't even put patches if you wanted to, and they didn't have two-factor authentication. Time and time again, I just switched on two-factor.
Yeah, but there needs to be something when you don't have access to the other thing. And all of us have those kinds of devices. You stupid cunt.
But of course, this is a cat and mouse game, and then the attack was on to the next thing. But I think right now, that is the easiest, simplest way to deflect most attacks. And the name of the game right now isn't perfect security. Perfect security is impossible. You will always find a way. The name of the game right now is make yourself a little bit harder to attack than your competitor or than anyone else out there.
What in the fuck is this shit?
And maybe if you are a target of a failed solution suit or the SVR, you're going to get hacked no matter what. But you can make cyber criminal groups dead for
This is what I call this boogeyman shit. Why? Because I can't always get in my fucking devices.
So what is two-factor authentication? Factor one is what logging in password. And factor two is like from another device or another channel through which you can confirm that it's me.
Yeah. Usually this happens through some kind of text. You get your one-time code on Bank of America.
Not everybody has that ability, you stupid bitch. That shit costs money, and not everybody has that.
On Insta. That's a hardware device. And if you don't have that hardware device with you, then you're not going to get it. And the whole goal is,
Everybody has access to that. People take shit.
at the time
I gotta
covering like the top. It's like,
man, oh shit, man.
use that 11
What is
for
bullshit?
like
What is going on with this?
over the course of those 5 years.
This account, that account, that account, that account,
What
that
did
account.
hackers do? They took the credentials. They took the password. They can make a pretty penny selling them on the dark web. And people reuse their passwords. You get one from, I don't know, LastPass. Worst case example, actually, LastPass. But you get one, and then you go test it on your email account. And you go test it on your brokerage account. And you test it on your cold storage account. That's how it works. But if you have multi-factor authentication, then they can't get in because they would have your password, but they don't have your phone, they don't have your FIDO key, and so you keep them out. And I get a lot of alerts that tell me someone is trying to get into your Instagram account or your Twitter account or your email account. I don't worry because I use multi-factor authentication. You can try all day. Okay, we're going to that, but it's the simplest thing to do, and we don't even know it.
Well, there's an interface aspect to it. It's pretty annoying if it's implemented quickly.
Yeah.
So actually, bad implementation of two-factor authentication, not that bad, but just something that adds friction is a security vulnerability, I guess, because it's really annoying. Like, I think at MIT for a while that two-factor authentication was really annoying. It's just like the number of times it pings you, like if you ask to re-authenticate across multiple subdomains, like it just feels like a pain. And I don't know what the right balance is.
It feels like friction in our frictionless society. It feels like friction. It's annoying. That's security's biggest problem. It's annoying. We need the Steve Jobs of security to come along, and we need to make it painless. And actually, on that point, Apple has probably done more for security than anyone else simply by introducing biometric authentication first with the fingerprint and then with Face ID. It's not perfect, but I think just 8 years ago, everyone was running around with either no passcode, an optional passcode, or a 4-digit passcode on their phone that anyone. Think of what you can get when you get someone's iPhone, steal someone's iPhone. And, props to them for introducing the fingerprint and Face ID. And again, it wasn't perfect, but it was a huge step forward. Now it's time to make another huge step forward. And I want to see the password die. It's gotten us as far as it was ever going to get us. And I hope whatever we come up with next is not going to be hard. It's going to be seamless.
When I was a kid, this what we worked on was, and there's a lot of ways called this active authentication, passive authentication. So basically, use biometric data, not just like a fingerprint, but everything from your body, identify who you are, like movement patterns, to basically create a lot of layers of protection where it's very difficult to fake, including like face unlock, checking that it's your actual face with the liveness tests. But your video, unlocking the video, voice, the read the phone, where you take out of the pocket, all of those things. It's a really hard problem.
Yeah.
And ultimately, it's very difficult to beat the password to security.
Well, there's a company that I actually call out, and that's Apple Security. So they work on email attacks. And it was started by a couple guys who were doing, I think, Twitter. So, ad technology now, it's a joke how much they know about us. You always hear the conspiracy theories that, you saw someone's shoes and you've seen it on your phone. It's amazing what they know about you. And they're basically taking that and they're applying it to attacks. So they're saying, okay, this is what your email patterns are. It might be different for you because we're email strangers all the time. But for most people, their email patterns are pretty predictable. And if something strays from that pattern, that's abnormal. And they'll block it, they'll investigate it. Yeah, and that's great. Let's start using that kind of targeted ad technology to protect people. And it's not going to get us away from the password and using multi-factor authentication, but the technology is out there. And we just have to figure out how to use it in a really seamless way because it doesn't matter if you have a perfect security solution if no one uses it. When I started at the Times and I was trying to be really good about protecting sources, I was trying to use PGP encryption, and it didn't work. The number of mistakes I would probably make just trying to email someone with PGP just wasn't worth it. And then Signal came along, and Signal made it quicker. They made it a lot easier to send someone an encrypted text message. So we have to start investing in creative minds in good security design. I really think that's the hack that's going to get us out of where we are today.
What about social media? Do you worry about this hacking people?
Yes. This is the worst nightmare of every chief information security officer out there. Social engineering. We work from home now. I saw this woman posted online about how her husband, it went viral on it. Her husband had this problem at work. They hired a guy named John, and now the guy that shows up to work every day doesn't act like John. Think about that. Think about the potential for social engineering in that context. You apply for a job and you put on a pretty face and hire an actor or something, and then you just get inside the organization and get access to all that organization's data. A couple of years ago, Saudi Arabia planted spies inside Twitter. Why? Probably because they were trying to figure out who these people were who were criticizing the regime on Twitter. They couldn't do it with a hack from the outside, so why not plant people on the inside? And that's the worst nightmare. And it also, unfortunately, creates all kinds of xenophobia in a lot of these organizations. If you're going to have to take that into consideration, then organizations are going to start looking really skeptically and suspiciously at someone who applies for that job from China. And we've seen that go really badly at places like the Department of Commerce, where they basically accuse people of being spies that aren't spies. So it is the hardest problem to solve. And it's never been harder to solve than right at this very moment when there's so much pressure for companies to let people work remotely.
That's actually why I'm single, especially China and Russia. Every time I meet somebody, I try to plant, get insider information, so I'm very, very suspicious. And I keep being returned to the partner.
No, I have a friend who works inside NSA and was one of their top hackers, and he's like, every time I go to Russia, I get hit up by these tens.
Yeah.
And I can tell my friends are like, I'm sorry, we're not a 10.
Yeah.
That's a common story.
It's difficult to trust humans in this day and age online. Just so we're working remotely. That's one thing. But just interacting with people on the internet sounds ridiculous. But because of this podcast, I've gotten to meet some incredible people. But it makes you nervous to trust folks. And I don't know how to solve that problem. So I'm talking with Mark Zuckerberg, who dreams of creating the metaverse. What do you do about that world with more and more lives in the digital sphere. Like one way to phrase it is most of our meaningful experiences at some point will be online, like falling in love, getting a job, or experiencing a moment of happiness with a friend, with a new friend to meet online, all of those things. Like more and more, the fun we do, the things that make us love life, will happen online. And if those things have an avatar
You believe this shit?
that's digital,
They fucking delayed the Sugar Bowl. It's just horseshit.
for the AI,
Everything sucks. Biggest loser on the internet's pretty nice though. Everything
That's,
sucks. That's just horseshit.
to rely on our faith in
Bullshit.
how good human nature is. So if most people are good, we're going to be okay. But if people will tend towards manipulation and a level of behavior, social power, then we're screwed.
Oh.
So I don't know if you can comment on how to keep the metaverse secure.
Yeah, I mean, all I thought about
Well, that's hundreds of dollars worth of shit.
he asked me the other day what's the internet mom, and I just almost wanted to cry.
What a fucking cunt. Wait a minute to cut. Lady, get some fucking balls.
How do you know that person's human? That avatar is human? You know, I believe in free speech. I don't believe in free speech for robots and bots. And like, look what just happened over the last 6 years. You know, we had bots pretending to be Black Lives Matter activists just to sow some division, or Texas secessionists, or organizing anti-Hillary protests, or just to sow more division, to tie us up in our own politics, so that we're so paralyzed we can't get anything done.
This lady sucks. She's so scared. I almost cried when my son asked me what the internet is. What would you say this? It's the sickest fucking shit, except for these loser bitches who are on it.
Here's where I just come back to, just because we can create the metaverse, just because it sounds like the next logical step.
But I mean, you should have a real person on who's like, yeah, the internet's sweet, except for gatekeeping douches.
It worked for me.
Losers. I just call these people losers. This is the worst. What is this bullshit?
I'm really sick of being the guinea pig parent generation. I mean, it's hard enough at the same time.
This bitch is anti-guinea.
Like thinking about how to manage the metaverse.
That should be an offensive term.
Young boy, like I can't even let my kid go there. That's so terrifying for me. But we've never stopped any new technology just because
Why?
it introduces risk.
Because like people just copy
Okay, promise that this technology means we should keep going, keep pressing ahead. We just need to figure out ways to manage that. And that is
what would you chance to name the guinea pig
that's the
to be?
issue right now. Like when I was covering all of these
I don't know. Pig's kind
I
of
thought, okay, this
a
is going to
negative
be
term.
a cryptocurrency. Governments are going to put the kibosh down. They're going to put the hammer down and say enough is enough. Like, we have to put this genie back in the bottle because it's enabled ransomware. I mean, 5 years ago,
it's my
Jack PC, and they go to the local pharmacy, get an e-gift card, tell us what the pin is, and then you get your $200. Now it's pay us, 5 Bitcoin. And so there's no doubt cryptocurrencies enabling ransomware attacks, but after the colonial pipeline ransomware was seized, because if you remember, the FBI was actually able to go in and claw some of it back from dark side, which was the ransomware group that hit it. And I spoke to these guys at TRF Labs.
What would they call your
ransomware? And a lot of people that work there used to work at the Treasury. And what they said to me was, yeah, cryptocurrency has enabled ransomware. But to track down that ransomware, we were dealing with fiat currency. It would have taken us years get to that one bank account after flying that one Sprint company in the Seychelles. And now, thanks to blockchain, we can track the movement of those funds in real time. And you know what? These payments are not as anonymous as people think. Like, we still can use our old hacking ways and 0 days and your old school intelligence methods to find out who owns that private wallet and how to get to it. So it's a curse in some ways, not it's an innate part, but it's also a blessing.
It's fucking
And they
for you
said
to
that same thing to me that I just said to you. They said, we never shut down a promising new technology because it introduced risk. We just figured out how to manage that risk.
And I think that's where the conversation, unfortunately, has to go. It's how do we, in the metaverse, use technology to fix things.
Thank you very
So
much.
maybe we'll finally be able to figure out a way to solve the identity problem. Like the internet meaning like a blue check mark for actual human. And connect it to identity, like a fingerprint. You can prove you're you, and yet do it in a way that doesn't involve the company having all your data. So you can allow you to maintain control over your data, or if you don't, then there's complete transparency of how that data is being used, all those kinds of things. And maybe as you educate more and more people, they will demand in a capitalist society that the companies that they give their data to will respect that data.
Yeah, I mean, there is this company, and I hope they succeed. Their name's PII Piano. And they want to create a vault for your personal information inside every organization. And ultimately, if I'm going to call Delta Airlines to book a flight, they don't need to know my social security number. They don't need to know my birth date. They're just going to send me a one-time token to my phone. My phone's going to say my vital keys and say, yep, this is her. And then we're going to talk about my identity like a token. And as a random token, they don't need to know exactly who I am. They just need to know I am. The system trusts that I am who I say I am. But they don't have access to my PII data. They don't have access to my social security number or my location. In fact, I'm a tourist journalist. I think that's the way it's going to go. We have, enough is enough. Sort of using your personal information everywhere, letting data marketing companies track our every move. They don't need to know. No, okay, I get it. We're stuck in this world where the internet runs on ads. So ads are not going to go away. But they don't need to know I'm Nicole Flora. they can know that I'm token number X567.
And it can let you know what they know and give you control of what things they know.
Yeah, right. They forgot it.
To me, you should be able to walk away in some place like that. And I also believe that most people, given the choice to walk away, won't walk away. They'll just feel better about having the option to walk away when they understand the trade-offs. If you walk away, you're not going to get some of the personalized experiences that you would otherwise get, like a personalized feed. But the freedom to walk away is I think, really powerful. Obviously, people are saying that there's all of these HTML forms. You have to enter your phone number and email and private information and dump every single
I
paragraph.
can't believe the shit up
New York Times
worst.
have so many opinions. Just the friction, sign up, and all of those kinds of things. I should be able to. This has to do with everything. This has to do with payment too. The payment should be trivial. Should be one click, and one click to unsubscribe, subscribe, and one click to provide all of the information that's necessary for the subscription service, for the transaction service, whatever, and then give you a ticket, as opposed to I have all these fake phone numbers and emails that I use now. Because you never know if one site is hacked, then it's just going to propagate to everybody else.
Yeah. And there's low-hanging fruit, and I hope Congress does something. And frankly, I think it's maybe that they haven't. The fact that elderly people are getting scammed to death on their phones these days with fake car warranty scams. And my dad was in the hospital last year. And I was in the hospital where his phone kept buzzing, and I looked at it, and it's just spam attack after spam attack. People nonstop calling about freaking car warranty. Why? They're trying to get a social security number. They're trying to get CII. They're trying to get this information. We need to figure out how to put those people in jail for life. And we need to figure out why in the hell we are being required or asked to hand over our social security number and our home address and our password and all of that information to every retailer who asks. I mean, that's insanity. And there's no question they're not protecting it because it keeps showing up in spam or identity theft or credit card theft or something.
Well, spam's getting better, and maybe Richard, as a side note, make a public announcement. Please put this out, which is if you get an email or message from Lex Friedman saying how much Lex, appreciate you and love you and so on, and please connect with me on my WhatsApp number and I will give you Bitcoin or something like that, please do not click. And I'm aware that there's a lot of this going on. Very much. I can't do anything about it. This is on every single platform. It's happening more and more and more. I've been recently informed that they're not email. There's cross-platform. They're taking people's, somehow, this is fascinating to me because they are taking people who comment on various social platforms and they somehow reverse engineer to figure out what their email is, send an email to that person, say, "Love Lex Friedman." It's like a heartfelt email with links. It's fascinating because it's cross-platform. It's not just a spam bot that's messaging with comments with no reply. They are saying, okay, this person cares about this other person on social media. So I'm going to find another channel, which in their mind probably increases, and then does the likelihood that they'll get people to click. And they do it. I don't know what to do with it. It makes me really, really sad. Especially with podcasting, there's an intimacy that people feel connected and they get really excited. Okay, cool. I want to connect to Lex. And they click. And like, I get angry at the people that do this. I mean, it's like the John that gets hired to take control. I don't know what to do about that. I mean, I suppose the solution is education. It's telling people to be skeptical on the stuff they click. That's out the technology solution of creating maybe like two-factor authentication and maybe helping identify things that are likely to be spam. I don't know. But then the machine learning there is tricky because you don't want to add a lot of extra friction that just annoys people because they'll turn it off. Because you have to accept cookies thing, right? That everybody has to click on us and all the ignore it except cookies. This is very difficult. To find that frictionless security. You mentioned, we talked about looking through the NSA documents and doing the hard work of that. What do you make of that? What did you learn? What do you think of him? Because in the long arc of history, is Edward Snowden a hero?
I think he's neither. I have really complicated feelings about Edward Snowden. On the one hand, I'm a journalist at heart, and more transparency is good. And I'm grateful for the conversations that we had in the post-Snowden era about the limits to surveillance and how critical privacy is. And when you have no transparency, and you don't really know, in that case, what our secret courts were doing, how can you truly believe that our country is taking our civil liberties seriously? So on one hand, I'm grateful that he cracked open these debates. On the other hand, when I walked into the storage closet of classified Hennessy secrets, I had just spent 2 years covering Chinese cyber espionage almost every day, and this sort of advancement of Russian attacks that were just getting worse and worse and more destructive. And there were no limits to Chinese cyber espionage and Chinese surveillance of its own citizens, and there seemed to be no limit what Russia was willing to do in terms of cyber attacks and also in some cases assassinating journalists. So when I walked into that room, there was a part of me, quite honestly, that was relieved to know that the NSA was as good as I hoped they were. And we were using that knowledge to, as far as I know, assassinate journalists. We were using our access to take out pharmaceutical companies. For the most part, we were using it for traditional espionage. Now, that set of documents also set me on the journey of my book, because to me, the American people's reaction to the Snowden documents was a little bit misplaced. They were upset about the phone call metadata collection program. Angela Merkel, I think, rightfully was upset that we were hacking her cell phone. But in sort of the spy world, hacking world through your cell phone is pretty much what most spy agencies do. And there wasn't a lot that I saw in those documents that was beyond what I thought a spy agency does. And I think if there was another 9/11 tomorrow, God forbid, we would all say, how did the NSA miss this? Why aren't they spying on these terrorists? Why aren't they spying on these world leaders? There's some of that too. But I think that there was great damage done to U.S.'s reputation. I think we really lost our halo in terms of a protector of civil liberties. And I think a lot of what was reported was unfortunately reported in a vacuum. That was my biggest gripe. That we were always reporting, the NSA has this program, and here's what it does, and the NSA is in Angela Merkel's cell phone, and the NSA can do this. And no one would say, and by the way, China has been hacking into our pipelines, and they've been making off with all of our intellectual property, and Russia's been hacking into our energy infrastructure, and they've been using the same methods to spy on, track, and in many cases kill their own journalists. And the Saudis have been doing this to their own critics and dissidents. And so you can't talk about any of these countries in isolation. It is really like spy out there. And so I just have complicated feelings. And the other thing is, sorry, it's a little bit of a tangent, but the amount of documents that we had, like thousands of documents, most of which were just crap, that had people's names on them. Part of me wishes that those documents had been released in a much more targeted way. It's just a lot of it just felt like PowerPoint that was taken out of context, and you just sort of wish that there had been a little bit more thought into what was released, because I think a lot of the impact concern was just the volume of the reporting. But I think, based on what I saw personally, there was a lot of stuff that I don't know why that particular thing got released.
As a whistleblower, it's a better way to do it, because there's fear, it takes a lot of effort to do a more targeted release. If there's proper channels, you're afraid that those channels would be manipulated with who you trust.
Mm-hmm.
What's a better way to do this, do you think? As a journalist, this seems to be a journalistic question. Reveal some fundamental flaw in the system without destroying the system. I bring up, again, Mark Zuckerberg and Meta. there was a whistleblower that came out about Instagram internal studies. And I also torn about how to feel about that whistleblower. Because from a company perspective, that's an open culture. How can you operate successfully if you have an open culture where any one whistleblower can come out of context, take a study, whether it represents a larger context or not, and the press eats it up, and then that creates a narrative that is just like what we have to say. You said that's out of context, very targeted to where Facebook is evil, clearly because of this one leak. It's really hard to know what to do there because we're now in a society of deeply distressed institutions, and so narratives by whistleblowers make that whistleblower and their forthcoming book very popular. And so there's a huge incentive to take stuff out of context and to tell stories that don't represent the full context, the full truth. It's hard to know what to do with that because then that forces Facebook, Meta, and governments to be much more conservative, much more secretive. It's like a race to the bottom. And I don't know. I don't know if you can comment on any of that, how to be a whistleblower ethically and properly.
I don't know. I mean, these are hard questions, and even for myself, like in some ways, I think of my book as sort of blowing the whistle on the zero relationship. But it's not like I was in the market myself. It's not like I had access to classified data when I was reporting out that book. As I say in the book, like, listen, I'm just trying to scrape the surface here so we can have these conversations before it's too late. And, I'm sure there's plenty in there that someone who's, U.S. intelligence agencies clear them and observe it probably with some voodoo doll out there. And you're never going to get it 100%. But I really applaud whistleblowers like, the whistleblower who blew the whistle on a Trump call with Zelensky. I mean, people needed to know about that. That we were basically, in some ways, blackmailing an ally to try to influence an election. I mean, they went through the proper channels. They weren't trying to profit off of it, right? There was no book that came out afterwards from the whistleblower. That whistleblower's not like, they went through the channels. They're not living in Moscow. Let's put it that way.
Can I ask you a question? You mentioned NSA. One of the things it showed is they're pretty good at what they do. Again, this is a touchy subject, I suppose, but there's a lot of conspiracy theories about intelligence agencies. From your understanding, CIA, NSA, and the government in other countries, are they, one question, a dangerous question, are they competent? Are they good at what they do? And two, are they malevolent in any way? Sort of, I recently had a conversation about tobacco companies. They kind of see their customers as dupes. Like they can just play games with people. Conspiracy theories tell that similar story about intelligence agencies that they're interested in manipulating the populace for whatever ends the powerful in dark rooms, cigar smoke filled rooms. What's your sense? Do these conspiracy theories like kind of any truth to them? Or are intelligence agencies for the most part good for society?
Okay, that's an easy one.
Is it?
No. I think it depends which intelligence agency. Think about them aside. They're killing every Iranian nuclear scientist they can over the years. But have they delayed time horizon before Iran gets bombed? Yeah. Have they probably staved off terror attacks on their own citizens? Yeah. None of these intelligence is intelligence. You can't just say like everyone I've met in this space is not like the pound your chest patriot that you see on the beach on the 4th of July. A lot of them have complicated feelings about their former employers. Well, at least at the NSA, it reminded me to do what we were accused of doing after Sudan, spy on Americans. You have no idea the amount of red tape and paperwork and bureaucracy it would have taken to do what everyone thinks that we were supposedly doing. But then, we find out in the course of the Snowden reporting about a program called Love-In, where a couple of the NSA analysts were using their access to spy on their ex-girlfriends. So, there's an exception to every case. Generally, I probably get accused of my Western bias here again, but I think you can almost barely compare some of these Western intelligence agencies to China, for instance, and the surveillance that they're deploying on the Uyghurs, to the level they're deploying it, and the surveillance they're starting to export abroad. Some of the programs like the water recall attack I mentioned earlier, where it's not just hitting the Uyghurs inside China, hitting anyone interested in the Uyghur plight outside China. It could be an American high school student grading a paper on that person. They want to spy on that person too. There's no rules in China really limiting the extent of that surveillance. And we all better be paying attention to what's happening with the Uyghurs, because just as Ukraine has been for Russia in terms of a test kitchen for its cyber attacks, the Uyghurs are China's test kitchen for surveillance. And there's no doubt in my mind that they're testing them on Uyghurs. Uyghurs are their petri dish, and eventually they will export that level of surveillance overseas. In 2015, Obama and Xi Jinping reached a deal where basically the White House said, we better cut it out on intellectual property theft. And so they made this agreement that they would not hack each other for commercial benefit. And for a period of about 18 months, we saw this huge drop-off in Chinese cyber attacks on American companies. But some of them continued. Where did they continue? They continued on aviation companies, on hospitality companies like Marriott. Why? Because that was still considered fair game to China. It wasn't IP theft they were after. They wanted to know who was staying in this city at this time when Chinese citizens were staying there, so they could cross-match for counterintelligence who might be a likely Chinese spy. I'm sure we're doing some of that too. Counterintelligence is counterintelligence. It's considered fair game. But where I think it gets evil is when you use it for censorship, to suppress any dissent, to do what I've seen the UAE do to its citizens, or people who have gone on Twitter just to advocate for better voting rights and enfranchisement, suddenly having their passports confiscated. I talked to one critic, Ahmed Mansour, and he told me, you might find yourself a terrorist, labeled a terrorist one day, you don't even know how to operate a gun. And he can beat him up every time he tried to go somewhere. His passport had been confiscated. The last minute he guard hacked into his phone, so they were listening to us talking. It happened to his baby monitor. They were spying on his child. And he stole his car. And then they created a new law that you could criticize the ruling family or the ruling party on Twitter. And he's been in solitary confinement every day since on hunger strike. So that's evil. That's evil. And we don't do that here. We have rules here. We don't cross that line. So yeah, in some cases, like I won't go to Dubai. I won't go to Abu Dhabi. If I ever want to go to the Maldives, like too bad, like most of the flights go through Dubai.
So there's some last around across. But then again, just like you said, there's individuals within NSA, within CIA, and they may have power. But to me, there's levels of people. To me personally, this is the stuff with conspiracy theories is the things you've mentioned is evil are not direct attacks. But there's also psychological warfare. So blackmail. So what does spying allow you to do? Allow you to collect information if you have something that's embarrassing. Or if you have like Jeffrey Epstein conspiracy theories, active, manufacture of embarrassing things. And then use blackmail to manipulate the population or all the powerful people involved. It troubles me deeply that I went to a lot of something like Jeffrey Epstein and then mixed, especially some of the scientific mind that they would hang out with that person. Right? And so, I'll talk about it sometimes. And a lot of people tell me, well, obviously Jeffrey Epstein is a front for intelligence. And I just struggle to see that level of confidence in the evidence. But, and I guess I was trying to get to that point, except that the bureaucracy and so on, which makes some of these things very difficult. I wonder how much malevolence, how much confidence there is in these institutions. Like, how far, it takes us back to the active question, how far are people willing to go if they have the power? This has to do with social engineering, this has to do with hacking, this has to do with manipulating people, attacking people, doing evil to people, psychological warfare and stuff like that. I don't know. I believe that most people are good. And I don't think that's possible in a free society. There's something that happens when you have a centralized government where power corrupts over time and you start surveillance programs come that a slippery slope that over time starts to both use fear and direct manipulation to control the populace. But in a free society, it just is difficult for me to imagine that you can have like somebody like a Jeffrey Epstein up front for intelligence. I don't know what I'm speaking, but I'm just I have a hope that for the most part, intelligence agencies are trying to do good and are actually doing good for the world. When you view it in the full context of the complexities of the world. But then again, if they're not, would we know? That's why I think Snow would be a good thing. Let me ask you a personal question. You have investigated some of the most powerful organizations of people in the world, of cyber warfare and cybersecurity. Are you ever afraid for your life, your own well-being, digital or physical?
I mean, I kind of know this. I had our security team at the time called me at one point and said someone's totally bypassed offering with good money to anyone who's a doctor, your phone, and laptop. And it was describing my profile. When I was at that hacking conference in Argentina, I came back and I brought a burner laptop with me, but I kept it in the suit anyway. I didn't have anything on it, but someone had broken in and it was moved. I've had all sorts of sort of scary moments. But then I had moments where I think I went just way too far. So I remember writing about the tax hack by China. Just kind of remember China's cyber attacks where they've gotten into the thermostat at someone's corporate apartment and all sorts of stuff. And I was living by myself. I was single in San Francisco.
Yeah, no shit that you were single. That's an obvious one. Because no one wants to be around this incredibly.
And I got up and I ripped it out. That's something like, where's that? And then I went back to bed and I woke up and like a beautiful morning light.
Maybe somebody change your thermostat?
Morning light shining.
You know how you can have one old
And I
fashioned
sit on my floor
and have one like
in
that.
the morning light. There's no. I'm not going down.
You hit it and go.
Like, you basically, I came to a really the fork in the road where I could either go full 10-foot high, go live off the grid, never have car navigation, never use stupid apps, never own an iPhone, never order diapers off Amazon, you know, create a alias, or I could just do the best I can and live in this new digital world living in. And what does that look like for me? I mean, what are my crowns? What I tell people, what are your crowns? Just focus on that. You can't protect everything, but you can protect your crowns. For me, for the longest time, my crown jewels were my sources. I was nothing without my sources. So if I had same sources, I would make the same dim sum price, or maybe it was a different restaurant, at the same date every quarter. And we'd never drive there. We never Uber there. We never bring any devices. I could bring a pencil and a notepad. And if someone wasn't in town, there were a couple times where I'd show up and source it. We never communicated digitally. And those were the lengths I was willing to go to protect that source. But you can't do it for everyone. So for everyone else, you know, it was Signal, using two-factor authentication, keeping my devices up to date, not clicking on phishing emails, using a password manager, all the things that, you know, we know we're supposed to do. And that's what I tell everyone. Like, don't go crazy, because then it's the ultimate hack. Then they have to know whoever they is. But just do the best you can. Now, my whole risk model changed when I had a kid. You know, now it's, oh God, you know, anyone credit. But it changes you. And, you know, unfortunately, there are some things, like I was really scared to go deep on, like Russian cybercrime, you know, like putting himself, you know, and it's interesting, like I have a mentor who's an incredible person who was the Times Moscow bureau chief during the coup. And after I read a series of stories about Chinese cyber espionage, and he told me that when he was living in Moscow, he would drop his kids off at preschool when they were 17 now, and the KGB would follow them, and they would make a really loud show of it. You know, the tail end, when they talk, the make ruckus. Is that, you know what, they never actually did anything, but they wanted you to know that they were following, and that operated accordingly. And he says that's how you should operate in the digital world. Know that there are probably people following you. Sometimes it'll make a little bit of noise, but one thing you need to know is that while you're in your terms, you have a little bit of an invisible shield on you. You know, if something were to happen to you, that would be a really big deal. That would be an international incident. So I kind of carried that invisible shield with me for years. And then Jamal Khashoggi happened. And that destroyed my vision of my invisible shield. You know, sure, you know, he was a Saudi, but he was a Washington Post columnist. You know, for the most part, he was living in the United States. He was a journalist. And for them to do what they did to him, pretty much in the open, and get away with it, and for the United States to let them get away with it, because we wanted to preserve diplomatic relations with the Saudis, that really threw my worldview upside down. And, you know, I think that sent a message to a lot of countries that it was sort of open season on journalists. And to me, that was one of the most destructive things that happened under the previous administration. And, you know, I don't really know what to think of my position.
Like you said, that really worries me on the journalistic side, that people would be afraid to dig deep on fascinating topics. And, you know, I have my own. Part of the reason I love that kid, I love that family. Part of the reason I'm a little bit afraid. These really crazy, but they're lost
Huh?
freedom in the way of doing all the crazy shit that I naturally do, which I would say the ethics of journalism is kind of not doing crazy shit without any thinking about it, is letting your curiosity ideally allow you to be free and explore. It's, I mean, whether it's stupidity or fearlessness, whatever it is, that's what great journalism is. That all the concerns about security risks made me like become a better person. The way I approach it is spiritually, I don't have anything to hide. I know this is not a thing. This is not a approach to security. This is like a motivational speech or something. It's just like you can lose the habit of the moment. Just don't be a douchebag, secretly. Just be like a good person. Because then I see this actually with social media in general. Just present yourself in the most authentic way possible, meaning be the same person online because you are privately, have nothing to hide. That's one, not the only, but one of the ways to achieve security. Maybe I'm totally wrong on this, but don't be secretly weird. You're weird, be publicly weird, so it's impossible to blackmail you. That's my question.
Yeah, well, they call it the New York Times front page phenomenon. Don't put anything in email, or I guess social media these days, that you wouldn't want to read on the front page of the New York Times. And that works, but sometimes I get very, I have not as many followers as you, but a lot of followers, sometimes even I get carried away. And, yeah, and the cortisol response on Twitter. I mean, Twitter is basically like designed to elicit those responses. I mean, every day I turn on my computer, look at my phone, I look at what's trending on Twitter, and I think, what are the topics that are going to make people most angry today? And, it's easy to get carried away, but it's also just, that sucks too, that you have to be constantly censoring yourself. And maybe it's for the better. Maybe you can't be a secret asshole. You can put that in a good bucket. But at the same time, there is a danger to that other voice, to creativity, to being weird. There's a danger to that little whisper voice that's like, well, how would people read that? How could that be manipulated? How could that be used against you? And that stifles creativity, innovation, and free thought. And that is on a very micro, and that's something that's actually something that Tim Cook has talked about a lot, and why he has said he goes full force on privacy is it's just that little voice that is at some level censoring you, and what is sort of the long-term impact of that little voice over time.
I think there's ways to think that self-censorship and talk back to what their solutions to it. The way I'm really inspired by Elon Musk. The solution to that is be privately and publicly the same person and be ridiculous. Embrace the full weirdness, show it more. That has memes, that has like ridiculous humor. And I think, and if there is something you really want to hide, deeply consider if that you want to be like, why are you hiding? What exactly are you afraid of? Because I think my whole vision for the internet is the internet loves authenticity. They want to see you and to be that. Like, live that fully. Because I think that gray area where you're kind of censoring yourself, that's where the destruction is. And you have to go all the way, step over. You do it. And then it can be painful because people get attacked and so on, but just right. I mean, that's just a skill on a social psychological level that ends up being an approach to security, which is like remove the attack vector of having private information by being bold. What what advice would you give to young folks today, operating in this complicated space about how to have a successful life, how they can be proud of, who they can be proud of? Maybe somebody in high school and college thinking about what they want to do.
Be a hacker. If you have any interest, become a hacker and apply yourself to Guinness. Every time we do have these amazing scholarship programs, for instance, where they find you early, they pay your college as long as you commit to some kind of federal commitment to sort of help federal agencies with cybersecurity. Where does everyone want to go every year for the scholarship program? They want to go work at the NSA or cyber command. They want to go work on offense. They want to go do the sexy stuff. It's really hard to get people to work on defense. It's always been more fun to be a pirate than be in the Coast Guard. And so we have a huge deficit when it comes to filling those roles. There's 3.5 million unfilled cybersecurity positions around the world. They talk about job security, like be a hacker and work on cybersecurity. You will always have a job. And we're actually at a huge deficit and disadvantage as a free market economy because we can't match cybersecurity salaries at Palantir or Facebook or Google or Microsoft. And so it's really hard for the United States to fill those roles. And other countries have had this workaround where they basically have forced conscription on some level. China tells people, you do whatever you're going to do during the day, work at Alibaba, if you need to do some ransomware, okay. The minute we tap you on the shoulder and ask you to come do this sensitive operation for us, the answer is yes. Same with Russia. A couple of years ago when Yahoo was hacked, and then laid it all out in the indictment, it came down to 2 cyber criminals and 2 guys from the FSB. Cyber criminals were allowed to have their fun. The minute they came across the username and password for someone's personal Yahoo account that went to the White House or the State Department or the military, and they were expected to pass that over to the FSB. We don't do that here, and it's even worse on defense. We really can't fill these positions. So, if you are a hacker, or if you're interested in code, if you're a tinkerer, learn how to hack. There are all sorts of amazing hacking competitions you can do through SAMS or for example, SAMS. And then use those skills for good. Neuter the bugs in that code that get used by autocratic regimes to make people's life, live in prison. Plug those holes, defend industrial systems, defend our water treatment facilities from hacks with people who are trying to come in and poison the water. That I think is just an amazing job on so many levels. It's intellectually stimulating. You can tell yourself you're serving your country. You can tell yourself you're saving lives and keeping people safe. And you'll always have amazing job security. And if you need to go get that job that pays you for $2 million a year, you can do it too.
You can have a public profile, more so of a public profile. You could be a public rock star. And it's the same thing as the military. There's a lot of well-known sort of people commenting on the fact that veterans are not treated as soldiers as they should be, but it's still the fact that soldiers are deeply respected for defending the country, defeating the ideas that we stand for. And in the same way, in some ways, the cybersecurity defense of the soldiers of the future.
Yeah. It's interesting. In cybersecurity, the difference is oftentimes you see the more interesting threats in the private sector because that's where the attacks come. When cyber criminals and nation-state adversaries come from the United States, they don't go directly for cyber command or the NSA. They go for banks, they go for Google, they go for Microsoft, they go for critical infrastructure. And so those companies, those private sector companies, get to see some of the most advanced, sophisticated attacks out there. And if you're working with FireEye, you're calling out the SolarWinds attack for instance, I mean, we just saved God knows how many systems from that compromise turning into something that more closely resembles sabotage. So go be a hacker and or go be a journalist.
So, you wrote the book, This Is How You Tell Me the World Ends, as we've been talking about. Of course, referring to cyber war, cybersecurity. What gives you hope for the future of our world if it doesn't end? How will it not end?
That's a good question. I mean, I have to have hope, right? Because I'm a kid and I know they're on the way, and if I didn't have hope, I wouldn't be having kids. But it's a scary time to be having kids. And it's like pandemic, climate change, disinformation, increasingly advanced, perhaps deadly cyber attacks. What gives me hope is that I share your worldview that I think people are fundamentally good. And sometimes, and this is why the metaverse scares me to death, but what I'm reminded of that is not online. Like online, I get the opposite. You start to lose hope in humanity when you're on Twitter every day. It's like when I go to the grocery store, or I go on a hike, or like someone smiles at me, or someone just does something nice. People are fundamentally good. We just don't hear from those people enough. And my hope is, I just think our current political climate, we've hit rock bottom. This is as bad as it gets. We can't do anything. Well, but I think it's a generational. I think baby boomers, like, it's time to move on. I think it's time for a new generation to come in, and I actually have a lot of hope when I look at, I'm sort of like this, I guess they call it, geriatric millennial or a young Gen X, but like we have this unique responsibility because I grew up without the internet and without social media, but I made it to it, so I know the good and I know the bad. And that's true on so many different things. I grew up without climate change anxiety, and now I'm feeling it, and I know it's not a given. We don't have to just resign ourselves to climate change. Same with disinformation. And I think a lot of the problems we face today have just exposed the sort of inertia that there's been on so many of these issues. And I really think it's a generational shift that has to happen. And I think this next generation is going to come in and say, like, we're not doing business like you guys did it anymore. We're not just going to like rape and pillage the earth and try and turn everyone against each other and play dirty tricks and let lobbyists dictate what we do or don't do as a country. And that's really where I see the hope.
It feels like there's a lot of work for young minds to step up and create solutions and lead. So whenever politicians or leaders that are older, like you said, are acting shitty, I see that as a positive. They're inspiring a large number of young people to replace them.
Yeah.
And so I think you're right. There's going to be things like we need people to act shitty to remind them, oh wow, we need good leaders, we need great creators, and builders, and entrepreneurs, and scientists, and engineers, and journalists, and all the discussion about how the journalists was going for broken and so on. That's just an inspiration for new institutions to rise up and do journalism better. New journalists to step up and do journalism better. And I've been constantly, when I talk to young people, I'm constantly impressed by the ones that dream to build solutions. And so that's ultimately why I put the hope. But the world is a messy place. Like we'll be talking about. A scary place.
Yeah, and I think you hit something, earlier, which is authenticity. Like, no one is going to rise above that is plastic anymore. People are craving authenticity. The benefit of the internet is it's really hard to hide who you are on every single platform. In some you hope that, by the time my kids are grown, like, no one's going to care that they made a mistake online, so long as they're authentic. And I used to worry about this. My nephew was born the day he graduated college. And I just always, he's like born into Facebook. And just think like, how is a kid like that ever going to be president of the United States of America? Because if Facebook had been around when I was in college, like, Jesus, how are those kids going to ever be president? There's going to be some photo of them at some point in some city. And that's going to be all over for them. And now I take that back. Now it's like, no, everyone's going to make mistakes. There's going to be a picture for everyone. And we're all going to have to come and grow up to the view that as humans, we're going to make huge mistakes. And hopefully they're not so big that they're going to ruin the rest of your life. But we're going to have to come around to this view that we're all human. And we're going to have to be a little bit more forgiving and a little bit more tolerant when people mess up. And we're going to have to be a little bit more humble when we do. And, like, keep moving forward. Otherwise, we can't survive it.
So this is an incredible, hopeful conversation. Also, one that reveals that in the shadows, there's a lot of challenges to be solved. So I really appreciate that you took on this really difficult subject with your book. That's journalism at its best. So I'm really grateful that you took the risk and you took that on. And that you plugged the cable box back in and you see hope. Thank you so much for spending time with me.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with the Cold Hard Rock. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you with some words to focus on. Here we are, trusting our entire digital lives, passwords, texts, love letters, banking records, health records, credit card sources, and deepest thoughts to this mystery box, whose inner circuitry most of us would never vet, run by code written in a language most of us will never fully understand. Thank you for listening, and hope to see you next time. I get so passionate about it. I get so angry, because there's this saying like, oh, can you be the hook? Can you win. That's it. Just win and don't talk to me about anything. If you believe the match is finished, and I wonder if I get in the head of the other person. See this? Yeah. Quit. The following is a conversation with Devin Larrett, considered by many to be one of the greatest arm wrestlers in history. This is a Let's Fit podcast. Supporter, please check out our sponsors in the description. Now, dear friends, here's Devin Larrett. You are considered to be one of the greatest arm wrestlers in history. Plus, are one of the most charismatic and fun people to watch in arm wrestling. But let me first start with a ridiculous and controversial opinion. I actually really enjoy Over the Top. You look at Sylvester Stallone, where he's a trucker. It's like a father-son movie. It's like a bunch of sports have the definitive movie. Like boxing has Rocky, maybe folk style collegiate wrestling has Vision Quest. What else is there? Billiards has Color Money. Yeah. This is the sort of movie for arm wrestling. So what did Over the Top get right? That was actually based off of a real story. A lot of people don't know that. The Over the Top movie, to a certain degree, that's actually real life. Like that tournament, Over the Top, is real. Yeah, it was literally named Over the Top. Yes. There was a trucker division, and the guy actually won a truck for real. His name's John Bazin. You know who that is, right? So the actual Over the Top tournament, the trucker division, was won by John. Who is John? Like he is. A lot of people talk about him as like a legend and one of, if not the greatest wrestlers of all time. John Bazin is every arm wrestler's father to a certain degree. All of us. The entire sport looks up to him. Uh, he, it's incredible what he's done. I mean, at 18, he won over the top. At 57, he just competed with me a couple of months ago. Still at the world level. 18, that's 40 years being at the top of the sport. It's incredible. He's hailed as the greatest of all time in the sport of arm wrestling. Yeah. And he doesn't, he's beaten some monsters.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. And he doesn't, I mean, when you talk about like the evolution of the sport, he's responsible for so much of it. Like when you talk about like a lot of times when you go back like 20 years, 30 years, a lot of us looked at arm wrestling, I mean, as something you could kind of do. And he's the first guy who's like, you want to get better at arm wrestling. And it seems so simple, but he answered so many questions that all of us had, techniques in the sport, back in pre-video internet. Yeah, he's been everybody's target for like 40 years.
So in terms of strength, in terms of power, in terms of skill, what did he teach the sport of arm wrestling?
So if you look, how did the sport change from the 80s, 90s to the aughts? You were at the top of the world for many years. You know, many argue you're still at the very top of the world, but like you were very dominant with left and right hand in I don't know 2008 to 2013, something like that. So how did that sport evolve to today? So it's hard for me to comment. You know, prior to when I came to the sport was kind of mid 90s. Like I've been arm wrestling my whole life, but I wasn't really involved in the sport to a major degree until probably mid 90s. But I'll say that before the mid 90s, it was really hard to get good. Very good. Everybody was doing it. Like it was really rare to find people who were technically good at it. It was very unrare. When I got into sport, it was a flyer that came in the mail. You had to know somebody who knew somebody, and then you go to a club and you can't do anything with these people, and they knew how they did, but real masters were rare. And internet helped everything. Communication, the transfer of knowledge became so much faster. People became technically, invested. They started training, sharing ideas. By I'd say 2000, probably around the turn of the millennium, I'd say the professional league started to slowly pick up, more organized, bigger productions, started to attract more athletes, more people took it seriously. By 2010, I'd say there was another jump, more seriously, a little bit more. By 2015, more major media, like people were investing a lot, like millionaires, billionaires type of people were organizing events, setting up leagues, and the past 5 years, it's just blown up. The techniques. I mean, if I was to go back to when I started, what took me 10 or 15 years to learn, you guys are showing up and they've got it down in like a year. Yeah. Well, the thing about it, the development of the sport is it's, like I was telling you off mic, it's a battle of one versus one. And then that can turn into battle of nations, which, there is. There's Canada, there's the United States, there's all the Eastern Europe, Russia, Georgia, all of that. That's what makes some of the greatest sports in the Olympics great, like weightlifting. It's a battle of nations, not just a battle of individuals. It's almost like these two humans represent the two nations. And I see that very much. We'll talk about your matches coming up, but there is that battle between North America and that other part of the world. Yeah. North America is very prized. The North American champion is always highly sought after because they're typically the most famous. Even still, when you know, quite arguably, there's always somebody in Eastern Europe who's just monstrous. And it's typically the North American island with more right. By the way, oh yeah, the cook here, some maple syrup is yours. It's just, you probably should. You just down that whole thing. No, I'm gonna sip it. You know. But by all means, it's really good, right? Yeah. That is maple syrup. Yeah. That's a perfect July day in Canada in a bottle. Yeah. So you're on a total tangent. You are known for appreciating food in all kinds of ways, but one of the things you're known for is pancakes. That is yeah, that's gone
Yes.
to a crazy place in sport, but yeah, like where did that originate? So, where that originated when it went from like your actual leftover pancake to the meat. Yeah. So I think what happened was so I had a match with Michael Todd, big match. Michael, great champion. He's another guy who's he's never gonna get off the horse. He's, his elbow is a complete disaster. Probably one of the most loved and hated guys in the sport right now. Is it because of the King's move? Yeah, the King's move brings him a lot of hate. Not from me, not from a lot of people, but a lot of observers have a big problem with the King's move. What's wrong with being a little bit controversial? You know, I get so passionate about it. I get so angry, you know, because there's this saying like, oh, can you beat him? Oh, can you win? Just win and don't talk to me about anything else. And if you can win with style, then with style. But don't talk to me about anything but winning other foods. That's the point. You know, this match about the product. Yeah. So I was in a terrible place. I get so screwed up with years. It's 2022 now, right? No, it's 2030. What are you talking about? Yeah, that's right. I think it is actually 2030. We're way ahead of schedule. Oh, that's right. So when was this? Like a decade ago? No, this is like a year. So it's very recent. Very recent. Yeah. So I got really sick. Like, yeah, this is the match, right? Awesome. So this match is for the Legacy Hammer. So we invented this thing called the Legacy Hammer, and Michael took it from me in I think 2018. And then COVID shut everything down, and Michael went overseas to try and set up, because at that time, Michael was a North American champion. He beat me, and he went to Dubai, and he organized this great big match with Dubai. And the whole thing fell apart. Organizers, leagues, he wouldn't let it happen. But there was still an ability to have a match of significance happen. So Michael's like, who do you want? Let's get that match. Like, yes! And I was really sick at the time. I had DDT, I had embolism, I was mentally in a terrible place, and I got offered the match, and it just totally turned my life around. And I committed really hard. Yeah. And what happened? Oh, man, I just totally destroyed him. Yeah, I just beat the piss out of him. Yeah. Mike was a good friend of mine, but yeah, there's a lot of camaraderie. Yeah, you guys talk that, you know. But we fight like brothers, you know. Like, so we let each other really fight hard against each other. But so I knew, strength and mass is a hand in hand, and I committed to just getting as big and as strong as I could, and literally I was eating pancakes every day. Bacon, pancakes, every sloppy bit of garbage food I could eat. I was trying to eat healthy also, but if there was garbage food, I'd eat it. What do you mean bacon and pancakes isn't healthy? What are you talking about? But people should go watch. There's a video where you make the Canadian meal of bacon, some bacon cooking tips, water. That was interesting. Yeah, and then obviously pancakes, maple syrup, the whole thing. You're making me very hungry. I've caused more diabetes than probably gonna get in trouble karmically for making the world obese. You should probably write a book pancake diet.
Yeah.
Seven layers. Yep. I think I will do that. So you said mass and strength go hand in hand, just at a big level of arm wrestling. What's more important? Strength, power, endurance, skill, strategy, toughness. Like, how do these components all come into play in arm wrestling? They're all important. You can use everything, and you can adjust your strategy based off of the tools that you have. I would say if I could pick ever just one thing to have more of, uh, I would say the strength gained while fighting, while actually arm wrestling is not off the number. So you get stronger from arm wrestling. How do you get stronger from arm wrestling? Like in jiu-jitsu and grappling, you can get good by training with people much technically worse than you. So what boxing was, yeah, it's actually beneficial, great, because you get to work stuff out. Right? But I wouldn't say it develops like that intensity and power required to go against people at your level. So how do you balance that? Is it okay to go against people that are much weaker than you, or do you really have to go against people at the same level? I think that a blended strategy is probably the best. I'd say kind of a rule is whatever you do, you get better at. So you want to be kind of as precise as possible. You don't want to get hurt. And it's just about investment. And the answer is not always the same. Things are going to change. I am currently a big believer in what I call power building. Right? So you have to do a lot of volume to build a great power. You need to have a ton of volume. So when you look at how to best build volume, you want to do workouts that aren't particularly challenging to make you feel good, and do them so that when you add them all together, you get the biggest number. So many easy workouts a day that are as specific as possible, in my opinion, is the best way to lay the foundation for an extreme peak. And precision, right? Like, there's no more precise way to get strong than arm wrestling. So, how often can you arm wrestle? What's your training regimen? You've talked about this as the decline, right? What is the training process to get great? Well, again, it's going to depend on what level you're at. The answer at the beginning might not be the same. For me, I've been doing it almost 30 years. I have to harvest energy from clubs. I call it cosmic punch. Sorry to interrupt you here in Austin, Texas. You are in Austin, Texas. Where you were at the what's called the water tank. And an awesome crowd. It was great. I get to watch that. I get to interact with a lot of those guys. It's just amazing community, amazing human beings. I got to talk to Dimitri in Russian and in English. He's an engineer. He's a brilliant dude, but also one of the toughest, biggest guys who's faced there. But you faced hundreds. Yeah, so that's full. Yeah, and that for me is so if I go in and just kind of I'm like a lightning rod, and I just absorb everything that I can get from people. All their effort. That's perfect. It's perfect. But I'm lucky because I'm in a place that I can handle. If I was losing or failing, this would not be possible. But because I'm strong enough, doing it long enough, I can kind of absorb it without damaging me. This is perfect. This is perfect. I typically, when I'm training up for a very serious match,
What's up? How are you? How old are you? Okay, what year were you born? What year were you born? How's your day going? Excellent. How'd you hear about me? Your friend is amazing. What up, brother? How you doing, brother? What's good? Just living the dream? What up, Abdul Bakar? Pleasure to meet you. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream like 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. How'd you find out about me? YouTube? Oh, you found me on YouTube. That's that. Excellent. Well, if you guys don't know what I do, I stream my life for World Peace. I don't know war anymore. I'm live right now on more than 11 different YouTube channels. I'm live in more than 11 different Discords. I'm growing popularity every single day. And that's a good thing. Some things that we talk about in this. Go ahead. What'd you say? Oh, excellent. Hey, I got this thing. It's pretty cool. Just one moment. I'll show it to you guys. What kind of Spanish? What kind of Spanish do you speak? Like, like from Spain? From Spain or from? Okay, from Spain. Just one moment. Here we go. You tell me if this is good. I hope this translates well. I hope you understand what I'm saying. I'm glad that you're here.
Espero que esto se traduzca. Bueno, espero que entiendas lo que digo. Me alegra que estés aquí.
What can you? I don't know.
I'll try and do that 3 or 4 times a week. And then the days in between, I will just do blood flow rehab. Blood flow rehab. I would never hit a PR record. I would never do it anymore. Don't do it. I used to. A lot of things change. That's why I say like there's a lot of ways to do it. This is currently a system that's working very well for me. So when you say PR, you're not aggressively chasing the peak. You just building and building and building. Yeah. My only peak I care about is for this cycle, the 25th of June. It's my only PR. Let's talk about the 25th of June. Oh, yeah. Let's talk about Signashvili, the Georgian Hawk. Question number 1. Is it possible to beat him? He is widely acknowledged as the most powerful person in arm wrestling today. Is he beatable? Yeah, so how? Everybody's beatable. Levon is in play. He is what this modern peak of arm wrestling represents. So for people who are just listening, we also have an overlay of a video of Levon going against the Italian legend, another top 3 person in the world, perhaps, in arm wrestling. And Levon's the guy just big. I love it. The aggression. I mean, actually, so underneath it all is the dietetic guy, but when he turns it on, it's
Hello, how are you?
He's the full package. Levon is he represents the pinnacle.
Well, we're very happy that you're here.
Dennis in the back.
Hope one of the good things for you. We're just watching the podcast. Feel free to enjoy.
Levon has a lot of bases covered. He's currently 300 pounds as well. I mean, the strength that he shows for arm wrestling is so far ahead of the field. He's very, very strong. But it's absolutely possible. It's absolutely possible. The one thing that I'm confident about, I'd say there's 2 things. The 2 things I'm confident about is that I have an experience. And experience counts for a lot. The other thing is my ability to breathe in the cover. So if ever there's an opportunity for the tide to turn, that's, I think, where he'll never get it back. So I think if I can somehow find a hole in his game And yeah, you went through hold off the initial like assault of power, and then wear them out, and to find the thing. And just how much of that is mental? How much of it's just the physical ability to do it for your muscles to have the endurance to hold off? I like to make the sport bigger, and then a lot of things that most arm wrestlers believe the sport is, I always try and push those boundaries. So there is definitely a mental aspect to it when you're faced with something you've never seen before. That's when things like experience comes in. He can become surprised, where what's a surprise for him is routine for me. So my adjustments are more precise, more accurate, and that's how I get in. That's how I play it. I play a dirty game. You know. So some of it, how important is confidence in the progression of the match? Is there ups and downs of confidence? Like, holy shit, I actually have a chance to win this. Holy shit, I'm winning this. You're done. There's some of my favorite moments. I don't know if those are fake or not in terms of your expression. If it fake until you make it, but whenever you shake your head, whatever, you make it apparent that usually the match is finished. And I wonder if that gets in the head of the other person. When you start to actually, so I'm sure you're doing things in like precise, detailed things with your hands to also indicate that you believe they're finished. But your facial just, see this? Yeah. Quit. Oh, that's right, because it's facing. So that's ultimately what the battle is about. It's like if you're done. You might as well give up. Commitment is so important in anything that you do, right? Like I always kind of try and bring things to a level of commitment that's uncommon. I think that's a lot of reasons why I do well. Is because I just get so committed in the whole process. And by the time that I actually show up to fight, I sometimes just wish that they would kill me. You know, I wish that they would, because that's how far I want to go. Like people talk about, like, how committed are you to the match? No, if you're committed to the match and you lose, you should. No, you've got to be able to be there. I'm often unhappy when I lose a match and I don't have an injury. Sure. I feel like I didn't commit. You know. I don't know if you want to get into this. Oh yeah, he was on. There was on the podcast today. He talked about his whole career. That's not on the he can't get off the mat by himself, and he's disappointed ultimately at the end of his career because he was always able to get off the mat on his own accord. So he wants to, leave it all on the mat just from exhaustion. Is that what is this process? What is this climb for? Probably the toughest match of your career. I would say the most epic match in arm wrestling history. And it's really building up. You said North American. I mean, I think by a constant man, you're one of the greatest arm wrestlers ever. He is one of the scariest arm wrestlers ever. And so this match, where's it happen? It'll be in Dubai. June. So what is the climb look like? The climb for me, what I have to change in my life always. People talk about being a professional. I always loved this sport. I've loved it like crazy. But to me, the path is about simplicity and removal of distractions. I do better and better the more I get rid of everything, nothing else, so that my life is just the goal, just the target, and everything else is off the table. And that's where I need to get to, where there's nothing between you. And every single day you're putting in the volume every day. Oh, Now you said you worked out. So yesterday it on your muscle catches, and then today you started in the morning to work out. So what was that workout? So you're mixing up stuff where you're doing weights. Also, this morning, I try to really focus on what's administratively easy. That's a big part of me, of everything I do. So I just travel with bands. Yeah, I got bands with me, and it's rehabilitative in nature. So I'm really focusing on blood flow, feeling good, doing proper movements. But yeah, just band workout the whole time. What is a band workout like? So are you doing a muscle movement? Are you
See that? See what you did there?
Yeah. It's hey, you want to bring them in? Yeah. Oh, the up into yourself. Right. You think what can you control out here? Right, bring everything close. Right, just that's it. I don't want to put penning. Penning happens once it's close to you. Penning is people always think about penning. Don't think of it. Much of the body is perfect too, but the core, the torso, because it feels like there's that almost like a Mike Tyson punch power. Yeah. Does it come from the hips too and the legs? It just it's the whole body, the whole definitely the whole body. Everything is working. You're connected to the table at times, as far as your base. Sometimes your base is your feet, but a lot of times you can base off the table. So you can base off your hips. I'll tell you, no arm wrestlers goes a good no arm wrestlers go. Okay, it's all about the form and the actions. That's always the limiting factor. You look at a guy like Oleg Sock. Don't you know this guy? Oleg Sock, marvelous. He's a total hellboy. He's my inspiration. The what I call pumpkin training. But this pumpkin training, probably could get into that. But I only train my right arm. That's it. Yeah, with whole arm. But back to full body. It is full body. My good friend Matt Mass, when he home with me, he actually blew his internal abductor in his leg. So yeah, people walk away from tournament, calves can be sore sometimes. You know, happens. But no, there he's right there. Oh, like he is a real life hellboy. He's like 170 pounds there. Look at his arm. Look at his arm. Crazy. Yeah, he's going crazy. That's you doing that. So that's, by the way, Levon, you're going and yeah. So can you say more about the mental side and visualizing what it takes to beat him? Are you trying to get in his head? All of these things. So you think it's possible to get in his head? There's definitely strategies that you can do depending on who it is you're facing. And it's really good to know who it is you're fighting and choose the correct strategy. But I always follow the process when it comes to my mental preparation. When I'm far away from events, I just always build up my build respect to a point where I almost start to fear them and start to believe that they'll beat me. And this is a very vital part of my preparation. And that's where I am right now. I just build them up with this thing that scares me. It forces me to be responsible. Because I don't want to lose. I want to win. So the greater my opponent, the greater I can build their work in my mind, the more motivation I have. Then there comes a point when it changes, and then I start to degrade them, and yeah, that's when it normally starts to get fun. And normally by the time I face them, I just try to completely dominate. Every interaction from start to finish. Yeah. When in the actual moment of the match, in the moments leading up to it, what's the feeling? Is it fear, confidence, anxiety? What's going through your mind? I love to fight. I love it. I always have. There's every day where you have the distractions of life, and then there's you living in the moment. It's whatever you love to do. That's when you can, really be free. I'm free when I'm fighting, right? So you put me in a good fight, and I just love it. I don't think about the past, I don't think about the future. I just think about killing that dude in front of me and enjoy that. Being tougher in the moment. Because that's it. Right there, just fighting, just always like, do you study these ones? Like, do you study for this particular match? Do you study videos of it?
What's your question?
What are you doing? Sorry, maybe so. What are you doing? You this in your house, in your bed? No sé, there's not do it in your house. It's asking, they have a video of okay. It's asking like how do you live like to the street being in your bed? That's curious.
That's okay. I'll answer.
Yes.
Just one moment. I stream on like 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been streaming live on more than 11 different accounts on YouTube for more than 3 years. This is the most amount of data ever uploaded to the internet. It's essentially a time capsule for humanity.
Me afeité la piel a las 24 horas del día, los 7 días de la semana, los 365 días del año por la pandemia. He estado transmitiendo en vivo en más de 11 cuentas diferentes en YouTube. Esta es la mayor cantidad de datos que se haya subido a Internet. Es esencialmente una cápsula del tiempo para la humanidad.
What the fuck? Seriously,
Can you repeat that? No. Your English is fine. I just didn't hear what you said.
Tu inglés está bien, pero no entendí lo que dijiste.
I'm a certified project manager professional.
Soy un profesional certificado en gestión de proyectos. Soy un profesional certificado en gestión de proyectos.
Because we yesterday saw you in the international question, and you were like yesterday, just curious of how do you do this,
Absolutely. That's a great question to have. I completely understand. If I may ask, whose voice chat did you see me in?
In the like online in the international that eager or
Yeah, absolutely. I'm in there right now. Cool. Do you have any other questions?
¿Tienes alguna otra pregunta?
It's okay if you don't have questions now and you have them in the future. Just let me know. I'm here to answer your questions.
No hay problema. Si no tienes preguntas ahora y las tienes en el futuro, házmelo saber. Estoy aquí para responder tus preguntas.
What do you love? Thank you, man. Thank you. Gracias. Thank you. I appreciate that.
My friend is asking, what did you do like in 31 of December? Like, did you celebrate the New Year or what?
It was my friend's birthday, so we played a lot of games, and we did a countdown at midnight, and then we were up pretty late, and then I went to bed.
Dijo casi el primer año de su amigo, que jugó varios juegos, y cuando atrás, qué triste. ¿Eso más nada más? Yo creo que la que no es una princesa de Charles.
You guys should know that you're always welcome here. If you ever need anything from me, I'm here to support you, and I just appreciate you being kind.
Ustedes deberían saberlo. Siempre serán bienvenidos aquí. Si alguna vez necesitan algo de mí, estoy aquí para apoyarlos y aprecio su amabilidad.
Thank you, Rabbi. Thank you.
You're welcome. Absolutely.
Yeah, I've seen
Yes.
everything.
What? What did you say?
Nothing, sorry, Rabbi. I lost your job. Bye.
Bye-bye.
I feel
Adios.
like everything. I get
Muchacho.
opinions from other people. I watch very closely now. What do you make of his evolution? So he's grown in size, but also you talked about his evolution technically as well. But then study since we're in the build your opponent to be terrifying stage. What makes him great? He's very impressive. The greatest thing about him is his strength. That's the thing that sets him apart from everyone. His strength, specialized strength, exact strength for arm wrestling. I believe it's unmatched. Can we just linger on that word strength? What does strength mean? What does it feel like? Are we talking about bicep, like shoulder? Are we talking about whatever control rest? The wrist? Yeah. Is it how does strength manifest? Like when I touch your hand and we grab arms, I feel like, fuck, that's strength with this control. What is that feeling? Where does that come from? Where in arm wrestling, when you're at the top of the world, where does that come from? So it's chains. There's chains of strength. And in arm wrestling, this is like technical strength. Okay, and we use these technical chains to fight each other. The chains that I'll talk about is remember how we talked about the post with this upwards drive? This ability to close this angle. This is a chain. It can be used. It's a technical attack. It's also an attack that can be built with training. Just the ability to drive upwards. There's a chain where you cut, right? Cut your wrist in. Cut your wrist in, and the anchor, the chain, brings you right to your heart, right to your center, right? This chain. And this can be done in a there's a pronation chain, and that's to turn your thumb over, right? Turn your thumb over and you attack the person's cupping chain. And there's a huge number of muscles involved in each of that chain. And that's why I say it's a chain, right? But they're movements, and these movements you can develop in the gym or through practice. And you don't mean it's easy to sort of interpret strength to mean how much you curl, essentially. Yeah, but you mean the chain. It's all right, and that's like people talking about bicep. I mean, yes, there's bicep for sure involved, but I'll always be inaccurate if I try and tell you like what muscles are the. So I prefer to explain it in movement, and that everything is involved to do that. Yeah, and LeVon's movements for arm wrestling are incredibly impressive. What do you attribute to? How much of that is genetics? How much of it is some training things he's doing? I think that LeVon is very special in terms of his genetics. Like, not everybody. Yeah, there's not many LeVons. But what I would counter in the bias that I always see, like when people talk about people like LeVon, they discount the other side so very quickly. And the thing is, LeVon rarely has to show the other side because he's so far ahead. You talk about the technical application of sport.
I don't.
Okay. Can you play particular?
I don't know what that is. That's a good.
He's so rare when he needs to show it, but he's clearly incredible. If you watch his progression, he came up having very difficult technical struggles to overcome. Georgia is a great country for arm wrestling. There's this guy, Gennady Golovkin, who no one would ever say is not technical. And, you know, it took him years to defeat him. To the point where now it's not even a discussion. And you're talking about the progression. They have a lot of battles together over the years.
Yeah. Amazing.
Consiguen muchos en inglés, tío.
I don't know what that is. Oh, do I like arm wrestling? It is. It is. Yeah, it is what the podcast. That is what the podcast is. I'm just watching a bunch of them, and this is the one that's on. Yeah. Do you like arm wrestling? Excellent. Yeah, it's cool. Very good. Excellent. Do you have any other questions? Do I have a Montecore alphabet? Is that what you asked? What do you mean by that? A Montecore alphabet. Let me look at it. Let me look at it. Hold on a second. It's a new animal, a Montecore alphabet. What kind of animal is it? Do I like what three? Oh, God of War 3. I haven't played it, but I've seen people play it. It seems very cool. I haven't played it. Yes. I have seen people play that game. I personally haven't played it, but it looks very cool. I personally haven't played it, but I've seen other people play it, and it looks very cool.
Personalmente no lo he jugado, pero he visto a otras personas jugar y se ve muy genial.
Do you like playing that game? Is it a good game?
¿Te gusta jugar a ese juego? Es un buen juego.
Absolutely, yes. Yes, if I were going to play, I would want to play the other two first, and then get into three, but I appreciate the invite. Thank you.
Sí, si tuviera que jugar, querría jugar primero con los otros dos y luego con los tres, pero agradezco el consejo. Gracias.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Do you have more questions? Please let me know. If not, we'll continue on the podcast.
Si tienes más preguntas, por favor, házmelo saber. Si no, continuaremos viendo el podcast.
Yes, yeah. It's fascinating to see the tides turn. Oh yeah, and once they've turned, it's like completely different. Yeah, I mean, he's got strength, he's got technique. Some people will argue his technique is flawed at times. They've shown matches where he hasn't shown the best technique, but he's still. And I think sometimes he just plays with people. You know, like there's a famous match we had with, they call me Bruce Lee on wrestling. Got called Ponga by Kitty Galley on the line. They had a match at the top 8. Great. Kurt Galley is like 220-pound guy from Kazakhstan. Brilliant technician. But power-wise, not in the same world. And Kurt Galley did well, even though he lost 6-0. He still did well. But in my opinion, Levon didn't care. Levon was like grabbing low, just like whatever. I will show him things he does not think before. I will. He hasn't competed often in this rule set, which will be a challenge for him. But yeah, what can I say? Like Levon, he's Everest. Yeah.
Yeah, you are seen by basically everybody as the big underdog. But you also, even in Eastern, I mean, I talk to Russians a lot. And you know that moment in Rocky when they start cheering for Rocky? You're kind of they want you to win. And just, it's not even just the battle. It's inspiring. And it's like the culmination of your career. Yes. It's, you're at the top for a long time, but it's like it comes, like, it should be over for you, but no, you're returning. It is like this big moment, the big climb. I would be the pointy end of the spear for North America. Beautiful. Well, thanks for bringing that match up. Let's talk about just the match against Dennis. Your left-hand match. He's also terrifying. It seems one of the strongest, probably one of, if not the strongest left-hand armors. Yeah. There's a lot to be said there. Maybe you could talk about this match at a high level. Why did you take on this match? Why did you do the left hand? This is the right hand. Can you tell the story? Okay. Dennis the plank off. There's so much about this match. I love it. Russian guy. Yeah, Russian guy. Russian. I used to call him Dennis Chernobyl. What a monster. He kind of led, I'd say, this new era of arm wrestling where the super heavyweight strength level has just gone through the roof. I wanted the match for such a long time. We tried to get the match. We couldn't get the match. This was back in 2008 to 2012. Couldn't get the match. I've always been more of a one-on-one puller. He was doing the tournament format. I was ranked number 1 in the world. And towards the end, it kind of was very undecided. I ended up getting surgery. I ended up abandoning the super heavyweight division, 225s for a few years. WAL failed temporarily. So the 225-pound division was scrapped. I said, okay, I'm going to go for the big crown once again. And I started to go after super heavyweights. The 2018 season was right hand. I started to enter negotiations to have the match with him. We've been chasing the match for 10 years. They wanted to do it left hand, I wanted to do it right hand. I just wanted to do the match. I wanted to do the match with Dennis. I wanted to beat Dennis.
The people should know that the right hand has always been strongest. It has been. I mean, I had surgery in 2016. I hate to make excuses. I hate to do it. Dennis was better than me that day, even on my best day. If you had gone back my entire career, at no single day would I beat Dennis the plank off in 2018. I would like to think that I could maybe do it now, but at that point, there would be no version could beat him. I left it right. Right hand, no. I'm curious with the right hand, but left hand, so is the world. Well, it might still happen, it might. But Dennis completely destroyed. And I learned a lot from him. I think before the Dennis match, I don't know exactly what word to use. Maybe I felt like my thinking was a little bit elitist. and I really learned a lot. I was really humbled that day. Um, how far, how professional, and how unprepared Dennis was. How seriously he took the sport. There's a slightly terrifying calmness to it, which only comes with extreme preparation. Yeah, his level of dedication was extremely inspiring to me. You know, I used to do a job where it was serious enough that the price would be bad. And I hung myself for the entire period. And I always kind of looked at, the cost of doing activity being that limited to soldiering. And I kind of changed my mind a lot after that. I realized that anything you do, once you get far enough down the road, professional enough, it's going to kill you. Like, doesn't matter what you're doing, if you're crazy enough about anything, it's probably going to take your life in some way. And that doesn't mean you rush towards death. It's just the level of investment, the level of risk can have some catastrophic effects. Charlie Bukowski, I think that's the quote, do what you love and let it kill you. Right. And I understood that Dennis's level of professionalism far exceeded mine in what we were doing at the time. And I realized that I was no longer a kid. I was now in the world of professional arms. And I realized that what was I doing? Like how so Dennis is an incredible guy.
Someone translate for us. Can someone translate? Can you repeat it again? I understand. Did I leave the channel? Did you? Let me check. Un momento, por favor. I heard you read a bunch of social media, but I don't know what else you're saying. Can you please repeat?
He oído que lees un montón de cosas en las redes sociales, pero no sé qué más estás diciendo. ¿Puedes repetirlo, por favor?
If you would go get your friend to translate, it'll make it easy.
Si pudieras buscar a un amigo que pueda traducirlo, te resultaría más fácil.
Do I like Pornhub? Do I like Pornhub? It's like any other porn site. Oh, I see. No, I understand that. I don't really use it, so can't really social media than I would put in there.
Ahora lo entiendo. No lo uso realmente, así que no es realmente una red social lo que pondría ahí.
Ok. Listo.
Okay.
Lo juro, te tuve que reconocer y partirse el frenillo, bro. Yo no like por
What? Do I like the universe?
para que ya tapar de respeto.
Because there are moments in that match. There's this humility that came from him. That was a fascinating. So it seemed like he just said, "Oh, we're not ready." It was incredible. There were so many things I remember about the Guinness match. Like, I remember, seeing a video of somebody and then meeting them in person. Different. Remembering the way and sorry, not the way, the standoff that we did before the match. I'm looking at it. I'm close, looking at his arms, and his bicep. It looked like an ass. Like it was like a freaking glute muscle. Yeah, like his entire structure was so sinewy and just so strong. I was like, wow, it's physically so impressive. And I remember when I arm wrestled him at a certain time, he allowed me to kind of set my position. The killing story, you can't really tell because it happens very quickly. But he let me set my position, which means I've got my locks where you can kind of really do a great hold. And he just so you were able to get this great position. So it was right. Yeah. And it's the first time I ever thought that that I told something. I thought like after the match, he ripped my chest right in half. Like, what did it?
I saw parts of the first one. I know that people are very excited for the second one. My friends were very excited, so I'm in the future.
Y partes de la primera. Sé que la gente está muy emocionada por la segunda. Tengo amigos que están muy emocionados, así que tal vez la vea en el futuro.
Extra. I think so.
No, I think 100%. Yeah, no, I didn't actually, nothing like purple or anything, but yeah, the strength gap is very significant with Dennis. What would it take to beat him? It would take me just being a little bit stronger and more healthy. Yeah. My left was not as healthy as it should be. Like I didn't have a full rounded technical arsenal. It takes time after surgery. It really does. Like, you can be good, but after a surgery like what I had, you're probably looking at 3 or 4 years before you're starting to hit technical proficiency the way you should be. And yeah, just to get stronger. How do you interpret the calmness of the space? Well, what is that about? Is the action that Russian is right? The Russian is a great thing. I don't know. I see a lot of Russians like that. They're so like stoic. And I'm such a fan of Russia. I really want to go to Moscow. Same ever. I want to go. I want to still live there for like a month. Just trying to sit. Moscow's got such a crazy arm wrestling scene. From what I understand, it's just
Have you seen Narcos?
What?
Have you seen Narcos?
Oh, that Pablo Escobar.
Exactly.
It's my dad. So
It was very good. Muy bien.
did you what now? Did you watch the movie called Unique from Ghost Niggas?
No, I didn't see that.
there's so many clubs, there's so many strong athletes. Just go.
Great question. I like Goodfellas. Have you ever seen Goodfellas with Martin Scorsese? Yeah, that's a good one. I like documentaries really. So there are two documentaries that I really like.
Get into it. Did you watch Cobra Kai?
I did not, but I am aware of it. It was on YouTube, I believe, and I know it's really popular. I did not. It's something that I want to see in the future. I know it's very popular.
No habré nada que quisiera ver en el futuro. Sé que es muy popular.
Es muy bien. De audio es muy bien.
The what?
The audio is o sea, usually always is shut up. Vale, pues, respect. Was good. No, is Cagliari. Cagliari. What the fuck is Cagliari? I don't know. I don't know much. I don't know what Eagles. They're fun. Do you know the after the apocalypse?
What about the apocalypse?
What's on it? What's on it?
What did you say about the apocalypse?
One moment.
Okay.
Vale. Preguntarle que cuánto tiempo lleva su habitación ese tiempo. Casi exterior comunitario. Varios juegos.
How many cameras?
Cámara o sea, no, una cámara
You're asking me how many cameras I have? Probably like 23 hours a day. Yeah, I mean, I go outside, I go to the bathroom, I do laundry, I do everything outside.
Do you like Manticola?
What is Manticola?
Manticola.
I don't know what that is.
Esa película de persona ¿cómo se dice? Pulso de pulso. Impulso. Eso es bueno de Google. Punto. Do you like Manticore of the Caverns?
I don't know what that is.
Lightning rod. Have you considered doing
I
something of that sort? It's like Rocky Four again.
Oh yeah.
Like a lead up to June, I would certainly consider it. I've got only one trip planned at the moment. Administration is very important.
What do you mean by administration?
So like managing the time, the management has to be very efficient. When I'm a tourist, when I'm a visitor, a little bit of that goes down. When I'm at my home and things are familiar, I've got a really great grasp of my time. Everything's perfect. If I could magically transport Moscow into my hometown and just go and visit them, so it's very difficult when you're traveling. You have to keep you have to figure out what you're eating, how you get your food, all the socializing. Plus, you're more and more celebrities, so there's social interaction, which I don't know how draining that could be on your outside of the arm wrestling table. You have to manage all of that because ultimately you have to focus on the fight ahead. A lot of my strength comes from just being in a familiar place, doing my routine. I love to travel. I love to get out there and meet people and new experiences. But when I just want to really prepare for a big match, home is where I get strong. So that loss against Dennis was one of the few losses in my career. How did that feel in the moments after, the days after, the months after, the years after? How has it changed you as an arm wrestler, as a human being? Well, it's tough to lose. So aren't you? I don't think so. I actually was really happy to lose to Guinness because sometimes when you lose a match, there's a lot of matches that I've lost where they upset me because I know I made a mistake. I didn't make a mistake with Dennis. It was just way better. There was nothing I could have done that day. I'm really at peace with it. Dennis, to me, was just a big inspiration. I think that me arm wrestling with Dennis left handed that day just let me touch probably one of the strongest human beings on the arm wrestling table that's ever lived, left handed. So, but knowing that's possible is almost like inspiration to you that I can be at that level too. Yeah. Seeing what Dennis did, just trying to absorb a little bit of his knowledge, planted seeds in me. I mean, when I look at my career, it's a bit like the stock market, but for sure I'm trending upwards. And since really kind of wrapping my mind around some of the Russian philosophies, they really changed my training systems. There were some base philosophies that they talked to me about over there that massively impacted my training. Is it possible to convert some of those philosophies into words? Can you describe some of the ideas they taught you? Don't never smile. Right? It takes a while to break the ice with a lot of these guys. But once you do, I mean, that's as deep as bonds you can do. Yeah, for sure. I think that I was raised under, I believe it's a flawed, it's not flawed because it has its value as well. But it's best if you understand both philosophies. I think a North American thing that's just so ingrained in our fitness society is no pain, no gain. And just pushing and like sweating, going hard, like fighting through like grit and tough. And then you talk to the Russians and they're like, yeah, never fail. You never fail. Never go to failure. Always feel good. Always feel good. You always feel good. And those two philosophies express themselves very differently. And if you want to get strong, don't fail. Don't fail. So, well, that's how they also agree there's a volume. Yeah, there's a lot of strategies, but yeah, volume is a massive principle. And volume is very hard to achieve when you're believing in no pain, no gain. Right? They don't really go together. No pain, no gain, no injuries. So there are parallels because in wrestling, some of the greatest wrestlers of all time were Russian, and they were big. That Gable talks about. They were big on play, right? Like lighter wrestling, right? Probably ultimately, actually, it boils down to that's how you achieve higher value, right? Like over the stretch of years, the way to reduce injury. Um, I mean, in wrestling, also technique might have greater value than it does in arm wrestling. Obviously, technique is extremely important in arm wrestling, but power it's like can defeat technique. It seems like in wrestling you can get away. There's a lot of ways you can really do sneak attacks, so use leverage on defensive things. But there's even more incentive to do play and all that kind of stuff. Yeah. But do you see the parallels between the two worlds, wrestling and arm wrestling? 100%. You saw what I did the other night, right? So I'm playing on the table for hours, right? So that's my number one training thing that I do is I go on the table for hours and I play. Yeah. Yeah, when you did, sorry, can you pull up that video from Guy's channel, the water tank one? Oh, it's like 180p. So like the Wi-Fi is so bad. Yeah, great. I love it. I don't know if it was Fish Eye, but Fish Eye feels crowded. I mean, so much camaraderie. It feels amazing. But maybe just a brief mention of Dmitry, the Russian guy. Uh, what in that play? What are some memorable things here? Like when you go against a bunch of different people, a bunch of strangers, what are all the differences? And how do you grow from them? How do you learn from them? Well, everybody's a bit different. So I love to go to new clubs because the energy's always high. Right? The first time you go to a club, everybody's happy. Okay. Yeah. So there's excitement and there's this. So you feed off. Yeah, you do. You can if you're able to be strong enough to absorb it without injury. Awesome. Awesome.
No, I can't. I'm watching it. No, no. I'm watching it. No, you can show it in here though. It takes me too long to change things on my computer. But if you want, you can share your screen or live stream with me here. Feel free.
Me toma mucho tiempo cambiar cosas en esa computadora, pero si quieres, puedes compartir tu pantalla o transmitir en vivo. Puedes hacerlo aquí. Siéntete libre.
Sure thing.
Okay, sí, please.
Because they're giving you everything they need. Yeah, yeah, right. So it's very specific, right? Like I'm gonna get way stronger at arm wrestling, and what I try and do when I go to these places is I make an assumption. I make an assumption I'm the best guy, and so I'll arm wrestle in a way that kind of protects them. Because the more I can protect them and kind of keep them kind of in a good position, they can actually give me more, right? So I kind of give them little pieces that I think will put them in a place that they can really give me more. And yeah, that's what I'm doing. And then when I see somebody like Dimitri, I pull that in a little bit, right? So okay, so I know Dimitri's the number one guy in Texas. Lots of respect to the guy. I won't give him all the pieces until I really kind of gauge where he's at, because I certainly am training. Don't want to fail. I don't want. I don't want to. When you fail in arm wrestling, it's just imagine it's just bad technique, and you're trying and bad technique. Yeah. So you always want to do this composition, Jared. What about how does endurance come into play here? Here's maybe it's strapping up. That's right. Yeah. How do you? I mean, you went for like 2 hours. Yeah, it was long. So this first run of the video, I think, was a little over an hour. Then I took a break. And I probably did another 45 minutes or so. But I mean, are you okay with the endurance aspect of this? Yeah, that's probably like when you talk to the arm wrestling world, that's probably what I'm best known for is my endurance. So this helps build that. It does. That's not why I'm doing it. I'm doing it to get strong. In my opinion, this is one of the best ways to get strong, especially far away from a tournament or any kind of event. I wouldn't want to do this, even a month or even 6 weeks or even maybe even 8 weeks before a big event. I'd want to already be kind of shrinking my volume. But far away from the event, yeah, as much volume as your body can handle, and you'll feel it. You'll feel it. Like I felt it at times. Like, after the hour mark, I'm like, okay, I can feel my blood sugar kind of diminishing. I can feel like the blood that's going through my muscles is kind of like, it's not really pushing more good stuff in. It's like, I'm starting to break down. You don't want that. You don't want that. Quick pause. Bathroom break. I'm good. I'm going to get a sweater. And I still love that if you go to Russia. Yeah. And training there. Yeah. I'm also making the trip out to Russia. Oh, yeah, wait. For different reasons. Well, it's hard with the current conflict. The tension's there, but I'm hoping before your match, actually. So, May, for a couple of interviews with a couple of folks, some of which people know. Maybe I could ask you about to comment on some matches that stand out to you in your career. Sure. Is there something? Is there a particular? I have a bunch that I really enjoy, but is there something that stands out to you as memorable? We talked about sort of a defining loss, perhaps the Dennis. Then you faced Nick, you mentioned John Present. You faced Matt. Is there something that stands out to you that technically or psychologically you've learned a lot from? I feel like I try to learn something from every match, but there is a very special match to me that to this day I can't explain. Very weird phenomenon. So I think it was 2005. Was my first combat tour overseas. So it was a active tour. Among other things, I got shot during that tour. Like we got a long tour, rough tour, and I trained the whole time through, knowing that at the end of this, I was going to have a big match. So there's a champion, a guy called Ron Bath. He's kind of, if there was no John Brzezinski, there would be Ron Bath. Okay, so extremely decorated, unbelievable arm wrestler from the United States. And this is kind of when I was just kind of coming up in the sport still. I was fairly well established. I was definitely the best guy in Canada. And I had been for a few years. But I hadn't really expanded internationally too much. So I had a one-on-one match with Ron Bath. And that's the one. Yeah. Extremely hard fought battle. It was 3-1, I think. 3-1, but every match was really close. And he won the first one. And I had to kind of like dig my way out of the trenches and ended up coming back and winning. But it was a match that was probably one of my closest matches ever. And it seems like there's frustration. I mean, what is that? What was going through your mind here with these? Was it, first of all, going in, did you beat him? what was the level of I always think I can win, like I always do. But a lot of respect to the guy. But yeah, I mean, I always think I can do it. So what lessons did you take away from it? Why is it so meaningful to you? What's what happened afterwards? So I had some kind of a release after, and that was the stretch thing. So match ended, and I felt like so relaxed, so calm, so satisfied because it was one of those matches that kind of takes everything from you, but you win it. And I was relaxing in the chair, and never had the sensation before, never had it afterwards, but it's like the center of my backbone just exploded. And it was like, right, because I'm not really spiritual that much or religious even, but it's like a fire, and it's just exploded through my whole body, out as a top, through my feet, and then it was gone. That was it. Weirdest thing I've ever felt in my entire life. Yeah, but it was as a result of what happened in the match and leading up to it. I had some kind of a release. So what it was, how did you interpret it psychologically? Was it like some kind of, I mean, not to be spiritual or whatever, but some kind of superpower that was like a lingering feeling like, holy shit, I, I can't explain it, and I haven't really tried hard enough to try to. But something changed. Something happened. Something happened to me. I was sore for about 3 or 4 months afterwards. It's like it smoked out my entire body. Yeah, that whole summer I was kind of sore. And and then after that, like 2 or 3 years later, that's when I won the championships. Yeah, I mean, all the matches are, you get something from people. Like, you study them, you take something from them. People have an invisible crown, and he had one, and I think I took it from him. Yeah.
Maybe that was the feeling of wearing the crown.
Yeah, maybe.
What about all the trash talk? How much of that did you learn? Did that come naturally to you? You're one of the most charismatic. I mean, there's almost like respect behind it. I would say to me, and I'm a fan of a lot of sports, you're one of the greatest trash talkers in all of sports that I've ever seen because you're able to talk shit, but there's so much love and respect behind it, and it's just masterful. But you also get into people's heads.
Yeah.
In the moment, it's beautiful to watch because they really get it gets to some people. So where is it?
It's a powerful weapon, right? Yeah. Your voice is a powerful weapon. And it's underutilized by so many athletes because they think that it's not sportsmanlike or something like that. But the truth is, I mean, you can be a weak person, but with your voice, you can influence and change any number of things. And the same thing happens in a fight between two people. If you can just be a never-ending, flow of negative encouragement to someone, or suggestion, anything can happen. It's a tool. And when you're fighting a person, you're not just fighting them. You're fighting everyone who's watching. You're fighting the crowd, the referees, and to get in the most ideal positions, situations, you need to use your voice.
Yeah, and there's for people who haven't seen it, I definitely recommend you watch a bunch of Von Wrestling matches because there's a crowd really gets into it. It feels like there's a really intimate connection with the crowd. I suppose because the crowd's allowed to be very close to you.
So I love it. I want the crowd to try to.
Yeah. So sometimes,
Oh yeah.
so whenever you talk to somebody, do you literally pick somebody from the crowd?
Oh yeah. I'll start fucking with his fans and I'll start talking to their wives or whatever. Yeah. Yeah, there's Jody. Uh, she's pretty dangerous to listen to also. But yeah, one of his buddies, Mike Solaris, who's, you know, really good arm wrestler, was cheering for him, so I started to go after him. Yeah.
Smiling the whole
Yeah, it's fun, right? It's fun.
yeah, band is fun to listen to, but it's also what's fun is how much it actually affects some of the people you're facing. They get
Yeah.
frustrated.
Yeah.
It's great to
Well,
see.
you have to fight. Like a lot of people think things will be given to them. And the thing that, you know, I've always believed from the time I was very young, like I was convinced that our inevitable death was going to come from aliens, right? Like some super aggressive, super violent species who's going to come and smoke us all, you know. And I'm like, I'm not like that. I'm like, but as soon as one person is, then you're forced to have to accept it as reality, right? So I like to fight for every single thing. I like to try and be more and more aggressive. And if someone matches me, that's when I can use my endurance. And if they don't, then I have the tactical advantage. So that's kind of like my balance.
And then, but you also know breath.
Yeah.
I mean, the game is there's like levels to the game, but you know, the feeling sometimes when people get frustrated is like, okay, this person's cheating, or like you're trying to get a good grip before it goes, and and I think like some of the frustration in combination with the trash talk is that this person is cheating, but everybody is like kind of trying to cheat. They get an edge within the rules.
So I try and just ramp it, ramp it, ramp it. But you know, everybody's different. I've learned how to play the game based off the tools that I have physically. And for me, this works because, you know, my genetic makeup is more of a persistence hunter, right? So like I need to extend things. That works well for me. If I was more explosive, I probably wouldn't have the same strategies. Yeah.
By the way, for people who are watching, you're wearing No Limits hoodie, which is one of your nicknames.
I don't wash this thing too much. My bacterial shield to the world. Yeah. Yeah.
Awesome. So you mentioned Jody. She's often in the corner and does perhaps more trash talking than you. So, I mean, if you could step away, she's an incredible human being. It's sort of as a fan, it's fun to watch the two of you, both when you're arm wrestling, just as people. Like you just see so much, I don't know, kindness and love emanating from the two of you. Whenever you're trash talking, you're talking about just random things, you're just talking about life. It's just a beautiful thing to watch. And thank you for sharing that with the world. But maybe can you? She paid me to ask you this. But what are the things you love about Jody, your wife, Jody? Like, what are the ways she's affected your life?
Jody and I go way back. We were in high school together. Um, the thing that I admire most in people is bravery. And to me, it's the most admirable quality. And Jody always has inspired me. She's such a fighter. You know, if she believes that something's true, uh, she does not back. She will not. And you can not to say that she can't change her mind. She can, but while she is convicted, she'll not stop fighting. She's pulled me out of the fire repeatedly. We've lived through so many things. Very lucky.
How she made you a better arm wrestler?
She's fed me.
Yeah, I could see your videos of your house basically totally apart, which is not there.
Yeah. Yeah, without Jody, I'm on the street, living in a tent, and eating dog food. Yeah. Yeah.
Bravery.
Yeah.
What about love? How's love made you strong? How are we gonna make Devin uncomfortable?
Love is difficult to accept. Love is one of those things that you know, a lot of times you don't feel worthy of it. You know? And so it's hard sometimes to accept someone's love. And someone who really loves you, they love you even when you don't. You know, and you're gonna make me cry, Lex. Yeah, Jody and I've been through so much. Um, and she's shown me how, she's supported me just repeatedly. Some of that is loyalty and patience and perseverance and all those things. That's like when love really shows itself. Yeah, sticking through, yeah, together for years, you know, the shitty times. Love and faith are powerful forces in this universe. You know, without them, we can descend into darkness very quickly. You know, as a world between people, when love and faith is destroyed, then we fall apart. You know, and I've been graced by the love that Jody's given me. You know, it's allowed to continue to build. You know, when you have love between people, then you build together. Uh, I love my family. I love Canada. I love the arm wrestling community. I have a love for what we're trying to achieve as a human species. You know, and you know, when that falls apart, we don't have much. Yeah, with my boy there. Yeah, and she. You also mentioned you once had a job where your death was a real possibility. So you were Canadian Special Forces. What did you take away from that experience? That time, yeah, it was such a great life. Really loved it. Honestly, I never wanted to leave. I never thought I would be. I thought I'd be there my whole life. Um, Real honor to get to serve. What did you get to do? What was the things you loved, craftsmanship wise, like fun things you get to do, learn and challenge yourself, and you mentioned some honor, in terms of the serving part. Yeah, my favorite thing about serving special forces was for sure the people that I work with. That's probably the first thing I could say. I always felt like totally comfortable and putting my life in the other guy's hands. Um, I was so happy to be in a place where I felt I could follow. Like, didn't matter. Like, I knew that the people ahead of me were incredible. Beside me were incredible. So just having that faith in your team is very special. And to know that they're there for a reason that has nothing to do with money. You know, and that's what kind of brings everybody together, is you're there for a higher purpose. And in terms of being an adrenaline junkie, there's nothing like it. I mean, there's nothing like, going out at night and fighting. And when I say fighting, like, my whole life I wanted to fight. And to me, there's a lot of it. And look, I've said this in the past, and I think it's been a personal failure of mine, because I've said things like, it's the highest level that you can do. I don't believe that to be true. But at the time, I thought it was the best way I could express my drives that I had, to be a fighter. So your sense in the past, the important now is that so fighting is when humans get a chance to express themselves deeply, like that mix of the bravery, the integrity, the whatever that is that makes us human, that human spirit can really shine. And I don't believe that. I believe that you can do that in any field, in any discipline. If you go hard enough, it all kind of starts to feel the same. But at the time, that expression to me was really awesome. I love close quarter. That was my favorite thing. That's really the whole reason I was there. Can you describe close quarter battle? Close quarter battle is team fighting. So, and it can look a lot of different ways, but basically it's ground troops doing some kind of a mission, and it's the orchestrated movement that is the skill. The orchestrated movement and the drills
done quickly and accurately. It's very difficult
With communication.
with communication.
Yeah. So it's basically cooperating together,
Absolutely.
communicating.
Yeah.
Some strategy,
Yes.
some adapting to the
And
changing environment.
And the more the team works together, the less communication. Yeah. And that's an amazing thing to do, to be part of a machine. Well, machine, a team of people who can fight together like that. I think we're really designed to do it, right? As good as we can fight as individuals, the thing that makes us really good is our ability to fight as a team.
Where that's one of the things that makes us really human is that collective intelligence, that social aspect, and fighting is the highest of stakes. So that social interaction, the highest of stakes, is it really does bring out something that's deeply human. I mean, war in general brings out something deeply human. It's just it's I mean, obvious to say that it's tragic that it results in so much loss of life and well-being. Let me, if it's okay, for a brief moment to take us back to arm wrestling. We did this like offline. We talked about giving some advice about arm wrestling. We maybe do a high-level overview of like the different styles and strategies that we've talked about. We talked about the importance of strength and power, but is there like offensive, defensive styles? Is there, you mentioned King's move? What would you classify your style as? It's nice for people that don't know. Maybe even zoom back. Also, arm wrestling is a sport where two people have to talk about strictly the sport, put their elbow on a particular pad, and they have to keep that elbow on the pad, and they win when the back of one of their hands crosses some kind of, or basically touches the table. Okay? And when you actually lock up, you do so, depending on the organization, without straps, meaning there's just you agree, it's like mutual agreement that you're going to clasp your hands in a way that's fair. As a referee, that helps ensure that it's fair. But of course, there's these little games going on. And then when you actually go all out, there's battle. If there's no straps, you can slip out. They're often you put the straps, which means you're it's like marriage.
Yeah.
You're committed.
Yeah.
Or like somebody would have to lose essentially. There's no pulling out. So okay, so that's the battle. Within that, what are the different styles that you can speak to that people that don't know arm wrestling could
Yeah, we can start to kind of just dance around the subject a bit. I'd say there's a lot of different types. There's specialists, and there's kind of blenders, people who are very versatile. A lot of guys win world championships on one singular move. They get just extremely crisp at the hook or taco, and their style is very kind of focused. And you'll see it with a lot of athletes. Kind of a tough guy, but guy who's very active. I call Jerry Cataract. As soon as you think Jerry Cataract, he's got a very unique style. He's got a flop wrist press. Okay? So most of his technique is built around this one system.
flop wrist means you're
Yes.
what it sounds like.
Yeah.
So the wrist is flopped.
Yeah.
It's like you're losing. He's pushing from a losing position.
No, he will be offensive. Or he will be in a press, but offensively. So he'll kick his hand away so that he can get his shoulder behind it properly.
So it doesn't. Wow.
Right?
So you can press. Press means put like push. Yeah. Without having that hook position.
Right? Which is what most people are always looking for. And Jerry's looking for it as well. And then, so example, there's another specialist that matters.
Yeah.
He's top rope. Right? Basically, that's his great move. The top rope. And his other weapons aren't nearly as powerful. Just incredible top rope. And then you have a lot of athletes that are more blended. Okay, they have a lot of good options. I think that I probably fall more into that category. You have people who are more speed guys. Okay, so they try and do very little. I call it attrition, right? So a lot of people are very willing to trade energy because they have faith that their gas tank or their pool eventually will power the other person out. So anytime there's a trade, they'll trade. Whereas a guy like Travis Beatty, you know, he was very, very well known as being extremely explosive, right? But if the match stops, typically he's going to lose. Right? So based off of your genetics and a lot of ways to skin it. So I think you said something like you're a 20-second guy.
Right. The 20-second guy. So what are the seconds we're talking about? So a lot of the power people, they want to win in the first maybe 5 seconds, like you did one. Just that first push, that first press, that
Absolutely.
and that's
Right,
it.
right to the pad. Yeah.
And so you're trying to hold off that attack.
Yeah. If I beat you in a second, we're not in the same place. Yeah. When I'm with my peer group, I'll typically win 20 seconds and beyond. That's a typical win for me when I'm with a peer. Whereas other guys, when they're with their peers, they'll win in a second. Right? That's how they do it. That's the way they're built. That's the way they train. Yeah, most guys at a higher level though it starts to get more and more difficult to be a specialist at the high level now. Some people just have little holes in it. It's rare to get someone who can really do all the moves. It's very rare.
What would you put in the
I would not say he's a specialist. I'd say his top roll is his strongest move. Top roll is his strongest move. Yeah. And the interesting thing about the specialist versus the blender, there's a counter, right? Every move has a move that theoretically should be the right choice. So if you're a single move guy, there's going to be a guy that's going to beat you. Yeah, it'll be very difficult for you to beat that guy. But like when you come to like a tournament, typically specialists do much better in tournament scenarios because they're singular moves and get them through a tournament very quickly and
Too
efficiently.
many questions today.
Whereas you get a blender in a tournament, they typically will have longer and more difficult matches. But right, yeah. But in super match format, typically blenders do better.
So we offline also talk about arm sumo or freedom levels. I don't know how you want to call it, but it's exactly North American way. So this is this idea, and I watched videos and it looks fun. Is basically removing the restriction of having to keep your elbow on the pad and just bring up your arm muscle at the table. I think you mentioned that the criticism that gets is like injury prone or something like that. But can you describe this sumo freedom wrestling idea?
But when you come to freedom arm wrestling, basically it removes the limitation of the standard arm wrestling. Right, so basically every single thing is a freedom arm wrestling. It's not about the numbers. Right, so looking for that nice table where kind of stand apart from each other, anatomically, you know, in a fairly safe position. And the reason freedom before you win is like the knuckles must either touch the tabletop or you hold it off the edge for a 3 count. Right, so this is the main way to win. Yes, you can foul if you lift your elbow, it's still a foul. But you have the entire playing space. So your elbow is no longer limited to your 7x7 or 7x9 pad. You can move it all over the table. You can move your body around the table a bit too.
And if it's a big table, your body could largely be on the table.
Yeah, so basically it's like adjusting the ring size. So arm wrestling, you're fighting at 4 right? So you're fighting in a field, you're fighting just bigger. So it just makes the sport bigger. Yeah, this is Japan.
But even on a small scale, and even in a slightly larger plunges, you get a lot more fun.
I love it. I think it makes the sport bigger. I actually believe that it's the future of the sport. I really do.
Because it makes it more accessible. Like you don't need to do something right there in the bar.
Yeah.
All that kind of stuff.
Yeah. Less equipment requirements. Most kids start free. Like most kids arm wrestle must possess. Yeah. And like if you see a guy on the street, whatever, like you can arm wrestle anywhere. You don't need to bring your table out with you.
If we talk about if somebody was interested in starting wrestling, or like going from just like like go to the gym, lift, if I wrestled a few times, trying to get better, trying to learn how would you advise on getting better to where you can beat your closest buddies? That first step.
First step, I'd say find people, find good people. Get with a club, get with people who can mentor you.
And that's really cool. I realized there's a club in Austin.
Yeah,
I'm sure there's in a lot of places.
they're everywhere. We got this app called Armband.
Yeah. Which is app that you find out.
Yeah, very easy. But I mean, they're all over social networks. It's kind of widespread now. But yeah, find people, and it's just much easier to learn with another person, and you'll get stronger that way. But I mean, do the lifts. If you go to the gym, just start doing the lifts, and right away, those will technically prepare you.
What are the lifts you describe?
Yeah. So I'd say if you want to just keep it very, very simple, let's just talk about three. There's much more than three, but like when you talk about energy allocation, these three lifts, in my opinion, should be like 90% of your investment. It's very big, these three things. And the exact percentages, you can argue about it, but we'll start off with the cupping of the wrist. Just this, just a simple thing. And do it with a cable. You can get a thicker diameter, so it kind of, is more on your fingers, where an arm wrestler is going to attack you. Right? Because any good arm wrestler is going to attack you. So open hand, no. Well, I mean, health, yes, it's good. But like, if you want to be really specific, you train with exactly the way you would at the table. In the position that you actually start that.
And then you're just doing this kind of
To your center. Your people. One of the big misconceptions about wrestling is that you're aiming for that pin pattern. The chest up very close to you. And make it come close to you, right? You see, like whenever I do my exercises, the vector is always pointing straight towards you. Yeah, so just cupping close to you. The most dangerous thing that a person can do to me on an arm wrestling match is to pull me away from it. That's a terrible thing. Yeah, so that cupping, that's a massive part of this. So now when you think, what does the cup do to the other person? I cup, it's a turnover. Right? So this has to be this pronation. So to fight to fight that wrong. Exactly. Yeah. So that's through thumb.
so you put
Got it.
put
Right.
on the thumb and you have this portion.
Got it. Yeah. So those two things together, just cupping and rolling, this is what's going to make the person's hand bend back. And once the person's hand is bent back, their whole game is cut to pieces. So they have very little good options. It's all yeah. So those two things, that's a huge part of your investment. Rise. Always do. Exactly. Yeah. Those three simple things, that's what I would tell anybody to spend most of the time on if you want to become an artist. And to use bands would be good for this. Bands are great because they're easy to transport. The only problem I have with bands is, like, if you like to measure, if you like to be precise, bands is not be precise.
Right, to have growth.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just, I mean, it's just like, you know exactly what you need. The prescription is kind of, a band is kind of, and a lot of people, myself included, I like to know exactly my outputs, like the weights. So, cables.
Yep.
Cables are nice. Fans are great too. I mix the two. Fans are when I kind of don't need to. They're more. When I play bands are dangerous because the acceleration is so high. Like when you screw up with band training, the acceleration is way faster than gravity, right? So if you do something bad, you make it feel really much worse. It's funny that you didn't mention bicep curls or well, it's a chain. It's a chain.
And so the idea to focus on these three different stuff catches up. Like it's all involved. This whole thing is involved.
So if you have an axe, right? The blade of the axe, that's these stuff, right? Like you need the pointy end of all your attacks to be awesome.
If you have a super sharp axe,
Yeah,
you can have a shitty pencil.
yeah, right.
Yeah, so focus on that. The point is,
Yeah.
tip of the
Yeah, the tip of the axe is so important, right? Like if I have an awesome bicep and I can't quite use it, what's it good for, right?
Yeah, I think a lot of the motions with the list that you mentioned are just thinking about jujitsu, especially with you.
Yeah,
There's a lot of so much importance to this, and people don't often work it explicitly. So many of the tropes require very. It's almost like exactly like almost very close because you're weak here, it's like a flat wrist, and you're strong with the. And so you just getting the muscle, whatever that's involved, the muscle returning the pressures. That's when also the choke comes. That little the thing that makes you really arm wrestling, and also the thing that finishes the person with the have some good grab. The strength is good. So, yeah, it's fascinating actually. Of course, like you said, the thing would be very good. You should be doing the very specific exactly.
yeah. So if I was going to do jiu-jitsu, I'd be like joking.
Yeah, the problem is, it's difficult to construct the exact. So you have to actually go with people, and then you don't like being choked. Right? So like it's hard to. I'm actually a big. We have these kinds of debates all the time. I'm a big believer in the drill. I love doing something thousands of times. The John Garner, something I mentioned to you about the jiu-jitsu folks here. They're less believers in drilling. They see the value of almost like the mind of going wide, exploring ideas as that play. You don't need to do the thing 1,000 times. You just need to always be thinking about the little details that make you better, and then in action practicing, like developing the strength, the power, the explosiveness, the agility in action. So actually, I don't, I agree with this, but I just believe in volume first. Yeah, so you can accomplish what you want. You can play a lot.
Yes, exactly. Well, that's where if you really want to get good, as we're talking about,
And that's why a lot of these folks train 3 times a day. They do, for 3 hours, 8 hours, 9 hours, just. And so there are a lot of them that are out there going hard. It's just being on the mat, somebody just sitting there talking through ideas, watching others that are teaching, explaining stuff. It's not just physical. It's mental too, because you're keeping in your mind. Some of the greatest they talk about the wrestlers I've talked with, fighters at the top of their career. They basically George St. Pierre's like this. Another Falcon is like he has stick figures in his head. He can't help. Because if you train enough hours, it's just going to be in your head, and you're all going to be playing around in your head. And some little detail over time, it's almost like computing or something like that, and that ends up having resulting in you're not physically doing anything. It's always in you. I do have to return to that. I know we talked about pancakes. Let me get, let's see. serious. You are one of the, strongest athletes in the world for your sport. You have to get big, you have to get powerful, you have to get strong. What is the right diet for you? Like, what do you eat? How often do you eat? Uh, yeah, from the highest detail to the smallest, the things that make you happy.
Yeah. I've experimented with every diet. I've done it all. I've been a vegan. I've done raw. I've eaten only meat. I've eaten balanced. I've eaten like a bodybuilder. You know, you name it. I've probably tried. Uh, I don't believe that this is important in the sport of arm wrestling as it is perhaps in other sports. I believe that just to be very basic, if you're eating enough food, you're probably gonna be okay. So it's just kind of, it's a lot. It really, not to overcomplicate it, but that's where the conversation starts. You're eating enough food, and it can come in any number of ways. I, I don't think it's as important as a lot of other people do. I'm certainly irresponsible in a lot, but the thing is back to like volume. Like you need to if you want to be a super heavyweight, it's very different than if you want to be a weight category. If you want to be a weight category guy, I'd say that you need to be more responsible and make better choices. If you want to be a super heavyweight, just you're watching delicious looking omelets or eggs, bacon, syrup, so you don't care carbs. So all the things you try. So I'm mostly meat now. Yeah.
And I landed on that. There's several things obviously now. But I do a lot of school. I was very surprised at my particular specific body could perform better with only me. Why better? The sports I do, the mind matters. So for some reason, my mind is just clear. And I don't think, because it feels unhealthy, it just makes me feel really good. I don't think I would recommend it to anybody else. So it's interesting that journey of just exploring can take you to figure out something.
One of the most interesting things that I heard about nutrition was I heard there was yeah. I'm an idiot. Now I'd say over the last couple of years I've really gone into carbs a lot and high glycemic carbs, and I feel like it's one of the best things you can do if you work out really hard. Just pure fat carb it. Exactly. But where was I?
So you've had
Distracted.
syrup is
I forget everything.
It's distracting. No, so you've added carbs. Those help, but that's the math.
Right. So there was a study that I heard about by somebody who's trying to identify heart attacks. It was this great big study, and at the end of it, didn't matter what the people ate. The most important thing is how they felt about the food that they were eating. Yeah. So if you believe in the food, if you believe that it's going to do good things for you, if you allocate it the right way, it's going to have fun. And I try and do that no matter what it is. Like I have my foods that I think do certain things, and so for me, I know that actually, I learned about corn-fed pumps when I was overseas. I realized that if I never used to eat crap, really did. I ate super clean all the time, and when I was faced with imminent death more, I would be like, okay, I'm going out tonight. Let's have a couple ice cream bars. Like whatever. And what I realized is if I eat like an entire bag of chips or like a bunch of chocolate bars, and then I go and have a workout, my workout would be incredible. It would be incredible. There's something about easily processed carbohydrates that will continue to quickly get into your blood as fast as you can run. And there's something about that that gives you incredible blood flow. Yeah.
And also your mind plugging in, enjoying that, right? And then believing it works, and that's all right. So it work better.
Exactly.
I feel that way. I think this is really not. This has been frustrating to me about the health culture in the United States and the studies that are done. You look at like the importance of sleep, the importance of X diet, all these kinds of things. I wish incorporated into that would be your mental relationship with all these things. But for example, people that tell me your sleep schedule is insane. Yes, perhaps, but also it's insane because I'm doing what I love and I don't see it as a problem. Right? And I think that's really important to understand. If you sleeping crazy hours uh, is not affecting your stress, it's actually making you happier. You're drawing some kind of source of happiness and pleasure and satisfaction and being awake when others aren't. It's like the Mike Tyson thing or something, like training. You've convinced yourself everybody's sleeping and that says you're somehow training better. That's powerful. Even if you look statistically, 6 hours would be worse than 8 hours, 4 hours would be worse than 6 hours. So the mind is powerful, super powerful.
But if you want to be a super heavyweight, eat. You gotta eat like stupid amounts all the time. You have to test your digestive system.
What's your favorite meal? Just if you had to,
I am. I do. There's not like so much food. It's tough, but I'd say the food that I rely on a lot when I'm getting ready to compete is sushi. Just because it normally comes in an all-you-can-eat format, you know. I love to go and just binge all-you-can-eat buffets. Sushi is just super convenient.
yeah. If I was a sushi, all you can eat buffet place up in our website. Have you had barbecue with Texas?
Yeah, I love it. I love it. Yeah.
So you just a small tangent. You faced the mountain. How for yours? First of all, it's interesting to ask. So this is the mountain for Game of Thrones. Strong man, the strongest people in the world. Or time the strongest person in the world. What was it like? I know you guys maybe weren't going 1,000%, but what's it like?
Well, he probably wasn't going to.
But like, what? It's interesting to think. What does that strength feel like? So it's a specialized strength in another sport. What did it feel like? What? How strong was he? What is some kind of deep insights he draws from
I feel like if we were to go back 1,000 years, and if you give him armor and a two-handed sword, he will just rip across the next and no full stop.
So this is the boxing match too, but there's also a video of them arm wrestling.
Yeah, what a type! What a type! A guy like that, tall, strong, fit, disciplined. I mean, he is quite a warrior.
419 pounds.
Yeah, he's incredibly impressive. I really like Hat 4, and I like him tall too. And I'm just so caught up with the drama. Okay, so Eddie Hall and Hat 4, two of the strongest legendary strongmen that we have. And they were the coolest. They were the top strongmen. Was really super cool. I don't know all the details, but they legit hit each other. Like it was legit. So I think kind of steps. I don't know. Like I said, I'm not right there with them, but Eddie won the world's strongest man something one year, and like the thing, it was one of those victories where Thor, was not accepting of his defeat. Okay, and there was a little bit of back and forth. Basically, from what I understand, they were going to fight like the night of the world's strongest man. They kind of got pulled apart. This heat between them got translated into potential boxing. It's very real. It's a very real fight. So you have the two strongest dudes on the planet who got to fight each other. So I've been like, because arm wrestling and strongman, it's kind of similar communities.
Who you got? If you're giving me financial advice,
Oh, jeez. I am so bad. I always call it wrong. They're very different. I see half Thor as being small.
Sorry, how it's going down? Is that what
Yeah. I see half Thor as a bit more regimented. But I see Eddie Hall as like way more barbaric and like I think he's a little bit more athletic, but Hepler's bigger, and they've chosen slightly different paths to prepare for the match. But what happened was like they were about to fight, and Eddie Hall threw his bicep. So me, I was getting ready for LeBron in December. We were supposed to arm wrestle in December, but he's got his movie. And so I was like, okay, I can kind of get away from the sport just a little bit, broaden my base. That happened, and I was like, oh, an opportunity.
you stepped in?
An opportunity to fight. I'm like, I'll do it. So,
How much training you trained a little bit? So can you tell about your own decision to do that? What was the training like? What was the
it was so much fun. It was so much fun. So basically, I made a funny video, and I sent it to the organizers of Core Sports that I would do it. I'll do it. I'm sure they got 1,000 people who wanted to do it. But I'm like, listen, like I'm an old man. Like I'm gimped up like everywhere outside the arm wrestling lanes. I said, but I would 100%. Like you let me fight, I'll give it my all. And whatever, they didn't get back to me. They're like, okay. So then they called me on Friday, like 5 weeks before the event, and they're like, hey, Devin, are you serious? And I'm like, oh shit. And I'm like, yes, I was serious. Yeah, I'll do it. And they're like, okay, they're like, it's down to you and like 2 other people. We'll get back to you in a day or 2, but you would do it. I'm like, okay. So they got back to me on Sunday. Like, so right away, I'm like skipping rope, and I'm like, I only arm wrestle. That's all I do.
So what was your striking training?
Yeah, so I went to this guy that he was awesome, Zach from Bushida. That was it from TriStar. For us, the hobby.
And yes, people in the comments, I will interview him on this podcast.
He's brilliant. Right? He's an incredible guy. So right away, like I had no idea about the fight community across Canada really, and I got like by the 5th message that said you must train with Firas. I was like, okay, called him up. He was incredible right away. So I got the call. I called him on like Monday at 2:00. By like 7:00, I had my things packed, and I went to Montreal, and I spent 4 weeks in the fighter dorms. Just humbling myself. Yeah, every day, just getting punched in the face, over and over, going for runs. They're all like Olympians and pro fighters living in dorms. Super cool dudes. They were so good to me.
Yeah, there's a good video of you and talking.
Yeah,
I remember which stage this was, but basically, but you were already beginning to get humble.
Oh, I knew. I mean, I knew what I was getting into. Like, I knew it was going to be a losing battle, but I felt like the opportunity to fight Thor, like, how cool is that? Like, I had to do it. I love the process, and I learned a lot from doing it. Like, the dorms, I want to do something like that with arm wrestling. I think we're big enough now that we can have these kind of dorms, frat houses, whatever you want to call it.
What's the dorm like? So you basically staying there, food's there. You mentioned what was the administration?
Yeah, exactly. That's it.
So it removes all of that,
Makes it so simple. You just focus. If the gym is here, you live here. Your life becomes simple.
Yeah. There's a guy named Jimmy Pedro here in America. He's a famous coach. He's a place up in Boston. He's kind of a dorm like that too.
Yeah.
And that becomes essential when the community is small and you're trying to do epic things,
right?
Like when you have a big goal.
Yeah.
So you have to really put the people together in these kind of minimalist conditions and they just focus on the training. Focus.
Yeah, it wasn't enough time. I mean, I trained for about
Well, yes.
3 or 4 weeks, but I love the journey. And
What are some of the fun things you just? You did most striking. Did you? Yeah, I guess it was.
yeah,
It was straight up boxing. What are some things that were transferable? What are some cool things you learned from that? So from the world of armor, have you taken anything back? Like some training regimens, ideas about training, even just even movements? Because for us, it's a unique mind as well for training.
yeah. I don't know. I mean, I've gone very far down the path of arm wrestling. Boxing and arm wrestling are very different. They're very different sports. Uh, the physicality required is very different. You know, the mentality. I mean, it's fighting, so it's another form of fighting, which is cool. But the big things that I took back from it, the things that I loved about it was I had to run again. You know,
So really, what happens?
yeah, yeah. I was going for runs with guys in the dorms, and they were just destroying me. Just like it was so bad.
Did you like? How did you feel in the actual boxing in terms of endurance? Were you able to?
Just torture. It was terrible. And the thing is it was so crazy for me because I really was good at kung fu. Yeah, I really was. Like physically, like I had incredible full body endurance. But being so specialized, I realized how much I'd slipped. And yeah, it was fun to try and regain. I think it's affected my body composition. I think since that training, I've become much more. I think it was a very healthy thing for me to do, like health wise. I always think that when you're far away from competition, it's really good to kind of spread out, really good. So I think that in that way, also for your mind, yeah, yeah, it's like, yeah,
That's so something about clearing your. I think you've talked about this. It's like you basically take steps back before you take steps forward. It's I forget how you call
yeah,
it.
everybody,
Yeah.
yeah, under, you have to go. You got it. If you want to go above the line, you have to spend some time beneath it. And yeah, I was definitely beneath the line for a long time. But Melton, I mean, like, the interesting thing was, as incredible as he is, like, what a monster. And I think if you had him training in boxing, for a long time, and like from his youth, I think he would be world champion. But, to be so specialized and then to switch, you're at a disadvantage. And also, like, I know from just fighting guys in the gym and TriStar, those guys are way scarier. For real. Like, as scary as Thor is, like, those guys in that TriStar gym that don't look like anything, that would murder me, much worse. Much worse.
But also, that's the difference between being in the gym and under the lights too. GSP is an example. George St. Pierre is an example of somebody that maybe doesn't look terrifying, but
Yes,
yep, he's literally tries to. He's super nice, super humble, but he's terrifying when he's fighting. Right, he's dominating people. You mentioned death in the Canadian Special Forces and in general, thinking about mortality. Do you think about your death?
yeah,
Do you contemplate the end that this wrapping?
all the time. Yeah. I've thought about death from a young age.
You afraid of it?
Yeah, I hate it. Yeah, I don't want to die. Yeah, definitely want to die. But there's times when I can rid myself of it. Yeah, but for sure, I mean, I'm not happy that death is inevitable, and I'm not happy that potentially it's inevitable for all of us. But it does, I like to fight against it.
Is it
Yeah,
if you could be immortal, would you?
oh, that's my only wish.
Oh, see, but here's the thing. That's the point is to have that wish. It's like the all you can eat buffet at sushi. It's that sushi is more delicious if you're a limit.
Do you have some? I don't think I get sick of stuff. I'm very simple. Yeah, I don't think I would get tired of it. I really don't. I mean, if someone would pose it to you, if you want to live forever, you would choose no.
Yeah, I would choose no.
Choose no.
Well, my answer is probably yes. Like, no, I would. It's more like the snooze button. Do you want to?
Well,
Do
you
you
can
want
go
to?
to sleep.
But it's very difficult in the moment to go to sleep. But if I'm allowed to live forever, I'm going to delay all the crazy, like all the ambitious goals, because there's always time.
That's fine. But there is tomorrow.
But there's tomorrow. But see, I think that takes away from the richness of, like, the richness of the lived experience of just each moment. I think the richness of each moment comes from saying, like, I could die tonight. Like that, it tastes delicious because you're gonna die. I'm afraid if you're not, I'm afraid all that goes away. All that magic goes away.
I don't know. But I'll tell you, every time I have a near-death experience with thinking I'm going to die, I definitely live better afterwards. Yeah. Like, it's always been that way. But, yeah, no,
That's why the Stoics, they really preach contemplating immortality often. It kind of reminds you, this whole thing could just end at any moment, and it makes you really appreciate. Yeah, I don't know. Certainly improving the quality of life is important, but part of me thinks that immortality is not as fun as we would like to imagine.
do you think that maybe you're, what you're building potentially is immortal?
But that's where I definitely think about robots. If they were to have a human-like experience and be able to interact with humans in a deep, meaningful way, I think they too have to be mortal in some fundamental way that means mortal. Like their ride has to end as well. Because they won't be able to interact with humans deeply unless that's the case. Like to have fear, to have love, the ability to suffer, the ability to miss somebody. I think scarcity is important. You have to be able to truly lose somebody. You have to be to fear things. You have to truly have the risk of destroying yourself, and to have a sense of what it means to be a self. You have to be able to do it. So if you're immortal, you're just going to be. I feel like you're going to be like a toaster, an intelligent toaster that just serves.
Such a negative perspective on it.
On immortality?
Yeah, just think, look, now you can get all those things done that you want to do.
I hope you're right.
Yeah, I mean, potentially you could invest even harder because you're like, I'm actually gonna be able to get all this stuff done.
I think about this a lot. I hope you're right, but I fear that the drive to create, I can even do more, all of that disappears if you have all the time in the world. I just know how lazy I am. And if I have all the time in the world, I'm just going to sit there and just like watch the stupidest YouTube videos for the rest of all eternity. And just
It's a long time.
eat Doritos,
Yeah.
Cheetos, just get fatter and fatter. I can get in shape later. There's always time.
That's like a long period of contemplation.
Yeah. So for the first 1,000 years, it'll be the Dorito period of the life's life.
I think you could be like Jabba the Hutt for 1,000 years.
You mentioned aliens, very important topic. Do you actually think about this as being increased interest? There's been increased UFO sightings and encounters, all that kind of stuff. The U.S. government was releasing data, releasing videos of pilots, pilot observations and airplanes and UFOs. Do you think about this kind of stuff? Because you mentioned all in context. You mentioned like us humans will get our shit together when the aliens eventually come.
Yeah.
What do you make of all the sightings? Is that something you think about?
I thought about it a lot when I was younger. And I made my conclusions. Yeah, I don't think that there's a possibility that there are. I would think there would be impossible for me not to be honest. I feel like this is pretty good real estate. So, you know, yeah, you probably want it, but we already might be like, well, I don't even like, it's probably quite likely that we are to some degree aliens. I mean, all life is probably to some degree alien.
I like the real estate, so the resources, but we're also kind of interested.
Yeah.
What if this anthology of living organisms that we've created? It's kind of interesting to study. I tend to believe that the alien civilizations that are going to reach us or have reached us are far more intelligent, just orders of magnitude more intelligent than us. And so it's going to be very difficult both ways, actually, for us to understand them and for them to dumb themselves down enough to understand us.
Yeah, probably.
So they might even just miss our existence altogether, just because I tend to believe, I don't know what you think, that we're not that special in terms of all the life forms in the universe. There's a lot of cool stuff out there. Has to be. Has to be. But to us, we're special.
Yeah, well, that's all that matters, right?
Yeah. Even the human species is the most special to us humans. There could be much more special species here on Earth that we're just totally oblivious to, like trees. On the scale of thousands of years, maybe they're on to something.
Let's, I think that so much of what makes a person special is what they pass on, your kids. But I think that you are quite special because you're part of this thing that's potentially giving birth to the next thing.
The robots.
The robots.
I should say, the funny thing is, while talking together during this podcast, I read a doorbell ring, go downstairs, and there was a big box, menacing box with a new one. So the hilarity of you saying that is that robot is actually going to replicate the main robot that I showed to the world in coming months. Because that's the highest compute level in that robot. So I've been playing a lot with Lego robots, like four legs, like a dog. I like all of them, but there's something about when a robot has legs, it's able to communicate, it's able to connect with humans in some kind of deep way, in a way a dog can't. To show affection, something about like step, and then the robot realizes you're here and it steps and it notices you in the way the dog does, raises its head. It makes me feel noticed, heard in the same way I do when a dog notices me. That excitement, that stupid excitement of like, yes, fellow living organs. And what excites me about Lego robots is that holy shit, it's possible to engineer this. It's possible to create that feeling. And I wonder where that can go. There's a lot of negative positive trajectories, but I have a sense that there's positive too.
You hang more love that and take us with you.
Yeah, I think so because so there's this fear of robots. They become super intelligent and run away from us humans. They basically become so intelligent and then they almost just not giving a damn to destroy us. But I think in order for robots to become intelligent, they have to integrate themselves with society. So they, by the very nature of how they become intelligent, have to bring us along. So it's not that they'll be a separate thing. They have to, like, we'll have robots in the home, but they'll be interacting with us. You have human kids, and you have a bunch of robots, you have robot friends, you have human friends. And the robots make your human-to-human relationships much more meaningful and richer. They bring more love to the world, but it's integrated. It's not like they'll be developing smarter and smarter as like sentient beings by themselves. I think that's very difficult to do. You have to be doing that together with humans, and so we'll come for the ride. There's technical things like we might merge like cyborgs, more and more.
Well, we already saw upcycling, right?
With the phones,
Yeah.
so like more and more of it. So with Elon and Neuralink, deeper integration of robots and AI into increasing the bandwidth at which they can communicate. Right. So if we do implants in the brain, I think again a lot of people are really nervous about this, as am I. But I think there's a lot of trajectories that are positive there. That to me is exciting, and also I just don't think it's possible to stop this development. So we should steer it.
Yeah. Yeah.
For good.
Did you? I mean, you must have watched the movie Terminator, right?
Yeah. Yes. I
Yeah.
love to.
Yeah.
I love
my,
Schwarzenegger.
my favorite movie of all time. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, that's the big fear, right?
Yeah. What's the conclusion of Terminator? Isn't ultimately humanity wins?
I think they're at like Terminator 8 now.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. So there, it's interesting actually. I was going to bring this up as we were talking about it, but for China and the United States, I actually don't know what Canada is, but they both have agreed that they're not going to put limits on autonomous weapon system development. So they're not going to. So because China said we're not going to, and our U.S. officially announced that we can't.
Because you can't. It's like you never could, right? As soon as it exists and it's better, people will use it.
Well, but there's been a global ban on bioweapons. So you were able to come to an agreement there, but we're not going to use biological weapons in war. So it was a lot of people are really upset that in case of AI-driven weapons, the world said, nope, it's okay. And so now you have this potential for greater and greater automation of drones, for example, picking bomb locations, so the area in which they attack, and so some of that stuff that you mentioned that drew you to the military is that teamwork between humans, that decision making. So there's strategy, but built into that team is a deep humanity. But, yeah, even when there's an enemy, there's lines that you are aware of what is ethical, what is not, what is just, and what is not. And it's so easy for a machine to miss all of that, plot through it, and do deeply inhumane acts, commit atrocities. That's something that worries a lot of people. Because an AI-based war is just it's terrifying, especially with cybersecurity, which is becoming more and more of an issue, which is hacking.
Yeah.
Sort of people that look a lot like me being the warriors of the future.
Yeah.
Which is meaning people behind a keyboard versus the traditional warriors. Probably inevitable.
Yeah.
And terrifying.
It is. It is. But I think if you believe that it's possible, it's certainly going to happen. Like at some point, it's just when. Right? When does it?
So that, I mean, to me, I'm ultimately optimistic about the future. To me, I'm excited about the world with AI. I'm even excited about the metaverse and all these kinds of things. We're living more and more in digital space, in virtual reality. I think, so it's a part of me that grew up in a non-internet world, not computer world. It says, oh, kids these days with the video games, there's part of me that's like that. But I think when technology at its best can bring out the best of humanity. And so I think virtual reality, all of these things, over time, we'll figure out how to fix it to bring out the humanity. Social networks, the first generation social networks, Facebook, Twitter, and so on, they have so many problems. They're bringing out the worst in people. But I think we're learning from that. I think the next generation of social networks will be better and better and better. And so I'm optimistic. Of course, one reason we may have not seen aliens yet, obviously, like in a way that's obvious, is because once you get clever and smart and have all this cool technology, you destroy yourself.
And reassurance humans are pretty close to
Yeah, there might be that limit that is hard to get right.
that. I'm hoping we get all our aggression between nations out for arm wrestling competition.
Right?
Just all
Yeah,
that,
Oh my God, wouldn't that be great if that was that simple?
yeah. Do you know if there's another over-the-top movie to be made?
Oh yeah, there's always stuff in the works. There's actually there's a tournament called Over the Top in Australia that's a couple months away. I think they're doing all the over the top scene, but there are arm wrestling movies that are being made right now. Actually, there's a documentary that's showing it for this whole Yvonne thing, but yeah, we're probably due for another big one. Yeah.
But you're also just with your YouTube channel. You're doing a lot for the sport. That's really cool to see. Just being like looking out when you're looking today, but just like
Yeah.
prepared,
Just,
sleepy, and just putting yourself out there completely as you are. That's a beautiful thing.
The best thing about the sport is brings people together. That's it.
Yeah, the community, the folks I got to interact with, just so awesome, so excited, so full of kindness. I'm definitely gonna find the club here and start working on my arm wrestling game. Devin, this is such a huge honor for you to spend your valuable time. You come down to Austin. You would hang out with me and do this
Super
conversation.
cool, fast, relaxed. Yeah.
As I mentioned, in case people I'm sure will tell me. So I hang out with Joe Rogan all the time. He's a friend. I told him that he should talk to Devin. He's going through some stuff currently, you know. But I'm sure. I hope the conversation between you, Devin, and Joe happens eventually. He's that would be epic as well because he's
He's just funny.
he loves fighting. He loves wrestling. He loves strength, and I think all of those are like so perfectly encapsulated in the sport of arm wrestling. So thank you so much for talking to me.
Thanks so much, love.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Dan and Mary. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you with some words of Miyamoto Musashi. The only reason a warrior is alive is to fight. And the only reason a warrior fights is to win. Thank you for listening. I hope to see you next time.
If you read a half hour a day, the calculation I came to is that you can read 1,000 books in 50 years.
All of the components are there to engineer intimate experiences.
Extraterrestrial life is true history, but the most tantalizing history of all.
How many humans need to disappear for us to be completely lost? The following conversation will take our author and illustrator, the amazing blog called Wait But Why. This is a Less Moving podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. Now, dear friends, here's Tim Urban. You wrote a Wait But Why blog post about the big and the small in the observable universe. What world do you find most mysterious and beautiful? The very big, the very small.
The very small seems a lot more mysterious. And the very big, I feel like we kind of understand. I mean, not the very, very, not the multiverse. If there is a multiverse, not anything outside of the observable universe. But the very small, I think we really have no idea. Are very much less idea. But I find that, so I think the small is more mysterious, but I think the big is sexier. I just cannot get enough of the bigness of space and the farness of stars, and it just continually.
I think we still, the vastness of the observable universe has the mystery that we don't know what's out there. We know how it works, perhaps. Like, general relativity can tell us how the movement of bodies works, how they're born, and that kind of things. But like, how many civilizations are out there? What are the weird things that are out
Oh
there?
yeah, life, like extraterrestrial life, true history, but the most tantalizing history of all. But that's like our size. So that maybe it's that's the actual the big and the small are really cool, but it's actually the things that are potentially our size.
Potentially our size is probably the key word.
Yeah, I mean, I wonder if a small intelligent being, probably not that small. And I assume that if there's a limit that you're not going to, I mean, you might have like a whale, blue whale size intelligent being, that'd be kind of cool. But I feel like we're in the range of the order of magnitude smaller and bigger than us for life. But maybe not. Maybe you could have some giant life form. Just seems like, I don't know, there's got to be some reason that anything intelligent between kind of like a little tiny rodent or finger monkey to a blue whale on this planet. I don't know. Maybe when you change the gravity and other things.
Well, you can think of life as a thing of self-assembling organisms, and they just get bigger and bigger and bigger. Like, there's no such thing as a human being. A human being is made up of a bunch of tiny organisms working together. We somehow would envision that as an entity because it has consciousness. But maybe it's just organisms on top of organisms. Organisms all the way down, turtles all the way down. So, like, Earth can be seen as an organism, or people for alien species is very different. Like, why is the human the fundamental entity that is living? And then everything else is just either a collection of humans or components.
I think of it kind of as, if you think about, I think of an emergence elevator. And so you've got an ant is on one floor, and then the ant colony is a floor above. Or maybe there's even units within the colony. There's one floor above, and the full colony is 2 floors above. And to me, I think that it's the colony that's closest to being the animal. It's like the individual thing that competes with others, while the individual ants are like cells in the animal's body. We are more like a colony in that regard. But the humans are weird because I think of it, if emergence happens in an emergence tower, where you've got kind of cells, humans, communities, and societies. Ants are very specific. The individual ants are always cooperating with each other for the sake of the colony. So the colony is this unit that is the competitive unit. Humans can kind of take the elevator up and down emergence tower psychologically. Sometimes we are individuals that are competing with other people, so that's where our mindset is. And then other times, we get in this crazy zone, protest or sporting event, and you're just chanting, screaming, and doing the same hand motions with all these other people, and you feel like one. You sacrifice yourself with other soldiers, and so our brains can kind of psychologically go up and down this elevator in an interesting way.
Yeah, I wonder how much of that is just the narrative we tell ourselves. Maybe if we are just like an ecology, we're just collaborating always, even in our stories of individualism, of like the freedom of the individual, like this kind of isolation, lone man on an island kind of thing. We're actually all part of this giant network. Maybe one of the things that makes humans who we are is probably deeply social, the ability to maintain not just a single human intelligence, but like a collective intelligence. And so this feeling like individual is just because we woke up at this level of the hierarchy. So we make it special, but we very well could be just part of the ant colony. This whole conversation, I'm either going to be doing a Shakespearean analysis of your Twitter, your writing, or a very specific statements that you make. So you've written answers to a mailbag of questions. The questions are amazing, those are chosen, and your answers are amazing. So on this topic of the big and the small, somebody asked, are we bigger than we are small? Or smaller than we are big? Who's asking these questions? This is really good. We have amazing fans. Okay, so where do we sit at this level? Very small and very big.
So are we bigger or are we small? Are we bigger and are small? I think it depends. So if we're thinking about the biggest thing that we kind of can talk about without just imagining is the observable universe, Hubble sphere. And that's about 10 to the 26th meters. The smallest thing we talk about is a Planck planet. But you could argue that that's kind of an imaginary thing. But that's 10 to the negative 35. Now, we're about, conveniently, about 10 to the 1. Not quite 10 to the 0. We're about 10 to the 0 meters long. So we're so it's easy because you can just look and say, okay, well, for example, atoms are like 10 to the negative 15th or 10 to the negative 16th meters across, right? If you go 10 to the 15th or 10 to the 16th, which is right, now, so an atom to us is us to this, you get to like nebula. Smaller than a galaxy and bigger than the biggest star. So we're right in between nebula and now, if you want to go down to the quark level, you might get up to galaxy. When you go up to the observable universe, you're getting down on the small side to things that we, I think, are mostly theoretically imagining are there and hypothesizing are there. So I think, as far as real world objects that we really know a lot about, I would say we are smaller than we are big. But if you want to go down to the planet length, we're very quickly the bigger things. If you think about strings.
Yeah, string exactly, string theory. So that's interesting. But I think, like you answered, no matter what, we're kind of little-ish.
Yeah. I mean, here's the thing. If human is a neutrino, and again, neutrino, the size doesn't really make sense. It's not really a size, but when we talk about some of these neutrinos, neutrinos are human, a proton is the sun. So that's like, I mean, a proton is really small. Like, really small. And so, yeah, the small gets like crazy small very quickly.
Let's talk about aliens. We already mentioned it. Let's start just by the basic. What's your intuition as of today? This is a thing that can change day by day. But how many alien civilizations are out there? Is it zero? Is it handful? Is it almost endless? Like the observable universe, or the universe is teeming with life.
If I had gun in my head, I'd take a guess. I would say it's TV. I would say it is. I think running a Monte Carlo simulation, this paper by, I know they were saying, Rothschild and a few others a couple years ago, probably know about that. I think that they're the mean, using different, running through randomized rate equation multiplication, you ended up with 27 billion in intelligent civilizations in the galaxy, in the Milky Way alone. So then, if you go outside the Milky Way, that would turn into trillions. That's the mean. Now, what's interesting is that there's a long tail because they believe some of these multipliers in the Drake equation. So, for example, the probability that life starts in the first place. They think that the kind of range that we use is for that variable are way too small, and that's constraining our possibilities. If you actually extend it to some crazy number of orders of magnitude, 200, they think that variable should be. You get this long tail where look at the exact number. It's like a third or a quarter of the total outcomes have us a low, I think it's a sizable percentage has us as the only intelligent galaxy. You can keep going, and there's a non-zero legitimate amount of outcomes there that have us as the only life in the observable universe at all is on Earth. I mean, it seems incredibly counterintuitive. It seems like you mentioned that people think you must be an idiot because if you picked up one grain of sand on the beach and examined it, and you found all these other things on it. It's like saying, well, maybe this is the only one that is, and it's like probably not. They're probably most of the sand or a lot of the sand, right? So, and then you don't see anything. You don't see any evidence, which of course people would say that the people who scoff at the concept that we're potentially alone, they say, well, of course, there's lots of reasons we wouldn't see it. And they'll list them, and they're very compelling. But we don't know. And the truth is, if this were a free thing, we don't. If this were a completely free thing that happened here, whether it's life at all or just getting to this level of intelligence, that species, whoever it was, would think there must be lots of us out there. They'd be wrong. So, just using the same intuition that most people would use, I say is probably
Yeah, you wrote a great blog post about it. To me, the two interesting reasons that we haven't been in contact. I too have an intuition that the universe is teeming with life. The one interesting is around the great filter. So we either the great filter is either behind us or in front of us. So the reason that's interesting is you have to think about what kind of things can ensure or ensure the survival of an intelligent civilization, or will lead to the destruction of intelligent civilization? It's a very pragmatic, very important question to always be asking. And we'll talk about some of those. And then the other one is, I'm saddened by the possibility that there could be aliens communicating this all the time. In fact, they may visit it, and we're just too dumb to hear it, to see it. Like the idea that the kind of life that can evolve, just the range of life is so large that our narrow view of what is life and what is intelligent life is preventing us from having communication with them.
Then they don't see crazy. Because if they were trying to communicate with us, they would surely, if they were super intelligent, they would be very, and I'm sure if there's loss of life, we're not that rare, we're not some crazy weird species that hears and has different kinds of ways of perceiving signals. So they would probably be able to, if you really wanted to communicate with an Earth-like species, with a human-like species, you would send out all kinds of things. You send radio waves, send out Rabbi waves, and lots of things. So if they're communicating in a way, they're trying to communicate with us, and it's just we're too dumb to perceive the signals. It's like, well, they're not doing a great job of considering the primitive species we might be. So I don't know. I think if a super intelligent species wanted to get in touch with us and have the capability of it, I think probably they would.
Well, they may be getting in touch with us. They're just getting in touch with the thing that we humans are not understanding that they're getting in touch with us with. I guess that's what I was trying to say is there could be something about Earth that's much more special than us humans. Like the nature of the intelligence that's on Earth, or that a thing that's of value and that's curious and that's complicated and fascinating and beautiful might be something that's not just like tweets. Okay, like English language that's interpretable, or any kind of language, or any kind of signal, whether it's gravity or frequency that humans seem to appreciate. Why not the actual? It could be the process of evolution itself. There could be something about the way that Earth is breathing, essentially, with the creation of life, this complex growth of life. It's a whole different way to view life. It could be getting communicated with. And we humans are just a tiny fingertip on top of that intelligence. And the communication is happening with the main mothership of Earth versus us humans that seem to treat ourselves as super important and we're missing the big picture. I mean, it sounds crazy, but our understanding of what is intelligent and what is life, what is consciousness is very limited. It seems to be, I'm just being very suspicious, it seems to be awfully human centric. Like, this story, it seems like the progress of science is, constantly putting humans down on the importance, like on the cosmic importance, the ranking of how big we are, how important we are. That seems to be the more we discover what's happening, and I think science is very young. So then eventually we might figure out that there's something much, much bigger going on. That humans are just a curious little side effect of a much bigger thing. That's what I think. But that, as I was saying, it just sounds insane. But
Well, it sounds a little like religious. It sounds like a spiritual. And it gets to that realm where there is something more than we see.
well, yeah, but not the religious and spiritual often have this kind of woo characteristic, but people write books about them and go to wars on whatever the heck is written in those books. I mean more like it's possible that collective intelligence is more important than individual intelligence. Right? It's the ant colony. What's the primal organism? Is it the ant colony or is it the ant?
Yeah, I mean humans, just like any individual ant can't do shit, but the colony can do these incredible structures and has this intelligence, and we're exactly the same. I mean,
Yeah.
you know the famous thing that no human knows how to make a pencil. Have you heard this?
No.
Basically, this is great. There's not a single human out there has absolutely no idea how to make a pencil. So you can think about it, you have to get the paint, the different chemicals that make up the yellow paint. The eraser is a whole other thing. The metal has to be mined from somewhere, and the graphite, whatever that is. And there's not one person on Earth who knows how to kind of collect all those materials and to create a pencil, but to put it together. It's one of that's China's purpose. It's one of the easiest things. So, the other thing I like to think about, I actually put this as a question on the blog once. There's a thought experiment, and I actually want to hear. So, if a witch, kind of a dickish witch, comes around and she says, "I'm going to cast a spell on humanity, and all material things that you've invented are going to disappear, all of it." So suddenly we're all standing there naked. There's no buildings. There's cars and boats and ships and mines. Nothing. Right? It's just Stone Age Earth and a bunch of naked humans. But we're all the same. We have the same brain, so we all know what's going on, and we all got a note. So we understand the deal. She says, she communicated to every human. Here's the deal: you lost all your stuff. You guys need to make one working iPhone 13. You make one working iPhone 13 that could pass in the Apple Store today, in the previous world. For an iPhone 13, then I will restore everything. How long do you think? And so everyone knows this is the mission. We're all aware of the mission. Everyone all. How long would it take us?
It's a really interesting question. So obviously, if you do a random selection of 100 or 1,000 humans within the population, I think you're screwed to make that effort. I tend to believe that there's fascinating specialization among the human civilization. Like there's a few hackers out there that can so build an iPhone.
With what materials?
There's no materials whatsoever. It has to. I mean, it's virtually any. Okay, you have to build factories. I mean, to fabricate. Okay.
And you can mine, you got to mine materials where you don't need cranes. You don't need,
okay, you 100% have to have everybody's naked.
Everyone's naked and everyone's where they are. So you and I would currently be naked on the ground in what used to be Manhattan.
It's no build
grassy island.
You need naked robustic characters to start building a company. You have to have a large company.
It's easy to know where is everyone? Oh shit, how am I going to find?
But we have all the knowledge.
Yeah, everyone has the knowledge that's in their heart.
I've met some legit engineers.
Crazy polymath people.
Yeah, but the actual, because you said it's like the original, like the Apple II, like people. But
even that, Well, I think part of it is a communication problem. If you could suddenly have someone, if everyone had a walkie-talkie, a couple, 10 really smart people were named the leaders, they could say, okay, I want, everyone who can do this to walk west, till you get to this little hub. Everyone else, they could actually, we're going to do, so it's like people just, and then what I think about is, so you've got some people that are trying to organize, and you'll have a little community with a couple hundred people come together, maybe a couple thousand organized, and designated one person, leader and sub-leaders, and okay, we have a start here, you have some organization. You're also going to have some people that say, good, humans were a scourge upon the earth, and this is good, and they're going to try to sabotage, they're trying to murder the people who know what they're talking about.
the elite that possess the knowledge.
Well, and so everyone's hopeful, but we're all civilized and hopeful for the first 30 days. Right? And then things start to fall off. People start to lose hope, and there's new kinds of governments popping up. New kinds of societies, and they're and they don't play nice with the other ones. And I think very quickly, I think a lot of people would give up and say, you know what, this is it. We're back to the Stone Age. Let's just create, agrarian shit. We don't know how to farm. No one knows how to farm. There's even the farmers are relying on their machines. So we all started doing mass starvation. And that when you're trying to organize, a lot of people are coming in with spears they fashion and trying to murder everyone.
It's an interesting question. Given today's society, how much violence would that be? We've got softer, less violent.
And we don't have weapons. So weapons. Really primitive weapons.
But we have a kind of ethics where murder is bad. It used to be less, human life was less valued.
Yeah.
That's when murder was more okay, ethically.
But in the past, they also were really good at figuring out how to have sustenance. They knew how to get food and water because so we have no idea. The ancient hunter-gatherer sects would laugh at what's going on. You guys none of you know what you're doing.
Yeah.
And also the amount of people, feeding this amount of people in a very Stone Age civilization, that's not
So New York and San Francisco are screwed.
Well, we both got near water. So you're near a river, fresh water. Anyway, this is a very interesting question, but it does, this and the pencil, it makes me feel so grateful and like excited about, man, our civilization is so cool. And this is, talk about collective intelligence. Humans did not build any of this. It's collective collective humans is a super intelligent, being that can do absolutely, especially over long periods of time, can do such magical things, and we just get to be born. When I'm working and I'm hungry, I just go click, 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 and like salad's coming. The salad arrives. If you think about the incredible infrastructure that's in place for that quickly, just the internet to the electricity, first of all, the power and everything, where the amount of structures that have to be created for that electricity. You've got the internet, and then you have the system where delivery drivers, and they're running bikes that are made by someone else, and they're going to get the salad and all those ingredients came from all over the place. And it's just so. I think it's like I like thinking about these things because it makes me feel like just so grateful. Man, it would be so awful if we didn't have this, and people who didn't have it would think this was such magic we live in, and we do, and like, cool, that's fun.
Yeah, one of the most amazing things when I showed up, like I came there at 13 from Soviet Union in the supermarket.
Yeah.
Was people don't really realize that, but the abundance of food, it's not even. So bananas was the thing I was obsessed about. I just ate bananas every day for many, many months because they haven't had bananas in Russia, and the fact you could have as many bananas as you want, plus they were like somewhat inexpensive relative to the other food. And the fact that you can somehow have a system that brings bananas to you without having to wait in a long line, all of those things, it's magic.
I mean, also imagine. So first of all, the ancient hunter-gatherers. You picture the mother-gatherer eating all this fresh fruit. So you know what an avocado is? It was a little sphere, and the fruit of it, the actual avocado part, was like a little tiny layer around this thing. It's almost the whole body. We made crazy like robot avocados today that have nothing to do with like what they. So same with bananas, these big, sweet, and not infested with bugs and they used to eat the shittiest food. And they're eating uncooked meat, or maybe they cook it and it's gross and it's things raw. So you go to the supermarket and it's like crazy super engineered cartoon food, fruit and food. And then it's all this processed food, which we complain about. In our setting, we complain about process. This is a good problem. I mean, if you imagine what they would think about a cracker, how delicious a cracker would taste to them. Candy, pasta and spaghetti. They never had anything like this. And then you have food all over the world. Things that are grown all over the place. All here in nice little racks, organized, and on a middle class salary, you can afford anything you want. It's again just an incredible gratitude.
And the question is, how resilient is this whole thing? This is another darker version of your question. Is if we keep all the material possessions we have, but we start knocking out some percent of the population, how resilient is the system that we built up, where we rely on other humans and the knowledge we built up in the past and the distributed nature of knowledge? How much does it take? How many humans need to disappear for us to be completely lost?
Well, we're trying to go up one thing, which is Elon Musk says that he has this number coming in mind as the order of magnitude of people you need to be on Mars to truly be multiplanetary. Multiplanetary doesn't mean, like when Neil Armstrong, goes to the moon, they call it a great leap. It's not a great leap for anything. It is a great achievement for mankind. Now we like think about if the first fish to kind of go on land just kind of went up, gave the shore a high five, goes back into the water. That's not a great leap for life. That's a great achievement for that fish. There's really a statue of that fish in the water. Celebrate the fish, but but we talk about a great leap for life. It's permanent. It's something that from now on, this is how things are. So this is part of why I get so excited. Mars, by the way, because you can count on one hand, right, the number of great leaps that we've had. No life to life, single cell or simple cell to complex cell, single-cell organisms to animals, to multi-cell animals, and then ocean to land, and then one planet to two. Anyway, diversion. But the point is that we are officially that for all of them has happened once the ships would stop coming from Earth because there's some horrible catastrophic World War III and everyone dies on Earth and they're fine and they can turn that certain X number of people into 7 billion, population that's thriving just like Earth. They can build ships that can come back and recolonize Earth because now we are officially multi-planetary, where it's a self-sustaining. He says 1 million people is about what he thinks. Now that might be a specialized group. That's a very specifically, selected million that has very, very skilled million people, not just maybe the average million on Earth. But I think it depends what you're talking about. But I don't think the 1 million is 7,000, 8,000 of the current population. I think you need a very, very, very small fraction of humans on Earth to get by. Obviously, you're not going to have the same thriving civilization if you're too small. But depends who you're killing off. This is hard. Yeah. If you kill like people just randomly right now, I think it would be fun. It would be obviously a great, awful tragedy. I think if you killed off 3/4 of all people randomly, just 3 out of every 4 people drops dead, I think we'd have obviously the stock market would crash. We'd have a rough patch. But I almost can assure you that the species would be fine.
Well, because the million number you said it is specialized. So I think you have to do this. You have to basically move the iPhone experiment. Like literally, you have to be able to manufacture computers.
Yeah, you may have to, self-sustaining means you can any major important skill, any important piece of kind of infrastructure on Earth can be built there in this just as well.
It'd be interesting to list out what are the important things, what are the important skills.
Yeah, I mean, you have to feed everybody. So mass farming, things like that. You have mining. Like these questions, it's like the materials might be 5 miles, 2 miles underground. I don't know what that is, but it's amazing to me just that these things got built in the first place. And, no one built the money that we're getting stuff for the iPhone for probably wasn't built for the iPhone. Or in general, early mining, was for, I think obviously I assume the Industrial Revolution, we realized, fossil fuels, we want to extract this magical energy source. I assume that mining took a huge leap without knowing very much about this. I think you're going to need mining. You're going to need a lot of electrical engineers. If you're going to have a civilization like ours, of course you could have oil and engines. You should go way back. But if you're trying to build our today thing, you're going to need energy and electricity and mines that can bring materials and a ton of plumbing, everything that entails.
And like you said, food, but also the manufacturers, so like turning raw materials into something useful.
Yeah.
That whole thing, like factories, self-supply chain, transportation.
Right. When you think about the world, one of the major problems is, there's plenty of food. By the time it arrives, most of it's gone bad in the truck, in a kind of impoverished place. So it's like, we think it's so granted. All the food in the market is fresh. It's all there, and which always stresses me. Our writers would always be so miserable about things going bad on the shelves, or if you don't have enough, that's not good. If you get too much, it goes bad.
Of course, there would be entertainers too. Like somebody would have a YouTube channel that's running on Mars. There is something different about civilization on Mars and Earth existing versus like a civilization in the United States versus Russia and China. Like that's a fundamentally different distance. Like philosophically.
Will it be fuzzy? There'll be a reality show on Mars that everyone on Earth is obsessed with. And, I think if people are going back and forth enough, then it becomes fuzzy. It becomes our friends on Mars, and there's this Mars versus Earth, and they become fun tribalism. I think if people don't rarely go back and forth, and really they're there for get kind of who we a lot of us versus them stuff going on.
It could be also war in space for territory. As first colony happens, China, Russia, whoever, different European nations, Switzerland finally gets their act together and starts wars. It's supposed to stay out.
Yeah, there's all kinds of crazy geopolitical things that we have not even, no one's really been thought about too much yet. And it could get weird. Think about 1500s, when it was something like a race to colonize or capture land or discover new land hasn't, so
was like this new frontier. There's not really, the land is not. The thing about Crimea was like this huge thing, this tiny piece that's switched. That's how like optimized everything has become. Everything is just like really stuck. Mars is a whole new world of like territory, private naming things, and it's a chance for new kind of governments maybe, or maybe it's just the colonies of these governments, and we don't get that opportunity. I think it'd be cool if there's new countries, totally new experiments.
And that's fascinating. We want to talk exactly about that, and I agree with that very much. Like that should be like from the start, they should determine their own sovereignty. Like they should determine their own thing.
There was one modern democracy in late 1700s, the U.S. I mean, it was the only modern democracy, and now, of course, that's the stuff there's many dozens. But I think part of the reason that was able to start, it's not that people didn't have the idea. People had the idea. It was that they had a clean slate, new place, and that they suddenly were. So I think it would be a great opportunity to have. There's a lot of people who've done that. I had my own government on an island, my own country. What would I do? And it's the U.S. founders actually had the opportunity, that fantasy. They were like, we can do it. Let's make what's the perfect country? And they tried to make something. Sometimes progress it's not held up by our imagination. It's held up by just there's no, blank canvas to try something.
Yeah, it's an opportunity for a fresh start. The funny thing about the conversation we're having is not often had. I mean, even by Elon, he's so focused on Starship and actually putting the first woman on Mars. I think thinking about this kind of stuff is inspiring. It makes us dream, it makes us hope for the future. So, and it makes us somehow like thinking about civilization on Mars is helping us think about the civilization here on Earth.
Yeah,
how we should run it. But what do you think are like in our lifetime? I think any effort that goes to Mars, the goal is in this decade. Do you think that's actually going to be achieved?
I have a big bet, $10,000 with a friend when I was drunk. In an argument. That Neil Armstrong of Mars, whoever he or she may be, that step foot by the end of 2030. And this was probably 2018.
So, like, what?
So a human has to touch Mars by the end of 2030.
Oh, by the year. 30.
Yeah, by January 1st, 2030.
Yeah.
So,
did you agree on the time zone?
No, it's coming out that exact day. But anyway, I think that there will be. That was 2018. I was more confident then. I think it's going to be around this time. I mean, I still won the general bet. His point was, you are crazy. This is not going to happen in our lifetime. They're not for many, many decades. And I said, you're wrong. And you don't know what's going on in SpaceX. I think if the world depended on it, I think probably SpaceX could probably. I mean, I don't know this, but I think the tech is almost there. Like, I don't think, of course, it's delayed many years by safety. So they first want to send a ship, around Mars. They want to land a cargo ship on it.
There's the moon on the way too.
Yeah, there's but I think the moon a decade before seemed like magical tech that humans didn't have. This is like, no, we can. It's totally conceivable that this Gene Starship it is a interplanetary colonial or interplanetary transport system. They used to call it. The SpaceX, the way they do it is every time they do a launch, something fails, usually, after their testing, and they learn 1,000 things. The amount of data they get, and they improve. So each one it's like they've moved up like 8 generations in each one. Anyway, so it's not inconceivable that pretty soon they could send a Starship to Mars and land it. There's just no good reason why I think they could. And so if they could do that, they could, in theory, send a person to Mars pretty soon. Now, taking off from Mars and coming back again, I don't think anyone wants to be on that voyage then, because there's just, it's still amateur hour here, getting that perfect. I don't think we're too far away now. The question is every 26 months, Earth laps, right? Like a sinusoidal period, 26 months. So it's right now in the evens. Like 2022 is going to have one of these. Late 2024. So people could. This was the earliest estimate I heard. Elon said maybe we can send people to Mars in 2024. To land 2020, early 2025. That is not going to happen because that included 2022 sending a cargo ship to Mars. Maybe even the one in 2020. And so I think you're not quite on that schedule. But to win my bet, 2027
I have a chance. In 2029, I have a chance. We're not very good at like, backing up and seeing the big picture. We're very distracted about what's going on today and what we can believe is happening in front of our face. There's no way that humans going to be landing on Mars and it's not going to be the only thing everyone's talking about, right? I mean, it's going to be the moon landing, but even bigger deal. We're going to another planet, right? And for to start a colony, not just to get high five and come back. So this is like the 2020s, maybe the 2030s. Is going to be the new 1950s great space decade. I'm so excited. Yeah. And it's, again, it's one of the great things for all of life happening in our lifetimes. That's why
To paint a slightly cynical possibility, which I don't see happening, but I just want to put to the value to leadership. I think it wasn't obvious that the moon landing would be so exciting for all of human civilization. Some of that had to do with the right speeches, with space race. Like, space, depending on how it's presented, can be boring. I don't think it's been that so far, but I've actually.
I agree with you. Space is quite boring right now. Not SpaceX is super, but like 10 years ago, space.
Yeah.
Some writer, I forget who wrote, it's like the best magic trick in the show happened at the beginning, and now they're starting to do these like easy hazards. You know, it's like you can't go in that direction. And the line that the writers had is like watching astronauts go up to the space station after watching the moon is like watching Columbus sail to Ibiza. It's just like, you know, everything is so unpractical. You're going up to the space station not to explore, but to do science experiments and microgravity, and you're sending rockets up. Mostly here and there there's a probe, but mostly you're sending up a satellite to, for direct TV, whatever it is. It's kind of like lame Earth industry, usage. So I agree with you, space is boring there. The first human setting foot on Mars, that's got to be a crazy global event. I can't imagine it not being. Maybe you're right. Maybe I'm taking for granted the speeches and the space race. And
I think the value of, I guess what I'm pushing is the value of people like Elon Musk and potentially other leaders and hopefully step up. It's extremely important here. Like, I would argue without the publicity of SpaceX, it's not just the ingenuity of SpaceX, but like what they've done publicly by having a figure that tweets and all that kind of stuff like that. That's a source of inspiration. NASA wasn't able to quite pull off with the shuttle.
That's one of his two reasons for doing it. Basically, it's just two reasons. One, life insurance for the species. If you're, I always think about this way. If you're an alien on some faraway planet, you're rooting against humanity, and you win the bet if humanity goes extinct. You do not like SpaceX. You do not want them to have their eggs in two baskets.
Yeah.
It's sure. It's like obviously this, you could have some, something that kills everyone on board, like some AI or something. But the point is, obviously, it's good for our chances, our long-term chances, to be having, two self-sustaining civilizations. The second reason he values this, I think, just as high, is it's the greatest adventure in history. Going multi-planetary, and that it's people need some reason to wake up in the morning, and it'll just be this hopefully great uniting effect. So I mean, I'm sure in today's nasty, awful political environment, which is like a whirlpool of what sucks everything into it. So listen, you name a thing, and it's become a nasty political topic. So I hope that space can, Mars can just bring everyone together. But it could become this hideous thing where it's a billionaire, some annoying storyline gets built up. Half the people think that anyone who's excited about Mars is an evil, or something. Yeah. Anyway, I hope it's super exciting.
So far, space has been guiding, inspired thing, and in fact, especially during this time of the pandemic, has been just commercial agency putting out humans into space for the first time was just one of the only big sources of hope.
Totally, and awe, just like watching this huge skyscraper go up in the air, flip over, back down and land. I mean, it just makes everyone just want to sit back and clap. And the way I look at something like SpaceX is, it makes me proud to be a human, and I think it makes a lot of people feel that way. It's like good for our self-esteem. It's like, we're pretty good. We have a lot of problems, but like we're kind of awesome. Yeah, awesome. If we put people on Mars, sticking an Earth flag on Mars, like, damn, we should be so proud of our little family here. We did something cool. And by the way, I've made it clear to SpaceX people, including you, many times, and I just once a year remind them, if they want to make this more exciting, send the writer to Mars
on on the thing, and I'll blog about it. So I'm just continuing to throw this out there.
On which
I'm trying to get them to send me to Mars.
I understand. So I just want to clarify on which trip this the right way to go.
I think my dream one, to be honest, would be like the Apollo 8, where they just looped around the moon and came back. Because landing on Mars
It'll give you a lot of comfort. Right?
great content, right? I mean, the amount of kind of high-minded, and so I'm going through the thing, and I would blog about it, and I'd be in microgravity, so I'd be bouncing around my little space. I could send me in a dragon, we could do the whole starship, and I would bounce around, and I would get to, and I always had a dream of going to like one of those nice jails for a year, because I just have nothing to do besides like read books, and I have no responsibilities and social plans. So this is the ultimate version of that. Anyway, just a side topic, but
also, to be honest, the landing on Mars, it's epic. And if you die there, like finishing your writing, it would be just even that much more powerful for the impact.
Yeah, but then I'm gone, and I don't even get to like experience the publication, which is the whole point.
For some of the greatest writers in history to get a chance to experience the publication of their
I know. I think back to Jesus, and I'm like, oh man, that guy really impressed me, But then you think about it, it doesn't like you could literally die today and then become the next Jesus, like 2,000 years from now, in civilization. It's like they're like in magical clouds, and they're worshiping you. They're worshiping Lex, and like that sounds like your ego probably would be like, wow, that's pretty cool. Except it's irrelevant to you because you never even knew it happened.
This feels like a Rick and Morty episode.
It does.
Okay, you've talked to Elon quite a bit. You've written about it quite a bit. It'd be cool to hear you talk about what are your ideas with the magic sauces you've written about with Elon. What makes him so successful? His style of thinking, his ambition, his dreams, the people he connects with, the kind of problems he's tackling. Is there kind of comments you can make about what makes him special?
I think that obviously there's a lot of things that he's very good at. He's obviously super intelligent. His heart is very much in I think the right place. I really, really believe that. And I think people can sense that. He just doesn't seem like a grifter of any kind. He's truly trying to do these big things for the right reasons. And he's obviously crazy ambitious. Right? Not everyone is. Some people are as talented, have full vision, but they just don't want to spend their life on it. So that's none of those alone is what makes Elon. I mean, if it were, there'd be more. Because there's a lot of people who are very smart and smart enough to accumulate a lot of money and influence, and they have great ambition, and they have, their heart's in the right place. To me, it is the very unusual quality he has is that he's sane in a way that almost every human is crazy. What I mean by that is we are programmed to trust conventional wisdom over our own reasoning for good reason. If you go back 50,000 years, and conventional wisdom says, don't eat that berry, or this is the way you tie a spear head to a spear. And you're thinking, I'm smarter than that. Like, you're not. That comes from the accumulation of life experience, accumulation of observation and experience over many generations, and that's a little mini version of the collective super intelligence. It's like, the equivalent of like making a pencil today, people back then, the conventional wisdom that had this this knowledge that no human could ever bring. So we're very wired to trust it. Plus, the second thing is that the people who, just say that they believe the mountain is they worship the mountain as their god, right? And the mountain determines their fate. That's not true, right? And the conventional wisdom is wrong there, but believing it was helpful to survival because you were part of the crowd and you stayed in the tribe, and you started to, insult the mountain god and say that's just a mountain. It's not, you didn't fare very well, right? So it was, for a lot of reasons, it was a great survival trait. Just trust what other people said and believe it. And truly, obviously, the more you really believed it, the better. Today, conventional wisdom in a rapidly changing world, in a huge, giant society, our brains are not built to understand. They have a few settings, and none of them is 300 million person society. So your brain is basically is treating a lot of things like a small child, even though they're not. And they're treating conventional wisdom as very wise in a way that it's not. You think about it this way: it's like picture A of a bucket that's not moving very much, or moving like a millimeter a year, so it has time to collect a lot of water. That's like conventional wisdom. In the old days, when very few things changed. Like your great grandmother probably lived a similar life to you, maybe on the same piece of land, and so old people really knew what they were talking about. But then the bucket's moving really quickly. And so, the wisdom doesn't accumulate, but we think it does. So our brain setting it doesn't have the quickly moving bucket setting. So my grandmother gives me advice all the time, and I think stuff is this. So there's certain things that are not just like relationships and love and loyalty and things like this. Her advice on those things are let's do it all. She's one of the people who said you've got to live near your people you love, live near your family, right? I think that is tremendous wisdom. Right, that is wisdom. That happens to be something that doesn't change from generation to generation.
For now.
Right. For now. She's also right. So I'll be the right. Exactly. That will actually be the metaverse. Like
Exactly.
It doesn't matter. I'm like, you have to it's the same when you're not the person. They're going to say it's exactly the same. And they'll also be thinking to me with their link, and I'm going to be like, well, slow down. I don't understand what you're saying. But talk like a girl. Anyway, so my grandmother then she said, you're I don't know about this writing. You should go to law school, and you want to be secure. And that's not good advice from the world I'm in and what I like to do and what I'm good at. That's not the right advice. But because the world is totally, she's in a different world. So she became wise for the world. Is no longer good. Now, if you think about that, so that when we think about conventional wisdom, it's a little like my grandmother, and there's a lot of it's not maybe 60 years outdated like her software. It's maybe 10 years outdated conventional wisdom, sometimes 20. So anyway, I think that we all continually don't have the confidence in our own reasoning when it conflicts with what everyone else thinks, with what seems right. We don't have the guts to act on that reasoning for that reason. Right? We and so so many examples. And just from the beginning, building Zip2 was the first company, and it was internet advertising at the time. People said, this internet was brand new, kind of thinking like the metaverse, VR metaverse. People be like, oh, we're saying, we facilitate internet advertising. People are saying, yeah, people are going to advertise on the internet. Yeah, right. Actually, it wasn't that he's magical and saw the future. It's that he looked at the present, looked at what the internet was, thought about, the obvious advertising opportunity this was going to be. It wasn't rocket science. It wasn't genius. I don't believe. I think it was just seeing the truth. And when everyone else is laughing and saying, "Oh, you're wrong," I mean, I did the math, and here it is. Right, next company, X.com, which became eventually PayPal. People say, "Oh, yeah, people can put their financial information on here." No way. To us, it seems so obvious. If you went back then, you would probably feel the same. You think that is a fake company. No, it's just obviously not going to happen. You looked around and said, I see what this is. And so again, you can see where it was going. You can see what it was down there, and not what it, not people. Conventional wisdom was still a bunch of years early. SpaceX is the ultimate example. A friend of his apparently actually compiled a video montage of rockets blowing to show him this is not a good idea. And but just even the bigger picture, the amount of billionaires who have thought this was going to start launching rockets, and the amount of fail. I mean, it's now conventional wisdom said this isn't a bad endeavor. Who's putting all this money into landing rockets? Was another thing. Well, here's the classic kind of way we are used, which is if this could be done, NASA would have done it a long time because of the money it would save. This could be done. The Soviet Union would have done it back in the 60s. It's obviously something that can't be done, and the math on his envelope said, "Well, I think it can be done." So he just did it. So in each of these cases, I think actually in some ways he doesn't get too much credit, as people think it's that he's it's that his Einstein intelligence, or he can see the future, or he has incredible guts. He's so courageous. I think if you actually are looking at reality, you're assessing probabilities, and you're ignoring all the noise, which is wrong, so wrong, right? And you just have to be pretty smart and pretty courageous, and you have to have this magical ability to be sane and trust your reasoning over conventional wisdom, because your individual reasoning, part of it is that we see that we can't build pets, and we can't build the civilization on our own, right? We kind of count to the collective for good reason, but this is different when it comes to kind of what's possible. You know, the Beatles were doing their kind of Motown-y chord patterns in the early 60s, and they were doing what was normal. They were doing what was clearly this kind of sound is a hit. Then they started getting weird because they were so popular, they had this confidence to say, we're going to start just experimenting. And it turns out that, like, if all these people are in this, like, one groove together doing music, and it's just like, there's a lot of land over there. And it seems like, I've heard the manager would say, all the record executives say, no, you have to be here. This is what sells. And it's just not true. So I think that Elon is like, that's why the term for this, that actually Elon wants to use is reasoning from first principles, physics term. First principles are your axioms. Physicists, they don't say, well, what do people think? No, they say, what are the axioms? Those are the puzzle pieces. Let's use those to build a conclusion. That's our hypothesis. Now let's test it, right? And they come up with all kinds of new things constantly by doing that. If Einstein was assuming conventional wisdom was right, he never even tried to create something that really disproved Newton's laws. And the other way to reason is reasoning by analogy, which is a great shortcut. It's when we look at other people's reasoning and we kind of photocopy it or we steal it. So reasoning by analogy we do all the time, and it's usually a good thing. It takes a lot of mental energy and time to reason for first principles. It's actually, you don't want to reinvent the wheel every time. Right? You want to often copy other people's reasoning most of the time. And most of us do it most of the time. That's good, but there's certain moments when you're forget just for a second, like succeeding in like the world of like Elon. Just who you're going to marry, where are you going to settle down, how are you going to raise your kids, how are you going to educate your kids, how you should educate yourself, what kind of career paths in terms. These moments, this is what on your deathbed. You look back on them. These are the few number of choices that really define your life. Those should not be reasoned by analogy. You should absolutely try to reason from first principles. And Elon, not just by the way in his work, but in his personal life. I mean, if you just look at the way he's on Twitter, it's not how you're supposed to be when you're a super famous, industry titan. You're not supposed to just be silly on Twitter and memes and getting little quipples. Just does things his own way, regardless of what you're supposed to do, which sometimes serves him and sometimes doesn't. But I think it has taken him over his stage.
Yeah, I mean, I probably wouldn't describe his approach to Twitter as first principles, but I guess that's the same.
I don't think it is. Well, first of all, I will say that a lot of people like, oh, he's done after that. He's fine. He's on. He's just one Time Man of the Year. Like, it's not sinking him. And I think, it's not that I think this is like super reasoned out. I think that Twitter is his silly side, but I think that his reasoning did not feel like it was a giant risk of just being his silly self on Twitter. And a lot of billionaires would say, well, no one else is doing that, so it must be a good reason, right?
Well, I gotta say that he inspires me to. It's okay to be silly.
Totally.
On Twitter, and but yeah, you're right. The big inspiration is the willingness to do that when nobody else is doing.
And I think all the great artists, all the great inventors and entrepreneurs, almost all of them, they had a moment when they trusted their reasoning. Airbnb was over 60 with VCs. A lot of people say, obviously, they know something we don't, right? But they didn't. They said, oh, I think they're all wrong. I mean, that takes some kind of different wiring in your brain.
And then that's goes for big picture and detailed like engineering firms. It's fun to talk to him. It's fun to talk to Jim Keller, who's a good example of this kind of thinking about like manufacturing, how to get cost down. They always talk about SpaceX rockets this way. They talk about manufacturing this way, like cost per pound or per ton to get to orbit or something like that. This is how they reason we get the cost down. It's very kind of raw materials.
Yeah.
Like just very basic thinking.
First principles.
It's really,
And the first principles of rocket are the price of raw materials and gravity, and wind. I mean, these are your first principles and fuel. Henry Ford, what made Henry Ford blow up as an entrepreneur? Assembly line, right? I mean, he thought for a second and said, this isn't how manufacturing is normally, it's normally done this way, but I think this is a different kind of product. And that's what changed it. And then what happens is when someone reasons for first principles, they often fail. You're going out into the fog with no conventional wisdom to guide you. But when you succeed, what you notice is that everyone else turns. What? They do. And then they all flock over. iPhone, Steve Jobs was famously good at reasoning for perfection. That guy had crazy self-confidence. He just said, if I think this is right, I don't know how he does it. And I don't think Apple can do that. And they lost that. That one brain, the ability to do that, was made a totally different company. There's tens of thousands of people there. He didn't say, I'm giving a lot of credit to Steve Jobs, but of course, it was a team at Apple who said they didn't look at the phones and say, okay, what kind of, let's make a keyboard that's like clicky and a really cool Apple keyboard. They said, what should a mobile device be? What the axioms, what are the axioms here? And none of them involved the keyboard necessarily, but he said there was no keyboard. It didn't make sense. Everyone suddenly is going, wait, what are they doing? And now every phone looks at the iPhone. I mean, that's how it goes.
You tweeted, what's something you've changed your mind about? It's a question you tweeted. Elon replied, brain transplants. Sam Harris responded, nuclear power. There's a bunch of people with cool responses there. In general, what are your thoughts about some of the responses, and what have you changed your mind about, big or small? Perhaps in doing research for some of your writing.
So I'm writing right now, just finishing a book on kind of why our society is such a shit place at the moment, just polarized. We have all these gifts, like we're talking about the supermarket. We have exploding technology. Fewer and fewer people are in poverty. It's Louis C.K. Wants to say everything's amazing and no one's happy, right? But it's really an extreme moment right now. It's like hate is on the rise, like crazy things, right?
If I can interrupt briefly, you did tweet that you just wrote the last word.
I sure did.
And then there was some hilarious asshole who said, you just have to work on all the ones in the middle.
Yeah, I learned that. I mean, when you earn a reputation as a tried and true procrastinator, you're just going to get shit forever, and that's fine. I accept it.
So, do you mind sharing a little bit more about the details of what you're writing here?
Yeah.
How do you approach this question about the state of society?
I wanted to figure out what was going on because what I noticed was a bad trend. It's not that things are bad; it's that things are getting worse in certain ways. Not in every way. If you look at Max Roser's stuff, he comes up with all these amazing graphs. And this is what's weird: is that things are getting better in almost every important metric you can think of, except the amount of people who hate other people in their own country, and the amount of people that hate their own country, the amount of Americans that hate America, right? The amount of Americans that hate other Americans is on the rise. The amount of Americans that hate the president is on the rise. All these things, like on a very steep rise. So what the hell? What's going on? Like there's something positive there. It's not that a bunch of new people were born who were just dicks. It's that something's going on. So I think of it as a very simple, oversimplified equation, human behavior, and it's the output that I think the two inputs are human nature and environment. Right? This is basic, super kindergarten level, animal behavior. But I think it's worth thinking about. You've got human nature, which is not changing very much, right? And then you throw that nature into a certain environment, and it reacts to it, right? It's shaped by the environment, and then eventually what comes out is behavior, right? Human nature is not changing very much. But suddenly we're behaving differently, right? We are, again, look at the polls. Like it used to be that the president, was liked by, I don't remember the exact number, but 80% or 70% of their own party, and 50% of the now it's 40% of their own party, 10% of the other party. It's and it's not that the presidents are getting worse. Maybe some people would argue that they are, but more so. There's a lot of idiot presidents. What's going on is something in the environment is changing, and that you're seeing as a change in behavior. An easy example here is that by a lot of metrics, racism is becoming less and less of a problem. It's hard to measure, but there's metrics like how upset would you be if your kid married someone of another race, and that number's plummeting. But racial grievance is skyrocketing, right? There's a lot of examples of it. So I wanted to look around and say, and the reason I took it up, the reason I don't think this is just an unfortunate trend, unpleasant trend that hopefully we might, is that all this other stuff I'm talking about, all this future stuff, right? This magical. I would think of this. I'm very optimistic in a lot of ways, and I think that our world would be a utopia, would seem like actual heaven, like whatever Thomas Jefferson was picturing as heaven. Other than maybe the eternal life aspect, I think that if you came to 2021 US, it would be better. It's cooler than heaven. But we live in a place that's cooler than 1700s heaven.
Yeah.
Again, other than the fact that we still die. Now, I think the future world actually probably would have quote eternal life. I don't think anyone wants eternal life. Actually, I think they do. Eternal is a long time, but I think the choice to die, maybe we're uploaded, maybe we can refresh our bodies. I don't know what it is, but the point is, I think about that utopia, and I do believe that like if we don't watch this, we'd be heading towards somewhere that would seem like heaven, maybe in our lifetimes. Of course, if things go wrong, now think about the trends. Just like the 20th century would seem like magical utopia to someone from the 16th century. So the bad things in the 20th century were kind of the worst things ever in terms of just absolute magnitude. You know, World War II, you know, the biggest genocide ever. You've got, maybe climate change. If it is the existential threat that many people think it's, we never had an existential threat on that level before. I mean, so the good is getting better and the bad good is. And so when I think about the future, I think of us in some kind of big, long canoe, 5 million mile long canoe, each of us sitting in a row. We each have one oar. I have one left side of the right side. And what we know is there's a fork on the right side. And the river forks, and there's a utopia on one side and a dystopia on the other side. And I really believe that's what we're probably not headed for just a okay future. It's just the way tech is exploding, it's probably going to be really good, really bad. The question is, which side should we be rowing? We can't see it, right? But it really matters. So I'm running all this wiki stuff and I'm saying none of this matters. If we're squabbling our way into kind of like a civil war right now. So what's the
It's a really important problem to solve. What are your sources of hope in this? So like, how do you steer the canoe?
one of my big sources of hope, and this is my answer to what I should try, is I think I always knew this, but it's easy to forget it. Our primitive brain does not remember that, which is that I don't think there are very many bad people. Now, you say bad, there are other selfish people. Most of us, I think that if you think of people, there's digital language is ones and zeros, and our primitive brain very quickly can get to the land where everyone's a 1 or a 0. Our tribe, we're all ones. We're perfect. I'm perfect. My family is that other family, is that other tribe. They're a 0, and you dehumanize them, right? These people are awful. So 0 is not a human place. No one's a 0, and no one's a 1. You're dehumanizing yourself. So when we get to this land, I call it political Disney World, because the Disney movies, good guys and stars, totally bad, Mufasa, totally good, right? You don't see Mufasa's character flaws. You don't see scars upbringing that nature like that humanizes. No, Lion has the same, whatever. You are, yeah. Mufasa's a 1, and Scar's a 0. Very simple. So political Disney World is a place, a psychological place that all of us live in. And it could be religious Disney World, it could be national Disney World, or whatever it is. But it's a place where we fall into this delusion that there are protagonists and antagonists, and that's it, right? That is not true. We are all 0.5s, or maybe 0.6s to 0.4s in that. We are also, on one hand, I don't think there's that many really great, frankly. I think if you get into it, people are kind of, a lot of people, most of us have, if you get really into our most shameful memories, things we've done that are worse, most shameful thoughts, the deep selfishness that some of us have in areas we wouldn't want to admit. Right, most of us have a lot of unadmirable stuff, right? On the other hand, if you actually really got into someone else's brain, and you looked at their upbringing, you looked at the trauma that they've experienced, and then you looked at the insecurities they have, and you looked at all their insecurities, simple to highlight your worst moments, the meanest things you ever done, the worst things, the most selfish, the time, you stole something, whatever, and you just have people like, wow, that's an awful person. You highlighted if you did a montage of your best moments, people would say, oh, he's a guy, right? But of course, we all have both. So, I've started to really try to remind myself that everyone's a 0.5, right? And 0.5s are all worthy of criticism, and we're all worthy of compassion. And the thing that makes me hopeful is that I really think that there's a bunch of 0.5s, and 0.5s are good enough that we should be able to create a good society together. There's a lot of love in every human, and I think there's more love in humans than I always remember this moment. This is weird anecdote. I'm a Red Sox fan, Boston Red Sox fan. Derek Jeter's really hate because I'm the Yankees. And hate, right? Jeter, right? It was his last game in his retirement. And he got this rousing standing ovation, and I almost cried. And it was like, what is going on? We hate this guy. Actually, there's so much love in all of us. We have so good to just give a huge cheer to this guy we hate because it's like this moment of like a little fist pound. You're like, of course, we all actually love each other. And I think there's so much of that. And so the thing that I think I've come around on is I think that we are in an environment that's bringing out the kind of stuff. I don't think if I thought it was the people, I would be more hopeful. Like if I thought it was human nature, I'd be more upset. It's the two independent variables. Or there's a fixed variable, there's a constant, which is human nature, and there's the independent variable of the environment, and the behavior of the dependent variable. I like that the thing that I think is bad is the independent variable, the environment, which means I think the environment can get better. There's a lot of things I can go into about why the environment is bad, but I have hope because I think the thing that's bad for us is something we can change.
The first principles idea here is that most people have the capacity to be a 0.7 to a 0.9 if the environment is properly calibrated.
Yeah, I think that. Well, I think maybe if we're all 0.5s, I think that environments can bring out a good side. Yes, maybe we're all at some kind of distribution, and the right environment, yes, can bring out our sides. And I think in a lot of ways, they has. I mean, the U.S. environment we take for granted how the liberal laws and liberal environment that we live in. I mean, like in New York City, right? If you walk down the street and you assault someone, if anyone sees you, you're probably going to yell. You might get your ass kicked by someone for doing that. You also might end up in jail. There's security cameras, and there's just wars. We're all trained. That's what awful people do, right? So it's not that human nature doesn't have it in it to be like that. It's that this environment we're in has made that a much, much, much smaller experience for people. There's so many examples like that where it's like, man, you don't realize how much the worst human nature is contained by it. But I think that, rapidly changing environment that we have right now, social media stuff, and what a seismic change to the environment. There's a lot of examples like that. Rapidly changing environment can create rapidly changing behavior. And wisdom sometimes can't keep up. And so, we can really kind of lose our grip on some of the good behavior.
Were you surprised by Elon's answer about brain transplants or SANS about nuclear power? Or anything else?
Just SANS, I think, is I have a friend, his local guy who's a nuclear power influencer. I've become very convinced, and I've not done a deep dive on this, but in this case, this is reasoning by analogy. The amount of really smart people I respect who seem to have dug in will all say nuclear power is clearly a good option. It's obviously emission free, but the concerns about meltdown, ways they see it completely overblown. So, judging from those people, secondary knowledge here, I would say I'm a strong advocate. I haven't done my own deep dive yet, but it does seem like a little bit odd that you've got people who are so concerned about climate change, who have, it seems like it's kind of an ideology where nuclear power doesn't fit, rather than rational fear of climate change that somehow is anti-nuclear power. It just,
I personally am uncomfortable with using by analogy with climate change. I actually have not done a deep dive myself.
Because it's so there, it seems like a deep dive. And my reasoning by analogy there currently has me thinking it's a truly accidental thing, but
So this is me speaking, and this is speaking from a person who's not done a deep dive. I'm a little suspicious of the amount of fear-mongering. Especially over the past couple of years, I've gotten uncomfortable with fear-mongering in all walks of life. There's way too many people interested in manipulating the populace with fear. So I don't like it. I should probably do a deep dive because to me it's, the big problem with the opposition to climate change or whatever the fear-mongering is that it also grows the skepticism inside broadly. It's like that, so I need to make sure I do that deep dive. I have listened to a few folks who kind of criticize the fear-mongering and all those kinds of things, but they're few and far in between. And so it's like, all right, what is the truth here? And it feels lazy. It also feels like it's hard to get to there's a lot of kind of activists talking about ideas versus sources of objective, calm, first principles type reason. Like one of the things I know it's supposed to be a very big problem, but when people talk about catastrophic effects of climate change, I haven't been able to like see really great deep analysis of what that looks like in 10, 20, 30 years, rising sea levels. What are the models of how that changes human behavior, society? What are the things that happen? There's going to be constraints of resources and people that have to move around. This is happening gradually. Are we going to be able to respond to this? How would we respond to this? What are the best like? What are the best models for how if it goes wrong? Again, I was. This is a question I keep starting to ask myself without doing research. Like motivating myself to get up to this deep dive that I feel is deep. Just watching people not do a great job of that kind of modeling with the pandemic. Sort of being caught off guard. We're wondering, okay, if we're not good with this pandemic, how are we going to respond to other kinds of tragedies?
Well, this is part of why I wrote the book, because I said we're going to have more and more of these big collective, what should we do here situations. Whether it's how about when, we're probably not that far away from people being able to go and decide the IQ of their kid, or make a bunch of embryos and actually, pick the highest IQ and
could possibly go wrong.
Yeah, and also imagine the legal sides of that, and wealthy people can afford it first, and just the nightmare, right? We need to be able to have our wits about us as a species, where we can actually get into a topic like that and come up with it, where the collective brain can be smart. I think that there are certain topics where I think of this, and this is again another simplistic model, but I think it works, is that there's a higher mind and a criminal in your head, and these team up with others. So in a higher mind is more rational and puts out ideas that it's not attached to, and so it can change its mind easily because it's just an idea, and the higher mind can get criticized. Their ideas can get criticized. And so when higher minds team up, it's like all these people in the room are throwing out ideas and kicking them, and one idea goes out and everyone criticizes it, shooting bows and arrows at it. The true idea is, the arrow knocks off, and so okay, it rises up, and the other ones get shot down. So it's this incredible system. This is what the science institution is. Someone puts out a thing, criticism arrows come at it, and most of them fall, and the needle is in the haystack and it rises up. Right? Incredible mechanism. So what's happening is a bunch of people, a bunch of flawed medium scientists are creating super intelligence. Then there's the primitive, which is the more limbic system part of our brain. It's a part of us that is very much not living many tens of thousands of years ago, and it does not treat ideas like this separate thing. It identifies ideas. It only gets involved when it finds an idea sacred, starts holding an idea sacred, and that starts identifying. So what happens is they team up too, and so when you have a topic that a bunch of primitive, that really rouses a bunch of primitive minds, it quickly, the primitive minds team up and they create an echo chamber where suddenly no one can criticize this. In fact, the idea is powerful enough. People outside the community, you know, we will get you paper retracted, we will get you fired, right? That's not higher mind behavior. That is crazy primitive mind. So now what happens is the collective becomes dumber than an individual. And dumber than a single reasoning individual. You have this collective suddenly attached to this sacred scripture with the idea, and they will not change their mind. And they get dumber and dumber. And so climate change, what's worrisome, is that climate change has in many ways become a sacred topic, where if you come up with a nuanced thing, you might get called branded as denier. Yes. So there goes the super intelligence. All the arrows, no arrows can be fired. But if you get called a denier, that's a social penalty for firing an arrow at a certain orthodoxy, right? And so what's happening is the big brain gets frozen, right? And it becomes very stupid. Now, you can also say that about a lot of other topics right now. You just mentioned another one, I forget what it was, but it's also kind of
the world of vaccine.
Yeah, COVID. Okay, and here's my point. Earlier is that what I see is that the political divide is like a whirlpool that pulled everything into it, and in that whirlpool, thinking is done with primitive mind triumphs. Yeah. And so I get, okay, I'm just something like race, right? That makes sense. That also, like the topic of race, for example, or gender, these things are in the world. But that at least is like, okay, that's something that the primitive mind would always get really worked up about. It taps into like our deepest kind of like primal selves. COVID, make this COVID in a way, climate change, that should just be something that our rational brains are like, let's solve this, what's wrong? But the problem is that it's all gotten sucked into the red versus blue world. And once that happens, it's in the hands of the primitive minds. And we're losing our ability to be wise together, to make decisions. It's like the big species brain is like, or the big American brain is like drunk at the wheel. And we're about to go into a future with more and more big technologies. Scary things, we can make big, right decisions. We're getting dumber as a collective. That's part of this environmental problem.
Within the space of technologists, in the space of scientists, we shoot a lot of the arrows. That's one of the saddest things to me about it's like the scientists, like I've seen arrogant. There's a lot of mechanisms that maintain the tribe. It's the arrogance. It's how you built up this mechanism that defends this wall that defends against the arrows. It's arrogance, potentialism, like just ego, really, and it protects you from actually challenging your ideas. This ideal of science that makes science beautiful in a time of fear and in a time of division created by perhaps politicians that leverage the fear. It, like you said, makes the whole system dumber. The science system dumber. The tech developer system dumber if they don't allow the challenging.
What's really bad is that, like, in a normal environment, you're always going to have echo chambers. So what's the opposite of an echo chamber? I created a term for it, I think we need it, which is called an idea lab. An idea lab, right? It's like people act like scientists, even if they're not doing science. They just treat their ideas like science experiments. They help them out there, and everyone disagrees. And disagreement is like the game. Everyone likes to disagree. On a certain text thread where everyone's just, saying, it's almost like someone throws something out and just insults the rest of the group. Say, I think you're being like overly general. I think that's actually a bias shot. And it's like no one's getting offended because it's like we're all just messing. No one respecting each other. Obviously, we're just trashing each other's ideas, and that the whole group becomes smart. We're always going to have idea labs, right, in different communities, and most of us participate in both. Maybe in your marriage is a great idea lab. You love to disagree with your spouse, and maybe but this group of friends or your family at home, in front of that sister, you cannot bring it up because she's now enforced. When that happens, her bullying is forcing the whole room to be an echo chamber to appease her. Now, what scares me is that usually you have these things existing kind of in pockets, and usually there's like they each have natural defenses against each other. So an echo chamber person stays in an echo chamber. They don't they will cut you out. They don't like to be friends with people who disagree. You notice that they will cut you out. They'll cut out their parents if they voted for Trump, right? So they're that's how they do it. They will say, I'm going to stay inside of an echo chamber safely. So my ideas, which I identify with, because my primitive mind is doing the thinking, are not going to ever have to get challenged because it feels so scary and awful from that to happen. But if they leave and they go into an idea environment, they're going to say, what? No, they're going to disagree. And they're going to say, and the person's going to try to bully them. They're going to say, that's really offensive. And they're going to say, no, it's not. And they're going to immediately say, these people are assholes, right? So the echo chamber person, it doesn't have much power once they leave the echo chamber. Likewise, the ideal person, they have this great environment, but they go into an echo chamber where everyone else is, and they do that, they don't get kicked out of the group. They'll get branded as something, a denier, a racist, a right-winger, a radical, these nasty words. The thing that I don't like right now is that the echo chambers have found ways to forcefully expand into places that normally have a pretty good immune system against echo chambers, like universities, like science journals, places where usually it's like there's a strong ideal lab culture, veritas, that's an ideal lab slogan. You have is that these people have found a way a lot of people have found a way to actually go out of their thing and keep their echo chamber by making sure that everyone is scared because they can punish anyone, whether you're in their community or not.
That's all brilliant. When's the book coming out? Any idea?
July, but not quite sure.
Okay. I can't wait. It's awesome. Do you have a title yet, or you can't? Okay.
Still working.
Okay. If it's okay, just a couple of questions from mailbag. I just love these. I would love to hear you riff on these. So one is about film and music. Why do we prefer to watch? The question goes: why do we prefer to watch a film we haven't watched before, where we want to listen to songs that we have heard hundreds of times? this question and your answer really started to make me think, like, yeah, that's true. That's really interesting. Like, we draw that line somehow. So what's the answer?
So I think, let's use these two minds again. I think that when your higher mind is the one who's taking something in and they're really interested in what are we doing? So I'm going to learn something or what, reading a book, whatever, the higher mind is trying to get information. And once it has it, there's no point in listening to it again. It has the information. You're rational. Okay. But when you eat a good meal or have sex or whatever, that's something you can do again and again because it actually, your primitive brain loves it, right? And it never gets bored of things that it loves. So I think music is a very powerful thing. I think music goes right into our cranial a lot. I think it's, of course, it's with operation. Your rational brain is absorbing the actual message, but I think it's all about emotions, and even more than emotions, it's literally music taps into some very, very deep, primal part of us. And so when you hear a song once, even some of your favorite songs, the first time you heard it, you're like, I guess that's kind of catchy. Yeah. And that's and then you end up loving it on the 10th listen, but sometimes you even don't like the song, stuff. You suddenly find yourself on the 40th time it's on the radio all the time. It's kind of like, oh, I love this song. And you're like, wait, I hate this song. And what's happening is that the sound is actually, music's actually carving a pathway in your brain. And it's a dance. And when your brain knows what's coming, it can dance, it knows the steps. So your brain is, your internal kind of, your brain is actually dancing with the music and knows the steps and it can anticipate, and so there's something about knowing, having memorized the song that makes it incredibly enjoyable. But when we hear it for the first time, we don't know where it's going to go. We're like an awkward dance, and we don't know the steps, and your primitive brain can't really have that much fun.
And in the movies, that's less primitive. That's the story. You're taking in.
But a really good movie that we really love, often we watch it all the time. It's like it, not that many, but versus you're watching a talk show, right? You listen to one of your podcasts is a perfect example. There's not many people that will listen to one of your podcasts, or how good it is, but because it's once you've got it, it's a form of information that's very high in mind. That's how.
Well, the funny thing is, there is people that listen to a podcast episode many, many times, and often I think the reason for that is not because of the information, is the chemistry, is the music, the conversation.
Yeah.
So it's not the actual.
It's the art of it.
They'll fall in love with some kind of person with some weird personality, and they'll just be listening to. They'll be captivated by the beat of that kind of person.
Really, that's kind of fun. I've watched certain things on episode 20 times.
I have to ask about the Wizard Hat. You're a blog about Neuralink. I got a chance to visit Neuralink a couple of times, out with those folks. That was one of the pieces of writing you did that changes culture, and changes the way people think about a thing. The ridiculousness of your stick figure drawings, or somehow it's like calling the origin of the universe the Big Bang. It's really tired, but it somehow sticks to be the representative of that. The same way the Wizard Path from Neuralink is somehow was a really powerful way to explain that. Like, he actually proposed that the Man of the Year cover of Time should be
Go to my drawing.
one of your drawings.
Yes.
It's an outrage there.
It was.
Okay. So, what are your thoughts about all those years later about Neuralink? Would you find this idea, what excites you about it? Is it the big long-term philosophical things? Is it the practical things? Do you think it's super difficult to do on the neurosurgery side and the material engineering, the body side? Or do you think the machine learning side, for the brain computer interface, to really get to learn about each other, all that kind of stuff? I'd just love to get your thoughts, because you're one of the people that really considered this problem, really studied it. Brain computer interface.
I mean, I'm super excited. I really think it's actually Elon's most ambitious thing, more than colonizing, because that's just a bunch of people going somewhere, even though it's somewhere far. Neuralink is changing the person things eventually. Now, I think that Neuralink engineers and Elon himself would all be the first to admit that it is a maybe whether they can do that. I mean, it is so crazy ambitious to try to, their eventual goals are, of course, in the interim, they have a higher probability of accomplishing smaller things, which are still huge, like basically solving paralysis, uh, stroke, Parkinson, things like that. It can be unbelievable. And anyone who doesn't have one of these things, like we might, everyone should be very happy about this kind of helping with different disabilities. But the thing that is so the grand goal is this augmentation where you take someone who's totally healthy and you put a brain machine interface in any way to give them superpower. It's the possibilities that they can do this, that they can really. So, they've already shown that they are for real. They created this robot. Elon talks about it should be like LASIK, where it's not, shouldn't be something that needs a surgeon. This shouldn't just be for rich people who have waited in line for 6 months. This should be for anyone who can afford LASIK, and eventually, hopefully, something that is covered by insurance or something that anyone can. Something this big a deal should be something that anyone can afford eventually. And when we have this, again, I'm talking about a very advanced phase down the road. So maybe a less advanced phase, maybe right now, if you think about when you listen to a song, what's happening is, do you actually hear the sound? Well, not really. It's that the sound is coming out of the speaker. The speaker is vibrating. It's vibrating air molecules. Those air molecules, get vibrated all the way to your head, pressure wave, and then it vibrates your eardrum. Your eardrum is really the speaker now in your head that then vibrates bones and fluid, then it stimulates neurons in your auditory cortex, which give you the perception that you're hearing sound. Now, if you think about that, do we really need to have a speaker to do it? You could just somehow get a little tiny thing that can vibrate eardrums. You could do it that way. That seems very hard. But really what you need is you go to the very end, the thing that really needs to happen is your auditory cortex neurons need to be stimulated in a certain way. If you have a ton of Neuralink things and Neuralink electrodes, and they get really good stimulating things, you could play a song in your head that you can hear that is not playing anymore. There's no sound in the computer, and no one else could. It's not like they can get close to your head and hear it. There's no sound. They can't hear anything, but you hear sound. You can turn up. You open your phone. You have the Neuralink. You open the Neuralink app, and or it's just Neuralink. So basically, you can open your Spotify play too. Your speaker, you can have your computer, you can right out of your phone to your headphones, or you're now renewing it and play into your phone. And this is one of the early things. This is something that seems like really doable. So no more headphones. I always think it's so annoying because I can leave the house with just my phone, and nothing else. And even just an Apple Watch. There's always this one thing, and headphones. You do need your headphones, right? So I feel like that'll be the end. But there's so many things that you keep going. The ability to think together. You can talk about super brains. I mean, one of the examples Elon uses is that the low bandwidth of speech. If I do a movie and I come out of a scary movie and say, how was it? So it was terrifying. Well, what did I just do? I just gave you I had 5 buckets I could give you. One was horrifying, terrifying, scary, eerie, creepy, whatever. That's about it. And I had a much more nuanced experience. And all I have is, these words, right? So instead I just hand you the bucket. I put the stuff in the bucket and give it to you. But all you have is the bucket. You have to guess what I put in the bucket. All you can do is look at the label of the bucket and say, when I say terrifying, here's what I mean. So the point is, it's very lost. I have all this nuanced information about how the movie, and I'm sending you a very low-res package. You're going to now guess what the high-res thing is. That's language in general. Our thoughts are much more nuanced. We can think to each other. We can do amazing things. We can have a brainstorm that doesn't feel like, we're not talking in each other's heads. It's not just that I hear your voice. No. We are just thinking. No words are being said, internally or externally. The two brains are literally collaborating. Something that's a skill. Sure, we have to be good at it. I'm sure young kids will be great at it. But you think together, and together you I have the joint epiphany. Now how about 8 people? Right? So if you get there's other examples. How about when you're a dress designer or a bridge designer, and you want to show people your dress design? Well, right now you have to sketch it for here. Beam it onto the screen in your head, so you can picture it. You can picture a tree in your head, while you can just suddenly, whatever's in your head, You'll have to get very good at it. Whereas you take a skill, right? You know, you're gonna have to. But the possibilities, my God, talk about like. I feel like if that works, if we really do have that as something, I think it'll almost be like a new ADBC line. It's such a big change that the idea of like anyone living before everyone had brain machine interfaces is living in like before the common era. It's that level of like big change.
Yeah, like replay of memories, just replaying stuff.
Oh my God, yeah. And copying, you know, you can hopefully copy memories onto other things and don't just rely on your wet circuitry.
It does make me sad because you're right. The brain's incredibly neuroplastic, and so it can adjust. It can learn how to do this. I think would be a skill. Probably you and I would be too old to truly.
Oh, there'll be great trainings. You know, I'm spending like 3 months of you know, one trainings.
But it would still be a bit of like grandpa can't.
This is the other thing. How am I going to be old? No, I'm going to be great to do phones. I'm going to do the phones. It's going to be, you know, the kid's going to be thinking to me. I'm going to be like, can you just talk, please? They're going to be like, okay, I'll just talk. And they're going to. So that'll be the equivalent of yelling to your friends today.
I really suspect, I don't know what your thoughts are, but I grew up in a time when physical contact interaction was valuable. I just feel like that's going to go the way, that's going to disappear.
Well, why? I mean, is there anything wrong with thinking with each other? I mean, that's, you talk about, you know, once we're all doing that, it might feel like, man, everyone's so isolated from each other.
Yeah, sorry. So I didn't say that intimacy disappears. I just meant just having to be in the same, having to touch each other.
It's people like that. If it is important, well, won't there be whole waves of people start to say, you know, there's all these articles that come out about how, you know, in our metaverse, we've lost something important, and then now there's a huge outburst that hippies start doing, and eventually it becomes this big wave in hardware. You know, if something truly is lost, won't we recover it?
Well, I think first principles, all of the components are there to engineer intimate experiences in the metaverse or in the cyberspace. And so to me, I don't see anything profoundly unique to the physical experience. Like, I don't understand.
And why are you saying there's a loss?
No, I'm just sad because I don't. Oh, it's a loss for me personally because
So that you do think there's something unique.
for me because that was raised with. So whatever, anything you're raised with, you fall in love with. Like people in this country came up with baseball because of based in the Soviet Union. I don't understand baseball. I like it, but I don't love it the way Americans love it. This is because a lot of times we went to baseball games with the father, and there's that family connection. There's a young kid dreaming about, I don't know, becoming a MLB player himself. I don't know, something like that. But that's what you're raised with, and obviously is really important. But I mean, fundamentally to the human experience, listen, we're doing this podcast in person, so clearly as to value it. But
it's true. If this were, obviously, if it was screen, we all agree that's not the same.
yeah, it's not the same.
But if this were something, you know, we had contact lenses on,
Yeah.
maybe Neuralink, you know, but maybe, this is all, the devices, even if it's as cool as contact lenses, that's all old school.
Yeah.
Once you have the brain machine interfaces, it'll just be projection. You know, it'll take over my visual cortex. My visual cortex will get put into a virtual room, the soul year, so we will see, we will hear, really hear and see, as if we won't have any, won't be on mask either. And at that point, it really will feel like you'll forget. You'll say, were we together and physically or not? You won't even, it'll be so unimportant, you won't even remember.
And you're right. This is one of those shifts in society that changes everything.
But romantically, people still need to be together. That there's a whole set of like physical things with relationship that are, you know,
Like what? Like sex?
Sex, but also just like there's pheromones. Like there's the physical touch is such a, that's like music. It's such a deeply primitive part of us. The what physical touch with a romantic partner does. That I think that, so I'm sure there'll be a whole wave of people who they do things that, you know, you romantically involve people you never actually personally with, but, and I'm sure there'll be things where you can actually smell what's in the room. You can, you know,
And touch?
yeah, but I think that'll be one of the last things to go. I think there's something that to me seems like something that would be a while before people feel like there's nothing lost by not doing this.
It's very difficult to replicate the human interaction.
Although sex also, again, you could, not to get too like weird, but you could have a thing where you basically, you know, or, you know, let's just do a massage because it's less like awkward, but like you So
everyone is still imagining sex. So
a masseuse could massage a fake body, and you could feel whatever's happening. Right? So you're lying down and you're walking along, but you're feeling full.
that'll be the new like YouTube or like streaming, where it's one masseuse massaging one body, but like 1,000 people are experiencing.
Exactly. Right? You're thinking about it right now. You know, Taylor Swift doesn't play for one person and go around everywhere. Fans just to go play for a book. Right?
Yeah.
You do it, and it's deliver. So it'll be the same idea.
You've written and thought a lot about AI. So AI safety specifically. You've mentioned you actually starting a podcast, which is awesome. You're so good at talking, so good at thinking, so good at being weird in the most beautiful of ways. But you've been thinking about this AI safety question. Where today is your concern lie for the near future, for the long future? Like, quite a bit of stuff happened, including with Elon's work with Tesla Autopilot, a bunch of amazing robots with Boston Dynamics, and his favorite vacuum robot, iRobot, and then there's obviously the applications of machine learning for recommender systems in Twitter, Facebook, and so on, and face recognition for surveillance, all this. Just a lot of incredible use of face recognition, but the incredible use of deep learning, machine learning to capture information about people and try to recommend to them what they want to consume next. Some of that can be abused, some of that can be used for good, for Netflix or something like that. What are your thoughts on all this?
Yeah, I mean, I really don't think humans are very smart. All things considered, I think we're like limited, and we're dumb enough that we're very not just like I mean, our emotions.
Yeah.
Our emotions can be pulled up. I mean, again, I do look at what's going on with the polarization. I see a lot of extreme emotions happening. So yeah, there's a lot to be scared of for sure. Like very scared of. I get excited about a lot of very specific things. Like one of the things I get excited about is that I like the future of wearables. Right? Again, I think that like risk that didn't get around my wrist is going to seem on the move. It's going to seem really hilarious in 20 years.
Like with your legs.
Bracelet, right? It's going to turn into little sensors in our blood, or even infrared, just things that are going to be collecting 100 times more data, more nuanced data, more specific to our body, and it's going to be super reliable. But that's the hardware side, and then the software is going to be. And this is not in my detail. This is all speculation, but the software is going to be really good. This is the AI, and so I get excited about specific things like that. Like think about if hardware were able to collect. Now, first of all, the hardware knows your whole genome, and we know a lot more about what a genome sequence means because you can collect your genome now, and we just don't know much. Okay, we don't have much to do with that information. As AI gets, so now you have your genome, you've got what's in your blood at any given moment, all the levels of everything. Right? You have the exact width of your heart arteries at any given moment. You've got
all the viruses that ever visited your body, because there's a trace of it. So you have all the pathogens, all the things that like you should be concerned about health wise and how to threaten you, you're going to be immune from all of that kind of stuff.
They also, of course, it knows how fast your heart is beating, and it knows exactly the amount of exercise, it knows your muscle mass and weight and all that, but it also maybe can even know your emotions. And maybe if emotions, and what are they, and where do they come from? Probably pretty obvious candidates to get in there. So again, Neuralink can be involved here, maybe in collecting information. Right now you have to think, what's your mood right now? It's hard to even assess. You're in a bad mood, it's hard to even. But
by the way, just a shout out to Lisa Feldman-Barrett, who's a scientist at Northeastern, just wrote a few years ago, wrote a whole book saying our expression of emotions has nothing to do with the experience of emotions. So you really actually need to measure.
That's exactly. And you can tell because one of these apps pops up and says, how do you feel right now? Good, bad? I'm like, I don't know. Like I feel bad right now because the thing popping up reminded me that I'm procrastinating. So I was on my phone. I should, like that's not my, So I think it will probably be able to get all this info right now. The AI can go to town. Think about when the AI is really good at this, and it knows your genome, and it can just. I want the AI to just tell me what to do. But it turns it feel like, okay, if you want to get so out of this now, imagine attaching that to a meal service, right? And the meal service has every, a million ingredients, supplements and vitamins and everything. And I tell the AI my broad goals. I want to gain muscle, or I want to, maintain my weight. I want to have more energy, or whatever. I just want, or I want to, be very healthy. And obviously, everyone wants the same 10 basic things. If you want to avoid cancer, you want to help with various things. You want to age slower. So now they have my goals, and drone comes at, it's a little thing pops up and it says you eat 15 minutes with my eat, because it knows that's the right time for my body. 15 minutes later, a little slot opens on my wall where a drone has come from the factory, the eating the food factory, and dropped the perfect meal for that moment, for my mood, for my genome, for my blood contents, and it's because it knows my goals. So it knows I want to feel energy at this time, and then I'm lying down here. So I like those things.
Well, plus the pleasure thing, like it knows what kind of components of the meal you can enjoy have, so you can assemble the perfect meal.
Exactly. It knows you way better than you know yourself, better than any human can ever do. And a little thing pops up. So it's still some choice, right? So it pops up and it says coffee, because it knows that my cutoff. It says I can have coffee for the next 15 minutes only, because at that point, it knows how long it stays in my system. It knows what my sleep is like when I have it too late. It knows I have to wake up at this time tomorrow. That's my calendar. And so I think a lot of this is, I think, something that humans are growing out. Is that most people will hear this and be like, that sounds awful. That sounds dystopian. No, it doesn't. It sounds incredible. And if you don't have this, you would not look back and be like, I wish I was making awful choices every day, like I was in the past. And then these are important decisions. Your important decision-making energy, your important focus and your attention can go into your kids and on your work and on, helping other people and things that matter. And so I think AI, when I think about personal lifestyle stuff like that, I really love, I love thinking about it. I think it's going to be very exciting. I think it will help you so much healthier. When we look back today, one of the things that's going to look so perfect is the one size fits all thing. Getting really advice about keto. Each genome is going to have very specific, unique advice coming from AI itself.
Yeah, the customization that's enabled by collection of data and the use of AI. A lot of people think they think of the worst case scenario, that data being used by authoritarian governments to control you, all that kind of stuff. They don't think about, most likely, especially in a capitalist society, it's likely going to be used as part of the competition to get you the most delicious and healthy meal possible as fast as possible. Yeah, so the world will definitely be much better with the integration of data. But of course, you want to be able to be transparent and honest about how that data is misused, and that's why it's important to have free speech and people to speak out, when some bullshit is being done by them.
We need to have our wits about us as a society. This is free speech is the mechanism by which the big brain can think for itself, can think straight, can see straight. Mm-hmm. When you take away free speech, when you start saying that, and every topic, when any topic is political, it becomes treacherous to talk about. So forget the government taking away free speech. If the culture penalizes nuanced conversation about any topic that's political, and the politics is so all-consuming, and it's such a incredible market to polarize people, for media to polarize people, and to bring any topic you can into that, and get people to start it as a political topic. We become a very dumb society. So free speech goes away. People like to say, you don't even know what free speech is. Free speech is, your free speech is not being violated. It's like, no, you're right. My First Amendment rights are not being violated. But the culture of free speech, which is the second ingredient of two, you need the First Amendment and you need the culture of free speech. And now you have free speech. And the culture is much more specific. You obviously can have a culture that believes people right now. Take any topic, again, that has to do with some very sensitive topics, police shootings, or what's going on in K-12 schools, or even climate change. Take any of these, and the First Amendment's still there. You're not going to get arrested, no matter what you say. The culture of free speech is gone, because you will be destroyed. Your life can be over, as far as it matters. If you say the wrong thing, but even but a really vigorous culture of free speech, you get no penalty at all for even saying something super dumb. People will say, people will laugh, but that was kind of hilariously offensive and not at all correct. You're wrong. But no one's you, now the brain is thinking at the IQ of the big brain is like as high as it can be in that culture. And the culture where and you say something wrong and say, oh wow, you've changed. Oh wow, look, this is this real color. The big brain is dumb.
You still have mutual respect for each other. So like you don't think enough for others when they say a bunch of dumb things. You know it's just a play of ideas, but you still have respect, still have love for them. Because I think the worst case is when you have a complete free like anarchy of ideas where it's like everybody lost hope that something like a truth can even be converged towards. Like everybody has their own truth. Then it's just chaos. Like if you have mutual respect and mutual goal of arriving at the truth and humility that you want to listen to other people's ideas and a forgiveness that other people's ideas may be dumb as hell, that if you know less beings, all that kind of stuff. That's like a weird balance to strike.
Right now, people are being trained, little kids, college students, being trained to think the exact opposite way. To think that there's no such thing as objective truth, which is, the objective truth is the end on the compass for every thinker. Doesn't mean we're, necessarily on our way of finding it, but we're all aiming in the same direction. We all believe that there's a place we can eventually get closer to. Non-objective truth, teaching them that disagreement is bad, violence. It's like, you quickly sound like he was going on like a political rant with this topic, but like, it's really bad. It's like genuinely the worst. If I was to have my own country, I mean, it's like I would teach kids some very specific things that this is doing the exact opposite of. And it sucks. It sucks.
Speaking of which, you tweeted 30 minutes of reading a day equals, this video, and it's cool to think about reading, like, as a habit, something that accumulates. So 30 minutes of reading a day equals 1,000 books in 50 years. I love, like, thinking about this, like, chipping away from out. Can you expand on that? Sort of the habit of reading, how you recommend people read?
Yeah. I mean, it's incredible if you do something a little something every day. It compiles. I always think about like the people who achieve these incredible things. These great, like famous, legendary people. They have the same number of days that you do, and it's not like they were doing magical things. They just they got a little done every day, and that adds up to a monument. They put one brick in a day. Eventually, that was building this legendary building. So you can take writing. Someone who there's two aspiring writers. One doesn't ever write. Doesn't manages to never zero write 0 pages a day. The other one manages to do 2 pages a week. Right, not very much. Then on to 0 pages a week, 2 pages a week. 98% of both are hundreds. The other person just 2% are doing 1 page. 1 year later, they write 2 books a year. This prolific person, in 20 years, they wrote 40 books. They're one of the most prolific writers of all time. They can write 2 pages a week. Sorry, that's not true. I was doing 2 pages a day. Okay, 2 pages a week, you're still writing about a book every 2 years. So in 20 years, you've still written 10 books. Also prolific writer, right? Huge, massive writing career. You write 2 pages every Sunday morning. The other person has the same exact. They don't do that Sunday morning. They are a wannabe writer. They always said they could write. Talk about how they used to be, and nothing happens, right? So it's inspiring, I think, for a lot of people who feel frustrated with not doing it. So reading is another example where someone who reads very, doesn't read, and someone who's a prolific reader. I always think about the Tyler Cowen guys. Like, how the hell do you read so much? It's infuriating. Like James Clear puts out his 10 favorite books of the year. 20 favorite books of the year. Like 20 favorites. Like, I'm trying to just read 20 books. That would be an amazing year. So, but the thing is, they're not doing something crazy and natural. They're just reading a half hour. You read a half hour, and the calculation I came to is that you can read 1,000 books in 15 years. So, if someone who's 80 and they read 1,000 books, between 30 and 80, they're really well. They can delve deep into many nonfiction areas. They can be, an amazing fiction reader, half fiction. And again, that's a half hour a day. Some people can do an hour, half hour in the morning audio book, half hour in bed, and they read 2,000 books. So I think it's motivating, and you realize that a lot of times you think that the people who are doing amazing things and you're not, you think that there's a bigger gap between them than there really is. On the reading front, I'm a very slow reader, which is just a very frustrating fact about me. But I'm faster with audiobooks. And also, it's just hard to get myself through. But I've started doing audiobooks, and I'll wake up, throw it on, do it in the shower, brushing my teeth, making breakfast in with the dogs, things like that, whatever, until I sit down. And I can read a book every 10 days at that clip. And suddenly I'm this big reader because I'm just, while doing my morning stuff, I have it on. And also, it's just fun to make the morning so fun. I mean, great time the whole morning to go up so into this book. So I think that, audiobooks is another amazing gift to people who have a hard time reading.
I find that that's actually an interesting skill. I do audiobooks quite a bit. But it's a skill to maintain, at least for me, probably the kind of books I read, which is like history or like, there's a lot of content. And if you miss parts of it, you miss out on stuff. So it's a skill to maintain focus. At least
Well, the 10-second tag.
oh,
So I get lost. And sometimes the book is so good, thinking about what the person just said, and I just get skill for me is just remembering the parts.
Yeah.
And if I don't, no problem, just back. Just bring it back. So that course is not that efficient. But it's I do the same thing when I'm reading. I'll read a whole paragraph and go, it's tuning in.
Yeah. I haven't actually even considered to try that. I've been so hard on myself maintaining focus because you do get lost in thought. Maybe I should try that.
Yeah, and you get lost in thought, by the way, you're processing the book. That's not wasted time. That's your brain really categorizing and cataloging what you just read.
Well, there's several kinds of thoughts, right? There's thoughts related to the book, and there's a thought that it could take you elsewhere.
Well, I find that if I am continually thinking about something else, I just say I'm just fine. Yeah, especially in the shower or something. I'm like, that's sometimes really great. But I'm having all these stuff about other stuff. I'm clearly my mind wants to work on it, so I'll just pause.
Quiet, Jack Carl. I'm thinking about something else right now.
Exactly. Also, you can things like you have to head out to the store. I probably read 20 pages on that trip, just walking back and forth, going to the airport, and flights, Uber, and you're walking to the airport, you're sitting in the security line. I'm reading the whole time. I know this is not making people know what audiobooks are, but I think that more people should probably get into that. Because I know a lot of people that have this stubborn kind of thing. I don't like. I like to have the paper book. I'm sure, but it's pretty fun to read.
I still, I listen to a huge number of audiobooks and podcasts, but the most impactful experiences for me are still reading. And I read very, very slow. And it's very frustrating when, you go to these websites, that estimate how long a book takes on average. Those are always
They do like a page a minute, but I read at best a page every 2 minutes at best.
At best, when you're really actually not pausing.
Just my ADD. It's like it's hard to keep focusing, and I also like to really absorb. So on the other side of things, when I finish it, 10 years later, I'll be like, that scene when this happens in another friend of mine. I'm writing details. I'm like, I can tell you the entire. So I absorb the shit like that, but I don't think it's worth it to have to read so much less in my life.
I actually, so in terms of going to the airport, in this filler moment of life, I do a lot of it's an app called Anki. I don't know if you know about it. It's space repetition app. So there's all of these facts I have when I read. I write it down. I want to remember it, and you review it, and the things you remember takes longer and longer to bring back up. It's like flashcards, but a digital app. It's called Anki. I recommend it to a lot of people. There's a huge community of people that are just obsessed with it. ANKI. So this is extremely well-known app and idea, among students for medical students, people that really have to study. This is not fun stuff. They really have to memorize a lot of things. You have to remember them well. They have to integrate them with a bunch of ideas. And I find it to be really useful for, when you read history, if you think this particular fact, it would probably be extremely useful for you. Because that'd be interesting if you thought, because you talk about opening up a trillion tabs and reading things. You probably want to remember some facts you read along the way. You might remember, okay, this thing I can't directly put into the writing. There's a cool little fact with it. I want to store that in there. And that's where I go, Anki, drop it in.
You can just drop it in.
Yeah.
You drop in a line
Well,
I guess I can say that.
so yes, so Anki, there's a bunch of spaced repetition. There's a bunch of apps that are much nicer than Anki. Anki is the get on the Craigslist version. And it has a giant community because people are like, we don't want features, we want a text box. Like it's very basic, very stripped down. So you can drop in stuff. You can drop in.
That sounds really. I can't believe I have not come across this.
You actually want to look at
This
this.
is the
You
amount.
realize that how that I now you are the person.
Yeah.
I guarantee you probably right now. I can't believe you actually have
Well, it's also just like
your people too.
and my people say, "What do you write about?" Literally anything I find interesting. And so for me, once you start a blog, your entire worldview comes with the blog post. Because I mean, that's the lens I see everything through. But I'm constantly coming across something, or just a tweet, something that I'm like, "Ooh, I need to share this." My readers to me are like my friends who I'm like, I need to tell them about this. And so I feel like just a place to come in. I fuck things in the document right now. If it's really good, but it's the little factoids and stuff like that. I think, especially if I'm learning something.
So the problem is when you say stuff, when you look at it, all that kind of stuff, is you also need to couple that with a system for review. Because what Anki does is literally, it determines for me. I don't have to do anything. There's this giant pile of things I say, and it brings up to me, okay, here's, I don't know, when Churchill did something, right? I'm reading about World War II, like a particular event. Here's that. Do you remember what year that happened? And you say yes or no, or you get to pick. You get to see the answer, and you get to self-evaluate how well you remember that fact. If you remember well, it'll be another month if you see it again. If you don't remember it, you'll bring it up again. That's a way to review tweets, to review concepts.
Yeah.
And it offloads the process to select which parts are supposed to review or not. And you can grow that library the obviously let the students use it for tens of thousands of facts.
It just gamifies it too. It's like you can passively sit back and and the thing will make sure you eventually learn it all. You don't have the executive calling that the program, memorization program, someone else is handling it.
I would love to hear about you trying it out or spaced repetition is the idea. There's a few other apps, but Anki's the big one.
That's what I want to try.
You've written and spoken quite a bit about procrastination. I use substance and procrastination, like many other people, suffering quotes. How do we avoid
I don't think the suffer is in quotes. I think that's a huge part of the problem, is that it's treated like a silly problem. If people don't take it seriously as a dire problem, but it can be. It can ruin your life. There's we talked about compiling concept with if you read a little, if you write 2 pages a week, you write a book every 2 years, you're a prolific writer, right? And the difference between again, it's not that person's working so hard, it's that they have the ability to, when they commit to something on Sunday morning, write 2 pages. That's it. They respect. They have enough. They respect the part of them that made that decision is a respected character in their brain. And they say, well, I decided it, so I'm going to do it. Procrastinator won't do those 2 pages. That's just exactly the kind of thing the procrastinator will keep on their list and will not do it. But it doesn't mean they're any less talented than the writer who does the 2 pages. It doesn't mean they wanted any less. Maybe they wanted even more. And it doesn't mean that they wouldn't be just as happy having done it as the writer who does it. So what they're missing out on, picture a writer who writes 10 books, bestsellers, and they go on these book tours, and they just are so gratified with their career. They think about what the other person is missing, who does none of that, right? So that is a massive loss, and it's because the internal mechanism in their brain is not doing what the other person does. They don't have the respect for the part of them that made the choice. They feel like it's someone that can disregard. And so, to me, it's in the same boat as someone who is obese because their eating habits make them obese over time or their exercise habits, that that's a huge loss for that person. That person is health problems and is just probably making them miserable. And it's self-inflicted, right? It's self-defeating, but that doesn't make it an easy problem to fix just because you're doing it for yourself. So to me, procrastination is another one of these where you are the only person in your life. You are, you are failing at something or not doing something that you really want to do. It doesn't have to be work. Maybe you want to get out of that marriage, but you realize it hits you shouldn't be in this marriage. You should get divorced, and you wait 20 extra years before you do it, or you don't do it at all. That is, you're not living the life that you should be living, right? And so, I think it's fascinating. Now, the problem is it's also a funny problem because there's short-term procrastination, which I talk about as, the kind that has a deadline. Now, some people, this is when you bring in, there's different characters. There's the panic monster comes in, and that's when you actually, the procrastinator can, there's different levels. There's the kind that even when there's a deadline, they stop panicking. They just give up, and they really have a problem. Then there's the kind that when there's a deadline, they'll do it, but they'll wait till the last second. Both of those, I think, have a huge problem with there's no deadline. Because, and most of the important things in life, there's no deadline. Just, changing your career, becoming a writer when you never had to before, getting out of your relationship, doing whatever you need to, the changes you need to make in order to get into a relationship. There's thing after it.
Launching a startup,
right? Or once you've launched a startup, firing is the right time that needs to be fired, right? I mean, going out for fundraising instead of just trying to. There's so many moments when the big change that you should be making that would completely change your life if you just did it. And no deadline. It just has to be coming from yourself. And I think that a ton of people have a problem where they think this delusion that I'm going to do that. I'm definitely going to do that. But not this. We've got this. Not today because and they make this excuse again and again and just throw on their list, collecting dust. And so to me it is a very real suffering.
and the fix is in fixing the habits. Just
I'm still working on the fix first of all. So there's just say you have a boat that sucks and it's leaking in a sink. You can fix it with duct tape for a couple for one ride. That's not really fixing the boat, but you can get new boat. So there's duct tape solutions. To me, so the panic monster is the character that rushes into the room once the deadline gets too close, or when there's some scary external pressure, not just from yourself. And that's a huge aid to a lot of procrastinators. Again, there's a lot of people who won't, do that thing that you write that book they wanted to write. There's way fewer people who will not show up to the exam. Most people show up to the exam. So that's because the panic monster is going to freak out in that. So you can create a panic monster. If you want to, you really want to write music, you really want to become a singer-songwriter, well, book a venue. Tell 40 people about it. Say, hey, I'm just 2 months from now, come and see. I'm going to play you my song. You never a panic monster. You're going to write songs. You're going to right? So there's duct tape. You can do things that people do. I've done a lot of this with a friend, and I say, if I don't get X done by a week from now, I have to donate a lot of money somewhere I don't.
And that's, you would put that in the category of duct tape solutions.
Yeah, because it's not. Why do I need this, right? If I really had solved this is something I want to do for me. It's selfish. I just literally just want to be selfish here and do the work I need to do to get the goals I want to get, right? There's enough. All the incentives should be in the right place. And yet, if I don't say that, it'll be a week from now I've done it. Something weird is going on. There's some resistance. There's some force that is in my own way, right? And so doing something where I have to pay all this money, okay, now I'll panic and I'll do it. So that's fixing the boat is something where I don't have to do that. I just will do the things that it's not, we're talking about super crazy work ethic. Just like, for example, I have a lot of examples. I have a serious problem that I've been working on. And in some ways I got really successful at solving it, and in other ways it's still floundering. So
You're the world's greatest duct taper.
yes, well, I'm pretty good at duct taping. I probably could be even better, and I don't know.
You're procrastinating on becoming a better duct taper.
Like yes, there's nothing I will come. So here's what I know that I should do. Right, very obvious is that I should wake up. I don't feel crazy. I don't 6 a.m. or anything insane. Or I'm not going to be one of those crazy people at 5:30 jogs. I'm going to wake up at whatever 7:30, 8:30, and I should have a block, like just say 9 to noon, where I get up and I just really quick make some coffee.
That's obvious because all the great writers in history did exactly that.
Some of them have done that. I mean, there's some that I like these ones that they do the late night sessions, but most of them they do it as a session.
But there's a section that's
Most writers who write in the morning, and there's a reason. I don't think I'm different from those people. It's the right time to write. You're fresh, right? Your ideas from the dreaming have kind of collected. You have all new answers that you didn't have yesterday. You can just go. But more important, I just had a routine where I worked from 9 to noon. Weekdays. Every week would have a minimum of 15 focused hours, which doesn't sound like a lot, but it's a lot. 15, this is no joke. This is, you're not, your phone's away. You're not talking to anyone. You're not opening your email. You are focused right for 3 hours, right? That's a big week for most writers. So now what's happening is that every weekday is a minimum of a B. I'll give myself, an A might be, I really just got to a flow for 6 hours and had, great. But it's a minimum of a B. I can keep going if I want. And every week is a minimum of a B. That's 15 hours, right? And if I just had to cover up some time, like, this is the 2 pages a week. If I just did that every week, I'd achieve all my work. And yet, wake up, and most days, I just, either revenge procrastination late at night, go to bed way too late, and wake up later, get a bad schedule, and I just fall into these bad schedules. Or I'll wake up and there's just, I'll do a few weeks, and I'll do something, text up, like, or I'll just go, I'll make a phone call, or phone calls for 3 hours. It's always something. Or I'll start writing, and then I hit a little bit of the wall, but because there's no sacred, this is a sacred writing block, I'll just hit the wall and say, look, this is a year. So, what I've done is, Wikipedia has one employee, Alicia. She's a manager of lots of things. That's her role. She truly does lots of things. And one of the things we started doing is either she comes over and sits next to me where she can see my screen from 9 to noon. That's all it takes. The thing about procrastination is usually you're not kicking the screen out of this. It's the feeling of, in the old days when you had to go to class. Your lunch block is over and it's like, class is over. So it's Monday morning, you go,
yeah.
But you say, you come up, you say, okay, and then you get to class and it's not that bad once you're there, right? You have a trainer, you say, okay, that's set, you go, okay, and you do. That's all it is. It's some external thing being like, okay, I have to do this, and then you have that moment of like, this sucks. I guess I'll do it. No one's there though. The problem with the procrastinators, they don't have that person in their head. Other people, I think, were raised with a sense of shame if they don't do stuff, and that stick in their head is hugely helpful. I don't really have that, and so. Anyway, she's sitting next to me. So she's doing her work. She can see my screen, and she, of all people, knows exactly what I should be doing, what I shouldn't be doing. That's all it takes. The shame of just having her see me while she's sitting there not working would just be too weird, too embarrassing. So I get it done, and it's amazing. Game changer. So duct tape can solve. Sometimes duct tape is enough, but I'm curious that I'm still trying. What is going on? I think part of it is that we are actually wired. I think I'm being very sane. Actually, what's happening? I'm not saying it's not the right word. I'm being a natural human that we are not programmed to sit there and do homework of a certain kind that we get the results like 6 months later. Like that is not. So we're supposed to, conserve energy and like fulfill our needs as we need them and do immediate things. And we're overriding our natural ways when we wake up and get to it. And I think sometimes because the pain, I think a lot of times we're just avoiding suffering. For a lot of people, the pain of not doing it is actually worse because they feel shame. So if they don't get up and take a job and get up early and get to work, I'll feel like that person. And that is worse than doing those things. And then it becomes a habit. So then it becomes just easy, automatic. It becomes I do it because that's what I do. But I think that if you don't have a lot of shame necessarily, the pain of doing those things is worse in the immediate moment than not doing it.
But I think that there's this feeling that you captured in your body language and so like I don't know if you've ever said that feeling. The people I've seen that are good at not procrastinating are the ones that have trained themselves to like the moment they would be having that feeling, they just it's like Sam hairstyles and you don't experience that feeling.
Yeah.
You just march forward. Like I talked to Elon about this a lot actually offline. It's like he doesn't have this.
No,
It's like,
really not.
It's the way I think he talks about it, the way I think about it is it's like you just pretend you're like a machine running the algorithm. Like you know this is you should be doing this. Not because somebody told you so, this is probably the thing you want to do. Like look at the big picture of your life, just run the algorithm. Like ignore your feelings, just run this.
Like frame it.
Yeah.
You know, yeah, you can frame it as like it can feel like homework, or it can feel like you're living your best life or something you're doing.
Yeah.
Um,
And maybe reframe it. But I think ultimately is whatever reframe you need to do, you just need to do it for a few weeks and that's how the habit is formed and you just stick with it. Like I've I'm now on a kick where I exercise every day. It doesn't matter what that exercise is. It's not serious. It could be 200 push-ups. It's a thing that like I make sure I exercise every day. It's become way easier because of the habit. I just and I don't like at least with exercise because it's easier to replicate that feeling. I don't allow myself to go like doing this.
right. Well, I think about that even just like little things like I brush my teeth before I go to bed. It's just a habit, and it is effort. Like if it were something else, I would be like, do that right when I come to lie down. But it doesn't even cross my mind. It's just like I just robotically go and do it, and it almost has become like a nice routine. Like, oh, this is something. You know, it's like morning routine for me stuff is like that stuff is kind of just like automated.
Yeah, it's funny because you don't like go. Like I don't think I've skipped many days. I don't think I skipped any daily brushing my teeth.
Right.
Like unless I didn't have a toothbrush like out in the woods or something. But what is that? Is it
Well, so
annoying?
to me, there's so the character that makes me procrastinate is the instant gratification. That's what I think, right? And there's the rational decision maker and there's the gratification. He's back on each other. But for procrastinator, the monkey wins.
Yeah.
I think the monkeys, when you read about this kind of stuff, I think that this kind of more primitive brain is always with, and if it's not procrastinating, that primitive brain is on board for some reason, and isn't resistant. So, but when I think about brushing my teeth, it's like the monkey doesn't even think there's an option to not do it, so it doesn't even like there's no hope. Monkey has no hope there, so it doesn't even like get involved. It's just like well, no, it's just like kind of like robotically, just like it's kind of like Stockholm syndrome, just like no, and it doesn't even like wake up. It's like, I'm doing this. For other things, the monkey's like, ooh, no. Most days I could win this. And so the monkey puts up that like fierce resistance. And it's like, it's a lot of it's like the initial transition. So I think of it as like jumping in a cold pool, where it's like, I will spend a whole day pacing around the side of the pool in my bathing suit, just being like, I don't want to have that 1 second that when you first jump in, it sucks. And then once I'm in, once I jump in, I'm usually, once I start riding, suddenly I'm like, oh, this isn't so bad. Okay, I'm kind of into it. Then as long as you can't tear me wet, then I suddenly am like flow. So it's like once I get in the cold water, I'm fine. But I will spend hours standing around the side of the pool. And by the way, I do this in a more literal sense. I go to the gym with a trainer. In 45 minutes, I do a full ass workout, and it's not because I'm having a good time. It's because it's that you have to go faster, right? But when I go to the gym alone, I will literally do a set and then stick around my phone for 10 minutes before the next set, and I'll spend over an hour here doing it. So it is the transition. Once I'm actually doing the set, I'm never like I don't want to stop. And now it's just like I do this, and I feel happy I just did it. So there's something about transition that is very. That's why procrastinating is great. A lot of places, I procrastinate getting ready to go to the airport. I know I should leave at 3, so I cannot be stressed. I'll leave at 3:36, and I'll be super stressed. Once I'm on the way to the airport, immediately I'm like, why didn't I do this earlier? Now I'm back on my phone doing what I was doing. I just had to get in the damn car or whatever. So, there's some very, very odd rationale.
Yeah, like I was waiting for you to come and you said that you're running a few minutes late. I was like,
I did.
I was like, I'll go get a coffee because I can't possibly be late
was early.
Right.
I don't understand. I'm always late to stuff, and I know it's disrespectful in the eyes of a lot of people. I can't help it. It's not, you know what I'm doing out of it? It's not like I don't care about the people. I'm often like, like this person, I need to pray more.
Right.
Like, it's like I obviously care about the person. That's the
Well, self-interpreted is like there are some people that like show up late because they kind of like that quality in themselves, and that's a tip, right? There's a lot of those people, but more often it's someone who shows up frazzled and they feel awful and they're just furious at themselves.
Yeah.
So regretful. I mean, that's and also all you have to do is look at those people alone running through the airport. Like, they're not being disrespectful to anyone there. They just look at this like themselves.
You tweeted a quote by James Baldwin saying, quote, I imagine one of the reasons people cling to their hates so stubbornly is because they sense once hate is gone, they will be forced to deal with the pain. What has been a painful but formative experience in your life? Or what's the flavor, the shape of your pain that fuels you?
I mean, honestly, the first thing that jumped to mind is my own like battles against myself to get my work done because it affects everything. When I just took 5 years of this book, and granted it's a beast. Like I probably would have taken 2 or 3 years, but it didn't need to take 5. And that was a lot of not just that not work, but I'm over researching. I'm making it. I'm adding in things I shouldn't because I'm a perfectionist. Being a perfectionist about I learned that now I'm getting in there. I know I'm going to end up cutting it later. Just or I over outline something until we're trying to get it perfect, but I know that's not possible. So maybe there's a lot of immature kind of anger. Like I know I'm not actually that much of a writing amateur. I've written, including my alt blog. I've been a writer for 15 years. I know what I'm doing. I can advise other writers. And yet I do a bunch of amateur things that I know all I'm doing is I know I'm doing it. So that it hurts the actual product. It makes it's good. B, it's wastes your precious time. C, when you're mad at yourself, when you're in a negative, self-defeating spiral, it almost inevitably you'll be less good to others. Like I used to early on in my now marriage. One of the things we always used to do is I used to plan mystery dates. New York City, great place for this. I'd find some weird little adventure for us. It could be anything. And I wouldn't tell her what it was. And I'm reserving you for Thursday night. Okay. And it was such a fun part of our relationship. Started writing this book, got to a really bad, personal space where it was like, in my head, I was like, I can't do anything until this is done. No. And I just stopped, ever valuing, joy of any kind. I was like, no, that's when I'm done. And that's a trap. Very quickly, I was thinking, I think it's going to be 6 months away. And actually, 5 years later, I'm like, wow, I really wasn't living for 5 years. You're not living very long. Like your prime decades. That's like a sixth of my 5 years. Wow, that's a huge loss. So for me, that was excruciating. And there was a bad pattern, a very unproductive, unhelpful pattern for me, which is I wake up in the morning in this great mood. Great mood every morning. Wake up, thrilled to be awake, the whole day ahead of me. You get so much work done today, and first I'm going to do all these other things. It's all going to be great, and then I'm kind of failing for the day. With those goals, usually sometimes miserably, sometimes only partially, and then I get in bed. I'll be a couple hours later than I want to, and that's what all my real reality is. Suddenly, so much regret, so much anxiety, furious at myself, wishing I can take a time machine back 3 months, 6 months, a year, or just even to the beginning of that day. And just tossing and turning around. And this is a very bad, this is what I said, suffering. President is suffering in a very serious way. So, look, I know this probably sounds like a lot of first world problems, and it is, but it's real suffering as well. So to me, it's painful because you're not being as good a friend or a spouse or whatever as you could be. You're also not treating yourself very well. You're usually not being very healthy at these moments, often. And I'm not being good to my readers. So it's just a lot of this. And it feels like it's one small tweak away. Sometimes it's like, that's what I said, it's like, you just suddenly are just doing that 9 to 12 and you get in the habit. Everything else falls into place. All of this reverses. So I feel hopeful, but it's like, it is I haven't figured it out. I actually picked up stuff there.
And you also don't want to romanticize it. it is true that some degrades in history, especially writers, suffer from all the same stuff. Like they won't quite. I mean, you might only write for 2 or 3 hours a day, but the rest of the day is often spent, kind of torture.
Right. This is the irrational. Right. Well, this goes for a lot of people's jobs. People, especially who work for themselves. You'd be shocked how much you can wake up at 9 or 8 or 7 or 11, get to work and stop at 1, but you're really focused. 1 or 2, and do 25 really focused hours of stuff for the next week, and then there's 112 waking hours. Right? So we're talking about 80 something hours. You can live, if you're really focused and you're yin and yang of your time. And that's my point, is black and white time. Right? Really focused on it and totally like clean conscience free time. Right now I read a lot of right. It's a lot of I should be working but I'm not. Oh, I'm wasting this time, this is bad, and that's just massive. So if you can just get really good at black and the white, so you just wake up and just full work, and I think a lot of people have like all this become, instead I'll do the same 3 hours, like you said, I'll do them really late at night or whatever, after having torture myself all day, not had any fun, it's not like I'm having fun. I call it the dark plate, which is where you are and you know you should be working, but you're doing something else. You're doing something fun on paper, but it feels like fun. And so I spend a lot of time.
And you know you shouldn't be doing it, and you still do it. Yeah.
It's not clean conscience fun. It's toxic. And I think that there's something about, you're draining yourself all the time. If you just dip your focus hours, and then you actually have good, clean fun. Fun can be anything. Reading a book can be hanging out with someone, could be really fun. You can go and do something cool in the city. That is critical. You're recharging some part of your psyche, and I think it makes it easier to actually work with this day. And I say this from the experience when I have had good stretches. It's like you're you know what it is. It's like you feel like you're fist pounding. One part of your brain fist pounding the other part. Like you're like we got we treat ourselves well. Is how you interpret it. Like, I treat myself, and it's like no, look, it's work time. And then now it's playtime. Okay, back to work. Because you're in this very healthy parent-child relationship in your head versus like this constant conflict, and the kid doesn't respect the parent hates the kid.
And you're right, it always feels like it's like one fix away. There's hope. And I guess so much of it's just been so true. I guess I have the same kind of hope.
But this podcast is very regular. I'm impressed, and I think partially what there is a bit of a duct tape solution, which is you just because it's always easy to schedule stuff for the future, right? Because that future Tim is not my problem. So I'll schedule all kinds of shit for future Tim, and I will not do it. But in this case, you can schedule podcasts, and you have to show up.
They have to show up.
Right. It seems like a good medium for
but this is not why. This is what I do for
fun. I know, but at least this is the kind of thing, especially if it's not your main thing. Especially if it's not your main thing, it's the kind of thing that you would dream of doing, you want to do, never do. And I feel like your regular production here is a sign that something is working, at least in this regard.
Yeah, in this regard, but I'm sure you have this same kind of thing with the podcast. In fact, because you're doing the podcast, it's possible the podcast becomes what the podcast is for me.
This is you procrastinating. If you think about being 80 and if you get in that person's head and look back and be like, just deep regret, you just, yearning, you could do anything to just go back and have done this differently. That is desperation. It's just you don't feel it. It's not in you yet. The other thing you could do is if you have a partner, if you want to partner with someone, now you can say, we meet these 15 hours every week. And that point, you're going to get it done. So working with someone.
Yeah, that's why I say co-founders really powerful for many reasons, but that's kind of one of them. Because actually, for the startup case, you, unlike writing, perhaps, it's really like 100-hour plus limit. Once you really launch, you go all in. Like everything else just disappears. Like you can't even have a whole balanced life for a little bit. So, when there, co-founder really helps. That's the idea. You're one of the most interesting people on the internet. So, as a writer, you look out into the future. Do you dream about certain things you want to still create? Is there projects that you want to write? Is there movies you want to write, direct, or
endless?
So it's just endless.
No, there's specific lists of things that really excite me, but it's a big list. that I know I'll never get through. And that's part of why the last 5 years were, when I feel like I'm not moving as quickly as I could, it bothers me because I have so much genuine excitement to try so many different things, and I get so much joy from finishing. I don't like doing it, but a lot of writers like that. Publishing something is great, it's hugely joyful, and makes it all, or just finishing something you're proud of. Putting it out there and people appreciate it, it's like the best thing, right? Every kid makes some little bargain for themselves. That's a little, a dream or, something. And I feel like when I do something, when I make something, it was, for me, it's been mostly writing, and I feel proud of it, I put it out there. I feel like again, I'm discounting myself. Like, there's a little, like, I owe it to myself to do certain things, but I just did one of the things I just paid off some debt to myself. I owed it, and I paid it. And it feels great. It feels like very, like, you feel very, a lot of inner peace. And so, the more things I can do, and I just have fun with it, right? So, for me, that includes a lot more writing. Short blog posts. I write blog posts, but basically, short writing with a form of blog posts is great. I love that medium. I want to do a lot more of that. Books yet to be seen. I'm going to do this. I'm going to have another book I'm going to do right after. I'm going to see if I like those two, and if I do, I'll do more otherwise. But I also want to try the videos. I want to make more videos. I want to. I did a little travel series once. I love doing that. More of that.
Almost like a vlog. Like
no, it was I let readers in a survey pick 5 countries they wanted to go. So awesome. They sent me to weird places. They sent me. I went to Siberia. I went to Japan. I went from there to Luzon and to Nigeria. From there to Iraq, and from there to Greenland. And then I went back to New York, like 2 weeks in each place. And I got to, each one I got to, have some weird experiences. I tried to like really dig in and have like some interesting experiences. Then I wrote about it, and I taught readers a little bit about the history of these places. And it was just, I loved it. I love like so, and I'm like, oh man, I haven't done one of those. So, and then I have a big like desire to do fiction stuff. Like I want to write sci-fi at some point, and I would love to write a musical. That's actually what I was doing before with Rabbi. I was with that partner, Ryan Langer. We were halfway through a musical, and he got tied up in his other musical, and I started taking off. We just haven't gotten back to it, but it's such a fun medium. So it's such a silly medium, but it's so fun.
So you think about all of these medias on which you can be creative and create something, and you like the variety.
Yes. It's just that if there's a chance on a new media I could do something good, I want to do it. I want to try it. It sounds like so gratifying, so fun.
I think it's fun to just watch you actually send things. So I can't wait for your podcast. I'll be listening to all of them. I mean, that's a cool medium to see like where it goes. We go through our podcast and we're making videos, especially with a super creative mind like yours. You don't really know what you're gonna make of it until you try it.
Yeah, podcasts I'm really excited about, but I'm like, I like going on other people's podcasts.
Yeah.
And I never try to remember.
So there's this with every medium, there's the challenges of how the sausage is made. So like the challenges of the challenge of
yeah, but it's also I like to I go on as you know, long ass monologues. Yeah. And you can't do that if you're the interviewer, you're not supposed to do that as much. So I have to rate it, and that might be hard.
Well, you can also do solo things though.
Yeah, I might maybe I'll do it.
You know what's funny? But it's one of my favorites. Is more like solo, but they get the sidekick. So you're having a conversation with your like friends, but it's really you ranting, which I think you'd be extremely good at.
Yeah. Or even if it's 50-50, that's fine. Like if it's just a friend who I want to really rip with, I just don't. I don't like interviewing, which I won't. That's not what the podcast would be. But I can't help. I've tried moderating panels before, and I have to get involved. And no one likes a moderator who's too involved. It's very unappealing. So interviewing someone, I can't. I just it's not. I can grill someone. Yeah. That's my curiosity. Being like, oh, wait, how about this? I interrupt them, and then
I see the way your brain works. It's hilarious.
Yeah.
It's awesome. It's like the lights up.
Yeah,
you're excited. Yeah, I like listening. I like watching people. I like listening to people. Yeah. So this is like me right now. I just listen to a podcast. This is me listening to your podcast right now.
Listening to a podcast because then it's not even like once I'm in the room, I suddenly can help myself.
Yeah. Okay. Big last ridiculous question. What is the meaning of life?
The meaning of like an individual life.
Your existence here on Earth, or maybe broadly, this whole thing we got going on with the Descendants of Apes, basically creating.
Yeah, well, for me, I feel like I want to be around as long as I can. If I can do some kind of crazy life extension or upload myself, I'm done. Because who doesn't want to see how cool the year 3000 is?
You did say mortality was not a gift.
No, but it's not a gift at all. Now, it's ultimately, as I said, no one wants to turn it off. If they understood the terms he really wants. I think Graham's number is close enough. No one wants to. Yeah. But I'd like to choose. I'd like to say, I'm truly over it now. At that point, we'd have our whole society, we'd have a ceremony. We'd have a whole process of someone signing off. And, it would be beautiful. And it wouldn't be sad.
I think you'd be super depressed by that point. Like, who's going to sign off on that?
Maybe, yes. Okay, maybe you start. But the point is, if I can stay around for, I'm thinking 50 centuries. I don't know. 50 sounds like the right number. So if you're thinking, if you sign up for 50, if you have a choice, 1 is what I get. That is bullshit. If you're somebody who wants 51 is a hideous number, right? Oh, anyway. So, for me personally, I want to be around as long as I can. And then, honestly, the reason I love writing, the thing that I love the most, is like a warm, fuzzy connection with other people, right? And that can be my friends, and it can be readers. And that's why I would never want to be like a journalist with like personalities and things behind writing. Or like even a biographer. There's a lot of people who are great writers, but I like to personally, and if I can take something that's in my head and then say, oh my God, I think that too, and this made me feel so much better, or maybe feel seen, like that feels amazing. And I just feel like we're all having such a weird common experience on just one little ride. In this one little moment of time where we're these weird foreign living beings, and we're all the same. And it's like we all the human experience. So I feel like so many of us suffer in the same ways. We're all going through a lot of the same things. And to me, it is very. If I was on my deathbed, I feel like I had a ton of human connection and like shared a lot of common experience and made a lot of other people feel like not alone.
Do you feel that as a writer? Do you like hear and feel like the inspiration, like all the people that you make smile, all the people you inspire?
Honestly, not sometimes when we did the in-person event, meet a bunch of people. It's incredibly gratifying. Or you just I think it is easy to forget how many people sometimes you're
just sitting there alone typing.
Yeah.
Dealing with your procrastination.
But that's why publishing is so gratifying, because that's when all this connection. And especially if I have to put my finger on it, it's having a bunch of people who feel lonely and their existence is all realized, all right? So that, if I do a lot of that, and that includes, of course, my actual spending a lot of really high quality time with friends and family, and making the whole thing as heartbreaking as like mortality and life can be, make the whole thing like fun, and at least we can like laugh at ourselves together while going through it.
Yeah,
and that to me is.
And then your last blog post would be written for Mars, as you get the bad news that you're not able to return because of the malfunction of the rocket.
Yeah, I would like to go to Mars and go there for a week and be like, yeah, here we are. And
right? I know that's what you want.
There, yeah. And that's fine. So you think you picture me alone on Mars as the first person there, and then it malfunctions?
Right. No, you're supposed to return, but it malfunctions, and then there's this. So it's both the hope, the awe that you experience, which is how the blog starts, and then it's the overwhelming feeling of existential dread, but then it returns to the love of humanity.
Well, that's the thing. If I could be writing and actually writing something that people would read back on it would make it so much better.
Yeah.
If I were just alone, I almost can't realize what happened.
No, you get to write.
I could say also that would bring out.
Yeah, I think so.
On Mars alone.
I think so. Well, that's exactly the future I'm looking for. All right, this is an incredible conversation. You're a really special human being. So thank you so much for spending a really valuable time with me. I can't wait to hear your podcast. I can't wait to read your next blog post, which you said in the Twitter bio. We get more to after the book, which add that to the long list of ideas that I'm procrastinating. Thanks so much for talking to me.
Thank you.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Tim Everett. Support this podcast. Please check out our sponsors in the description. Now, let me leave you with some words from Tim Urban himself. Be humbler about what you know, more confident about what's possible, less afraid of things that don't matter. Thanks for listening. Good to see you.
The jury found Pfizer guilty of fraud and racketeering violations.
How does big pharma affect your life?
Everyone's allowed their own opinion. Don't think everyone's allowed their own scientific advice.
This Pfizer thing, by the way.
Pfizer isn't battling. Pfizer goes join the
Following is a conversation with John Abramson, faculty at Harvard Medical School, family physician for over 2 decades, and author of the new book, Sickening, about how big pharma broke American health and how we can fix it. This conversation with John Abramson is a critical exploration of the pharmaceutical industry. I wanted to talk to John in order to provide a countervailing perspective to the one expressed in my podcast episode with the CEO of Pfizer, Albert Bourla. And here, please allow me to say a few additional words about this episode with Pfizer CEO, and in general, about why I do these conversations, how I approach them. If this is not interesting to you, please skip ahead. What do I hope to do with this podcast? I want to understand human nature, the best and the worst people. I want to understand how power, money, and fame changes people. I want to understand why atrocities are committed by crowds that believe they're doing good. All this, ultimately, because I want to understand how we can build a better world together. Find hope for the future and to rediscover each time through the exploration of ideas just how beautiful this life is. This, our human civilization, in all of its full complexity, the forces of good and evil, war and peace, hate and love. I don't think I can do this with a heart and mind that is not open and fragile and willing to empathize with all human beings, even those in the darkest corners of our world. To attack is easy. To understand is hard. And I choose the hard path. I've learned over the past few months that this path involves me getting more and more attacked from all sides. I will get attacked when I host people like Jay Bhattacharya or Francis Collins, Jamie Merzel, or Vincent Raffaello. When I stand for my friend Joe Rogan. When I host tech leaders like Mark Zuckerberg, Elon Musk, and others. When I eventually talk to Vladimir Putin, Barack Obama, and other figures that have turned the tides of history. I have and I will get called stupid, naive, weak. I will take these words with respect, humility, and love, and I will get better. I will listen, think, learn, and improve. One thing I can promise is there is no amount of money or fame that can buy my opinion and make me go against my principles. There's no amount of pressure that can break my integrity. There's nothing in this world I need that I don't already have. Life itself is fundamental gift. Everything else is just hope. That is freedom. That is happiness. I die today, I die happy now. Now, a few comments about my approach and lessons learned in the Albert Bourla conversation. The goal is to reveal as much as I could about the human being before me, to give him the opportunity to contemplate and long for the complexities of his role, including the tension between making money and helping people, the corruption that so often permeates human institutions, the crafting of narratives for advertising. I only had one hour, so this wasn't the time to address these issues deeply, but to show Albert struggled with them in the privacy of his own life. And if you would, let down the veil of political speak for a time to let me connect with a man who decades ago chose to become a veterinarian. I wanted to help lessen the amount of suffering. I had no pressure placed on me. There were no rules. The questions I was asking were all mine, not seen by Pfizer folks. I had no care whether I ever talked to another CEO again. None of this was part of the calculation in my limited brain computer. I didn't want to grill them the way politicians grill CEOs and Congress. I thought that this approach is easy, self-serving, dehumanizing, and it reveals nothing. I wanted to reveal the genuine intellectual struggle, vision, and motivation of a human being. If that fails, I trusted the listener to draw their own conclusions and insights from the result, whether it's the words spoken or the words left unspoken, or simply the silence. And that's just it. I fundamentally trust the intelligence of the listener. You. That I criticize the person too hard, celebrate the person too much. I feel I fail to give the listener a picture of the human being that is uncontaminated by my opinion, the opinion of the crowd. I trust that you have the fortitude and courage to use your own mind, to empathize, and to think. Two practical lessons I took away. First, I will more strongly push a longer conversation for 3, 4, or more hours versus just 1 hour. 60 minutes is too short for guests to relax and to think slowly and deeply, and for me to ask many follow-up questions or follow interesting tangents. Ultimately, I think it's in the interest of everyone, including the guests, to talk in true long form for many hours. Second, these conversations with leaders will be aided by further conversations with people who wrote books about those leaders or their industries. Those that can steelman each perspective and attempt to give objective analysis. I think of Teddy Roosevelt's speech about the men and women. I want to talk to both the men and women in the arena and the critics and supporters of his fans. For the former, I lean toward wanting to understand one human being's struggle with the ideas. For the latter, I lean towards understanding the ideas themselves. That's why I wanted to have this conversation with John Abramson, who is an outspoken critic and policy of industry. I hope it helps add context and depth to the conversation I had with Pfizer's CEO. In the end, I may do worse than I could have or should have. Always, I will listen to the criticisms without ego, and I promise I will work hard to improve. And let me say, finally, that cynicism is easy. Optimism, true optimism, is hard. It's the belief that we can and we will build a better world, and we can only do it together. This is the fight worth fighting. Here we go. Once more to the police jail. I love you all. This is the Lex Weekly Podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. Now, here's my conversation with John Abramson. You're faculty at Harvard Medical School. You're a family physician for over 2 decades, rated one of the best family physicians in Massachusetts. You wrote the book Overdose America, the new book coming out now on Sickening, about how Big Pharma broke American healthcare through science and research, how we can fix it. First question, what is the biggest problem with Big Pharma that is fixed to be the most impactful? So if you snap your fingers and fix one thing, what will be the most impactful?
The biggest problem is the way they determine content accuracy, completeness of what doctors believe to be the full range of knowledge that they need to best take care of their patients. So that with the knowledge having been taken over by the commercial interests, primarily the pharmaceutical industry, the purpose of that knowledge is to maximize the profits that get returned to investors and shareholders, and not to optimize the health of the American people. To rebalance that equation, the most important thing to do to get our health care back in.
Okay, so there's a tension between helping people and making money. So if we look at particularly the task of helping people in medicine, healthcare, is it possible if money is the primary sort of mechanism by which you achieve that as a motivator? Is it possible to get that right?
I think it is not, but I think it is not possible without guardrails that maintain the integrity and the balance of knowledge. Without those guardrails, it's like trying to play professional basketball without referees and having players call fouls. But the players are paid to win, and you can't count on them. So we have referees who are in charge. We don't have those referees in American healthcare. That's the biggest way that American healthcare is distinguished from healthcare in other nations.
Okay, you mentioned Milton Friedman. You mentioned his book called Capitalism and Freedom. He writes that there are only three legitimate functions of government: preserve law and order, enforce private contracts, and to ensure that private markets work. You said that that was a radical idea at the time, but we're failing on three. How are we there? And also maybe the bigger picture is what are the strengths and weaknesses of capitalism when it comes to medicine?
When we separate those out, those are two huge questions. So, how we're failing, these are the minimal functions that our guru of free market capitalism said the government should perform. So this is the absolute basic. On preserving law and order, drug companies routinely violate the law in terms of marketing and in terms of the presentation of the results of the trials. I know this because I was an expert in litigation for about 10 years. I presented some of what I learned in civil litigation to the FBI and the Department of Justice. That case led to the biggest criminal fine in U.S. history as of 2009. And I testified in a federal trial in 2010, and the jury found Pfizer guilty of fraud and racketeering violations. In terms of violating, it's a routine occurrence. Drug companies have paid $38 billion worth of fines from, I think, 1991 to 2017. It's never been enough to stop the misrepresentation of the data. And rarely are the fines greater than the profits that were made. Executives have not gone to jail for misrepresenting data that have involved even tens of thousands of deaths in the case of Rothschild as well. And when companies plead guilty to felonies, which is not an unusual occurrence, the government usually allows the companies, the parent companies, to allow subsidiaries to take the plea so that they are not one step closer to getting disbarred from Medicare, not being able to participate in Medicare. So, in that sense, there is a mechanism that is appearing to impose law and order on drug company behavior, but it's clearly not enough. It's not working.
Can you actually speak to human nature here? Are people corrupt? Are people malevolent? Are people ignorant that work at the low level and at the high level, at Pfizer, for example, the big pharma companies? How is this possible? But I believe, in a small tangent, that most people are good. And I actually believe if you join big pharma, a company like Pfizer, your life trajectory often involves dreaming and wanting and enjoying helping people.
Yes.
And so, and then we look at the outcome that you're describing, and it looks, and that's why the narrative takes hold that like Pfizer CEO Andrew Grove, who I talked to, is malevolent. The sense is these companies are evil. So if the different parts, the people, are good and they want to do good, how are we getting these outcomes?
I think it has to do with the cultural milieu that this is unfolding. And we need to look at sociology to understand this, that when the cultural milieu is set up to maximize the returns on investment for shareholders and other venture capitalists, hedge funds, and so forth, when that defines the culture, and the higher up you are in the corporation, the more you're in on the game of getting rewarded for maximizing the profits of your investors. That's the culture they work in. And it becomes normative behavior to do things with science that look normal in that environment, that are shared values within them by good people whose self-evaluation becomes modified by the goals that are shared by people around them. And within that milieu, you have one set of standards, and then the rest of good American people have the expectation that the drug companies are trying to make money, but that they're playing by rules that aren't part of the insider milieu.
It's fascinating. The game we're playing modifies the culture, inside the meeting, inside the room, day to day. If there's a bubble that forms, if we're all in bubbles of different sizes, and that bubble allows you to drift in terms of what you see as ethical and unethical, because you see the game as just, it's just part of the game. The marketing is just part of the game. And paying the fine is just part of the game of science.
And without guardrails, it becomes even more hard. You keep moving in that direction if you're not bumping up against guardrails. And I think that's how we've got the extreme situation.
So, like I mentioned, I spoke with Pfizer CEO Albert Rowe. I'd like to raise with you some of the concerns I raised with him. For one, we already mentioned, I raised the concern that Pfizer is engaged in aggressive advertising campaigns. As you can imagine, he said no. What do you think?
I think you're both right. I think that I agree with you that the aggressive advertising campaigns do not add value to society. And I agree with him that they're, for the most part, legal. And it's the way the game is played.
Right, so sorry to interrupt, but oftentimes his responses are, especially now, we can see it from 2 years, 3 years, says Pfizer is a different company, we made mistakes, right, in the past. We don't make mistakes anymore. That there's rules, and we play by the rules. So, with every concern raised, there's very, very strict rules, he says. In fact, he says sometimes way too strict. We play by them. So not as advertising, it doesn't seem like it's too aggressive, because it's played by rules. And relative to the other, again, relative to the other companies, it's not that aggressive. Relative to the other big pharma companies.
Yes. I hope we can quickly get back to whether or not they're playing by the rules, but it's in general. But let's just look at the question of advertising specifically. I think that's a good example of what it looks like from within that culture and from outside. He's saying that we follow the law on our advertising. We state the side effects, we state the FDA-approved indications, and we do what the law says we have to do for advertising. And I have not been an expert in litigation for a few years, and I don't know what's going on currently, but let's take him at his word. It could be true. But if that's true, in his world, in his culture, that's ethical business behavior. From a common sense person's point of view, a drug company paying highly skilled media reporters to take the information about the drug create the illusion, the emotional impact, and the takeaway message for years of advertisements that grossly exaggerate the benefit of the drug and minimize the harms. It's sociopathic behavior to have viewers of ads leave the ad with an unrealistic impression of the benefits and harms of the drug. And yet, he's playing by the rules. He's doing his job as CEO to maximize the effect of his advertising. And if he doesn't do it, this is a key point. If he doesn't do it, he'll get fired and the next guy will.
So the people that survive the company, the people that get raises in the company, move up in the company, are the ones that play by the rules. And that's how the game solidifies itself. But the game is within the bounds of the law.
Something it's supposed to, not always.
We'll return to that question. I'm actually more concerned about the effect of advertisement in a kind of much larger scale of the people that are getting funded by the advertisement in self-censorship. Just like more subtle, more passive pressure to not say anything. Because I've seen this, and I've been saddened about it, that people sacrifice integrity in small ways when they're being funded by a particular company. They don't see themselves as doing so, but you could just clearly see that the space of opinions that they're willing to engage in, or a space of ideas they're willing to play with, is one that doesn't include negative, anything that could possibly be negative about the company. They just choose not to. Just, why? And that's really sad for me that, if you give me $100, I'm less likely to say something negative about you. That makes me sad. Because, the reason I wouldn't say something negative about you, not prefer, is the pressure of friendship, keeping connection, and those kinds of things. So I understand that. That's also a problem, by the way, because dinners and shaking hands and all my friends. Money has that effect on news. News media, journalists, and scientists. That's scary to me. But of course, the direct advertising to consumers, like I said, is potentially very negative impact. I wanted to ask if who you think is the most negative impact of advertising. Is it that direct to consumer on television? Is it advertising with doctors? I'm surprised to learn I think you're looking at is more than the advertisement. More spent on advertising to doctors than to consumers. That's really confusing. It's fascinating. And then also, obviously, the law side of things is the lobbying dollars, which I think is less than all of those. But anyway, it's in the ballpark. What concerns you the most?
Well, it's the whole nexus of influence. There's not one thing. That's all. They don't put all their eggs in the basket. It's a whole surround sound program. But in terms of advertisements, let's take an advertisement. Trulicity is a diabetes drug. That's for type 2 diabetes and injectable drug. And it lowers blood sugar just about as well as metformin does. Metformin costs about $4 a month. Trulicity costs, I think, $6,200 a year. So $48 a year versus $6,200. Trulicity has distinguished itself because it did the manufacturer did a study that showed that it significantly reduces the risk of cardiovascular disease. And they got approval on the basis of that study, that very large study being statistically significant. So the ads obviously extol the virtues of Trulicity because it reduces the risk of heart disease and stroke, and that's one of the major morbidities, risks of diabetes. What the ad doesn't say is that you have to treat 323 people to prevent one non-fatal event at a cost of $2.7 million. And even more important, what the ad doesn't say is that the evidence shows that engaging in an active, healthy lifestyle reduces the risk of heart disease and strokes far more than Trulicity does. Now, to be fair to the company, compare trulicity to lifestyle change. But that's part of the problem of our advertising. You would think in a rational society that was way out on the limb as a renowned country, besides New Zealand, that allows direct consumer advertising, that part of allowing direct would be to mandate that the companies establish whether their drug is better than, say, healthy lifestyle adoption to prevent the problems that they claim to be prevented. But we don't require that. So the companies can afford to do very large studies so that very small differences become statistically significant. And their studies are asking the question, how can we sell more drug? They're not asking the question, how can we prevent cardiovascular disease in people with type 2 diabetes? And that's how we get often, we're now in an extreme arm of this distortion of our medical model of studying how to sell more drugs than how to make people more healthy.
That's a really great thing to compare it to is lifestyle changes. Because that should be the bar. If you do some basic with diet, exercise, all of those kinds of things, how does this drug compare to that?
Right. And that study was done actually in the 90s. It's called the Diabetes Prevention Program. It was federally funded by the NIH so that there wasn't this drug company imperative to just try to prove the drug was better than nothing. And it was a very well designed study, randomized controlled trial in people who were high risk of diabetes, so pre-diabetics. And they were randomized to three different groups: a placebo group that got treated with metformin, and a group that got treated with intensive lifestyle counseling. So this study really tested whether you can get people randomized controlled trial assigned to intensive lifestyle changes, whether that works. Now, the common wisdom amongst physicians, and I think in general, is that you can't get people to do whatever you want, stand up and behave, that good people won't change. So give it up, let's just move on to drugs and not waste any time. Except this study that was published in the New Journal, I think in 2002, shows that's wrong. That the people who were in the intensive lifestyle group ended up losing 10 pounds, exercising practically maintaining it, and reduced their risk of getting diabetes by 58% compared to the metformin group, which reduced its risk of getting diabetes by 31%. So that exact study was done and showed that lifestyle intervention is the winner.
Who, as a small tangent, is the leader? Who is supposed to fight for the side of lifestyle changes? Where is the big pharma version of lifestyle changes? Who's supposed to have the big protocol, the big money behind lifestyle changes? In your sense, because that seems to be missing in a lot of our discussion.
That's exactly right. And the answer is that we assume that the market has to solve all these problems, and the market can't solve them. There needs to be some way of protecting public interest for things that are financially driven, so that the overriding question has to be how best to improve Americans' health, not companies funding studies to try and prove that their inexpensive drug is better and should be used.
Well, some of that is also people sort of like yourself. It's funny, Joe Rogan constantly espouses lifestyle changes. So some of it is almost like understanding the problems that big pharma has created in society, and then sort of these influential voices, whether they're scientists or leading communicators.
Yeah, I think you got to tip your hat to Joe for getting that message out. Clearly, he use it, he does his best, but it's not coming out in the legitimate avenues or legitimate channels that are evidence-based medicine from sources that the docs are trained to listen to you and modify their patient care. Now, it's it's not 100%. I mean, there are articles in the big journals about the benefits of lifestyle, but they don't carry the same gravitas as the randomized controlled trials that test this drug against placebo or this drug against another drug. So the Joe Rogans of the world keep going. You know, I tip my hat, but it's not going to carry the day for most of the people until it has the legitimacy of the medical establishment.
Yeah, like some people, the doctors really pay attention to. Well, there's an entire mechanism established for testing drugs. There's not a time mechanism established for in terms of scientific rigor of testing lifestyle changes. I mean, it's more difficult. I mean, everything's difficult in science, which that science then involves humans, especially. But these studies are very expensive, difficult. It's difficult to find conclusions to control the variables. So it's very easy to dismiss them unless you really do a huge study that's very well funded. So maybe the doctors just lean towards the simpler studies over and over, which is what the drug companies do. They control more variables. The control there is sometimes by hiding. Sometimes you can just say that this is a well-controlled study by pretending there's a bunch of other stuff. It's just ignoring the stuff that could be correlated with the real cause and effects you're seeing. So money can buy ignorance.
It buys the blinders that don't look outside, reductionist model. And that's another issue that we kind of, nobody says to doctors are trained in listening reductionist studies and conclusions and methods of promoting health. Nobody says that explicitly, but the respectable science has to do with controlling the factors. And I mean, it just doesn't make sense to me. I'm going to pick on Trulicity because it's such an obvious example, and it's not more egregious than many others. It doesn't make sense to me to allow a drug to be advertised as preventing cardiovascular disease when you haven't included lifestyle changes as an arm in the study. It's just so crystal clear that the purpose of that study is to sell Trulicity. It's not to prevent cardiovascular disease. You know, if we were in charge, I would try to convince you that anywhere that study, the results in that study were presented to physicians, it would be stamped in big red letters. This study did not compare Trulicity to lifestyle change. They need to know that. And the docs are kind of trained, these blinders get put on, and they're trained to kind of forget that that's not there.
You think, so first of all, that's a small, big change to advertisement. That seems obvious to say. Enforce that it should be compared to lifestyle change. Do you think advertisements, period, in the United States for pharmaceutical drugs should be banned?
I think they can't be banned. So it doesn't matter what.
Okay. Well, let's say you're a dictator, and two, why can't they do that?
Okay.
Either answer either one.
I believe, I've been told by lawyers who trust that the freedom of speech in the U.S. Constitution is such that you can't ban that. You could ban cigarettes and alcohol, which have no therapeutic use, but drugs have a therapeutic use. And advertisements like that can't be done. Let's assume that they can't be, because we know they won't. Anyway, but let's assume they can't be, that they, and especially our Supreme Court now is unlikely to take that seriously. But that's not the issue. The issue is that if the drug companies want to spend money on that, they should have to have independent analysis of the message that reviewers are left with about the drug, so that it's realistic. What's the chance the drug will help? Well, Trulicity, it's 1 out of 322. 322 people aren't going to benefit from the cardiovascular risk reduction. What's the true cost? When drugs advertise that you may be able to get this for a $25 copay or something, tens of thousands of dollars a year drug for a $25 copay. What an enormous disservice that is to misrepresent the cost to society. That should not be allowed. So we should have to make it clear to the viewers how many people are going to benefit, what's your chance of benefit, how does it compare to lifestyle changes or less expensive therapies? What do you give up if you use a less expensive therapy?
And how much it costs.
How much it costs. Now that can go either way, because if you say Humira costs $72,000 and it's no more effective as a first line drug than methotrexate, which costs $480, people might say, that's a drug, because I can get it for a $25 copay. So you'd have to temper that a little.
Oh, you mean people are so, they don't care.
They don't care if their insurance is going to cover it, and it's a $25 copay, but we can figure out how to do it. The main point is that if we assume that advertising is people, we could require that there be outside evaluation of the message that reasonable, unbiased viewers take away from the ads. And the ads would have to tell the truth.
And the truth to have like some truth guardrails. The costs that we talked about, the effects compared to things that actually, lifestyle changes, just these details, very strict guardrails of what actually has to be specified.
And I would make it against the law that family picnics and dogs catching frisbees.
So, you mean 95% of the ads, yes. I mean, there's something dark and inauthentic about those advertisements. But they seem, I mean, I'm sure they're being done because they work for the target audience. And with the doctors, too. Do you really buy a doctor's review? Why does it have such an effect on doctors? Advertising to doctors. Like, you as a physician, again, like, everything I've seen, people love me. And people should definitely look you up from. There's a bunch of videos of you giving talks on YouTube, and it's just it's so refreshing to hear just clarity of thought about health. It's the way you think throughout the years. So it's easy to think about like if you're criticizing the pharma, that's part of the message that you're talking about, but that's not like your brilliance actually shines in positive and the solution of how to do it. So as a doctor, what affects your mind? And how does big pharma affect your mind?
Yeah. Number one, the information that comes through legitimate sources that doctors have been taught to rely on, evidence-based medicine, the articles in peer-reviewed journals, the guidelines that are issued. Now, those are problematic because when an article is peer-reviewed, published in a respected journal, people and doctors obviously assume that the peer reviewers have had access to the data, and they've independently analyzed the data, and they corroborate the findings in the manuscript that was submitted, or they give feedback to the authors and say, we disagree with you on this point, and would you please check our analysis, and if you agree with us, that's what they assume the peer review process is. It's not. Peer reviewers don't have the data. The peer reviewers have the manuscript that's been submitted usually in conjunction with by a drug company that manufactures the drug. So peer reviewers are unable to perform the job that doctors think they're performing, to vet the data to ensure that it's accurate and reasonably complete. They can't do it. And then we have the clinical practice guidelines, which are increasingly more important as the information, the flow of information keeps getting brisker and brisker, and docs need to get to the bottom line quickly. Clinical practice guidelines become much more important. And we assume that the authors of those clinical practice guidelines have independently analyzed the data from clinical trials There are recommendations that set the standards of care based on their analysis. That's not what happens. The experts who write the clinical trials rely almost entirely on the publications presenting the results of the clinical trial, which are peer reviewed, but the peer reviewers happen to have access to the data. So we've got a system of the highest level of evidence that doctors have been trained over and over again to rely on to practice evidence-based medicine to be good doctors that has not been verified.
Do you think that data that's coming from the pharma companies, do you think they're, what level of manipulation is going on with that data? Is it at the study